This young man is an adventurer known as the Sword of Godspeed, one of the 4 core members of Sword of Glory, who always charges to the front lines to slay monsters. And yet for him to end up like this, it must be something serious. It all started 15 years ago, with the first space-time gate. It appeared and paved the way for hordes of monsters to pour out and wreak havoc. Everything began to operate like a game. Everyone had skills and levels, but only the most intelligent and talented individuals figured out how to defeat the monsters emerging from those gates. They were called adventurers. They could choose their own fighting styles. Mages were often inflexible, and their magic was difficult to use. Besides having a high mortality rate, they were also a dead weight to the team if they missed their spells. After much consideration, Ichinose Ikoma chose the Thief class. It was a class that gained experience just by surviving the most important thing for getting stronger. And as it turned out, he was right. Through sheer hard work and diligence, he managed to climb to the highest ranks of adventurers, even earning the title Sword of Godspeed. Throughout all those years, as the monster's destructive power grew more terrifying, Ikoma protected the country and the world by always fighting on the front lines. He and the other 3 members of Sword of Glory always fought side by side, no matter how terrifying the monsters were. Then, on a beautiful morning, just like any other, the leader of Sword of Glory announced that Ikoma was fired. Stunned, he shouted, "Why?" The leader sighed, and it seemed the other 2 members agreed with him. The monsters were getting stronger, but Ikoma was getting weaker. He couldn't even face one of them anymore. On top of that, he had no support or healing skills. In short, he was a complete burden. The leader's words were like a slap in the face. The golden age of the Thief class is long gone. Right now, it's the weakest class, with no chance to shine. You can't even injure a boss, something even a mage can do. The guild even considered revoking Ikoma's S-rank adventurer title, but they couldn't because of his vast experience points. Ikoma vehemently disagreed with this decision. Even if he lacked combat power or magic, he would do his best to weaken the enemy. "No one is better than me at deception and poisoning. I can also help take down certain types of monsters." But his words fell on deaf ears. Seeing Ikoma's determination, the leader said he should give it his all. Ikoma was overjoyed. "Does that mean I'm not getting kicked out?" The leader gave a fake smile. "Not a chance." He told Ikoma, "Go find a world where those skills of yours are useful. Here you're just a burden to the whole team." That day, after his entire team turned their backs on him, with lifeless eyes and numb lips, he fell into despair. While Ikoma was wallowing in misery in some corner over in China, Sword of Glory had successfully conquered the Tati Palace without him. Reading the comments under the article, Ikoma couldn't contain his shock. All the comments were criticizing him. Everyone was saying he was just holding Sword of Glory back. This is what he got after 15 years of dedicated service. Damn it all. Ikoma didn't want to read another comment. He had definitely chosen the wrong class. If he had known, he never would have chosen to be a thief. The problem was, even if Ikoma sold all his equipment now, it wouldn't be enough to live on. But the more he thought about it, the more bitter he felt. He used to be at the top. He had risked his life to fight too. After having a good cry, Ikoma just lay there sulking. What am I supposed to do now? Besides being an adventurer, he'd never had any other goal in life. Suddenly, at that very moment, his phone. Ikoma received an urgent notification from the monster counterforce. An S-rank monster had appeared in Tokyo. All citizens were advised to evacuate immediately. Ikoma was stunned. Why would an S-rank monster appear right when Sword of Glory wasn't in the country? Besides them, there were no other adventurers in the area strong enough to defeat it. Ikoma knew he couldn't do much, but if he could just injure it a little, to buy some time, that would be something. He then looked over at his pile of equipment. This will be the final battle of Ichinose Ikoma. Outside Kronos, the dragon that controlled space-time appeared in its magnificent golden form. The one who stepped up to face it was none other than Ikoma. The sky was clear blue today, a perfect day for him to retire. Armed with his outdated equipment, Ikoma bravely charged forward. As an adventurer, he had a duty to protect people. Right now, all he needed to do was buy enough time for them to evacuate. The dragon Kronos breathed fire as hot as molten lava. Ikoma managed to safely dodge it, but the dragon was even faster than him. A single swipe of its claws shattered Ikoma's sword into pieces. Kronos overwhelmed Ikoma with its terrifying power. He could only stand back from a distance and use twin dragon venom, but it had no effect whatsoever. It seemed he'd overestimated himself. It was the dragon's turn to counterattack, swiping again with its claws. But luckily, Ikoma managed to dodge. If he weren't a thief with high speed, he'd be dead by now. Still at this distance, he knew today might be the day he died, but he still had to try. Ikoma used Thief's Claw, a skill for pilferers. It steals an enemy's equipment. Ikoma hoped a unique item would drop, allowing him to counterattack. But right after that, Ikoma was torn apart by Kronos' claws. He no longer had the strength to dodge. Lying in the rubble, Ikoma awaited his death. He had always tried to play the part of a hero, but now at death's door, he had only managed to hold it off for a few minutes. Ikoma wished he could turn back time. He would never let himself become so weak again. Suddenly, Ikoma felt a strange object in his hand. It seemed Thief's Claw had successfully stolen something. It was the broken watch of the Time God, a mythic-grade item that allowed the user to rewind time by up to 10 years. Ikoma was astonished. This was the first time he'd ever held a mythic-grade item, but his consciousness was already fading. Everything before his eyes plunged into darkness. But a second later, Ikoma opened his eyes again. The scene had returned to the moment just before the dragon Kronos finished him off. This watch can turn back time. There was no time to think. Ikoma didn't know how to activate it. All he could do was scream, "Please clock, turn back time." A flash of light appears just before Ikoma is pierced by the dragon's claw. His whole body is thrown back and rolls onto the floor. Looking at the clock, it's only 8 o'clock. Ikoma is drenched in sweat. Was that all just a dream? Ikoma opens the window, and the sight before him is a shock. He then notices the calendar it's from 10 years ago. So, that clock actually worked. He quickly opens his status window. Everything is blank. He doesn't even have a character. Ikoma gives a smug smirk. This time he's going to start over. He will become the strongest adventurer and shove it in the faces of everyone who ever looked down on him. As Ikoma brushes his teeth, he watches the news. It's the same old stories about gates appearing more frequently and the monsters becoming increasingly dangerous. Ikoma looks at his reflection in the mirror, 10 years younger, and finally believes that time has truly turned back. In any case, knowing the future is a huge advantage. He has the experience needed to farm experience points and rare equipment. Regardless, the most important thing is to get a class which requires players to reach level 10. With that, Ikoma throws on a coat and heads out. There are gates that even people without a class can enter to level up. They are heavily guarded by the strongest guilds, and everyone is assigned a guide. Ikoma diligently grinds for points. Right now, he's only at level 5. These monsters are way too easy to defeat. But before he can swing his sword, the old guide rushes forward and slices the monster in two, acting as if he just saved the boy's life, even emphasizing the word newbie. Ikoma has no idea why the old man is stealing his kills, but it seems he's afraid a newbie like him will get bullied by the monsters, especially when going one-on-one with goblins. The old man introduces himself as Ohara Kenji, a level 16 swordsman, tasked with protecting newbies in this dungeon. He isn't a bad person, but he was unintentionally stealing his kills, so Ikoma can only sigh. Mr. Kenji rambles on about his past, about losing his job because of the gates and monsters. He was planning to just be a guide until he got old, but as a man, Kenji decided to do this job with all his strength and heart. While the old man talks a mile a minute, Ikoma wonders how much longer he has to stick with him. So he quickly levels up to 10 to get a proper class and escape the chatty old man. Ikoma successfully reaches level 10. Mr. Kenji immediately claps him hard on the back, cheering. Reaching level 10 right from the start proves he's going to be a legendary adventurer someday. Ikoma forces a smile. He might have been demoted, but he used to be an S-rank adventurer, no joke. Mr. Kenji eagerly waits for him to choose a character. Of course, if he's stuck, he can ask him for advice. The thought of choosing a class makes Ikoma pensive, because this was his mistake in his previous life. The available character types are based on existing skills and stats, and players can unlock skills by spending skill points on certain stats. He currently has 30 skill points. So how about a swordsman? Mr. Kenji continues his class lecture for Ikoma, even though he didn't ask for it. Looking at his clumsy fighting style, Kenji thinks he should choose the thief class instead. Ikoma remains silent, making the old man anxious. In his eyes, Ikoma is just a clueless newbie who doesn't know how to choose. Hasn't he been trained in speed and strength? Those two stats can boost his personal stats. At this point in time, those two skills are absolutely essential. In the past, Ikoma did the same thing, but his goal is to become an overwhelmingly powerful adventurer. Putting skill points into those two common skills would just be a waste. All last night, Ikoma thought about a single skill. And now it's time to choose it. Don't do it, Ikoma. Mr. Kenji panics when he sees him select the fall resistance skill. It reduces damage when falling from high places or getting hit by gravity magic. With his experience of reaching level 16, Kenji is certain it's the most useless skill. Is Ikoma afraid of heights or something? The old man tells him to think carefully before choosing next time. Ikoma couldn't care less. He continues to pour skill points into fall resistance, leveling it up repeatedly, which drives Mr. Kenji crazy. To think that he's the guide, and he's letting Ikoma go astray is just embarrassing. There must be something wrong with the kid's head. Now Ikoma can only choose to be a swordsman or a villager. No, this is great, mister. Ikoma's words make Kenji suspicious. He points to the third class that has appeared. Gravity Controller. A secret class that only appears when you use all your skill points to upgrade fall resistance to level 10. Because of that strict and insane condition, few people know about this class. Even if they knew, they wouldn't choose it. Because this class is very difficult to use. Even 10 years from now, no one will have researched it. But because he's the main character, because he was once an S-rank adventurer, Ikoma knows that the Gravity Controller is the strongest class. Seeing Ikoma about to select this character, Kenji frantically tries to stop him, but Ikoma has already made up his mind. After confirming his choice, he acquires the skills Gravity Magic and Gravity Manipulation. Ikoma has been waiting for this moment. Now he'll start his new life and become the most badass adventurer ever, this time for sure. He won't have to face those horrible things again. Kenji is still worried about Ikoma. At this time, people look down on mages. Plus, Ikoma is fragile, he has low stamina, and their death rate on the battlefield is very high. The old man advises him that it would be better to give up on being an adventurer. Ikoma doesn't blame him. After all, everyone at this time believes that melee-type characters are the strongest. Of course, he can't exactly explain that he's from the future. Just then, a piercing scream echoes through the area. A girl is struggling to drag herself away, fleeing from a red hat goblin. A perverted one at that. And it's level 17. Kenji is stunned. How could a high-level monster like that appear? Here, the probability is extremely low. The red hat goblin begins to attack. The only thing the old man can think of is to run. After all, he's only level 16. But as a protector of the rookies, the old man couldn't bring himself to run away. He had to do something. Ikoma, run, I'll distract it. Kenji gripped his sword and charged forward. Ikoma was surprised to see a red-hatted goblin appear, but since old man Kenji was level 16, he should be able to take it down. Easily. That was the theory anyway. In reality, the old man was struggling to block its attacks. Kenji wasn't used to fighting monsters at a comparable level. Is there anyone confident enough to fight a level 15 monster or higher? Kenji needed help, but not a single one of the rookies would step up after witnessing the red-hatted goblin's speed. Of course, they valued their own lives more. Ikoma hesitated too. It was clear he couldn't fight it right now. In fact, he couldn't even keep up with the goblin's movements. One hit and it would be game over. Besides, he hadn't even mastered the skills he just acquired. But then the image of the kind old man protecting him even though he didn't need it flashed through his mind. Ikoma chuckled. After all, he wasn't the type to stand by and watch someone who was good to him get bullied. Plus, he wasn't afraid of facing a stronger enemy. Ikoma drew his sword and rushed in. Old man Kenji started his worried spiel again, saying a mage like him couldn't possibly block such strong physical attacks. Not to mention the level difference between them. But Ikoma couldn't care less. This red-hatted goblin would have the honor of being the first to taste the power of a gravity controller. Ikoma had gambled his second life to become stronger. If he had to run away from a red-hatted goblin now, it would all be for nothing. The goblin, excited, charged toward its new foe. Of course, he wasn't some fool who just liked to show off. Before jumping into battle, Ikoma had already reviewed some of his skills. The gravity controller class, true to its name, allowed him to increase his physical strength for a short time in exchange for MP. Ikoma used gravity manipulation on himself, zipping past the red-hatted goblin like a gust of wind. This wasn't a power buff, it was a skill. Ikoma had made himself lighter by reducing his own gravity. His whole body was as light as a feather, allowing him to move much faster than before. Even so, if Ikoma could just read the goblin's every move, things would be much simpler. For instance, right now, as it lunged to attack Ikoma once more. But don't forget, he was once an S-rank adventurer in his past life. With his experience of life and death situations, Ikoma easily dodged its attack and countered. The red-hatted goblin clutched the gash on its stomach. After being struck by Ikoma, Kenji's jaw dropped in amazement at his performance. Ikoma was just as proud of himself. It seemed he hadn't chosen the wrong class after all. As long as he had enough MP, these monsters were a piece of cake. Just then, Ikoma called out to Kenji. "Come on, old man." Kenji stared blankly for a few seconds, then immediately understood. The old man mustered all his strength and charged forward to confront the red-hatted goblin, while Ikoma from behind continued to manipulate gravity. An immense pressure bore down on the goblin, immobilizing it. Thanks to that old man, Kenji easily finished it off. It was a textbook display of teamwork. Ikoma received 4 skill points and leveled up to 12. Right now he felt on top of the world as if he were on a real battlefield. Meanwhile, everyone present was stunned by Ikoma's strength, especially Kenji, who had been completely overwhelmed by the red-hatted goblin. In the old man's eyes, Ikoma was no longer just a simple genius. Just who are you, he wondered. Ikoma sheathed his sword like a total badass. Then he rubbed his aching back. Despite the show he put on, he had completely run out of MP. Gravity magic is a skill that consumes a ton of mana, so from now on, he'd have to figure out how to use his MP more efficiently. Seeing Ikoma completely exhausted, old man Kenji walked over, thanked him, and offered to carry him on his back. Ikoma, of course, couldn't refuse. He could barely even walk straight at this point. Deep down, Kenji was truly grateful to Ikoma, even though there were many other adventurers around. Only he had stepped forward to help him. But more than that, Ikoma had also given Kenji strength. He had always been afraid, and only dared to fight low-level monsters. But today, old man Kenji had taken a step forward. Kenji felt truly happy to have witnessed the debut of this future hero. He had to remember the kid's name so he could bask in his glory when he got famous. After recovering, Ikoma started looking for a guild to grind levels with, but things didn't go as he expected. Although the gravity controller was a magic-type class, its stats were so low that it would never survive inside the gates. Ikoma changed his approach and started looking for a guild that was only recruiting temporary members. But it seemed even the receptionist didn't want to recommend a character with stats as pathetic as his to them. Ikoma was at a loss. He knew rare classes were difficult to use and weren't very welcome, but getting shut down this hard was difficult to accept. Ikoma pleaded with the receptionist, "Just give me the guild's name and I'll handle the rest." Oh, how dreadful. "Could you please leave the poor receptionist alone?" A kid with bright blonde hair spoke up. Ikoma bluntly asked who he was. The boy proudly introduced himself, explaining that he was forming a super elite guild to climb to the top. The strongest guild called the Lightning Knights. He was its captain, Usunomiya So. So was currently recruiting members with 2 others. A single glance told Ikoma they all specialized in close-quarters combat. Usunomiya proudly boasted about their strength, not forgetting to mock those who chose magic classes, calling them weaklings who didn't dare get close to monsters. "That's why cowards like you can't be adventurers," Usunomiya said, mocking Ikoma with a smug, punchable look on his face. He bet Ikoma was kicking himself for not researching thoroughly before choosing a class. Even if it was a rare class, its stats were pathetic. Compared to him, Ikoma was a total nobody. Ikoma feigned surprise. "Wow, you have a rare class too." This only encouraged Usunomiya to show off even more. He swung his sword and summoned Lightning Touch. Golden bolts of lightning shot across the ceiling. He confidently declared that his was a class with high combat stats. High level with many powerful skills, you could even call it the strongest among the rare classes. A perfect fit for him. Everyone around was captivated by the fireworks display from Usunomiya. The whispers and chatter only fueled his arrogance. Only the receptionist was worried about the ceiling thanks to all his lightning bolts. Usunomiya cut her off. "I have to explain it for those who don't get it. I mean, who in their right mind enjoys being dead weight on a team?" With that smug look on his face, Usunomiya kept spewing vicious, snide remarks aimed at Ikoma. Meanwhile, Ikoma was just thinking about his own rare class. A class with offensive power, but its movements were mediocre, nothing special. The skills couldn't beat opponents with counter skills. And he really struggled against monsters that couldn't be killed by normal attacks. Usunomiya was the perfect example of an empty can making the most noise. He loved putting others down to make himself look better. That's why everyone was so jealous when Usunomiya showed off his flashy class. Ikoma then remembered. This was not long after the gates first appeared. Until he could rack up some achievements, it was better to fight alone. This world operated by valuing flashy stats and good-looking skills. So Ikoma didn't need to get angry. He simply told the receptionist that from now on he'd be fighting solo. Usunomiya sneered. "I advise you to give up your dream of being an adventurer. If not, at least try to run away and save your own skin." "Ha ha. Thanks for the advice," Ikoma replied calmly and walked away. Who would bother arguing with a kid 10 years younger than him? Ikoma went to the Adventurers Guild's records room. Since temporarily joining a party was impossible, he needed a long-term party, a class that could synergize well with his abilities. Ikoma sighed. For now, he had to level up and get some achievements under his belt to be taken seriously. Starting life over really wasn't easy. He had already dealt with the red-capped goblin and other low-level monsters with simple movements, mastering a few of the gravity user's skills. Now was the time for Ikoma to head to slightly higher-level dungeons to practice. That's why he was here looking for information. Ikoma studied each gate to find one that suited him. A level 25 gate called the Jadeite Temple caught his eye. It was one of those gates for adventurers looking to level up and collect magic crystals. They were so easy to manage that they were often left unconquered. The stone soldiers were so slow and easy to defeat that even a mid-level adventurer could earn money and levels here. It was basically a dungeon for newbies. If Ikoma fought alone, he could earn more experience. Besides, the gate's level wasn't that high. What he needed most right now was to clear a few challenges and level up to build up his resume to find a party. And so Ikoma decided to leave for the Jadeite Temple to grind some levels. Meanwhile, at the Jadeite Temple, a struggling player came running out. He screamed in terror. "I don't know anything. Nobody told me anything." He was desperately trying to escape from something. He ran until he was exhausted and collapsed. A second later, his entire body was crushed by a single slash from a stone soldier. A blood-soaked statue was massacring the adventurers. "What? Level 12? Going to the Jadeite Temple alone? Are you out of your mind?" The receptionist was horrified by Ikoma's request. He calmly held up the rulebook. "I'm not breaking any rules, am I?" the receptionist stammered. It was true he wasn't breaking any rules, but she couldn't just stand by and watch some fool announce his own suicide mission. Besides, the Jadeite Temple gate still had many undiscovered mysteries. What if some super powerful monster suddenly jumped out? He'd just croak. Ikoma ignored the receptionist's warnings. He calmly said he was just going to take a look and then come back, that he wouldn't die. If you want to get stronger, you have to take risks. After all, he was an adventurer. There was no other way to get stronger than by fighting monsters on his level. Stepping through the dimensional gate, Ikoma arrived at the Jadeite Temple. He just needed to kill one monster, and his level would jump significantly. In a stone hallway, 2 rows of stone soldiers stood guard. As Ikoma passed by, one of them drew its sword for a sneak attack. Ikoma easily dodged to the side. It's not much of a sneak attack if you yell while doing it. Ikoma read the stats of this rockhead. It looked a bit dumb, but it was level 20. Perfect for leveling up. The stone statue swung its sword again and again. Ikoma easily dodged, making it grind its teeth in frustration. Now it's my turn. Ikoma used gravity split, reducing his own weight, and then gracefully glided forward, slashing the stone statue. It just stood there, confused, not understanding what was happening. Ikoma landed a few more slashes, just as he thought. Even though it was a higher level, it was no match for him because it was too slow. Ikoma could read its every move. After just a minute, the rockhead's entire body was chipped. Ikoma mocked the monster, a head full of rocks that only knows how to defend. Even with a head full of rocks, it understood human language. The stone soldier charged forward, seeking revenge. Ikoma could have finished it easily, but he wanted to try something new. First, Ikoma used gravity split to quickly dodge the soldier's sword slash. Then he doubled the gravity on the hand holding his sword. One strike pierced straight through its body. The stone soldier split in 2 from Ikoma's finishing blow. It was a new fighting method he had just come up with. First, he'd have his body weight to increase his speed, then increase the weight of his attack to add more power. This combination sounded both logical and easy to apply. After finishing off the level 20 monster, Ikoma leveled up from 12 to 16 and gained an additional 8 skill points. Ikoma decided to distribute the skill points between gravity magic and gravity manipulation, his only 2 skills and the ones he used the most. But it took 10 skill points to upgrade a skill. In total, Ikoma only had 10 points, so he would choose to upgrade gravity manipulation since he used it more often. After gravity manipulation reached level 2, he could control gravity and even direct its flow. Ikoma pondered how to use it effectively. It seemed this trip wasn't a waste. Now with the crystal core from the monster in his hand, he could prove that he had defeated the Jadeite soldier. Today's mission was complete, but Ikoma still had plenty of MP left. He had to take advantage of this rare opportunity. Ikoma decided to walk around and explore some more, and while he was at it, test out his new skill in another area of the Jadeite Golem dungeon. A Jadeite Golem split in 2 after being hit by Usunomiya's golden lightning ray. A young man with him praised him endlessly, amazed that he took down the golem with a single blow. Even though the rock monster had skills that countered the lightning element, it was all useless against his power. Emboldened, Usunomiya started getting arrogant again. Seriously, these gates for newbies are no fun for leveling up. We should go to a higher level area. A girl on the team brings up the conversation. Usunomiya had with Ikoma thinking he was a bit too harsh. Usunomiya just scoffs, claiming he was just saying it for Ikoma's own good. You have to be realistic to survive. The world's population is dropping because weak-minded gamers keep rushing to their deaths. Suddenly footsteps echoed from the staircase. Usunomiya draws his sword annoyed. So annoying. Another one. The girl notices the footsteps are louder than usual, but Usunomiya couldn't care less. It's probably just a heavier version of the last one. Just then, a giant Jadeite golem enters, and the entire group stares in awe at its height. You call this a little heavier. Usunomiya's mouth twitches. This Jadeite golem was level 30 with 3 grotesque heads. Despite this, he confidently declares he can win. They had never fought a level 30 monster before, so the girl looks scared. But not Usunomiya. He realizes the previous ones were just small fry that couldn't even put up a decent fight. Those things are for clueless newbies. The Lightning Knights Guild as rising stars should be facing a terror like this. Now this is more like it. The 3-headed golem slams its weapon down the force, cracking the stone floor. The other guy in the party gets spooked and wants to retreat. Usunomiya is shaken too, but he's more stubborn. Besides, it's a 3-on-1, so what's there to be afraid of? In his eyes, it's just a walking rock, still as weak and slow as the others. Usunomiya takes the lead and attacks, but it easily dodges his slash. Looks like you're a little faster. He tries to play it cool. Can't stop here. Usunomiya accelerates again, rushing in to slash across its abdomen. The Jadeite golem takes the hit and stands still, making Usunomiya think he's won. But the golem is completely unfazed. In fact, it's even more aggressive than before. Usunomiya starts to feel like something's wrong. He needs to coordinate with his 2 teammates, but before he can even think of a plan, the Jadeite golem lands a devastating blow on him. The monstrous strength sends Usunomiya crashing to the ground in pain. He starts to panic. There's only a 4-level difference. How can it be this overwhelming? Karen frantically yells for Usunomiya to snap out of it. Letting your guard down in the middle of a fight is a death sentence. Before they can finish talking, the stone golem attacks again. Karen struggles to block, but is still sent flying. The other guy rushes in only to take a blow to the stomach that sends him flying back, spitting blood. Usunomiya starts to worry. He'd never paid much attention to monsters before. Have they always been this terrifying? Just look at its grotesque, smiling face. But Usunomiya had always believed he was the chosen one. So he musters all his strength and uses lightning slash, bringing his sword down decisively on the monster. Dust flies everywhere. Usunomiya holds his breath waiting. Lightning slash is the strongest skill of the lightning knights. It had to be dead. But it seems Usunomiya forgot one simple fact: rock doesn't conduct electricity. The three-headed jadeite golem is still very much alive, baring its teeth in a mocking grin. Usunomiya remembers Karen's praise, how any monster would fall to his lightning slash. But now Usunomiya's sword is snapped by the golem like a twig. Usunomiya, crying and trembling, doesn't want to die in a place like this. The jadeite golem raises its blade and advances towards him. He collapses before its massive body. Please spare me. Usunomiya bows his head, frantically begging for his life, as the jadeite golem raises its blade to strike. Just when it seemed like Usunomiya's end had come, Ikoma appears. He dashes in and slashes at the jadeite golem's flank in an instant. It happens so fast the golem doesn't even see him, but the attack does no damage. Just as Ikoma predicted. Seeing Ikoma land right in front of him, Usunomiya recognizes him as the guy with the rare class but snail-like stats. He snaps when he sees Ikoma appearing like some kind of hero. That monster isn't something you can just take down. Ikoma admits it's true, since he's only level 16, while the golem is nearly double that. Ikoma had originally planned to level up, by absorbing smaller monsters. But this was a peerless beast much stronger than the rest. He wanted to fight one more since he still had MP left over. But that was before this three-headed boss crawled out of some corner to block his path. Hurry up and run, Usunomiya shouts impatiently, as Ikoma just stands there muttering to himself. My entire party of 3 was just wiped out. What chance do you have? Ikoma pays him no mind. Gravity split. He moves like the wind, darting past the jadeite golem. Despite having 3 heads and 6 eyes, it can't track Ikoma's position. He flips in midair and drives his sword straight down into the top of the jadeite golem's head, making it roar. Usunomiya is stunned, witnessing a magic-class newbie go toe-to-toe with that jadeite golem. This is what you call a skill issue. Ikoma assesses that the jadeite golem still isn't moving too fast, so he can manipulate gravity. However, he can't land a decisive blow. Its defense is much stronger than the others, and with the level gap, his attacks barely do anything. On top of that, using gravity magic consumes a lot of MP, so Ikoma can only keep this up for a few minutes. The jadeite golem starts to counterattack. As Ikoma dodges, he tries to figure out a way to win. There's only one way now. I have to use that. The main character aura special move. Ikoma flies around, trading blows with the jadeite golem. Usunomiya is disappointed to see the jadeite golem isn't even scratched. He thought this was some expert in disguise coming to save them. Ikoma is burning through his MP by using gravity split, but without that skill, he can't win. If this drags on, he'll be the one at a disadvantage, so he had to find a way to finish it as quickly as possible. Ikoma gracefully dodged the stone golem's slashes, which only infuriated it. He leaped effortlessly from the ground onto its head. Usunomiya was astonished by his feather-light body, but that wasn't the extent of Ikoma's skills. Now was the time to test his new skill, Gravity Manipulation Level 2. Ikoma was about to invert gravity, reversing his own gravitational pull. Now the ceiling was like the ground to Ikoma. So this was how to apply this skill. From up high, Ikoma could use the altitude to increase his power. He shot downwards simultaneously, doubling the gravity on his body. Just like that, Ikoma's entire body became as heavy as a block of iron, plummeting at a breakneck speed toward the stone golem. By the time it realized what was happening, it was too late. All it could do was stand still, as Ikoma sliced clean through it from head to toe. Its entire body split in two, and crumbled into large chunks of stone that fell to the ground. Ikoma successfully obtained 14 skill points, and reached level 23. It was a well-deserved reward for defeating a monster with a level nearly double his own. Ikoma sheathed his sword and cancelled the inverted gravity. His whole body felt like it was falling from the sky. But luckily, he had a fall resistance skill, so the damage was reduced. Thanks to that, Ikoma was able to mitigate the effects of his own gravity magic. Meanwhile, Usunomiya was still gaping at the scene that had just unfolded. His own thunder slash couldn't even scratch it. Usunomiya had mocked Ikoma in front of so many people, yet he still saved his life. Suddenly, he imagined Ikoma using this incident to humiliate him, in front of everyone. So when Ikoma called out to him, Usunomiya flinched on guard. But contrary to his expectations, Ikoma just asked with concern if the kid was able to stand. Usunomiya stared blankly, then laughed at himself. Turns out not everyone was as selfish as he was. Usunomiya took Ikoma's hand and stood up, saying, "That was pretty dangerous, huh?" Later, the group returned to the Adventurers Guild, and the receptionist was once again completely floored when Ikoma reported that he had defeated a level 30 stone golem. A fairy tale sounded more believable. Knowing this would happen, Ikoma had brought back the magic crystal as proof. The receptionist examined its size and verified the information. Even though it sounded outrageously impossible, she would still record his achievement. If Ikoma sold the crystal now, he'd get about 24,000 yen, but he didn't need the money at the moment. He just needed the crystal to prove his accomplishment. Just as he was about to leave, Usunomiya came looking for him. This time he spoke to Ikoma with the attitude of a long-lost friend. On top of that, Usunomiya formally invited Ikoma to join his guild, the Lightning Knights. The surrounding adventurers were stunned. The Lightning Knights was a new guild, but a very famous one. Ikoma must be incredibly strong to be invited. Usunomiya smirked. The special privilege of joining the Lightning Knights was getting to work under his personal guidance every day. Ikoma scratched his head awkwardly, which made Usunomiya think he was just being shy. But Ikoma was just awkward because he had to reject the blonde kid's offer. The crowd around them erupted into murmurs when Ikoma refused to join the Lightning Knights. Usunomiya was even more bewildered. He felt more embarrassed than getting rejected after a love confession. He had noticed Ikoma was looking for a guild before, but his plans had changed. So Ikoma coldly walked away, leaving Usunomiya in shock. Ikoma would maintain this pace and seize what he wanted, the unique item that drops from the echoing theater gate. In the past, its appearance threw everything into chaos. This time Ikoma would plan carefully to claim that item for himself. In the following days, Ikoma diligently entered gates to work. Every time he returned, he exchanged a huge pile of crystals for cash, stunning the receptionist and everyone else with his combat prowess, especially since he worked alone. Ikoma paid them no mind. He asked her to prepare the necessary proofs for him to rank up to D rank. Adventurer ranks started at F rank. After choosing a class, one would advance to E rank like Ikoma was now. Only those who were D rank or higher were qualified to enter high-level gates. The receptionist looked troubled. To reach D rank, you had to be level 25 or higher. She still thought Ikoma was only level 23 like the other day. But Ikoma showed her his brand new status window. He had leveled up from 23 to 26. The receptionist was horrified. How could someone level up so casually? She had never seen anyone gain levels as fast as Ikoma. Could the gravity controller class really be that powerful? Ikoma didn't elaborate on his class. All he needed was to reach D rank. In his past life, he had been an S rank adventurer. Not only that, but Ikoma also had the experience and knowledge of the next 10 years into the future. He could easily become the center of attention among adventurers, but Ikoma prioritized leveling up above all else. Only D rank and higher gates would become more common, and with more glorious achievements, Ikoma would soon be recruited instead of having to ask to join a guild. Moreover, the thing he was aiming for was the echoing theater gate, which was about to open and contained a one-of-a-kind item. In the past, the adventurer who obtained this item suddenly became incredibly powerful, but he chose the path of a criminal attacking and murdering other adventurers. It was truly a nightmare for all adventurers, so Ikoma would not let it fall into that man's hands. But to conquer the gate, Ikoma would also need a few teammates. So now Ikoma was considering who to choose. If there were too many people, it would be difficult to act and disagreements would arise. Ikoma wanted to choose carefully and prioritize quality. First, he needed to find a partner, someone who could coordinate well with a gravity controller and was qualified to enter the gate, the echoing theater. And finally, that person had to understand his solo achievements to work with him. Thinking it over and over, Ikoma felt like he might be setting too many conditions. He wondered if he could even find anyone suitable. Ikoma's search would begin with the guilds. He followed a map wandering around a street for half a day, but couldn't find anyone. This was the fourth guild Ikoma had visited. As soon as he opened the door, he witnessed an intense confrontation. A girl named Aoi was angrily yelling at a younger girl named Sasuke. The reason was that she was too useless and weak. Ikoma nodded to himself. Yep, a classic catfight. Aoi angrily pointed right in Sasuke's face and fired her. Sasuke's skills and power were just too weak. Just a bunch of useless stuff like putting a curse on the opponent's stomach. On top of that, Sasuke was incredibly clumsy, so Aoi decided to demand a training fee. Since Sasuke had been following her this whole time, all she could do was cry. The sight of the girl being cast out reminded Ikoma of his own past. Although he was genuinely annoyed, there was nothing he could do to help. He couldn't choose her just out of sympathy. The price for that would be his own life. Aoi continued to mock Sasuke. What kind of girl chooses a trash class like a witch? It's gloomy and has no future. The words witch class caught Ikoma's attention. That was the class that had the best synergy with a gravity controller. Moreover, it was an essential class for fighting the boss of the Theater of Delusion Gate. Ikoma stood there thinking for a moment. Seeing him just standing and watching, Aoi got pissed. What the hell are you looking at? This isn't some palace drama. You know, Ikoma suddenly realized he was being a bit rude, so he quickly apologized and showed her his adventurer certificate. He wanted to go to the member recruitment board. When Aoi saw Ikoma's D-rank certificate, her expression completely changed. If she got recruited by someone that strong, she'd become famous in no time. While Aoi was lost in her own fantasy, Ikoma spoke to Sasuke. Become my teammate. Not only Aoi, but Sasuke herself was stunned. Only Ikoma knew just how badly he needed a witch. This was a rare opportunity right in front of him. How could he let it pass? Aoi started badmouthing her, saying Sasuke's class was nothing but trash and that Ikoma should join her instead. Sasuke also timidly refused. She was only level 17, while Ikoma was already level 26. But Ikoma was determined to get Sasuke right then and there. He needed her help more than anyone else. Sasuke still lacked confidence after Aoi's harsh criticism. She wasn't even sure if she should continue being an adventurer anymore. That's not a problem at all. Just give me a little time and I'll definitely make you stronger, Ikoma said with a sincere and urgent voice that left Sasuke speechless. Sasuke was incredibly moved. She bowed her head, thanked Ikoma, and agreed to join. Aoi stood to the side, seething with jealousy, eyeing Ikoma and Sasuke. Before leaving, Ikoma coldly said, "Thanks for the advice, but I think I know more about the classes than you do." After all, he had returned from the future. With a witch by his side, Ikoma could cover the weaknesses of a gravity controller. Furthermore, the witch class was perfect for conquering the theater of delusion. With Sasuke, he was certain he could obtain that peerless piece of equipment. The two went to a cafe to talk things over. It was only now that Sasuke formally introduced herself. She was still doubtful about why Ikoma chose her as a partner. The reason was simple. Sasuke thought her witch class was completely useless. Ikoma's gravity controller class was looked down upon just as much, but he promised her that in a few years everyone's opinion would change. After that, Ikoma started discussing the gate. Sasuke thought they would start with gates for beginners, but Ikoma told her to dream on. The one he was aiming for was the Theater of Delusion gate. It was for level 30 and above. Sasuke started to worry because the gate's level was too high. What's more, it was a new, unexplored gate filled with mysteries that no one knew about yet. Because of this, Sasuke suddenly felt like she would be a burden. Her level was low and she had a useless class. She would definitely be dead weight for Ikoma. Not at all, Ikoma said. He promised that he would always charge ahead first so that Sasuke wouldn't face any danger. In his years in the past, he had read countless records about gates, and of course, that included the Theater of Delusion. Ikoma was certain that the two of them were enough to clear it. Just trust me. His confident and persuasive words moved Sasuke. No one had ever treated her like this before. Ikoma also mentioned that he was aiming for a secret weapon that drops from that gate. Sasuke noticed Ikoma mentioning the gate would appear soon. Could it be that Ikoma had a way of knowing when gates would appear? Of course, Ikoma couldn't tell her he was from the future. He lied, saying he had an item that let him know. Sasuke was still curious. Even if a new gate appeared, how would they know when it would open? Just then, everyone's phones simultaneously received an emergency notification. A gate had appeared in Tokyo's Murakyu district. Murakyu was right near them. Wasn't this fate Ikoma decided they would set out tomorrow? The gate couldn't be conquered in a week, but the boss needed to be taken down as soon as possible. The next day, the two partners traveled to Murakyu. The anti-monster combat forces had been working tirelessly here all day. A nurse ran out and asked if they were adventurers, then asked them to report back on the appearance and skills of the monsters after they came out. Finally, she reminded them not to push their luck and end up dead. This is a new gate, so the casualty rate is always high. We know, Ikoma replied, and the two of them entered the gate. Sasuke was curious. Are you really going to conquer this gate? Of course I am, but Ikoma couldn't let them know that. If he had, they wouldn't have been allowed to enter like this. Sasuke was still worried. Ikoma apologized for forcing her to come with him, all for his own personal goals. Therefore, if the situation took a turn for the worse, they would retreat immediately. Hearing this, Sasuke affirmed that she would do her absolute best. Ikoma could even use her as bait if he wanted. He was speechless at Sasuke's line of thinking. All he needed were her witch skills, especially the mana drain skill. It was a technique that stole the opponent's MP, one of the most useful skills when facing a powerful enemy in a prolonged battle. Moreover, it could transfer the stolen MP to an ally. That's why the witch was the most suitable class to team up with a gravity controller. He wouldn't have to worry about MP during fights anymore. He could just stay in here and grind levels until the gate was completely cleared, but Sasuke wasn't very confident. Her mana drain skill could only steal a tiny bit of the opponent's mana. That's what people with no combat experience usually think. That's why Ikoma would hold back the monsters for as long as possible and create an opening for Sasuke to attack with her witch class skills. Roar. Just then, a level 26 grizzly bear jumped out to welcome them. As planned, Ikoma reduced its gravity and drew the bear's attention at the perfect moment. He signaled to Sasuke. She drew a magic circle, a classic move for a witch, and then fired off an orb of darkness. The bear, shrouded in darkness, was blinded. This was Ikoma's chance to finish it. He leaped up, doubled the gravity, and sliced its head clean off with his hands. The monsters at this level were a piece of cake. He just wanted to demonstrate to Sasuke how they could coordinate, that's all. Meanwhile, Sasuke was thrilled. It was the first time she had gained 3 levels at once. But despite her happiness, she still felt like she was a burden. After all, she had only used a single spell. Ikoma encouraged her, saying that witches would definitely become more useful later on, and besides, they were teammates. so helping her level up was only natural. Teammate Sasuke was touched. Back when she was in Aoi's party, they had never once treated her like a teammate. Plus, her level was rising even faster with Ikoma. So in the next battle, Sasuke resolved to try even harder. Seeing her newfound enthusiasm, Ikoma felt relieved. It seemed his intuition wasn't wrong. He was sure he could defeat the boss and claim that peerless item. In the past, the infamous criminal Rabe Karu had become a threat to all adventurers after obtaining it. This time they would change history and stop that psychopath. The day Karu was supposed to conquer this gate was still a long way off. Today was only the second day, and they were doing great, or so Ikoma thought. Meanwhile, that guy Karu was already inside the gate, toying with another adventurer. When he got bored, he used a shield bash like an assassin, and finished the person off with a dagger. He leveled up again after killing an adventurer. Karu sneered that even someone as weak as a snail could give so much experience. Karu's mindset was twisted. He was truly born to be a criminal. Instead of hunting monsters, he found it much easier to hunt people. He even leveled up faster by stealing points from others. Now he was already at level 37. On the other side, Ikoma was still continuously farming monsters. Sasuke, just by providing support from the back, had reached level 22. Even so, she still felt frustrated, like she was just a rock holding him back. Ikoma could have easily taken them all down by himself. He didn't feel the need to say much. These monsters were just weak, so he was simply setting an example for her to watch, just so she could learn how to fight. He couldn't understand how she'd even survived this long. Sasuke noticed that both of their MP was starting to run low. So why were they still wandering around in here? Ikoma noticed it too. He only had 16 out of 45 MP left. He'd been using gravity manipulation way too much. Sasuke felt they should have retreated when they were down to half their MP. "It's time to do it," Ikoma said with a sly grin. A goblin jester jumped out right when Ikoma needed one. He grabbed it tightly and told Sasuke to use mana drain. She froze. If you use mana drain on a completely subdued monster, you essentially have an infinite source of mana. You can even transfer the drained mana to someone else. At least that was the theory. But Sasuke couldn't help but feel sorry for the monster. Ikoma urged her to hurry up. The goblin jester will just take a little nap, that's all. So, Sasuke was forced to cast it. Looking at the goblin jester passed out on the ground, she still felt guilty. She didn't want to do this ever again. "Alright, I'm starting the MP transfer now." Since it was her first time doing that, Sasuke's face turned bright red. Ikoma got annoyed. Seeing her embarrassed expression was making him feel awkward too. So Sasuke had to silently transfer the MP over to Ikoma. The atmosphere grew even more tense. After it was done, Ikoma received 9 MP. Sasuke felt that her skill wasn't very effective even with the goblin jester subdued. Then Ikoma had a great idea. "We just need to catch 6 more goblins and we'll be all set. What we have to do, that." 6 more times. Sasuke was horrified. Ikoma, on the other hand, was much calmer. "It's the fastest way to recover MP, you old lady." And so, after draining their MP, Ikoma sent the goblin jesters to meet their maker for good measure. Basically, they had restored all their initial MP and even gained a few more levels. Just a moment ago, she felt sorry for the goblins, but now Sasuke realized this method was absolutely incredible. Just by draining MP, they could clear this entire gate without any worries. He thought he'd run into Rabe Karu, but instead, Ikoma had found the boss, the Wrathful Jester. It looked just like a giant walking roly-poly toy. As planned, Ikoma would charge in and attack first, while Sasuke maintained her distance from behind. This boss had very high HP and a rapid recovery rate. It regenerated 12 HP every minute. Even at the same level, it would be difficult to defeat. That's why playing dirty is better than playing fair. Ikoma was going to use a few tricks to take it down. The Wrathful Jester formed a fireball, took a perfect stance and hurled it straight toward Ikoma. Ikoma manipulated gravity, effortlessly dodging its high-speed projectile. At this distance, Ikoma could still manage to dodge the boss's chain of attacks. At the same time, Sasuke used mana drain from behind, stealing a bit of MP from the Wrathful Jester. It glared angrily at Sasuke with its beady eyes. It seemed she was now its target for stealing its MP. "Run," Sasuke Ikoma quickly signaled. The boss was bound to throw a few fireballs at her. Ikoma yelled for Sasuke to run towards the middle so she wouldn't get cornered. Just as he predicted, the Wrathful Jester fired several fireballs aimed at Sasuke. She ran, trembling with fear. "Did you forget about me?" Ikoma rushed in, blocking the attack just in time before the flames could reach Sasuke. Having its attack blocked, the Wrathful Jester let out an enraged roar. Sasuke watched from the sidelines as the fireballs, which were both fast and dangerous, flew by. To win, the two of them would have to work together. Ikoma reduced his gravity, leaping from left to right so fast the Jester couldn't track him. It furiously charged at Ikoma with its fireballs. Seeing the dangerous situation, Sasuke could only cry out Ikoma's name. A huge explosion erupted, radiating intense heat. The boss laughed excitedly, thinking it had finished him off. But Ikoma was suddenly on the ceiling, leaving it stunned. It then grew even more enraged. Luckily, Ikoma had managed to invert gravity just in time. Otherwise, he would have been toast. Before the fight, they had discussed their strategy. Sasuke didn't need to attack. The boss's magic attacks were extremely fast and powerful. If Sasuke couldn't react in time, she'd definitely be turned into roasted meat. But if she just stayed far away, by chipping away at it, the boss was bound to reveal a fatal weakness. Sasuke used mana drain on it again. The boss not only missed its attack but also got its MP stolen. This enraged it, causing it to charge at Sasuke. Terrified, she stood rooted to the spot, closing her eyes and waiting for the pain. But a few seconds passed, and still no flames came from the boss's hand. It had no idea what was happening either. Ikoma smirked. The thing had simply run out of MP. After spitting out all those mana-consuming fireballs and constantly teleporting on top of having some MP siphoned by Sasuke, how could it possibly have enough left? Besides this, Raging Clown relied solely on its skills to attack. So, once its MP was depleted, all it could do was turn tail and run. But where do you think you're going, little guy? Ikoma dove down from above using Meteor Slash right on its head. Without teleportation, the boss was no different from a snail. So now there was no escape. Sasuke coordinated by firing a shadow orb, preventing the Raging Clown from recovering its HP. Finally, the finishing blow came from Ikoma. Just like before, he doubled the gravity on his hand and sliced its head clean off. And just like that, the boss of the Theater of Delusion was defeated. Ikoma successfully reached level 30. Sasuke was overjoyed. It was the first time she had ever defeated a real boss with a teammate. The feeling was incredible. But what now? Ikoma told her they needed to leave soon, because the gate was about to close. Sasuke panicked when she heard the gate was closing, but it would take at least half a day for it to shut completely, and the monsters would stop spawning too. Sasuke scratched her head awkwardly. It was her first time doing this, so she had no experience. Did she really think it'd be fun to be trapped in here with Ikoma forever? If she was wrong, she'd be dead meat. The Raging Clown's corpse was slowly melting away, but a shimmering light emanated from it, making Sasuke nervous. Ikoma, on the other hand, was full of anticipation. Finally, the item he had been waiting for appeared. The king's sword dropped from the boss, the most compatible weapon for a gravity wielder. With it, Ikoma would surely become unbeatable soon. The king's sword was a C-rank weapon that allowed for faster skill deployment and reduced MP consumption. Sasuke felt this sword wasn't as strong as Ikoma was hyping it up to be. He quickly explained that the king's sword buffs the power of all the user's skills, making it a peerless weapon that could break the game's balance. It was especially suitable for classes that always leave openings when switching skills rapidly in battle, like a gravity wielder. Furthermore, it helped cover up the weakness of rapid MP depletion. As long as he had it in his hands, Ikoma could cover up his own weaknesses. Oh, Sasuke said finally, understanding. Moreover, in the past, the person who wielded this sword reached the level of an A-rank adventurer. However, he was a cold-blooded murderer, so Ikoma had already prevented that future from happening, killing two birds with one stone. Sasuke looked at the sword pondering. If it could cover all the weaknesses of a gravity wielder, wouldn't that make her useless? Sasuke stammered, asking Ikoma so. You don't need me anymore. Ikoma hadn't thought about that, but even with the king's sword in hand, his MP would still drain very quickly. Sasuke let out a sigh of relief. She shot daggers at the sword. Who would have thought the thing that could take away her livelihood would be a sword? Now it was time to spend some skill points. To become a top-tier adventurer, he couldn't just invest in any old skill. He needed to focus on developing a few special gravity skills. So Ikoma decided to level up his gravity magic and gravity manipulation. In addition, Ikoma unlocked a new skill, Super Gravity Orb. Before he had overused gravity manipulation, so he was always running on fumes. Now with this sword in hand, he could easily use fire magic. Having a new toy got Ikoma all excited. Testing out new skills is the most fun. Looks like I'm a little late. A voice rang out, causing the two to turn their heads. Karu entered, pretending to applaud them for taking down that foolish clown. Not bad. Ikoma wondered who the hell this guy was and where he'd popped out from. He hadn't sensed his presence at all. Could it be a stealth skill? Of course. This guy must have thought they would lose, so he hid and gathered all the information on the boss. That scenario was highly likely. It was cowardly, but despicable tricks like that weren't rare in the past. But the more he looked at the red hair and the junkie-like build, the more familiar he seemed. He'd seen him somewhere before. Suddenly, Ikoma's face darkened. Wasn't that Rabe Karu? The one who possessed the king's sword in the past. But why was he here now? In the past, it took him a long time to defeat this boss, and then it hit Ikoma. Rabe Karu must have always been here in the past, waiting until the boss was defeated. Then, he would attack the exhausted adventurers, after they had killed the boss. That fit perfectly with his nature of preferring to hunt people over monsters. Karu started to sidle up, asking about the king's sword, that strange weapon that dropped from the boss, and asked Ikoma if he could borrow it for a look. Ikoma pretended to agree. Karu smirked, thinking what an idiot he was. He'd let his guard down so easily. He would deal with Ikoma first, then have some fun with Sasuke later. You should watch where you're going. As soon as Karu finished his sentence, he lunged forward to attack. Although Ikoma was a bit startled by his disgusting face, he still managed to dodge in time. Not only that, he immediately counterattacked, but Rabe Karu dodged it. Ikoma gritted his teeth as his plan failed. He had intended to feign being attacked and then strike back at Rabe Karu instantly, but the guy was too fast. His level was on a completely different plane from him and Sasuke. Strange. How did you know? Rabe Karu laughed with excitement. The people he'd killed before were just small fry, but Ikoma seemed to be someone special. Seeing them start to fight, Sasuke asked what was happening. Ikoma quickly explained that Rabe Karu was a player killer, a violent murderer. He had a class that specialized in speed and surprise attacks. Karu was surprised that Ikoma knew so much about him, but since his cover was blown, he didn't need to waste time acting anymore. Karu demanded that Ikoma hand over the king's sword, and then both of them would be allowed to live. But criminals who operate inside gates are very difficult to capture because there are no surveillance functions inside to record their crimes. And Ikoma wasn't an idiot. From the very beginning, Karu had no intention of letting them leave. Here, alive. Being exposed so completely made Karu's face freeze, but he immediately burst out laughing. You're pretty good. Someone as brave as you just makes me want to see you die, coughing up blood and regret Ikoma. Regret for not being prepared for Karu's appearance. During their earlier exchange, he already knew the level gap between them was huge. Sasuke watched worriedly from behind. Ikoma irritably told her to stay put because that guy Karu would inflict fatal wounds on backline classes like witches the moment Sasuke took a single step forward. If she did, she'd be wiped out instantly. In short, Ikoma would protect Sasuke at all costs. Rabe Karu was a tough opponent, but he couldn't let Sasuke fight him. Their classes were polar opposites, and besides, he had far more combat experience. If he let Rabe Karu attack, Sasuke would definitely be psychologically scarred for life. Ikoma rushed in to attack, but with just a single dagger, Rabe Karu blocked his slash. He smirked. At first glance, Ikoma's attack seemed to have high damage, but he'd bet Ikoma had never killed anyone before. He, on the other hand, already had hands stained with blood, so Ikoma was still wet behind the ears. Karu took the chance to increase the pressure, creating an opening, but Ikoma's speed was faster than he'd imagined. Even after being pinned by his dagger, his sword didn't break. There was only one possibility Ikoma could read his movements. But Karu couldn't accept such a humiliating fact. Watching from the sidelines, Sasuke felt a sense of admiration for Ikoma. Not only was he strong, but he was also very smart. Who would have known Ikoma was actually struggling to fight? Luckily, he had obtained the king's sword beforehand, which allowed him to be so agile, switching between splitting gravity and doubling it. However, Ikoma's MP was still dropping like a rock. If he didn't use it wisely, he would surely lose. Annoyed, Karu puffed his cheeks and spat a poison needle at Ikoma. Though slightly surprised, Ikoma managed to knock it away in time. Karu's jaw dropped in astonishment. Ikoma had blocked his poison needle on the very first try. Not only that, he even launched a swift counterattack, scratching the side of his cheek. If you keep running around like that, you won't make it out alive, Karu furiously retaliated. Just then, Ikoma revealed an opening just as he'd hoped. Karu immediately used Shield Bash, aiming for Ikoma's neck. Ikoma doubled the gravity in his hand and knocked his dagger away. Karu sped up his arm and unleashed a flurry of blows, trying to find his opponent's weakness. But that very skill made Karu's movements easy to predict. Karu gritted his teeth. Who the hell was Ikoma talking as if he owned the place? Just as the situation grew incredibly tense, Sasuke launched an orb of darkness. It blinded Karu. Seizing the opportunity, Ikoma leaped forward and slashed across his face, but he still couldn't finish Karu off. Ugh, damn it, that hurts. You dare mess up my eye, Karu shrieked while clutching his bleeding eye. Ikoma had figured out his skills, but he hesitated, having never killed anyone before. On top of that, most of his MP was already consumed in the fight with the boss. How was he supposed to recover his MP? Now Karu gritted his teeth. Why was he faltering against a mere kid? The longer the fight dragged on, the more of his movements Ikoma could read. But how was Ikoma so strong? Karu's vision was blurry. He couldn't see Ikoma's attacks. He could only use Shadow Glide and rely on his instincts. It was frustrating that Ikoma wasn't landing any hits. Karu wondered why Ikoma was in such a hurry, even though he had the advantage. Suddenly, he understood something. Karu smiled smugly. He had realized that Ikoma was running out of stamina after fighting the boss. That's why he was in such a rush to finish him off now. You're actually pretty damn good, Karu laughed. If you make it out of here alive, you'll surely be hailed as a hero one day. But that day will never come. Because right now, Ikoma had met him Karu. He would make him regret ever stepping into this gate today. Karu attacked wildly, full of confidence now that he knew Ikoma was low on MP. Sasuke tried to help with another orb of darkness, but Karu wouldn't let himself get hit again. He easily dodged the orb, ignoring Sasuke. Right now, Karu only wanted to kill Ikoma. Just a moment ago, he had the upper hand, but somehow the tables had turned. Excellent. Kill or be killed. This is the perfect picture of a battle, Karu thought manically. Ikoma didn't bother to reply. He continuously slashed at Karu, but he dodged them all. Haha, missed me, Rabe, Karu mocked him, but then received a kick to the chin. That's what you get for running your mouth during a fight. Rabe Karu jumped back. Is that all you've got? Ikoma thought as he fought. If he reduced gravity, he could easily flip and move around, while Rabe Karu only used powerful but easily avoidable attacks. But the problem was he knew Ikoma was running out of MP, which made him even more arrogant. He had already unleashed his most dangerous ultimate skill. It was almost like a body transformation skill, but when it wore off, he'd pass out. You've reached your limit, haven't you? Rabe Karu taunted, while relentlessly attacking Ikoma. He was exactly right. That meant Ikoma had to land a decisive blow on his next attack. Ikoma reversed gravity and jumped to the ceiling. Rabe Karu was bewildered by Ikoma's jumps. He didn't know what he was doing up there, but he couldn't reach him. Up above, Ikoma took a deep breath. This next slash would be the final blow. He would pour all his remaining MP into it. Ikoma dove down with meteorite strike. Karu tried his best to defend, but the incredible weight made it impossible for him to hold on, and so Karu was struck by a slash that went straight through his body. Ikoma's MP also hit 0. Sasuke happily congratulated Ikoma on his victory, but Ikoma didn't think so. He apologized to Sasuke and then collapsed. From behind, Karu slowly got back up, a triumphant smirk on his face. So, you've finally run out of steam, have you? With difficulty, Ikoma told Sasuke to run. Rabe Karu no longer had the strength to chase her. Rabe Karu had to admire his gallantry, exhausted from fighting a boss, and he still had to deal with him while looking out for Sasuke. Sasuke froze, her hands clutching her staff trembling. Ikoma gritted his teeth. In the end, things still didn't go as he'd hoped. That psycho, Rabe Karu, was still blabbering, asking for his name. Meanwhile, Sasuke was drowning in negative thoughts. It turned out that in the end, she was still just a dead weight. If only she had listened to Aoi and given up on being an adventurer, things would have been better. But remembering Ikoma's words, Sasuke stopped her tears. What good would being weak do now? I will never give my name to a scumbag like you, Ikoma said angrily. It was the first time Rabe Karu had met someone ruder than himself. He was the first person he felt he should respect. Therefore, he would grant him a favor. He would never forget this. Just as Karu was about to deliver the finishing blow, a sphere of darkness shot toward him. Karu backed away, annoyed. How dare some useless thing get in his way while he was busy? But then the scepter slammed into Rabe Karu's wound, sending a jolt of pain through him. He glanced at Sasuke and cursed. Who would have thought she'd aim for his blind spot? Sasuke ran over to Ikoma, who had no idea what she was planning to do, instead of running away. Did she want to get them both killed? I'm not running, Sasuke declared. How could she turn her back on the person who saved her? It was only then that Sasuke started transferring her MP to Ikoma. Why hadn't she thought of doing it sooner? Rabe Karu gritted his teeth and got to his feet. He was done playing around. This time he would deal with Sasuke first. Rabe Karu flew at her with his shield bash, but Ikoma was back on his feet and managed to block the attack. Karu gritted his teeth. The light emanating from Ikoma's body proved his MP had been restored. Damn it, you filthy cheater, he cursed. Ikoma glared at Karu. One who just recovered his MP and one who just returned from the brink of death. Let's see which one of them would come out on top. Ikoma charged in first. Karu struggled to defend himself, summoning a storm of daggers from his magic portal. Sasuke watched Ikoma with worry, but there was no need to panic because he had plot armor. Gravity magic bind Ikoma raised the king's sword, concentrating a massive amount of MP. This would be the finishing blow he had saved for Karu. His eyes went wide as he cursed. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to dodge. A sphere of darkness pressed down on Karu. He had been utterly defeated by someone with a lower level than him. Inside the gates, there are no rules. Even the anti-monster task force implicitly agrees with this. As a result, reports on deaths inside gates are filed very slowly and are often scant on details. Ikoma could have finished Karu right then and there, but with Sasuke present, he wouldn't. Ikoma told her to run outside and report to the anti-monster task force. He would keep an eye on Karu. The monsters had already vanished after the boss was defeated, so Sasuke wouldn't have any trouble on her way out. Watching Ikoma's professional conduct, Rabe Karu finally realized there was a huge gap between them. It felt as if the man standing before him had been through countless brutal battles. After leaving the gate, Ikoma and Sasuke went to a cafe. News that Karu had been captured quickly, shot to the top of the day's trending list. Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief when they were both released. She thought they'd be held for questioning. Ikoma put his phone away and explained to her. It's very difficult for gate criminals to be released back into society. If Karu hadn't been so obvious with his actions, the anti-monster task force wouldn't have gotten involved. Ever since the gates appeared, the world has changed drastically. The number of criminals outside the gates has skyrocketed. Due to the extreme circumstances, the government has also moved toward a more authoritarian regime. Society has changed significantly, and many people have fallen into poverty. As a result, their own lives are only their second priority. Sasuke didn't want to run into another serial killer in a gate ever again. One was more than enough. Are you scared? Ikoma asked. If you want to be an adventurer, you have to get used to things like this. In other words, this was the reality they lived in. Becoming an adventurer wasn't the only way to make a living, but of course Ikoma wasn't in that situation. Sasuke nervously fiddled with her glass. It wouldn't be right to say she wasn't scared, but the moment Sasuke saved Ikoma, she felt like they were truly comrades. After being betrayed for so long, this feeling was pure happiness. She knew there would be more scary things and difficult situations in the future, but Sasuke promised that, as long as she was by Ikoma's side, she would always try her best. Ikoma was taken aback by Sasuke's sappy words. Well, he supposed he should respond in kind. "Let's always have each other's backs," Ikoma said, holding out his hand to Sasuke. The handshake marked the true beginning of their partnership. Listening to Sasuke talk, Ikoma realized she was a genuinely kind girl. Sasuke opened up to him. She said she rarely had the chance to fight for others. You could count the times on one hand. That was an aspect of her that Aoi hated. In fact, Sasuke had even practiced more difficult techniques, but being with Ikoma, she thought she could definitely mature a little. Listening to her ramble on, painting all these scenarios about their future together, made Ikoma's brain short-circuit. Sasuke was a good girl, just a bit of a motor mouth. But anyway, her good mood made her seem less gloomy. Suddenly, the people in the cafe started looking at them. Then they looked back at their phones, comparing. The crowd was certain that Ikoma and Sasuke were the ones who conquered the gate in a single day and captured that serial killer. Ikoma wondered what was going on to make everyone gather here like this. "You two are the hot topic in all the guilds right now." Usunomiya popped up out of nowhere to start a conversation. "The article didn't reveal your names, but they didn't even bother to blur your faces. Now their faces were all over everyone's online feeds. Everyone is gathering information to track you two down." Usunomiya pointed excitedly at Ikoma. "I knew you had what it takes to be a star, so you should join the Thunder Knights Guild." Before he could finish, he was shoved aside by Aoi. She approached Sasuke with an incredibly innocent look on her face. Aoi took Sasuke's hands, feigning remorse and apologizing to her. She even said that since they were friends, they couldn't be separated. Sasuke blushed a little, touched by the apology. But it turned out what Aoi was really after was Sasuke's power. She saw Sasuke in the news and came to see if her level had gone up. Sasuke ignored everything she was saying, stood up and pulled Ikoma away. As the two coldly walked off, Usunomiya and Aoi couldn't stop them. Ikoma was curious. "Isn't Aoi your friend? Is it okay to just leave like that?" Sasuke's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. "Friend my ass. She's just a stranger." Besides, Sasuke was worried about the clip of them being spread all over the internet. Ikoma, on the other hand, saw it as just another way to make a living from gates. I mean, there are even gate streamers now. For example, doing ASMR inside a gate, or conquering a dungeon while live streaming. Ikoma wasn't a fan of crazy content like that, but the truth is, they make a lot of money. Sasuke flinched. She was subscribed to several channels like that, but now she and Ikoma were the ones being hunted. Should she unsubscribe right away, Ikoma was speechless. Who would have thought she'd be so obsessed with watching those kinds of channels? At another gate, the streamer Fujiwara Hoshinan was celebrating after her video hit 1 million views again. However, the top trending topic was the mysterious new adventurer who had captured the serial killer. A short video clip that had more views than her latest one. A guard standing behind her said that trending topics attract more viewers, so Fujiwara Hoshinan had to come up with something more interesting. Conquering a new gate in just one day. Fujiwara Hoshinan was getting annoyed now. This was a roadblock on her path to becoming the world's top streamer. The next day, the two met up again at the cafe. This time, they were discussing Sasuke's weapon. As they progressed, the monsters were getting stronger in quality, not quantity. So they needed a weapon powerful enough to cover the offensive weakness of the mage class. Sasuke needed a better piece of gear. Ikoma planned to earn money on their next raid to buy a weapon. Sasuke felt guilty that the party had to risk their lives just to buy a weapon for her. Ikoma sighed at her overthinking. "If my teammate has a strong weapon, I benefit too." The word teammate sounded so good to her, it made Sasuke ecstatic. "That's right, we're teammates." Ikoma just gave a speechless nod, wondering if Sasuke would ever run into any playboys in the future. After some research, Ikoma found a gate where they could make a lot of money. It was the Tomb of the Ancient King, a new gate discovered just a few days ago. The drop rate inside was also abnormally high. Moreover, it was a special type of gate. It was called a rare gate. Of course, at this point, no one knew it was a rare gate. Only Ikoma, who had studied records of gates in the past, knew. The money earned from selling the dropped items would be extremely high, but they could also find rare weapons in that gate. Ikoma would take advantage of the fact that no one knew it was a rare gate yet, and loot all the good stuff. Just thinking about it made him giddy, his smile slowly turning sinister. It even spooked Sasuke a bit. That night, the two began their operation. As soon as they entered the gate, their path was blocked by a gold-loving skeleton. Level 29. Ikoma immediately used gravity separation, leaping up to clash with it, while Sasuke stood on the sidelines, mesmerized by the sight of Ikoma fighting so seriously that she forgot to provide support. Ikoma's slashes weren't doing a thing to the skeleton. He urged Sasuke to hurry up and cast an attack spell instead of just standing there like a statue, or they'd both end up dead. Sasuke snapped out of it. She immediately summoned an attack spell while Ikoma held the skeleton in place. With just one orb of darkness, Sasuke successfully defeated the white skeleton. After its body disappeared, a D-rank sword appeared, emitting a legendary blue flame. Ikoma felt like it was his lucky day. This sword had to be worth at least 400,000 yen. Hearing the price, Sasuke was shocked. A tiny little dagger like that was worth 400,000 yen. Really, Ikoma wasn't sure. Each weapon has different strengths, so it's hard to say. Many adventurers would want a weapon like this, even if it had no special effects. Sasuke froze. Just how much money did they need to make for Ikoma to not even bat an eye at a 400,000 yen sword? 3 million yen. Ikoma answered casually, but Sasuke was hit with another shock. She had never even dreamed of making 3 million yen in her entire life. Ikoma was used to it, since he used to be a looter who specialized in raiding tombs. It was rare to find a rare gate, so they had to make the most of it. Besides, gathering all the items would take a while. Ikoma planned to gather everything within 3 days, and then sell it all for scrap. Sasuke held up her fingers, calculating in her head. 3 million yen in 3 days. That meant earning 1 million yen a day. She felt more like a tomb raider than an adventurer. Suddenly, Ikoma heard the sounds of a fight coming from another room and went to check it out. A strange mummy monster was facing off against Fujiwara Hoshinan and her bodyguards. The bodyguard rushed forward, slashed the mummy monster twice, and then returned to Fujiwara Hoshinan's side. The heavier bodyguard readied the camera for her to act out her little skit. The tall bodyguard imbued a sword with fire magic and handed it to Fujiwara Hoshinan. She took the sword and threw it at the mummy monster, effortlessly incinerating its entire body with a single slash. After landing, she put on a cute face and spoke to the camera. "Hey everyone, it's your girl Fujiwara Hoshinan. Today, I'm raiding an unexplored gate with you." She boasted about the monsters she had just fought. "Look you guys, the monster went down in just one hit. It was way easier than I thought." Ikoma and Sasuke watched her performance from above. Sasuke recognized her. "I've seen her on TikTok. Wow, she's so cool." Sasuke was thrilled to meet her idol, but suddenly she felt the atmosphere grow heavy. It turned out Ikoma was scowling at Fujiwara Hoshinan. Sasuke panicked, remembering that Ikoma absolutely despised streamers who staged their fights in gates. And yet here she was, praising Fujiwara Hoshinan right in front of him. Fujiwara Hoshinan reviewed the video she just shot and seeing 2 pairs of legs above her head immediately screamed, "Hey you two up there, your legs are in my shot, get out of the way will you? It took me forever." To find a suitable place to film this video, Ikoma slowly descended while exposing her. That monster was already beaten to a pulp, before Fujiwara Hoshinan jumped in to finish it off. Fujiwara Hoshinan sighed. "It's called staging. Look old man, if you want to be famous you have to make videos that grab people's attention. That's why I have to do this." Speaking of videos, Fujiwara Hoshinan asked her manager if he had finished editing. Even though he tried his best to make Fujiwara Hoshinan look super cool, he still couldn't edit out Ikoma's and Sasuke's legs. Fujiwara Hoshinan sighed. "Guess I have to shoot another video." "Hey you," Ikoma spoke up. Fujiwara Hoshinan glared daggers at him. She forbade Ikoma from calling her that. "I have a full name you know. You should at least address me as the beautiful and talented streamer." Ikoma apologized and introduced himself, and Sasuke also apologizing for ruining her footage. Fujiwara Hoshinan shrugged. In any case, she didn't have much time to argue, so she decided to let it slide. Ikoma was still wondering why she would choose a place like this to film a video. Fujiwara Hoshinan snapped in annoyance. "Obviously it's for the money. Gates always attract millions of views because of how ridiculously popular they are. Besides, it's a great place to generate content ideas. The ad revenue alone would be a 7-figure number. This is one of the ways for an adventurer to suddenly become famous." Fujiwara Hoshinan felt like a K-pop idol. Ikoma looked at her with a judgmental stare. Being an adventurer is a complex and challenging job. It would be best if she just dropped this whole act of filming skits. What the hell? Fujiwara Hoshinan was startled by Ikoma's words. He continued to lecture her, saying that a high-level gate is not suitable for a wannabe TikTok star like her. "If you come here with no knowledge of the gate, it'll only end in tears." Hoshinan gritted her teeth. Not only did he stop her from filming, but he was also lecturing her as if he were her father. Sasuke also felt that he had been a bit harsh, but Ikoma said he only wanted what was best for her. The tall bodyguard tried to calm Hoshinan down, but she was getting a headache. Let the dogs bark, she thought. Suddenly, Hoshinan had an idea. She called her manager and asked for the camera. She couldn't let Ikoma lecture her without fighting back. Fujiwara Hoshinan proposed a challenge to see who could gather the most magic crystals. If she won, Ikoma would have to apologize and take back his insulting words. And she would post the video online. Of course, she would blur Ikoma's eyes so he wouldn't get doxxed by netizens. But if Ikoma won, she would do anything he asked. Fine, Ikoma agreed nonchalantly to Sasuke's surprise. Fujiwara Hoshinan set the meetup time for 3 hours later, not forgetting to tell Ikoma not to get scared and run away with his tail between his legs. On the way, the bodyguard asked why Fujiwara Hoshinan had to make that bet. It was all for the content, of course. A video titled "Defeating a Combative Adventurer" would definitely attract a lot of viewers. The income would surely be through the roof. Plus, she was annoyed at being lectured by Ikoma. She would definitely make him apologize for daring to say she had no knowledge. Meanwhile, Ikoma had already started hunting. Against these mummy-type monsters, he just had to reverse gravity and then cleanly slice them in half as they fell. An item drop put Ikoma in a good mood. It was a D-rank ancient gauntlet. Even though he had returned to the past, his thieving habits were still deeply ingrained in him. Sasuke was curious why Ikoma accepted Fujiwara Hoshinan's challenge. If he lost and the video was posted online, it would be a total disgrace. Winners win. How the hell could I lose? He was determined to win and make her rethink her ways. But there was one problem. He had too many items now and his bag was almost full. Sasuke took out his own high-quality bag to help carry the load, and the two continued on their way. After walking down a corridor for a while, they arrived in front of a giant Sphinx statue. It seemed to be a dead end. Suddenly, the Sphinx's eyes lit up. A violent tremor shook the area. Behind them, the exit was blocked by an iron gate. Ikoma realized this was one of the gimmicks inside the gate, a special event found in certain dungeons. Most of them were traps, but some offered great benefits to adventurers. Luckily, they were in a rare gate. This could be a life-changing opportunity, or it could be their grave. Use your intelligence and answer my questions, the stone statue spoke. It would ask questions one by one until they got one wrong. If they couldn't answer more than 3 questions correctly, they'd be sleeping here with it from now on. Sasuke was terrified seeing a talking statue for the first time. Ikoma, on the other hand, had prior knowledge, so he wasn't surprised. In these gimmick gates, you had to fight in different ways. If you failed to meet even one condition, you were a goner. Sasuke was stunned. When it came to knowledge, she was completely useless. But Ikoma reassured her. With his genius brain here, there was nothing to worry about. The stone statue asked the first question. What is the total amount of experience points needed to level up from level? 1 to 10, Sasuke mumbled, unable to calculate it. Meanwhile, Ikoma calmly gave the answer, 45. Damn, not bad, the stone statue nodded. Ikoma had thoroughly researched these questions in his past life, so he had nothing to worry about. Next question. What is the monster with 3 faces and 4 names called a haunted doll? Ikoma answered instantly, making the statue break a sweat. It had said the quiz would end when they got an answer wrong, but at this rate, was it going to go on forever? The statue felt sorry for itself. Why did it have to get stuck with these 2? All it needed was one wrong answer. Question number 20. The stone statue tried to ask its most difficult question. Which monster secretes the most green slime? Ikoma had researched this question too. There was no such monster. It only exists in gates created through alchemy. It was a trick question, but he was still sharp as a tack. You've answered all 20 questions. Unbelievable. A genius. A genius. The stone statue trembled and then shattered into pieces before their eyes. At the same time, the entrance opened. Looking back, he had answered every single question, even the trick ones, all thanks to returning from the future. Ikoma silently apologized to the statue. Suddenly, Sasuke saw something shining among the rubble. Ikoma was startled and turned back. It was a B-rank item called a storage ring. In short, it helped store items in a pocket dimension. Its capacity depended on the user's magic. Ikoma was thrilled to get it. It was both rare and incredibly useful. Sasuke didn't understand how valuable it was. Ikoma gave her a number 10 million yen. Sasuke jumped in shock. A ring that looked like some cheap knockoff was worth 10 million yen. Ikoma figured it was probably because he answered so many questions correctly that the reward was so generous. Sasuke hadn't forgotten about their bet with Fujiwara Hoshinan, but now with this storage ring, they no longer had to struggle with carrying a bunch of items. When it came to fighting, they didn't have to hold back. Against the skeletons that liked to wear jewelry, Ikoma just needed to clear a path for Sasuke to use her magic, and they could easily defeat them. The mummies are even easier to defeat. If he runs out of MP, Sasuke will just steal it from the monsters. The plan is progressing smoothly, and he's even picked up a bunch of rare items. At this rate, they'll be billionaires soon. Ikoma just tosses every item he gets into his storage ring. They already have 6 magic crystals, which is enough to beat Fujiwara Hoshinan's group. So now Ikoma is going to find some other games to play. There's still plenty of time and energy. You little monsters, just wait, I'm coming to hunt you down. Meanwhile, Fujiwara Hoshinan is struggling after taking down just one mummy. She doesn't understand why the ones in this area are stronger than the others over there. Her bodyguard bluntly says they aren't suited for this gate, but since it's a new one, defeating 2 monsters is already pretty impressive. Hoshinan sits on the steps and sighs. Those 2 must be struggling a lot, huh? One bodyguard asks what they'll do if they lose, but the word lose isn't in Hoshinan's vocabulary. If they lose, she'll just use money to shut them up and pretend they won. And look who's casually sitting here taking a break. Ikoma walks past with the most punchable look on his face. Fujiwara Hoshinon tries to look relaxed. Of course. We're in no hurry. I bet you two haven't even gathered a single crystal yet. It's not too late to apologize to me now. Ikoma opens his storage ring to show Fujiwara Hoshinon a few of the items he's collected. Hoshinon's eyes nearly pop out of her head. How? How did you two collect so much? And what is that ring? Ikoma smirks. It's just a matter of skill. It's not too late to apologize to me now, is it? He says, parroting her own words back at her, leaving Hoshinon speechless. She turns away annoyed. This match isn't over yet, just you wait. Sasuke doesn't understand why Ikoma has to provoke her. Ikoma only meant to stir up a little trouble, but it seems he went a bit too far. I hope she doesn't go and get herself killed. Sasuke finally dares to ask why Ikoma has such a grudge against the streamers in the gate. Although the streamers mostly just come into film skits, that's not the reason he hates them. Being an adventurer is a job where you risk your life. It's not something you do when you feel like it, and then not get chased by monsters when you don't. If you don't know your own limits and just rush forward like that, then the ending will be tragic. Hoshinon is racking her brain. She has to take down some big monster to have any hope of beating those two. At this rate, she's going to lose completely. Seeing Hoshinon's determination, her bodyguard reminds her that their MP is almost depleted. I know we have to conserve MP to get out of here, but I can't just give up like this. Fujiwara, Hoshinon insists stubbornly. Besides, she has no intention of playing around with this job. 8 years ago, when the gates first appeared, the world was thrown into chaos. The number of disaster-level gates was much higher than it is now. Save me, Fujiwara Hoshinon. Don't abandon your dad. Those were her father's last words, before he was killed by a monster. A terrified Fujiwara Hoshinon ran away, dragging her younger brother with her. They made it to a refugee camp where everyone pitied the siblings' fate. In her loneliest and most desperate moment, Fujiwara Hoshinon was inspired by Kuon, a strong and kind A-rank adventurer. Fujiwara Hoshinon doesn't consider herself as strong as Kuon, but she wants to motivate as many people as she can. Hoshinon doesn't want to be called someone who doesn't know her own limits. She will definitely make Ikoma take back those words. So Hoshinon tells her two managers that they have to find a strong monster to film. A loud noise makes her ecstatic. A strong monster, right on time. Her two bodyguards follow her. Fujiwara Hoshinon can't help but get her hopes up about the monster. It appeared right when I was about to give up hope. We can easily defeat it. But Fujiwara Hoshinon instantly goes silent when she sees the monster before her. It's the Pharaoh Necromancer, the final boss of the gate. A level 40 boss, while Fujiwara Hoshinon is only level 33. There's no way she can defeat it. Her bodyguards suggest they retreat. This is no time for filming or taking pictures. If you raise your camera, you'll probably get your butt kicked. At that critical moment, an adventurer being hunted by the boss screams, "Please save me." Fujiwara Hoshinon hesitates. Ever since she abandoned her father to run away, she has loathed her own weakness and helplessness. That's why Kuon's words had such an impact on her. It's just that Fujiwara Hoshinon doesn't want to keep running away and begging for help anymore. Without hesitation, Fujiwara Hoshinon rushes forward to block the boss's sword strike. She'll hold it off so the other adventurer can escape. The Pharaoh Necromancer is enormous, with 4 arms carrying weapons. Just as it swings down, her bodyguard manager also jumps in to block the blow for Fujiwara Hoshinon. He declares himself Fujiwara Hoshinon's biggest fan, so he can't just abandon his idol and run. He may not be strong, but he can certainly be useful bait. After a short battle, one of them has fallen. The chubby bodyguard summons a shield, but it shatters like glass against the boss's power. Fujiwara Hoshinon grits her teeth. She can't match its power or speed. So this is the terrifying power of a boss. She trembles. In the final moment, she squeezes her eyes shut, preparing for death. "You're pretty reckless." Ikoma's voice rings out. He dashes and lands a powerful slash on the boss and successfully grabs Fujiwara Hoshinon, hoisting them both up toward the ceiling. Hoshinon doesn't understand why Ikoma is here. He bluntly says he came to see if she was doing something stupid. On his way, he met the adventurer Hoshinon saved. Thinking back on their bet, Ikoma laughs. "Looks like I lost this time." Ikoma will take back what he said about Hoshinon not having any determination. It seems she isn't a villain after all. But there's no time for a heart-to-heart. The boss has spotted them up above. It hurls a spear tens of meters long toward the ceiling. Ikoma uses gravity separation to float down gently, then slashes at the pharaoh's arm. At that moment, Sasuke hurls a sphere of darkness. The boss cleaves her sphere in two with a sword. They can't run away yet because the two bodyguards are seriously injured and the boss is a high-level opponent. Although he can use the Sword King to amplify his power, the pharaoh is different from the Rage Clown. A simple strategy won't be enough to defeat it. Fujiwara Hoshinon can't abandon the two managers, who followed her here. Ikoma knows that too. Although he prefers fights with a high chance of winning, sometimes you have to change things up by fighting some tough guys. Sasuke restores Fujiwara Hoshinon's MP, while Ikoma holds off the boss until they're ready. I noticed Ikoma used fire magic earlier. As a magic swordswoman who can use support magic in battle, this proves she can also heal. Fujiwara Hoshinan would use her healing ability, while Ikoma buys them time, and they could slowly recover thanks to Sasuke's MP stealing skill. Although splitting his gravity makes his body more agile, his attack power weakens. But if all he needs to do is draw the opponent's attention, attack power isn't an issue. But right now the level gap is too wide, meaning he can't buy much time. The bodyguard struggled to transfer a little more fire magic to Ikoma. He gasped, begging Ikoma to take care of Fujiwara Hoshinan. "Leave it to me," Ikoma declared, then charged toward the boss again. Its strength lay in its size and speed. The boss attacked with all four arms. Ikoma weaved and dodged every move, but was eventually cornered. Right next to Ikoma was a Sphinx statue. He changed its gravity and hurled it straight at the pharaoh's face. It only took one hit to shatter the statue. But that created some distance. Ikoma yelled, signaling Sasuke to aim for its face. Sasuke fired a sphere of dark energy straight at the boss's face. But it didn't do a thing. However, that was all Ikoma needed to confirm that the boss's face had tough armor, which meant it was protecting something. Fujiwara Hoshinan didn't just stand by either. After recovering her MP, she took advantage of its blind spot to attack the boss, but the boss struck first. Fujiwara Hoshinan couldn't even get close because of its four arms. Watching Ikoma fly around and fight, she wondered if his specialty was close-quarters combat. As she was thinking, Ikoma called out to Fujiwara Hoshinan. He would create an opening for her to use her magic to break the boss's mask. Magic swordswomen have a skill designed for breaking through defenses, but it requires a certain amount of time to focus its power. Even so, its strength is enough to pierce through. Tough armor. Fujiwara Hoshinan nodded and immediately began focusing her mana, but she wondered how. Ikoma could possibly hold the boss still for her to attack. The four-armed Pharaoh Necromancer is one of the hardest types of creatures to handle, but if you can take away one thing, its movements become just like any other monster of its level. Ikoma continuously attacked, trying to bait it into revealing a weak point. He created a gravity chain and bound two of its arms tightly. This magic is meant to bind a monster's entire body, but Ikoma used it to tie up the Pharaoh's two arms. Normally, any monster could break the chains, but the way the Pharaoh Necromancer's two arms were connected at the shoulders meant that no matter how much it struggled, it didn't have enough strength to escape. Of course, this plan was only feasible because of its massive body. He had calculated it all. Fujiwara Hoshinan realized this was the perfect time for her to strike. She narrowed her eyes, focused, and then used her breaking magic, a ball of lightning. She aimed it straight at the crack Sasuke had made on the boss's mask earlier. The cracks spread across its mask, revealing its true, hideous face. Ikoma saw its weak point. He had to finish this while the binding magic was still in effect. Ikoma inverted gravity standing on the ceiling. Just like at the beginning when the boss fought him, it had an advantageous posture for launching 4 attacks at once. However, the drawback of this move was that it had to lower its head, so now was the time to end it. While it was bowing its head, Ikoma dove down from above using Meteor Slash to cut straight through the back of the boss's neck. After losing its head, the boss was completely defeated. Ikoma successfully leveled up to 36. Hoshinan used healing magic on her 2 bodyguard managers. The part Ikoma was most looking forward to finally came. After the boss's corpse disappeared, an item dropped. It was the Scepter of the Cursed King. A C-rank item. Just in time, too. Sasuke needed a new scepter. Ikoma picked it up and gave it to her. He thought fighting the boss would hinder his money-making process. But getting this scepter meant they wouldn't have to spend money. Sasuke hesitated to accept it because Fujiwara Hoshinan and her 2 companions had also helped. She thought they should share it with them. "Don't worry about it. You saved us," Fujiwara Hoshinan spoke up. She even said she would give all the weapons and magic crystals they had found to Ikoma. So their bet was a draw. Ikoma sighed. He had already conceded defeat earlier. Seeing how determined she was, Ikoma had to admit that Fujiwara Hoshinan was a very aspiring adventurer. Receiving recognition from Ikoma for some reason, Fujiwara Hoshinan felt more motivated. Ikoma still advised her not to do foolish things, like recording videos in a dungeon, if she wanted to be a real adventurer. Suddenly, the chubby bodyguard cut him off. Someone with a high level like Ikoma could make a living easily, but Fujiwara Hoshinan also had to take care of her disabled mother, a victim of the gate disaster, along with her 5 younger brothers. Her father had already passed away. Hoshinan was flustered when her manager told her family story to a stranger. No one would want that. Ikoma scratched his head. He looked apologetic for acting as if he was always right. Fujiwara Hoshinan also opened up more. She wasn't a streamer because she had no other choice. Instead, she wanted to make people happy after they had suffered through the disasters from the gates. "That's a noble goal. I support you." Ikoma's attitude changed faster than you can flip a pancake. Finally, after reporting back to the monster fighting force, they all went their separate ways. On the way, her manager handed her the footage, a complete recording of an adventurer fighting at incredible speed. Luckily, there were no recording errors. Hoshinon let out a sigh of relief. However, they didn't have enough magic crystals to upload the video now. It looked like they'd have to go back to grinding for money. After confirming Ikoma had reached level 36, along with a host of admirable achievements, he was officially recognized as a C-rank adventurer. Sasuke looked at him with admiration. She was at level 32, so she hoped to reach 36 soon, just like Ikoma. Moreover, the receptionist was in complete shock, witnessing him rank up the fastest in history. Ikoma had defeated many high-level opponents, which is why he leveled up so quickly, but this is very difficult without enough experience or knowledge. Therefore, only he who returned from the future could do it. Ikoma set a KPI for himself to reach B rank by the end of the month. Sasuke was horrified. Only 1 in a million people could reach B rank in just 1 month. The simple reason is that Ikoma is aiming for an item hidden in a gate that only B rank adventurers can complete. It's the illusory library. If he defeats the boss, he'll receive the Ring of Wisdom. Basically, it's deeply connected to the origin of the gates that have appeared in this world. Sasuke was stunned. She had never once thought about the origin of the gates. The ring most likely holds some kind of mysterious power, but in the past that power was quite vague since no one had discovered it yet. There are rumors that the ring contains information about the cause of the gate disaster. Although Ikoma's time to obtain the ring is extremely limited, he still wants to get it at any cost. He doesn't want to drag Sasuke into trouble just for his own personal goals. But without her, things would be very difficult, so right now Ikoma has no idea if Sasuke will agree to help him again. Naturally, Sasuke doesn't refuse. On the contrary, she feels happy to be useful to someone. But what she's concerned about is how to get to B rank within a month. At this rank they require more achievements than just levels. Ikoma holds up his phone and says he's already planned everything out. Ikoma had made a whole list of gates for them to clear to farm achievements. First up was the Savage Tribe's Festival Gate. The level 32 boss was dealt with easily. After that was the Siren boss of the Heavenly Fish Lake Gate, which Sasuke finished off. Finally, there was the Spider Fairy boss of the multi-layered Web Gate. It was level 36. In 2 weeks they had cleared 3 gates, and their levels had also increased. Sasuke reached level 35, and Ikoma hit level 38. She felt like the past 2 weeks had been spent living inside a dungeon. Even though the monsters were a lower level, Sasuke found them increasingly difficult to defeat. That's because they have high strength and combat power, Ikoma explained. However, at this level, their movements are still simple, without even a single special skill. Ikoma had researched the gates most suitable for their level. In total, the two of them had achievements for clearing 5 gates below level 30. That should be enough to get to B rank. The receptionist thought she could finally live in peace, but after 2 weeks, Ikoma Ichinose returned with a mountain of incredible achievements. For some reason, she's the one who has to deal with these 2 dungeon-addicted lunatics. Even so, the process to get to B rank requires a more thorough review. It might be a few more days before the official announcement. Are you freaking kidding me? This snot-nosed kid is a B rank? A guy named Oga pipes up out of nowhere. Seeing the familiar emblem, Ikoma realizes he's a contract adventurer for the guild. They have many outstanding achievements. That's why they get to work for the guild. The main job of these adventurers is to manage everything inside a gate, or to report when a new disaster appears. Sometimes they even give advice to guilds about unexplored gates. Oga couldn't believe a kid young enough to be his son was a B-rank adventurer. The receptionist was in a tough spot. Ikoma is about to reach level 40 and also has many achievements in mid-tier gates. The hell you say? Oga shouted. In his eyes, Ikoma was just a scrawny, weak city boy. It took him over 7 years to climb to B rank, becoming the first B rank adventurer at the Morima branch. And Ikoma just falls out of the sky and makes B rank. Ikoma sighed. The tree desires to be still, but the wind will not cease. It seems they're about to get into more trouble. Ikoma can't just ignore Oga. Every place has a certain limit on the number of promotion slots. However, Ikoma and Sasuke have come this far. They can't let him ruin their path to advancement. Ikoma calmly asks for the reason Oga wants to cancel his promotion application. Oga steps closer to Ikoma, growling as he speaks. Gates are no place for show-offs like you. Besides, Ikoma hasn't been an adventurer for very long. The job of an adventurer isn't some office job you do for fun. Everyone around seemed to be used to Oga bullying other adventurers. This time it was just Ikoma and Sasuke's bad luck to be targeted. When it comes to logic, Ikoma isn't afraid. The minimum age to become an adventurer is 17. Does Oga have any idea how many 17-year-old adventurers have already reached B rank? What the hell are you babbling about? He snarled. Ikoma continued to speak. It's been 15 years since the gates first appeared. As many as 6 people from Japan have reached B rank in under a year. Does that mean? Their titles are also meaningless. Defeating monsters with a higher level than yourself to level up quickly is entirely possible. Ikoma's level and achievements are both suitable for promotion to B rank. If he's using experience as a metric, then I'll need a more logical explanation than that. Oga was speechless. Ikoma wasn't finished. The principles and rules related to gates are still full of ambiguities. We need to learn from the experience of veteran adventurers, but that doesn't mean just listening without thinking. Principles shouldn't be based on someone's instinct or feelings, but are created by accumulating what has been gathered in the past. Ikoma turned to the receptionist to confirm whether what he was saying was part of the guild's policy. After reviewing, she confirmed that what Ikoma said was completely accurate. People started whispering, "That Oga guy just lost an argument. So embarrassing." This made him furious. He was certain Ikoma wanted to embarrass him, so he wasn't going to let him off easy. Oga then asked about Ikoma's class. Hearing the name Gravity Control, all he knew was that it was a magic class. If that's the case, he bets Ikoma had strong teammates, which is why he leveled up so fast. Fine, I may be a bit old-fashioned, and it was unreasonable of me to reject your promotion review without thinking it through. Hearing that Ikoma thought he had approved his application, but Oga said, not a chance. He smugly offered a final condition: he had to pass Oga's test to see if he was truly worthy of the title of B-rank adventurer. And so the two of them went to the training area for a duel. Everyone who came to watch prayed for Ikoma's safety because the last time Oga left two people half dead. The strength assessment was just an excuse for him to get revenge on Ikoma for embarrassing him. Oga was confident he would win since he was level 47, while Ikoma is only level 38. Moreover, Ikoma is a magic class, so he should definitely just be support, while he himself is a high-level beast warrior. He was confident his strength and experience far surpassed Ikoma's. So beyond just winning, he was determined to make it so Ikoma could never be an adventurer again. Ikoma reviewed his file. His class was based on the strength of his stats. Oga was not an easy opponent. He decided to use all the skill points he'd been saving up to level up a few skills. Ikoma chose to upgrade weight manipulation the most. He also wanted to level up gravity magic but didn't have enough points, so this would have to do. Seeing Ikoma spending skill points right before the match, Oga scoffed that he didn't have a clue. Injuries are unavoidable, so remember to be careful. He smirked wickedly. Ikoma knew he meant no good, but he didn't back down. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate in this match. Seeing that calm demeanor made Oga even more furious. Today he was determined to show everyone the consequences of daring to be insolent to him. He arrogantly declared that he would limit his power and not use any skills, while Ikoma could go all out. Ikoma decided to make the first move. He started with gravity separation. Oga looked down on magic classes, certain that a mage could never injure a warrior like him, so Oga casually braced himself, waiting for Ikoma's attack. Or so he thought. In reality, Ikoma had already accelerated right in front of him in an instant, startling Oga. His speed made him wonder if level 38s in the new meta were really this fast. After Ikoma zipped past his head, Oga grew even more furious. Stop being so arrogant, you insolent brat. He corrected his stance to strike, but Ikoma was already on the ceiling. What's more, his body suddenly felt like it weighed 1,000 tons. Unable to move, Ikoma seized the opportunity to deliver a knee strike straight up to his chin, making Oga spit blood. He realized that knee strike, along with Ikoma's movements, were impossible for a rookie like him. The people filming were stunned to see Ikoma fighting on par with Oga, but he still hadn't used a single skill. Oga was furious, slashing repeatedly but failing to hit Ikoma. He had intended to humiliate him in front of everyone, but now he was the one losing face. Why Oga couldn't understand. Ikoma was younger and a lower level than him. Besides being handsome, he had nothing going for him, so why was he being overwhelmed? It's all because he wasn't the main character. The gravity controller is the strongest class. Ikoma could freely adjust his physical strength, and as long as he didn't run out of MP, he wouldn't lose to any class no matter how high their level. But fighting without using skills is disrespectful to your opponent. Even Karu knew that. He had an impressive skill, yet he hadn't felt any dark intentions or killing intent from him. In the end, he had to finish this quickly. Ikoma doubled the gravity and slashed straight down. Oga used his massive sword to block the blow, but for some reason, Ikoma's sword felt heavier. He realized that not only was he fast, but he also had that main character aura. Suddenly, Ikoma vanished, sending Oga into a panic. Just then, he reappeared behind him, with his sword pointed directly at the back of his neck. During the clash with Oga, he had reduced his own gravity and then leaped backward, making it impossible for him to track his location. Everyone cheered for Ikoma as he defeated Oga, a B-rank adventurer. Oga's entire body trembled with rage. He couldn't accept this humiliation. Ikoma, thinking the match was over, asked him to approve his application. Suddenly, Oga turned around and used his fierce beast claw skill. The tremendous power sent Ikoma flying, but luckily he wasn't injured. It was all because Ikoma had let his guard down, thinking Oga would fight fair. Seeing Ikoma still standing firm, Oga grew even more bewildered. His attack had no effect. How could Ikoma have reacted in time? The crowd started hurling insults. What a dirty player, using a skill after he'd already lost, especially when he said he wouldn't. Oga gritted his teeth in frustration and glared at Ikoma. Are you still planning to fight? Ikoma asked, panting. This only made Oga more furious. He was certain Ikoma was looking down on him. He would absolutely not let him get promoted to B rank. Now Oga was fighting a horde of monsters. He went from cursing at people to cursing at the monsters. Even so, Oga knew things were getting worse. Everything that manager had said before was coming true. This incident would only damage his reputation more after the whole Ikoma affair. Everyone would laugh at him with looks of contempt. The C-rank adventurers behind him praised him after he took down a werewolf in a single blow, but he just glared at them and yelled, "Shut up, I don't talk to adventurers who haven't even reached C-rank like you guys. Where are the higher-level adventurers?" They reported that there were only a few B-rank adventurers, and some others, of a higher rank. They'd been contacted, but it was unclear if any reinforcements would come. This damn situation was threatening Oga's position. However, he had defeated this gate's boss before, so there was nothing to worry about. Oga planned to take it down quickly, and then push all the responsibility onto Serizawa. After that, he alone would become the hero of Morima. Just thinking about it made him giddy. He ordered everyone to follow him and find the boss. Just then, the boss emerged from the rubble. Its ferocious and bizarre appearance horrified everyone. It was far beyond the information they'd received. Introducing the gate's boss. The Tomb of the Beastman's Demonic Fox of Yuisa, level 55. A two-headed fox with a giant eye on its back. It had evolved in both level and form with new skills. It was as if it had become a completely different monster from before. Most of them are created by an accumulation of magical entities. Energy inside the gate and usually appear along with monster disasters. This time, things were really tense. It wasn't just a stampede, it was an evolution. The two adventurers following Oga panicked. They couldn't possibly face a level 55 monster. The best course of action now was to retreat and join forces, with the other groups buying time until the monster-fighting forces from other districts arrived to help. Oga gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. He thought their thinking was naive and was putting his position at risk. "You guys, I am a B-rank adventurer. I've faced things like this countless times," Oga shouted while the two of them just looked at each other in confusion. "You just open your eyes and watch. I will take that monster down in a single blow." Oga raised his hand and declared. Power had blinded his reason, not that he had much to begin with. The two adventurers tried to stop his foolish idea, which only made Oga more furious. "What a bunch of idiots who won't listen to me," Oga sneered. If they wouldn't listen, then he had no choice but to resort to violence. Berserk. He targeted his two subordinates who immediately clutched their heads in pain. Berserk is a skill of the Beast Warrior. It increases the target's attack power for a short time, making them lose their sense of direction and attack wildly. Originally, this was a skill used for escaping, but he had another idea. Oga pushed the two men towards the fox, using them as bait to clear a path, while he delivered the final critical blow. The two unfortunate mindless adventurers charged forward. The fox didn't move. Instead, it levitated the surrounding rock fragments, turning them into weapons. It took Oga a few seconds to realize it was an area of effect attack. While he dodged it, the other two could only stand there and endure the pain. Oga gritted his teeth. The fox could also teleport and its attack range was too wide. This was the first time. He'd faced a level 55 monster, but he never expected the power gap to be this huge. Seeing Oga flee, the fox immediately attacked. He now decided to retreat at once, but the fox wouldn't let him escape. It used its area of effect attack again, while he was busy dealing with the stones flying at his face. The fox slashed his arm, knocking his sword away. Oga tumbled to the ground. This monster was too strong. It was as if it were invincible. What was he supposed to do now? At times like these, you need a little trick up your sleeve. As a beast warrior, he possessed the skill, play dead. The fox, believing its prey was dead, turned to leave. This was the moment Oga was waiting for. He scrambled to his feet and ran for his life. Responsibility, honor, to hell with all that. Survival was all that mattered. But bad guys never get away that easily. The fox realized he was still alive and swung its tail, sending Oga flying once again. Damn it, its eyes could see right through his skill. He was out of options. As he faced death, Oga lamented, "How can someone as amazing as me die in a place like this?" The fox raised its paw, and a cloud of black smoke enveloped him. He was pulled closer to the fox, feeling like nothing more than its plaything. The eye on its back opened wide, shooting out brilliant red beams of light. Oga was pale with fear, but couldn't move a muscle. The fox's tentacle shoved itself straight into his mouth, choking him. And so, on the battlefield, the situation was now -1 ally plus 1 monster. Everyone recognized him and hesitated to attack, knowing Oga had lost his mind due to the boss's skill. They just never expected that as an enemy. He would be this much trouble. All three of them charged, but they couldn't subdue Oga. In fact, they were the ones getting seriously injured. Kurosawa couldn't bear to watch his comrades be slaughtered by him. So he charged in, but his fate was no better. Having to fight an adventurer this powerful was just making the situation more chaotic. Oga's body suddenly became abnormal. Could it be a byproduct of the monster disaster? The only word Kurosawa could use to describe this raid was abnormal. Adventurers and combat forces couldn't handle this on their own. And now, Was he about to die at the hands of a comrade instead of a monster? If so, how ironic. Moments like this are the perfect time for the main character to show up. And right on cue, Ikoma made a cool entrance and saved Kurosawa's life. In an instant, he realized that Oga was being mind-controlled by the boss. Even though he'd been saved, Kurosawa couldn't believe Ikoma could actually fight Oga. But he was about to see what he could do. You should never underestimate anyone. Ikoma realized Oga's movements were simpler than during their test, likely an effect of the mind control skill. Oga grew impatient and switched to a direct assault with his unrivaled power. However, that's precisely when he left an opening. Ikoma exploited that impatience and struck back. He punched Oga hard in the face, trying to snap him out of it. Oga's eyes widened. He recognized him. But unfortunately, his memories of Ikoma were far from pleasant, especially as he was once again getting beaten to a pulp. Oga grew even more frenzied as his deep-seated grudge resurfaced. He charged at Ikoma like a madman. The effect of the mind control skill was stronger than Ikoma had thought. Even though Oga was a tough opponent, he couldn't afford to waste any more time on him, not while the boss was still out there. The only way was to strike without hesitation, attacking him in midair. Ikoma doubled the gravity, severing his right arm and crippling his legs. That should stop him from rampaging. Kurosawa stared at Ikoma in astonishment, thinking, if he got mind-controlled, he'd be even more terrifying than Oga. Just then, Fujiwara, Hoshina, and Sasuke ran up to them. Because different classes have different movement speeds, by the time they arrived, he had already taken care of Oga. Sasuke's first priority was healing, but Ikoma disagreed. They didn't have time for that anymore. The boss was here. The moment it landed, the ground trembled, and dust filled the air. Its entrance was even flashier than the main characters. Sasuke was terrified by its grotesque form. Ikoma immediately pulled up the boss's information. Its level was much higher than what was reported. It seemed the intel about this gate was updating slower than your crush's replies. The monster had evolved, and Ikoma had no idea what all its skills were, except for that mind control skill. But as long as they defeated the fox, everything would end. However, this wasn't a monster that could be beaten with normal strategies. The fox unleashed a new skill. It summoned the spirits of defeated demonic beasts. A whole army of spirits was materializing, filling the sky. Fujiwara Hoshina began to panic. If they kept fighting, and it just kept summoning more, it would turn into an endless loop. Or more accurately, the two-headed fox was just toying with them. Ikoma remained calm. Fujiwara, Hoshina, and Sasuke would handle the smaller monsters, and they would also heal the others. Meanwhile, he would do what only the main character can. Fujiwara Hoshina was worried, but then she realized, if it's Ikoma, everything will be fine. I get it. You can count on us to handle the remaining wolves and the injured Fujiwara, Hoshina said. Behind her, Kurosawa trembled. He'd lost all hope for the future since encountering the level 55 boss. And that's exactly why he's just a side character. Ikoma, on the other hand, charged directly forward, leaving the wolf spirits to the other two. Seeing him approach, the fox used its telekinesis skill again. A massive pile of rocks and stones formed ready to crush Ikoma. He laughed. This skill is a lot like gravity, but it's just a cheap imitation. Kurosawa was stunned by the sheer range of that skill. Right now, everyone was counting on Ikoma. Could he handle this situation on his own, or would he just become the fox's plaything, that old hairy two-headed thing? Ikoma didn't waste his energy slashing at the rocks. He reduced the gravity and zipped past them at lightning speed. Luckily, he had experience using his speed from his past life as a master thief. It seems that time wasn't wasted after all. The fox looked stunned, and he taunted it. What's wrong? Are you confused because that total annihilation skill of yours became useless? As expected, the boss was enraged. It charged at him like a bloodthirsty beast. Ikoma focused gravity on a nearby boulder and launched it straight into its wide-open mouth. The fox shattered the boulder, but lost a few teeth in the process. Ikoma didn't stop unleashing his next move before it could defend. Kurosawa watched, going from one surprise to the next. A rookie was making a level 55 monster hesitate. You could say Ikoma had the makings of a top-tier adventurer. It was only a matter of time. Ikoma had to end this fight quickly. Once the boss was defeated, the hordes of monsters outside would vanish along with it. The fox used another wide-range skill, and boulders rained down continuously, but they couldn't keep up with Ikoma's speed. That area of effect attack was terrifyingly powerful indeed. But unfortunately for the fox, he was used to those kinds of attacks from his previous life. Ikoma leaped upwards. He doubled the gravity on a boulder and sent it crashing down on one of its heads. While the fox was still reeling from the headache, Ikoma attacked again. At this point, the fox finally started fighting seriously. It stopped abusing its wide-range skills and charged in for a direct confrontation. Ikoma should have been able to push the fox back, after all the skills he'd used, but they were less effective against beast-type monsters than humanoid ones. Ultimately, the level gap was just too big. Ikoma didn't have much MP left while the fox still had half, but this was an unavoidable situation. Even if they were at the same level, the fox would still be a tough opponent. So far, Ikoma hadn't been hit by a single one of its attacks, but once his MP ran out, and he couldn't fly around anymore, he would definitely be seriously injured. Ikoma fought while strategizing. There was no way for him to conserve MP against such a powerful opponent. Plus, it had self-healing mechanics making the fox seem invincible. Ikoma hesitated, wondering if he should pull the two girls into this battle, but that was a definite no. Aside from them not being able to fight the other monsters if they left, the remaining people would die, thanks to his past combat experience. Ikoma was familiar with all of this monster's attack patterns, defensive mechanisms, and HP recovery. If this kept up, it would all be over when he ran out of MP. It was frustrating to be cornered like this. Retreating was probably the wisest choice. The longer the fight dragged on, the worse things would get. Run away, Ikoma chuckled. Since when did he have such cowardly thoughts? Ikoma would continue to charge forward like this, but he told himself he had to focus more to use his skills effectively and precisely. This life was his chance to start over. But Ikoma was even more reckless than before. He pierced one of the fox's eyes, causing it immense pain. It retaliated by continuously summoning a horde of evil beast souls with its vast MP pool. It kept spamming that move without stopping. The fox also launched wide-range attacks. It seemed to be panicking so much that it was throwing out all its ultimate skills without any regard for its remaining MP. All eyes were on Ikoma. How would he handle this, with a horde of monsters targeting him and him alone? Fujiwara Hoshinan was anxious to lend him a hand, but Sasuke didn't think so. She noticed that Ikoma should have been completely cornered, so why did the fox look like it was the one who was terrified, so scared that it was using all its ultimate skills defensively? Ikoma took a deep breath. He had to focus even more. The next blow couldn't be off by even a millimeter. Ikoma reduced his own gravity while increasing the gravity of his sword. With every step he destroyed a soul. Kurosawa gaped at his lightning-fast movements. A normal person couldn't do that. The fox started to panic because it couldn't find Ikoma. He was already above it, but since when? It defended frantically but failed to hide its only weak spot. In fact, it was exposed in an obvious place. Ikoma aimed for the eye on its back. It was now or never. He had to end this with a single move. Meteorite/Ikoma yelled as he sliced the eye on the boss's back in two. The fox shrieked in agony and collapsed. The evil beast souls were recalled to the black pool. It was all over. Ikoma was shocked by the amount of experience points he received. It was enough for him to level up 6 times in a row, reaching level 44. The boss was defeated. The monster wave vanished too, but for Ikoma, this was only the beginning. Sasuke excitedly congratulated Ikoma on another victory. This monster tide was finally over. Fujiwara Hoshinan had her own feelings about it. She wondered if she had taken another step toward being able to protect others. Would her father in heaven be proud of her? Kurosawa was still in shock. The terrifying boss had been taken down by just one person, and a handsome rookie at that. One who was always surrounded by cute girls. Just who are you? A few hours after the monster tide, Ikoma went to the Adventurers Guild. The fact that a C-rank adventurer had ended this monster tide was astounding. Thanks to the 3 of them, the number of casualties had been significantly reduced. The receptionist offered her sincerest thanks to the saviors of Morima. The other adventurers also greatly admired the trio, especially since the anti-monster combat force couldn't even touch that boss. Sasuke blushed at the praise, even though Ikoma had done all the work. Ikoma immediately denied it. He said that the 2 of them had of course helped him too. If he'd been surrounded by those spirit beasts, he would have run out of MP long ago. Only Fujiwara Hoshinan was basking in the praise. She had successfully spread her fame. Too bad there were no cameras rolling, huh? Ikoma teased. Fujiwara Hoshinan shot him a glare. Even though she loved getting views, it's true who would take out their phone to film during an apocalyptic monster tide. Besides, many people were injured. Ikoma was quite surprised to see her being so serious for once. He thought she would have told her manager to film the whole thing. Meanwhile, Serizawa was busy dealing with the aftermath of the disaster that had occurred, right after he had failed to persuade that Oga guy. The support from the anti-monster force wasn't enough to resolve the situation either. In the end, a regular adventurer had to defeat the boss. If that person hadn't been there in time, what would have happened? Look, that's the person who defeated the boss. The gathering crowd made Serizawa curious too. Looking at the people's new hero, Ikoma, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. Suddenly, Serizawa remembered. Ikoma was the one applying for rank B that Oga had been giving a hard time. He chuckled to himself. It seemed his judgment of character wasn't so good after all. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Oga slammed his fist on a table and swore. After the boss was defeated, he had returned to his normal state. But his memories of being controlled remained, especially the scene where Ikoma severed his arm. Now that Ikoma had become a hero in everyone's eyes, Oga was driven mad with jealousy. He was determined to use his position to get revenge on Ikoma. As Oga was screaming and cursing, Ikoma Kurosawa opened the door, accompanied by the comrades Oga had taken advantage of. In this world, very few people could stop a manipulated B-rank adventurer without killing them. If it weren't for Ikoma, Oga would have been sent to the pearly gates a long time ago. Damn it. As if I'd die to a bunch of flies. The monster suppression force's combat power is way too low for that. Besides, what are you all gathered in here for? Oga shouted. But his face immediately went pale when he recognized one of his victims, an employee from the force he had manipulated. The man was still alive. Kurosawa spoke up. You used your skill to drive him into a frenzy, didn't you? Using a mind control skill on someone without their consent is a serious crime. Worse, the purpose was to allow him to flee the battlefield. There was no way a contract adventurer like Oga wouldn't be fully aware of the laws regarding gate-related crimes. He was speechless, able to do nothing but grit his teeth and curse. At the Adventurers Association, Ikoma raised his voice for the first time. After all his contributions, he still couldn't be promoted to rank B, all because, once you're rejected, you have to wait 3 months before you can apply again. Ikoma persisted. I'm level 44 and I've even surpassed the minimum requirements. The receptionist could only tell him to wait 3 more months and come back then. Ikoma was devastated. In 3 months, how could he possibly conquer the Library of Dreams? As planned, that bastard Oga got his way this time, Sasuke chimed in. Ikoma became a hero, and he defeated that Oga guy twice. From the start, Oga was exposed for using his skill on others and was fired. You're great, but we're sorry. It's all association policy, so there's nothing we can do. Ikoma sealed. If it can't be done then, so be it. The ring he was aiming for was a special item, unlike ordinary ones. He had to get his hands on it before anyone else. I've heard your story. A voice rang out. The receptionist was startled. The person who appeared was none other than Vice President Serizawa. Ikoma was rather suspicious that someone of Serizawa's high rank would be listening to their conversation. Serizawa spoke first. You're Ichinose Ikoma, correct? With my authority, I will promote you to rank B as a special consideration. Ikoma was stunned. Is that really okay? The receptionist hastily reacted. If the other adventurers find out and start complaining, the association's inspectors will take notice of you, Serizawa, and the president definitely won't be pleased with this decision. But Serizawa hadn't made the decision on a whim. He had considered Ikoma's actions during the subjugation, as well as his past achievements. He also knew full well that Oga had refused to promote Ikoma simply because his ego was too big. Even if it's the rule, we shouldn't be so rigid. Delaying the promotion of someone with Ikoma's potential is truly unfair, Serizawa mused, though he guessed that their president wouldn't approve of this kind of special treatment. The thought of that cold, rigid man sent a shiver down both of their spines, but Serizawa would come up with a suitable excuse. This wasn't Ikoma's concern. Ikoma didn't understand why he would care about a minor adventurer like him. Serizawa was the vice president. His job was to support adventurers in their work and protect the country. The recent gate disaster had been predicted and should have been stopped in time. However, things didn't go as planned. Serizawa wanted to express his gratitude to Ikoma, the one who had stepped up to fix their mistake. Ikoma smiled and shook Serizawa's hand, showing his respect. And just like that, Ikoma was promoted to rank B. Sasuke was overjoyed, congratulating him. As expected of a rank B, she could even smell that brand new paper scent coming from the certificate. In the association, Ikoma was now second to only a few. Compared to his past life, his ranking and leveling speed were insane. Although defeating high-level monsters made him level up faster, even Ikoma hadn't expected to reach level 44. Seeing Ikoma's thoughtful expression, Sasuke grew curious. Is there something else you're worried about? Ikoma was thinking about something else. They had only just resolved the incident. But the appearance of a B-rank gate in this location was a huge problem. Moreover, it was in the area where he lived. There's no way in his past life Ikoma wouldn't have known about this incident, but back then, it never happened. Could it be that his regression led to this change? The gates still had many unexplained aspects. Even his own regression wasn't strange if an event completely different from his past life occurred. From the beginning, Ikoma didn't understand the mechanics of regression, but he knew of something called the butterfly effect. One small change can lead to a huge deviation. Ikoma took a deep breath to calm himself. His bad habit was overthinking, so right now he should focus on his accomplishment of reaching rank B to stop his negative thoughts. Just then, the bulletin board announced the appearance of the Library of Dreams gate. Thanks to Serizawa's luck, he had ranked up just in time. Ikoma told Sasuke about the Ring of Wisdom he was targeting. It could unravel the secrets of the gate disaster. First, they needed to register and wait for approval, before they could enter B-rank gates and above. At the same time, in another place, someone else was also discussing the Library of Dreams, and the item dropped by its boss. They couldn't let it fall into anyone else's hands. The person on the other end of the line said he could just use his authority to monopolize the gate easily. Why wait so patiently? Get rid of that stupid idea. The man's voice was filled with irritation. He couldn't afford to lose the trust of this country, which is why he needed someone else to handle the procedures. The person on the other end had a few loyal subordinates, but they couldn't be used just yet. If their objective and identities were exposed, they'd all be goners. In short, they need an outsider, someone easy to manipulate. The moment the gate appears, contact the Nansak Chimera, kill the boss, destroy the item it drops, and deal with any adventurers who wander in the man ordered. Hearing a knock on the door, he hung up the phone. An employee wanted to consult him about preparing their forces. That's right, he was none other than Hoju Kurobi, the chairman of the anti-monster combat force. The next day, Ikoma and Sasuke were on their way. He explained more about the gate to her. The Dream Library is an enormous library filled with hordes of enemies that use magic to attack. The boss inside is level 60, and of course it's no easy opponent. Hearing level 60, Sasuke began to tremble. But Ikoma had already thought of everything. He had a plan to ensure victory fell into their hands. At the Urakura branch of the Adventurers Association, Ikoma was stunned to find his request had been denied. Because it was the association's decision, he couldn't enter the gate. Even though Ikoma was from a different branch recently, the number of adventurers dying at the Urakura branch had increased significantly. If the numbers kept trending downward, the guildmaster would complain again. So from now on, they were tightening the restrictions on how many adventurers could enter. Ikoma was fed up with that ridiculous excuse. If they just left that gate, standing there, something was bound to happen, sooner or later. Shouldn't they let B-rank adventurers go in and assess the situation? The receptionist sighed. Gate management is handled by the anti-monster combat force. If the situation drags on, the city can just hire more adventurers from elsewhere. Besides, Ikoma is just a newly promoted B rank accompanied by a C rank teammate. No matter how you look at it, they don't seem trustworthy. You two want to challenge the Dream Library too. Someone suddenly appeared behind them. It was Jugo Daseji, a monk class. He was also a B rank adventurer who wanted to conquer the Dream Library, but right now, there weren't enough high-ranking adventurers available. This was a golden opportunity for Ikoma. If Seiji joined along with other adventurers, they would loosen the restrictions. Although he had planned to level up with Sasuke inside the gate before fighting the boss, he wasn't sure if everything would go according to his plan, especially with a third person getting involved. But looking at him, Ikoma felt there was something shady about this monk. Sasuke happily welcomed Seiji to the team, but he ignored her and only shook hands with Ikoma, inviting him to join his team. Sasuke froze. Seiji had briefly read her file. In his eyes, she was just a mage who struggled to even use her magic properly. Her achievements were all over the place, so he didn't want to harbor what he considered to be excess baggage like Sasuke. Sasuke fell silent. She had forgotten just how looked down upon she was in the eyes of others. But Ikoma decided he wouldn't join another team without Sasuke. Seiji didn't want to use them for profit or anything else. His team already had 2 strong vanguard members, and his only goal was to conquer the gate. Ikoma stated plainly that Sasuke could restore everyone's MP, which is an incredibly useful skill for those who consume a lot of it, like Seiji and himself. Seiji shrugged in acceptance. They exchanged information and he left, telling them he'd see them in front of the gate. While they waited, Sasuke was still worried that she would just get in Seiji's way. Ikoma wasn't sure either. Seiji seemed very calculating. But at least they could trust him on one thing. It's better to voice your displeasure from the start, rather than holding it in until later. It seemed he was the face of the team, so he had to act friendly and avoid unnecessary arguments. In short, Ikoma figured Seiji wouldn't do anything stupid to damage his personal reputation. His words only made Sasuke's face turn paler. Moreover, Ikoma knew they couldn't be picky. In this situation, the more members they had, the harder it would be to protect the Ring of Wisdom. But if they couldn't even set foot inside the gate, then there was no hope at all. Having 3 high-level members in their group was a good thing. They didn't have to worry about whether they could conquer the gate or not. However, what they did need to worry about were the other members. Inaoshian showed open disgust when Seiji brought Ikoma and Sasuke over. But Seiji said he had no other choice as this was the association's rule. Inaoshian raised her voice in frustration. What she needed was a support and a damage-dealing mage people who could fight on the front lines. She felt like Seiji had just randomly recruited anyone he could find without caring about their class. Seiji gently tried to persuade her, saying the 2 of them were just enough to meet the numbers and that Ikoma had a high level. As for Sasuke, she was barely acceptable. Sasuke froze in the awkward atmosphere. For his part, Ikoma had thought only Seiji was a problem, but the other members had even worse attitudes. Inaoshian held her sharp scythe up to their faces, threatening, "If you're useless and dare to take even a fraction of the profit, then don't ask why my axe finds its way to your necks." Ikoma's voice remained as cold as ice. If this is just a group of people motivated by profit, then that's even better. Inaoshian shot him a dirty look. She turned to ask the last member for his opinion, Kasai Hero level 45. He didn't care as long as the 2 of them could get into the gate and didn't get in the way. Although Ikoma didn't like it, both of their levels were quite high. It seemed he'd have to ignore their provocative attitudes to explore the gate. This was a new gate, so they could sell information to the association and obtain rare items. That was the future that awaited after conquering the gate, but with the situation at hand, Ikoma couldn't afford to be picky. Seiji seemed to be the leader. He tried to lighten the mood. "Now, It was time for the temporary party to enter the Dream Library gate. An ambitious man, an arrogant woman, and a conceited guy, a party full of difficult personalities. But if there were no unexpected problems, they should be able to coordinate perfectly. Ikoma hoped he wouldn't get dragged into anything unnecessary inside. The Dream Library was a massive pile of ancient documents. Seiji's eyes lit up at the sight of such an exquisite and interesting gate. On top of that, it was an extremely rare one. If they conquered it, they'd become famous in an instant. At the gate entrance, Inao Xian still wouldn't let up on Ikoma, and Sasuke warning them not to get in the way. Ikoma replied calmly while Sasuke was fuming. His level was clearly higher than Inao Xian's, yet she spoke with such a superior tone. When Ikoma replied, she glared at him. "You dare talk back to me?" Ikoma maintained his cold demeanor. At the very least, they should understand his and Sasuke's feelings. The party was only formed to meet the minimum number of people, so I won't participate in any unnecessary actions. As long as you understand. We weren't planning on needing your help anyway. Inao Xian turned and walked away. Sasuke worried that at this rate, they wouldn't get the Ring of Wisdom. Ikoma was worried too, but at least they had made it inside. For now, they needed to focus on conquering the gate. This was a gate that couldn't be easily conquered just by gathering strong adventurers. His strategy was based solely on knowledge from his past life. To think they could finish it without doing anything was impossible. Just then, Jugo Daseiji was curiously reading a book. He couldn't understand what was written. Perhaps it was from a culture of another world. Ikoma already knew about those characters. All items inside a gate would be erased the moment they stepped out, except for equipment and crystals. In the future, research on the cultures within gates would advance thanks to this. They would learn more about the jumble of levels and cultures. As for the language found in the gate, it was most likely just a random string of characters. Although some disagreed, they had no proof and could only dismiss it as fantasy. The Ring of Wisdom from the illusory library was said to be able to unravel that mystery. Ikoma was determined not to lose it again in this life. Suddenly, a fiery attack shot towards him. He immediately raised his shield to block. It was a level 40 bookworm goblin, but it was instantly slain by Kasai. Jugo Daseiji clapped, praising his performance. But Kasai didn't like his flattery. He turned and ordered Ikoma and Sasuke to go collect magic stones. "You're just realizing it now, Ikoma. You two came all the way from Tokyo, but there's nothing for you to do here," Inao Xian sneered at Sasuke. He retorted that she wasn't doing anything either, just standing there mocking them. In the end, Inao Xian got provoked and started shouting again. Ikoma quietly observed them both. They both made decisive decisions and used their skills masterfully. Their abilities were the real deal, especially after seeing Kasai's skill. Ikoma was even more certain of one thing. He struck up a conversation with Kasai, who immediately showed his annoyance at being called by name. Sasuke was also surprised that Ikoma was trying to talk to such a gloomy person. Ikoma realized those shadow glide and finishing blow skills were unmistakable. Kasai was a thief. Seeing Ikoma's excited attitude, Sasuke held him back. But Ikoma didn't stop excitedly offering Kasai advice like narrowing his skill points. Even though a thief can support the main damage dealer, Kasai should focus on just one thing. Suddenly, having some weirdo jump out and lecture him like an old man annoyed Kasai. But Ikoma was just thrilled to meet someone with the thief class like he used to be. Thieves need to be aware of their own weak attack power. Otherwise, even with a high level, they're useless. Ikoma just wanted Kasai to avoid making the same mistakes he did. "What's your problem? What do you know about the thief class?" Inao Xian started mocking them again. Kasai is one of the strongest adventurers among the B ranks. Who in this country knows more than him? In his past life, Ikoma was the strongest thief in this very country, but he couldn't say that now. Kasai walked around, observing. This shabby library didn't look like a high-level gate at all. Suddenly he realized he was being stared at with a bone-chilling gaze. It was a clock rabbit at level 45. Kasai didn't understand why a mindless-looking monster had a much higher level than those bookworm goblins. Only Ikoma recognized the clock rabbit. It was a nightmare monster known for having massacred an entire guild, an enemy that couldn't be dealt with by brute force. Based on his experience, Ikoma said they just needed to go around the rabbit. It wouldn't engage in battle if its opponent didn't step within a certain range. Of course, nobody listened to his warning. Kasai walked towards the rabbit. Ikoma grew anxious. If the clock rabbit used its skill, they'd all be screwed. Having to fight it while also protecting everyone was something even he couldn't handle. Ikoma yelled for Kasai to come back, but right now he was busy playing chase with the rabbit. With its speed and small body, it easily evaded Kasai. He was annoyed by its evasive skills, but its movements were quite special. Could it be a rare monster? If so, its item drops would be very valuable. Ikoma readied his weapon. Now that they were in its range, the rabbit would attack soon. There was no choice but to defeat it. Ikoma signaled for everyone to defend before the rabbit used its skill. If they let their guard down for even a second, they'd all die. Jugo Daseiji didn't understand what he was talking about. It was just a level 45 creature. The 5 of them could take it down. Suddenly, his face turned pale. Could that be its skill? Kasai was still stubbornly ignoring Ikoma's words. Just then, the rabbit used its clock. A bright light flashed, followed by books falling from the shelves. But these weren't ordinary books. They were monsters all over level 40 that had been hiding in this library. Jugo Daseji's face went white with fear as he faced a horde of high-level monsters, while the rabbit looked incredibly excited, as if it were having fun playing a game. Ikoma quickly signaled for Kasai to fall back, but of course he didn't like listening to others. Just then, a fire-breathing book monster aimed at Kasai. He dodged, but another monster appeared behind him. Kasai swung his arm to counterattack. "Don't underestimate me, you stupid monsters." At that moment, both Jugo Daseji and Inao Shion panicked because the rabbit had appeared in his blind spot right above his head. It opened its mouth, its sharp fangs looking like they were about to swallow Kasai whole. He stared wide-eyed and helpless. Stuck in midair, he had no way to dodge. Just then, Ikoma leaped up and struck the damn rabbit. As it was squealing, it got hit by another one of Ikoma's attacks. Thankfully, he had his gravity skill. That's why I won't lose any aerial battle. The rabbit, though it was hit, was completely unscathed. It even pouted to mock Ikoma, who retorted that pouting wouldn't make it cute in the slightest. That monster. Just then, Kasai fell from above. He had nearly died just moments ago, but Ikoma had predicted the rabbit's surprise attack and protected him. But then the rabbit leaped away. It wouldn't attack directly, instead just running in circles to launch surprise attacks. Ikoma gritted his teeth. He decided he would deal with 3 of the book monsters, while the other 4 handled the last one. Naturally, Seiji couldn't let him take such a risk. A moment ago he was too slow and Kasai got ambushed. Still, they were strong fighters, so Ikoma had to trust them at least a little. It's not like they have a second life. "Get back," Ikoma said coldly. He was getting fed up with their superior attitude. The rabbit's speed was incredible, and on top of that, it was a cunning monster. When fighting multiple opponents, they needed to get used to surprise attacks. Even the most reliable person among them almost got taken out by that move. Inao Shion started to panic a little. That's what she gets for running her mouth. Besides, support classes like priests and mages need to be protected. To continue the fight. "Are you planning to fight 3 of them at once? That's impossible," Inao Shion protested. But Sasuke was used to Ikoma carrying the team, so she trusted him completely. "Maybe this is the best way to win," Sasuke said, signaling for the others to help Ikoma by fighting the remaining monster. Meanwhile, Ikoma had already engaged in battle. The book monsters could fly freely through the air even at a distance. But they were still strong, and their magic was even faster. On top of that, he had to be wary of the bloodthirsty rabbit's surprise attacks. This monster was just as troublesome as it was in his past life. But he also enjoyed battles that tested his abilities, so he didn't mind getting his hands dirty. Time to fight. Seiji used his shield to block. Then Inao Shion leaped up and slashed with her scythe, but she was too slow. The book monster easily dodged. They had strong attack power, knew how to use magic, and were incredibly fast. On top of all that, they constantly had to be wary of that maniacal rabbit. And yet Ikoma wanted to take on all 3 of them in this situation. Meanwhile, Ikoma was fighting 1-on-3 using gravity reduction. To jump on each book monster, to dodge attacks, then dive down from above, piercing right through one of them. The experience points he received were much higher. He thought he'd finished one. Sasuke was also fighting hard using an orb of darkness to blind a book monster so Kasai could deliver the finishing blow. The situation seemed to be under control, and they started to feel hopeful. But then the rabbit summoned more monsters. 2 new books were summoned to replace the 2 that had been destroyed. Ikoma realized it could only control 4 at a time, but at this rate, the fight would never end. Were they supposed to clear out every single book in this library? Inao Shion gritted her teeth and yelled, "Damn it, don't look down on me, I'll kill them all." But Ikoma didn't think so. He signaled for her to hide behind Seiji's shield and rethink her strategy. No way, Inao Shion didn't like being ordered around like a puppet, even if Ikoma was stronger. She was determined to blow away 2 monsters with a single attack. Suddenly, a sound made Inao Shion's heart stop. It had to be that rabbit rushing toward her. When Inao Shion spun around, it was still standing there, even pretending to be completely exhausted. Inao Shion was furious. That rabbit had deliberately made a noise to distract her. At that exact moment, a book monster sank its teeth into her side. Inao Shion was thrown back, but the monster clamped down, refusing to let go. At this rate, she would bleed to death. Once again, Ikoma had to step in. He would use brute force to make it let go, not forgetting to tell Inao Shion to grit her teeth because the next blow was going to hurt. Sure enough, the book was forced to release her. Inao Shion's whole body ached. She'd been saved, but she had come dangerously close to kicking the bucket. Then another monster charged toward her. Ikoma jumped in to save her, signaling for Seiji to heal Inao Shion. Sasuke was terrified. At this rate, the monsters would corner them completely. But Ikoma remained optimistic. Summoning these books required a lot of MP. As long as they could keep defeating them, they would have a chance. The rabbit knew that too, which was why it was getting so impatient. The spines of the grimoires had high defense. Their mouths were protected by those fangs, so if Ikoma could just pierce through that spine and attack like this, an explosion from the inside would completely obliterate the book. Sasuke's spirits lifted again. As long as we keep this up, we'll win, right? But Jugo Daseiji didn't think so. Another wave was rushing towards them. Meanwhile, the rabbit was acting strangely. I knew you'd come this way. Ikoma reversed gravity, causing the rabbit to miss its pounce. Even if he killed 1 or 2 books, it wouldn't be a problem for it. But to kill them all, they had to kill the leader. Being cornered was actually to their advantage. It would be much harder for the rabbit to launch a surprise attack, especially from behind. Ikoma knew that the further they retreated, the more the monsters would charge straight at them. The rabbit had ruined its own plan. Ikoma wanted to seize the opportunity to attack, but the rabbit leaped away. Its reaction time was even faster than his speed. In that case, the only thing left was to use his main character, plot armor. After a long chase, Ikoma still couldn't catch it. He wanted to use the momentum from gravity to slice it in half. But the rabbit was faster than he thought, and his sword only managed to graze its hip. It was fast and small. What an annoying monster. The other group of 4 was still fighting, but it looked like they didn't have much strength left. There was only one option to defeat that rabbit. Ikoma wanted to finish it in a single blow. But just chasing it wasn't going to work. The only way was to trick it. The rabbit thought that Ikoma would attack head-on again, so all it had to do was jump to dodge. The moment Ikoma charged, it leaped into the air, confident of its victory. A perfecten nonatus. Actually, there was one note, because it's not the main character. An explosion from above sent the rabbit flying. He might be handsome, but he's not stupid. Its movement skill was fast, but it had many weaknesses. Its movements were predictable, so he just had to get used to the pattern and time his attack perfectly. The rabbit wasn't giving up. It lunged from below with its terrifying mouth open. Without hesitating, Ikoma sliced it in half. When the rabbit was destroyed, the pile of books returned to normal. Inao Shion's eyes welled with tears. Is it finally over? Sasuke turned and called her name. Inao Shion immediately jumped up and made an excuse. I'm not crying, okay? Something just got in my eye. Seiji walked over, shook Ikoma's hand, and apologized for underestimating both him and Sasuke. Model. They just wanted enough members, but if only 3 of them had come, they would have died for sure. Just then, an item dropped from the rabbit's corpse. It was a magic crystal and a B-rank skill book for its dust skill. This skill wasn't completely useless. There were a few ways to use it depending on their class. Plus, if they sold it to the association, they could get 10 million. Hearing the word money, Seiji's eyes lit up. If it's 10 million split 5 ways, that's 2 million for each of them. He loved the money, but his life was more important. Jugo Daseiji wanted to go back because they were low on MP. The gate was also more mysterious than they had anticipated. Normally, Ikoma would agree, but he couldn't let anyone else get that ring before him, so Ikoma convinced them to stay. The most troublesome thing in the gate was that rabbit. If they had run as soon as they saw it, they wouldn't have had to fight. In any case, they had support and MP recovery. Sasuke grimaced. She was sure Ikoma was going to make her do that again. Ikoma acted nonchalantly, saying it was simply because they needed MP. The goblins were the perfect food source when their MP was depleted. Jugo Daseiji agreed if they could recover their MP. The decision was left to the other 2. Kasai also agreed to stay. He didn't want to leave empty-handed after coming all this way. In reality, he wanted to take advantage of Ikoma more. Inao Shion was shocked that they all wanted to continue exploring the gate after what they'd just been through. After all, she had almost been killed, so it was understandable that she felt that way. No one could blame her. Hearing Jugo Daseiji say that she braced herself. In the end, the group continued deeper into the gate. Outside the portal, 2 people were requesting entry. The gatekeeper hadn't received any notification about the Demon Defense Agency taking control, so he was a bit hesitant. Just then, the 2 presented a notice from government headquarters. The gatekeeper respectfully opened the gate, inviting them in. The braided-haired girl snapped the ID card in her hand in half. We're just going in. Did we really have to go through all that trouble? The young man was more cautious. The rules at the portal are quite strict, so they had to disguise themselves to this extent to avoid suspicion. Thanks to the girl's skill, everything was much simpler. The girl didn't understand why their superiors wanted to completely eliminate the item dropped by the boss. But to the young man, that wasn't their concern. They just had to carry out the mission and retrieve the assigned Chimera's claw. Furthermore, he reminded her to drop the illusion magic as soon as possible because it consumed a lot of MP. The girl rubbed her head, annoyed by his rigidity. A guy who only knows how to obey the boss and do missions. Finally, the girl dropped the illusion magic. Their real faces were revealed. Inao Shion was once again the one being targeted. And once again, Ikoma was the one who rescued her. This ghoul was an attack-type monster that could stretch its body. For those who had never fought one before, they were no match for it, especially since Inao Shion's physical stats weren't high. Sasuke's shadow hands summoned a mass of dark hands that pinned the monster's body. Then she leaped up and used her scepter to smash its skull. Sasuke had gotten stronger. She had acquired this new skill by using the skill points from defeating the rabbit. Looks like she'll be very useful from now on. Using that skill on the ghouls seemed to only cost MP, so they needed to reduce the number of monsters. Just then, Sasuke turned to look at Inao Shion with a hair-raising smile. It was all because Inao Shion was clinging tightly to Ikoma's arm for support. Inao Shion immediately let go and moved a few meters away from him. I was just scared the monsters would attack, and I wasn't clinging to his arm hoping to be protected. Despite that, Sasuke continued to stare at her with a judgmental look, making Inao Shion even more flustered. She pointed at Ikoma as a way of expressing her gratitude for him, saving her life. After fighting for a while longer, only one last monster remained. Kasai was the one fighting it, and it looked like he was about to finish it off. Seiji quickly shouted, signaling him not to kill the last one, because Ikoma had told him to. Kasai just knocked its scepter away and used a rope to restrain the giant goblin. It went without saying that Ikoma wanted to keep it alive because the goblin's MP was quite high enough to replenish the party members. Kasai was the one who used his brain the most among the three of them, even with his gloomy personality. But he was still the most diligent and efficient worker. It's great to have Kasai on the team, Ikoma thought. The goblin was drained of its mana, which was then transferred to 3 members of the party. Jugo Daseiji felt his body growing strong again, ready to keep fighting. As for Inao Shion, although her MP was restored, she was still terrified by what had happened. Jugo Daseiji was excited and wanted to go catch 2 more goblins to restore MP for Ikoma and Sasuke, but Ikoma knew that even with recovery, their bodies would still be tired. They would need to use more energy to kill those goblins. That was the trade-off for consuming mana. Hearing that, Jugo Daseiji immediately abandoned the idea of hunting goblins. He clapped Ikoma on the shoulder with full confidence. They had already gone quite deep into the portal, and this time Ikoma officially asked for their help in conquering the boss with him. For the first time, Kasai showed interest. But as expected, Inao Shion immediately objected. Are you scared Ikoma only needed to ask that for Inao Shion to deny it? Jugo Daseiji also thought about it seriously. Initially, he really wanted to form a team to kill the boss, but after wandering around in here and gathering enough magic crystals and skill points, he felt it was enough. Besides, he had been overconfident before and was now paying the price. Ikoma said that he already had some information about the item here, so maybe they could actually defeat the boss. Seiji immediately reconsidered. He really wanted to defeat a B-rank boss. If he did, everyone would flock to him for sure. Ikoma saw that they seemed to want to join, so he wanted to sort out the loot distribution beforehand. He wanted the item dropped by the boss while they would get all the crystals and magic items they had already obtained. Even Sasuke had already agreed. Jugo Daseiji was quite curious about the item that Ikoma was so determined to get, but getting 3 times the amount of items dropped by the rabbit, nothing could be better. Money, here I come. Jugo Daseiji noticed Inao Shion still seemed reluctant. Kasai coldly said, everyone else has agreed. You want to go home by yourself. Inao Shion clicked her tongue and finally decided to go along. But she insisted she was only coming to repay her debt. Ikoma once again noted how brutally honest she was. Meanwhile, the boss of the Dream Library, Akasa, was waiting for adventurers to come and conquer it, a level 60 monster. The group stopped in front of the boss room. They would act according to Ikoma's plan. The boss wasn't mobile, but its range of movement was quite large. As long as they weren't hasty, they could defeat it without any problems. Jugo Daseiji was eagerly looking forward to his first ever victory against a B-rank boss. While everyone else had their own hopes, Inao Shion was still suspicious of the item that supposedly revealed information about the boss Ikoma had come up with, but she followed along anyway. Sasuke said something that was like a slap in the face to her. Even though Inao Shion was following, she was the only one who didn't believe in the item Ikoma had fabricated. In this respect, she seemed quite smart. According to Seiji's experience, the most important thing for an adventurer is not to be reckless and boast about their own strength. And according to him, Ikoma wasn't the type to just talk nonsense. Even Kasai was following along, but only because he didn't want someone else to beat the boss before he did. He'd already told Inao Shion to go home just a moment ago, yet here she was still nagging about trust. Ikoma finally spoke up. Adventurers always risk their lives. If you're that worried, we can go back. I already told you I'm not scared. Just don't trust everything he says, Inao Shion retorted stubbornly. Ikoma was exasperated but still tried to reassure her with the plan. He and Kasai would draw the boss's attention, while Seiji would protect her. Inao Shion still disagreed, saying that if they did that, everyone would still look down on her. Kasai silently assessed Inao Shion. She seemed genuinely worried, but still accepted the mission. His goal was to challenge the beast and become stronger. If he failed, Kasai could still escape since he was the highest level 1 here before the fight began. Ikoma wanted to spend some skill points. With 29 points remaining, Ikoma had planned to save them to reach gravity control level 4, but the priority before fighting a boss was to level up his gravity magic. So, with 15 skill points, Ikoma's gravity magic rose to level 3. At the same time, a new skill was unlocked called Gravity Field. It would cover a selected area with gravity magic. It was a good thing his number of skills had increased before facing the boss. The group opened the door and entered. Before them was a large domed space. In the middle of the room, the boss Akasa turned its head to look at the team. Inao Shion gulped audibly. Kasai could tell with just one look that the boss's mobility wasn't high. Wasting no time, the group acted according to the plan. Akasa opened with Thunder Fury magic, sending bolts of lightning across a wide area. Just like in the old documents that Ikoma had peeked at the power of the lightning, magic varied based on range, so it targeted Kasai and him in the front instead of the people in the back. Ikoma could accelerate suddenly by reducing his gravity, and Kasai, being from a thief class, also had an advantage in movement. Therefore, none of Akasa's attacks could hit them. The two of them just zipped past the lightning and approached the boss. Now, they just had to wait for an opening after it used its magic. At that moment, all four of them launched a combined attack on the boss. It raised its hands to cover its face, but remained unharmed after taking all four sorry excuses for an attack. "Excuse me." A strange voice reached Sasuke's ears. She was stunned and confused. Was the monster talking? Ikoma realized Akasa was preparing an attack. An AoE on Sasuke and the others. He immediately shouted, signaling for everyone to get behind Seiji. Kasai didn't want to follow the orders of some kid younger than him, but his life came first. Akasa summoned a wave of fire aimed at them. Inao Shion shrieked in panic. How the hell are we supposed to dodge that? Ikoma had already calculated this. If you can't dodge, then defend. Seiji summoned his shield. He easily blocked the attack because the AoE had lower damage, just as Ikoma had said. Seeing this, his morale soared. They could handle Akasa's magic attacks with their skills. As long as they were careful, they would defeat the boss. It had many wide-range attacks, but its mobility was low. Because of that, it was fairly easy to deal with. Just charge forward. Even Inao Shion was starting to feel hopeful about a bright future becoming an idle adventurer. Kasai, however, remained gloomy. Everything was going too smoothly, not how he wanted. What he needed was for a few people to get wiped out. Ikoma was truly beyond his expectations. So if he wanted to break this party, Kasai would have to take out Ikoma first. After that, everyone would fall into chaos and he wouldn't be able to win. Ikoma was still on the front lines attacking. This time, Akasa summoned the Sword of Rust and launched a lightning bolt toward Ikoma. He easily dodged it, not forgetting to taunt the boss a little to piss it off. Inao Shion grew more and more confident. As long as they had Ikoma and Kasai, with their nimble combat speed, taking down the boss would be a piece of cake. She couldn't believe the boss was this easy to handle. Come to mama money. Sasuke was hopeless. Just a while ago, she was the most terrified one in the group. Jugo de Seiji also started to let his guard down. At first, he thought Ikoma was being overconfident, but after actually fighting, he saw that everything he said was correct. Ikoma understood the enemy's strength perfectly and chose the path with the least risk. Above all were his skills and courage. The attacks were brutally powerful. One hit and you'd be meeting your ancestors. Yet Ikoma just kept pressing forward without a hint of fear. That was something only a seasoned and confident adventurer could do. Akasa launched massive stone pillars, which meant its fighting style had also changed. Because of the attacks from the rear guard, it had created shields while also restricting the movement of the vanguards. But thanks to that, they could also take cover behind the stone pillars, which acted as another shield from its wide area attacks. This time, Ikoma signaled for Seiji to bring the rear guard to the front. Meanwhile, Akasa used Thunder Fury again, but the stone pillars themselves obstructed its view, allowing it to be hit easily. Inao Shion was grinning from ear to ear. Well, would you look at that? It even gave us some top-notch shields. That was a bad move, you stupid puppet. Ikoma felt Inao Shion was getting overly excited, but there was nothing he could do. Besides, she was sitting right where he was aiming, so Ikoma could only apologize to her in advance. Inao Shion didn't even understand what was happening. When a second later, she felt Ikoma's foot press down hard on her. He used her as a foothold to jump onto a nearby stone pillar. Before Inao Shion could even start cursing Ikoma's ancestors, he had already dashed off to approach Akasa. He couldn't get close before because the boss had its eyes on him, but he could use gravity to create a surprise attack from above. As expected, Akasa couldn't dodge Ikoma's slash, but the attack only broke off one of its horns. Did he do it yet? Inao Shion eagerly awaited the result, but no dice. Akasa's defense was still quite high. Its HP was nearly depleted, but it still had 2/3 of its MP left. Kasai Hiro was hiding behind a stone pillar observing. He figured the boss would be dead soon anyway, so he'd make his move on. Ikoma. Right at that moment, when no one was paying attention, Akasa raised both its hands high. Not to do some morning stretches, but to summon an ultimate universe-ending attack. It was the Desolation Explosion. This magic required a long casting time and a massive amount of MP, but if it went off, they'd all be pushing up daisies. Some gate bosses lose control and go berserk when they get anxious, just like Akasa was doing now. That's why Ikoma had to take it down before it finished casting. Ikoma charged forward without fear, confident that Kasai was behind him for support. The rear guard was also pushing up. This boss wasn't very agile, so defeating it should be easy. Just then, suddenly a dagger flew towards Ikoma. Though caught by surprise, he still managed to block it. Behind him, Kasai was shocked at Ikoma's frighteningly fast reflexes. He quickly raised his hand and said, "Sorry, my hand slipped." Ikoma started to get suspicious. He was sure that guy was up to something, but now wasn't the time to worry about trivial matters. Because the desolation explosion was far more terrifying. Ikoma signaled for everyone to try and avoid Akasa's wide-area attack. Its power was so immense that everyone trembled in fear. What started as a normal glimmer of light had now become an orb larger than the boss itself. Ikoma frowned. The desolation explosion was an incredibly powerful spell because it wouldn't stop until it drained all of the caster's mana. That meant they could deal with Akasa more easily if they could just get past this explosion. In other words, this was the final obstacle before Ikoma could get the Ring of Wisdom, as long as nothing unexpected happened. Attacks began to shoot out from the orb. Ikoma dodged while trying to get close to Akasa. It only had a sliver of HP left. It'd be a waste not to finish it off. But Akasa had its eyes on Ikoma and started concentrating its attacks on him. Kasai was still hiding behind the stone pillar, hoping it would keep him from getting hurt from the boss's terrifying assault. Besides, this spot had a great view of the fight. But yeah, right, Akasa's attack obliterated the stone pillar Kasai was hiding behind. He scrambled to save his own skin, silently cursing Ikoma for dragging him to a place with such an insane monster. Akasa was still casting the desolation explosion. At this rate, Sasuke and the others would get hit. Feeling cornered, Ikoma had no choice but to charge in and attack. "Holy crap, that guy's charging in again," Inoue yelled. Meanwhile, Sasuke noticed Ikoma's magic was weakening. Right then, she signaled for everyone to charge in together and help Ikoma. "So what if the boss's HP is almost gone and it's only focused on him?" Inoue grumbled, but Seiji was different. He decided to help Ikoma alongside Sasuke. "Because we're a party, aren't we?" They had relied too much on Ikoma. Now, Seiji couldn't let him keep breaking his back, carrying the whole team. With that, Inoue also shut her eyes and charged forward with the other two. Akasa noticed and immediately fired 2 magic beams at them. With no way to dodge, Seiji had no choice but to use his shield to protect them. But the force was even greater than the wave of fire from before. Seiji's shield was about to crack. Just then, he signaled for Sasuke and Inoue to advance, while he stayed behind to block Akasa's attack. A second later, Seiji was sent flying. It had been a long time since he'd been pushed into such a pathetic state while exploring gates. Now everything depended on the other 3. Thanks to the distraction from Sasuke and the others, Akasa was less focused on Ikoma. This was his chance to finish it off. He had a brand new skill he hadn't used yet. Ikoma decided to try it gravity field. He locked Akasa in a fixed area with his gravity magic. The immense pressure made it difficult for Akasa to control the desolation explosion, a spell that required precise altitude. Ikoma was going to corner it and make it drop that giant magic orb. Sasuke also lent a hand, summoning shadowy hands to restrain Akasa. Even so, it wasn't enough. If they kept this up, Akasa would definitely run out of mana. And then the desolation explosion would activate. "Damn it, I want to go home," Inoue screamed, as she mustered all her courage and hurled her massive scythe at Akasa. The blow sent its whole body staggering. Akasa let out a pitiful cry. Its skeletal arms shattered into pieces. Without both hands, Akasa could no longer summon the desolation explosion. It collapsed, looking truly pathetic, but Ikoma had no time for sympathy. He seized the opportunity and charged forward to end Akasa's life. Ikoma leveled up from 45 to 49 after defeating the level 60 opponent. Inoue sighed in relief, glad they had finally defeated the gate's boss, and could now escape. Ikoma was happy. At last, he could uncover some secrets that in his past life, he had missed. Behind a stone pillar, Kasai was still silently staring at Ikoma. Even though he didn't take off his mask, you could still feel the scummy vibe radiating from him. Ikoma fumbled around for a bit, and finally found the Ring of Wisdom he had been waiting for so long. With this B-rank ring, he could summon the Great Sage from the library. Sasuke was curious about the item Ikoma was so determined to get. If it contained information related to the phenomena, at the gates they should hand it over to the Demon Prevention Bureau, right? But Ikoma had his reasons not to. First, the ones who lost the Ring of Wisdom in his past life was the Demon Prevention Bureau itself. It used to be under the control of the Research Institute, so Ikoma didn't have a single person he trusted enough to hand the ring over to. Second, to unlock the ring's true potential, the user needed a high level. It would be more convenient if an adventurer who was formerly S-rank like him held onto it. And most importantly, what kind of idiot would give up a rare item they worked so hard to get? This was the first time Sasuke had seen Ikoma so openly happy. She wondered what kind of insane effect the ring had to make Ikoma lose sleep over it. Just then, Seiji ran over and joyfully congratulated him. Thanks to Ikoma defeating Akasa, the rest of them got to leech a bit of fame, even though he'd been so injured just a moment ago that he thought he was about to go. meet his ancestors. Seiji had already healed himself. He even offered to heal Ikoma. Ikoma hesitated since he hadn't taken any direct hits, but since Seiji offered, he didn't mind. After all, it was a free heal. While treating Ikoma, Seiji secretly admired him. Ikoma was the most promising adventurer he had ever seen. Jugoda Seiji had always seen adventuring as just a way to make a quick buck. He never expected Ikoma could make him act for the sake of his teammates. In such a dire moment, Jugoda Seiji felt his life wasn't wasted, having met someone with Ikoma's spirit. Meanwhile, Inao Xian was still complaining. She'd nearly died several times today. Now only money could heal her wounds. Kasai saw that Ikoma had gotten the items and experience, and had safely defeated the boss. So now was the time for him to stop pretending to be friends. Right after adventurers overcome a tough challenge, they let their guard down and become careless. In that exact moment, Kasai would use his ultimate super thief skill, which lets him move without a sound to sneak up on Ikoma. A brutal strike to the back of the neck would solve everything. Just then, Ikoma turned around, his eyes piercing and cold. He used his sword to block Kasai's dagger, shocking him. Damn it, do you have eyes in the back of your head or something? Ikoma doubled the gravity and smashed his fist into the guy's face. That was for trying to steal in broad daylight. Jugoda Seiji was horrified to see two teammates fighting, but Ikoma quickly explained that Kasai had betrayed them. He'd felt something was suspicious about him during the fight, but he was too busy with the boss to think about it. He never imagined Kasai would attack him directly like this. As expected, Kasai had been conserving his strength the whole time, just running around. But Ikoma still had plenty of MP left. A 4-on-1 fight is a guaranteed win. But suddenly, Ikoma realized something was wrong. It turned out Kasai's goal wasn't to kill them, but to steal their things. He had already snatched the item storage bracelet, and more importantly, his ring of sagacity. Ikoma had forgotten that Kasai was a thief class specializing in pilfering items, and there was no way to defend against a thief's steal skill. The item storage bracelet itself was valuable, but the items inside were even more so, since it contained everything they had collected on their expedition. Everyone was furious at his shameless act. Kasai dashed off, taunting, "Catch me if you can." Besides Ikoma, the rest of them were slow as turtles. On top of that, their strength was depleted after fighting the boss. Ikoma gritted his teeth in frustration. It was annoying, but what Kasai said was true. They didn't have the strength to catch him right now. Ikoma thought that B-rank adventurers wouldn't be swayed by material greed, but he was dead wrong. As for Kasai, he had always ranked up through theft and blackmail thanks to his thief skills, but eventually, his bad reputation caught up with him at the association, and he couldn't form a party with anyone. He had traveled far to get here, but his ill repute had spread, and news about him was everywhere. Kasai had prepared for this to be his last group activity here. But now that he thought about it in a group where the leader has achievements and information about where rare items will appear, shouldn't he take advantage of that to get more good stuff? Jugo was crushed as he saw 10 million yen slipping away. Ikoma apologized to everyone for being careless and letting him steal their things. Now they had no other choice. They'd have to let the Demon Prevention Unit catch Kasai. He was a high-level criminal, but not a murderer, just a thief. Promises meant nothing because inside the gate there are no rules. He wasn't even sure if the Demon Prevention Unit could catch him. Ikoma didn't care about the other items he'd earned. The only thing he needed was that ring of sagacity. "Oh, looks like we're late," a voice came from the entrance. Sasuke panicked, afraid the two newcomers would be in danger from Kasai. She screamed, "Run, get out of here." Kasai spoke to the two people blocking the exit. Seeing them in a fighting stance, he cursed the whole group as fools. Here he was the highest level B rank, level 48, so no one could defeat him. That was before Kasai met Kikyo. A single, swift, powerful blow from him sent Kasai flying. He slammed into a wall and was knocked out cold. Everyone who witnessed it was stunned. A high-level adventurer like Kasai was taken down in a single hit. Who in the world were these two newcomers? Seeing the familiar figures, Ikoma's face went pale. Arisu looked at Kasai, lying unconscious on the ground, and seemed disappointed. "I thought I'd get to play a bit more, but Kikyo knocked him out in one hit." Ino Shion trembled. Kasai was a veteran adventurer she'd always feared, yet he was taken down with a single swing. Arisu found the ring and shouted excitedly, "This is awesome." She put the ring on her finger and jumped around in front of Kikyo excitedly. "Look, it suits me perfectly, doesn't it?" Kikyo remained rigid. "That's the target we have to destroy." Arisu wondered if anyone would notice if she secretly took it back. "If you dare to defy orders, you'll be executed, even you," Kikyo reminded her. Just then, Seiji stepped forward and hesitantly thanked them for saving the group from the traitor. But was it really necessary to be so brutal? Arisu tilted her head, feigning confusion. Then she broke into a wide grin, but her eyes remained wide open. "Looks like there's been some kind of misunderstanding. We could just kill all of you," Kikyo agreed, as they were under orders to eliminate everyone present. The group was shocked once again. They thought they were heroes, but they were demons. Hearing that Ikoma knew he wasn't mistaken, the strange atmosphere, their distinctive outfits, and that terrifying power, they could only be the Chimera's fangs. "Oh, you know who we are. That's quite a surprise," Arisu said. Everyone else was surprised too. They thought the Chimera's fangs were just stories from the internet. They were a dark organization that had managed to climb the ranks of the underworld by using power from the gate. They continued to expand, and within 10 years, they even got involved in politics. The Chimera's fangs had reached a point where they were considered the rulers of the nation's night. In his past life, they were like urban legends, and Ikoma had once fought a member of the fangs inside a gate. But back then, they shouldn't have been using the same kinds of weapons and abilities as they did in his past life. Nevertheless, there was no denying they were formidable opponents. Ikoma also couldn't figure out why the Chimera's fangs would be present in this nameless B-rank gate, but they're not the type to let their identities be exposed. Once they're found out, they'll eliminate all witnesses present. The two bloodthirsty fangs charged forward. Inao Xian panicked. Holy crap, they're actually killing people. At this point, there was no choice but to fight back. Jugo Daseiji thought they could win a 4-on-2 fight as long as they avoided 1-on-1 duels. But Ikoma didn't think so. They were on a completely different level. Sorry, but even a 2-on-1 would be a tough win. Hey Kikyo, who do you want to kill? I want that guy over there, Arisu said, with amusement not forgetting to show off the ring on her hand. Ikoma couldn't let the only information-related item fall into their hands. He had to take back what was rightfully his. Ikoma targeted Arisu. He signaled for the other three to deal with Kikyo while he would go solo against this girl. Sasuke didn't want to let Ikoma fight 1-on-1. While the three of them fought one guy, but Seiji thought it was a reasonable plan. He and Sasuke were the rear guard, so they couldn't be on the front lines. They could only rely on Inao Xian, the only one who could handle a 1-on-1 fight. It would be a heavy burden for Ikoma, but it was their only option now. Besides that, Kikyo Gai knocked out Kasai with a single blow, so it was too dangerous to fight him solo. Considering Ikoma's skill level, the three of them coordinating was the most effective strategy. Seeing them underestimating Arisu, Kikyo spoke up. She's always been stronger than me, you know. This was beyond Seiji's ability to judge. As Arisu and Ikoma were dueling, although they looked evenly matched, Ikoma had less stamina. Even though he had enhanced himself by manipulating gravity, his physical strength couldn't be boosted. Let me tell you something. Kikyo is level 54, and I'm 57. Arisu taunted Ikoma with amusement. She guessed he was only somewhere around level 50, so fighting her was like an egg hitting a rock. Ikoma was well aware that her level was higher than his. He wasn't stupid. Arisu loved to mock those weaker than her. To her, as long as she could defeat high-level demons her own level would rise quickly. It was common sense that those who rushed into danger would gain power the fastest. It's just that most of them ended up meeting their maker. In Ikoma's eyes, she was just a brat who thought the universe revolved around her. Arisu got annoyed that Ikoma kept rambling without explaining why he chose to fight her solo. It was simple because he had experience fighting a class that used short-range weapons. They were tricky because they could circle around and tear opponents apart. Those who used longer weapons were better suited for solo fights, as it was easier to spot their openings. Therefore, they shouldn't fight individually. Fights between difficult classes often lead to unpredictable consequences. So after he finished off Arisu, he would go support his three comrades. With his mind, this was the only way Ikoma could think of to win. Over on the other side, Jugo Daseiji was waiting and waiting, but Ikoma didn't join the fray. Is he planning to stand there and explain his entire battle plan before fighting? Ahaha, that's a pretty hot-headed taunt. Arisu burst out laughing. Finally, the two of them engaged. She summoned her Dream Blade. You'd better entertain me. It'll be a huge disappointment if you're all talk. The Dream Blade was a magic skill that attacked the enemy with a materialized illusory blade. At this moment, Ikoma had figured out Arisu's class, a rare and very troublesome one. Dance for me. Come on. Arisu hurled the Dream Blades towards Ikoma. Of course, none of them hit him. Arisu assessed his speed and his special body enhancement skill. He could even dodge the attacks without a hint of fear. Not bad. Arisu licked her lips. The tougher the opponent, the more she wanted to see them drenched in a sea of blood. Ikoma counterattacked, but the level gap was still there. It made his blows less effective. Even his fastest and most sophisticated attacks used within a gravity field posed no threat. Even with double the force, he was still at a disadvantage. It was like when he increased his MP output. This was going to be tough now, but Ikoma had to hurry up and go. Help the other three. Enough playing around. Let's see you fight for real. Ikoma started to provoke Arisu. If he let his guard down now, he wouldn't be able to attack her. This was a truly dangerous gamble, but he had to change his tactics. Ikoma mocked her, saying her dull knives couldn't be used easily, or maybe her skills were just so lame that she couldn't aim properly. Arisu didn't get angry. On the contrary, she smiled with interest that Ikoma knew so much. Because her class was a rare one, Arisu didn't know what adventurer had this class besides herself. It was the illusionist class, a class that could freely weave reality and illusion to fight. This time, Arisu used a combination of Dream Blade and Phantom Mirror. There was a large number of knives, but half of them were illusions. She launched all the knives and mirrors toward Ikoma. Even a monster couldn't dodge all of that. Ikoma leaped up from his spot, but Arisu wasn't fazed. Go on, keep jumping, but how can you dodge all the phantom mirrors? They require low MP, and can be easily used with other magic. Its strength lies in its ability to disorient the opponent. But the only thing Ikoma worried about when facing this type of magic was the fear it caused. This attack inflicted more mental damage than ordinary attacks. For example, right now, with all those knives rushing toward him, Arisu couldn't wait any longer to see the look of fear contorting Ikoma's face. As the tips of the blades flew at him, Ikoma didn't even blink. As a result, they passed right through him without leaving a scratch because they were just illusions. Ikoma only needed to observe their brightness and shadows to know which ones were real and which were fake. You can fool anyone else but not a regressor. Arisu started to get a little flustered, even seeing through illusions. Ikoma could do that, no way. No one can cut through an attack without a shred of hesitation, while she was lost in her negative thoughts. Ikoma had already snuck up behind her. The mounting pressure made Arisu's heart pound. She knew for sure. Ikoma was no ordinary adventurer. His courage, knowledge, and experience were on a different level compared to the others she had killed. Arisu had even fought high-level people, from the underworld and monster hunters, but none of them radiated such a terrifying killing intent as Ikoma. While she was still dazed, Ikoma's sword slashed past her face. When she felt no pain, she let out a laugh of relief. Just a little slip-up. It turned out Ikoma had missed, although he did surprise her a bit since it was the first time she'd seen her attack. Be completely dodged. Ikoma looked back at his sword and pretended to sigh. Oh man. I was planning to finish you with that final move. That was close, huh? The moment he finished speaking, drops of blood fell from near Arisu's ear. She stared blankly at her blood-stained hand, then suddenly burst out laughing like a patient who had just escaped an asylum. Amazing. Good job. How wonderful. If you could actually kill me. This feels amazing. It's been so long since Arisu has felt this way so much that she's forced to use her ultimate move. The one thing she despises because it makes the fight completely one-sided and boring, doppelganger. Ikoma isn't surprised that at her level, she managed to acquire this skill. It's a lame illusionist's technique that creates tangible phantoms. And to make matters worse, an opponent, at her level, can create 3 phantoms at once, just like Arisu is doing now. If Ikoma lets his guard down, he'll be instantly tormented to death. Doppelganger is an intermittent skill that creates multiple copies at once, each with the exact same physical abilities as the original. Because of this, Ikoma's one-on-one duel has turned into a 1 versus 3. From this point on, he has no time to counterattack. He has to prioritize survival. While dealing with the 2 clones on his flanks, another, Arisu leaped down from above. This time Ikoma couldn't dodge. He could only block her overhead slash with his arm. Doppelganger isn't invincible, however. However, with his current abilities, Ikoma doesn't have what it takes to defeat her higher-level clones. It's all or nothing. This is the only strategy he has to get the ring back. Meanwhile, Kikyo is fighting the other 3 alone, but he seems completely unfazed. He defeated Kasai single-handedly with overwhelming power, but for them, it's a matter of a huge stat difference. Even though Kikyo was the one to start the fight, the other 2 could have attacked at the very beginning. Knowing this full well, he moves very cautiously. Seiji wants to press their numerical advantage and strike first to gain the upper hand. To be safe while fighting this guy, Inao Shion go. At Seiji's command, the 2 of them rushed in simultaneously. Kikyo merely used Fire Fang to repel both their attacks. All the while he was waiting for Arisu to make her move after dealing with Ikoma. But old habits die hard, and she wants to play around for a bit. Anyway, with his live for the mission motto, Kikyo doesn't want to prolong this cat-and-mouse game. He activates Vira Samhogakaya, and his entire body emits an overwhelming aura, completely different from before. It's a skill learned by some melee class users. It stimulates the muscles, boosting the body's overall capabilities. It hardens the body and increases its defensive capabilities. However, if he enters this state while suppressing his injuries, Kikyo has to endure a stat debuff. Seiji realizes it's a skill that consumes a massive amount of stamina, meaning he intends to finish them all in one fell swoop. Just as Kikyo attacked, Seiji managed to jump in front of the 2 girls to protect them, but he wasn't fast enough to activate his shield, taking the full brunt of Kikyo's attack. "You damn baldy," a furious Inao Shion yelled, charging forward. But Kikyo simply blocked the attack with his arm. Inao, Shion's face went pale. Does a state that makes the body unbreakable actually exist? Just then, Kikyo countered without mercy, sending Inao Shion flying. In a flash, 2 of them were defeated. Is Kikyo really a human, or is he a demon? But does that mean Arisu is even stronger than this monster? Meanwhile, Arisu was still gleefully toying with Ikoma and her 2 doppelgangers, but Kikyo was surprised she had to use that skill, which meant Ikoma must be incredibly strong. Still, he was sure that being so outnumbered, Ikoma would be defeated soon. Sasuke grew anxious. No matter what they tried, Kikyo was in a league of his own. But she was certain that if they could just hold out a little longer, Ikoma would come to their rescue. Suddenly, Sasuke realized she was still stuck in that mindset of being a dead weight, just waiting for someone to save her. She had sworn to become a partner, worthy of Ikoma. That's why she couldn't just stand by and wait for him to save her while he was putting his own life on the line. If she did, she wouldn't deserve to be his friend. Inao Shion Seiji, deep down you two still have the will to fight, don't you? Sasuke called out. The three of us. Let's defeat him together. And go help Ikoma. For once, let's be the ones to save him. We've relied on him for too long. But the power of friendship would have no effect here. Kikyo's brow furrowed. He would send all three of them to their graves together, in one fell swoop. And yet at that moment, Kikyo genuinely respected Seiji and the others. Inao Shion and Sasuke were still determined to fight to the bitter end, despite knowing that against Kikyo's power, their efforts were completely futile. Because of this, he decided to send all three of them to the afterlife together, so they wouldn't be lonely. Virasamogakaya enhanced his physical power, allowing him to withstand their attacks, even when the three of them pressed their numerical advantage. They couldn't damage him at all. Defeating him with their current strength was impossible. Sasuke wasn't even thinking about trying to prolong the fight to drain his mana. She began to wonder in this situation, what would Ikoma do? How would he break this deadlock? If this turned into a drawn-out fight, they would lose, due to the vast difference in their base power. Therefore, the three of them needed to create an opening and land a single all-out critical blow. Even if it couldn't defeat him, it might incapacitate him. Right at that moment, the bald-headed man shot towards them. He prepared to strike all three of them. Seeing this, Inao Shion panicked. We can't beat him with conventional methods. What the hell are we even doing? But Sasuke remained perfectly calm, analyzing the situation. She would use her skill to stop his movement. In that opening, throw the scythe at his right hand. Just a bit off, and if Inao Shion forgets to use Hellclaw, it's game over for all of them. Sasuke asked Seiji if he could launch an all-out attack. In coordination with Inao Shion, Seiji agreed instantly. They had no time to waste. He was putting all his faith in Sasuke. That was the signal. Sasuke immediately cast Black Branch Shadow, halting Kikyo's movements. Just as he was struggling and about to break free, Inao Shion instantly unleashed Hellclaw. And just as they'd predicted, Kikyo dodged the pathetic trick with ease. This drove Inao Shion into absolute crushing despair. On the other side, a delusional Seiji thought he could shatter Kikyo's body. Seeing that Seiji clearly had a death wish, Kikyo prepared to erase him from existence. But suddenly, he was caught off guard by an attack from Black Branch Shadow, injuring his hand. Seizing that moment, Seiji used Wood Strike to land a direct hit. However, even after taking the blow, Kikyo was completely unfazed. He turned and smacked Jugo to Seiji right across the face. It was only then that he noticed Sasuke. She immediately tossed his weapon aside. Once these warrior class types lose their signature weapon, their skill set becomes limited. He had lost almost all of his offensive capabilities. However, Seiji, she came up with a plan in an instant. Contrary to her frail appearance, she's actually incredibly determined, even though Seiji had underestimated Sasuke. He thought she only survived because she'd been fighting alongside Ikoma all this time, but what she did today made Seiji see her in a completely different light. Even if they couldn't defeat Kikyo, they could at least strip him of his weapon. Without it, he wouldn't be able to fight for long. Kikyo finally realized Sasuke's plan. The reason she tried to obstruct him with the Shadow Wings was to hide her real intention of attacking with her scythe. It clearly wasn't a mistake. It was a strategy, and it caught him completely off guard. Just when it looked like he was out of options, Inao Shion boldly told him to surrender, but taking down Kikyo was never going to be that easy. He immediately slammed a powerful fist into the ground as a show of force. Looks like he was getting pissed. Even without his weapon, he was ready to keep fighting. Seiji's group of three with his bare hands. Inao, Shion, and Sasuke were with him. Meanwhile, Ikoma wasn't having a much better time struggling to fight against two of Arisu's clones. Her fighting style was incredibly provoking. She toyed with her opponent, completely draining Ikoma's stamina. As if that wasn't enough, Arisu started to taunt him. Hey, what are you planning to do? Come on, tell me. Of course, Ikoma didn't give a damn about what she was saying. He started thinking about the clone's weakness, which was that it consumed a lot of MP, but dragging out the fight was impossible. The clones could be destroyed and disappear, but if he took them on one by one, his stamina would never hold up. And he couldn't just charge for the main body, while also getting rid of the clones. Right now, he was out of cards to play to defeat her. But Ikoma would prepare with what he had on hand. By the time he was ready to get back to Sasuke and the others, they were still locked in a stalemate with Kikyo. Even though that guy had lost his weapon, he showed no signs of retreating. No matter how the three of them teamed up to gang up on him, he was still standing. Usually, his enhancement skill would wear off quickly, and at that point, the victory would be theirs. But his fighting spirit showed no signs of waning. What the hell is this monstrous mental strength? At that moment, Kikyo felt that these three brats were tougher than he'd expected. That other guy, Ikoma, was even on par with Arisu. He absolutely couldn't let it become a 4-on-1 fight. For the sake of the mission, he had to stall for time until she finished off Ikoma, even if it cost him his life. Looks like Sukuna sent a real daredevil after Sasuke's group this time. At the same time, Arisu was relentlessly attacking Ikoma with her Dream Blade. Perhaps due to exhaustion, he took a critical hit. She thought he's pretty tough, but figured this was as far as he could go. He'd provided enough entertainment for her. Just as Arisu launched a fatal blow to finish Ikoma off, she immediately fell for his trap and was caught. Ikoma had guessed, based on her personality, that her real body would deliver the final blow. So he intentionally created a no-escape situation and revealed an opening. It was all just to lure her into the trap. Even though one of her hands was caught and she knew she was trapped, Arisu was still feisty, pulling out a knife to attack and landing a vicious kick on Ikoma. She admitted his plan. Wasn't half bad, but thinking he could take her down with just that was incredibly naive. It seems he was still too green. Ikoma thought Arisu was out of tricks, but she was bold enough to gamble without any hesitation. As for him, if a plan had no chance of success, he wouldn't bother hatching it in the first place. Ha! I won. As he spoke, he held up the ring on his hand for her to see. Only then did Arisu realize she'd messed up. As it turns out, his past life experience as a thief was pretty useful. The wisdom ring was an item dropped by the portal boss, Akasa. There was no way Ikoma would pass up on an item this good, but he had to admit Arisu's clone skill was very powerful. On the other hand, it also had a weakness. He knew he didn't have a skill at his level that could exploit it, but now, he probably did. And that was also the reason he had to be so frugal with his MP. Turns out, Ikoma's hesitation to use his skills made Arisu think he was at his MP limit, but in reality it was so he could use the ring's ability. She started to think it over carefully. If Ikoma's goal was that ring, then when did he even come up with this plan? He knew about the clones. Could it be? From the very beginning, when Ikoma insisted on handling this himself, the thought sent a shockwave through her. No. No way. Though her mind was in turmoil on the outside, Arisu remained calm, taunting Ikoma. Can you really keep using that to fight? It's an item dropped by the last boss, isn't it? Luckily, Ikoma had thoroughly researched this item in his past life. This was his first time touching it, but he had used similar items before, so he wasn't worried at all. Right then, Ikoma shouted, "Summon the great sage of the library," was instantly met with an adorable little chibi that appeared out of nowhere. Arisu's face turned pale as a ghost when she saw the summoning spell from an item. Ikoma's path to victory was finally clear. This time, Arisu was totally screwed. Summoning items were usually quite rare, but she had seen a few before. One type could borrow a monster's power and use its MP, but it was extremely inefficient and the monsters were whiny as hell. Plus, that was a boss drop item. He had just gotten it, so he definitely hadn't tried it yet, right? It was probably a bluff, she thought to herself. Despite being a little nervous, she kept up her trash talking. I can't believe you'd use the MP you saved from taking damage for this. How pathetic. But it seemed Ikoma couldn't care less what she was yapping about. This situation was exactly as he'd predicted when they first clashed. Ikoma's indifferent attitude must have gotten to Arisu. The Akasa he summoned was significantly weaker than her original form, but she still retained her essence and her abilities. Ikoma could use his own MP to unleash Akasa's original skills instantly. He immediately ordered Akasa to unleash a fire magic spell, making it impossible for her to dodge. In terms of scale, it wasn't that powerful, but if the clone took a hit that strong, it would definitely disappear. Ikoma noted that the firewall's output was lower than its consumption. Using magic from a summoned creature in its original form results in poor MP efficiency and multiple steps. Dragging it on would just consume more MP. It wasn't a skill you could use thoughtlessly, but against the clones. She was vulnerable to area of effect attacks. This would be a critical weakness. To counter her firewall, he would need to use an evasive skill or a defensive one. A phantom clone wouldn't have such specialized skills. The biggest advantage of summoning items is that they can increase the number of cards you can play, although it does drain some MP. Arisu must have spent a good chunk of MP maintaining those doppelgangers. Now it was Ikoma's turn to school her. As for her, the thought of losing to someone as mediocre as Ikoma made her incredibly excited. It had been so long since someone had overcome all her moves and backed her into a corner like this. However, Arisu was still smug because she had one last trump card, the Phantasmal Kaleidoscope Ultimate. This was a magic skill that combined physical attacks with illusions. At the scale she was deploying it, it must have cost a ton of MP. Arisu guessed Ikoma could see through it and dodge, but doing so would require intense focus. He was bound to show an opening eventually, and this time she would definitely pierce right through it, just when she thought she had him. She never could have guessed that he'd vanish right before her eyes. While she stood there, stunned, wondering what the hell was going on, Ikoma was now using gravity reversal. He dove down from the ceiling, landing a surprise ice slash on Arisu. Although she reacted quickly, pulling out a knife to block the blow, it was no use. The author had buffed the main character to hell and back. Arisu was instantly one-shotted by Ikoma, sent flying into the wall and flattened. In the end, Ikoma finished things off in style. Sorry, but you're not the only one who saved a trump card. With Ikoma's side wrapped up, Seiji Sasuke and Inao Shion were still struggling against Kikyo. Even when Inao Shion brought her scythe down on his head, it didn't faze him at all. It wasn't that their attacks couldn't penetrate Kikyo's body, but because Vira Samhoga Korea was a body-enhancing skill, it increased his body's resistance to attacks. In that state, he was virtually numb to pain and could keep moving until his limbs exploded. Seiji advised Inao Shion not to try too hard to just keep their distance and maintain their attacks. They could safely defeat him that way. Hearing this, Kikyo felt great, because he just needed to stall for a little longer. After finishing off Ikoma, Arisu would come back to take care of these three, and their mission would be complete. But in the very next second, reality slapped him hard across the face. Ikoma had defeated Arisu and returned, leaving Kikyo in utter disbelief. Arisu. Defeated 4 years ago, the Chimera Fang was just a gang of homeless people with no skills other than brawling. But even among them, Arisu was a true fighting genius, and now she had been utterly defeated by a low-level adventurer. He was extremely suspicious. Who exactly was this guy? Kikyo realized they couldn't possibly wipe out Ikoma's group in this situation. There was only one thing he could do. Jugo Daseiji thought he was gathering his strength for a final blow and bolstered his defenses, but he never expected the guy to rush towards Ikoma, to block for Arisu. It turned out his real goal was to escape. Before leaving, he even had some tough words. This time was just a slip-up. I'll remember your faces. Next time we meet, you're dead. Ikoma took the chance to ask Kikyo who had sent them to this gate, but he wouldn't say a word. Instead, he had Arisu cast an invisibility spell and vanished without a trace. Before she left, she gave them a sickeningly sweet goodbye. Ta-ta, mister. This was fun. Just then, Ikoma reached his limit. If they had attacked again, he would have kicked the bucket for sure. Perhaps he was even grateful that they left instead of staying to fight to the death. Sasuke immediately ran over to apologize to Ikoma. Seiji explained that he thought he was the target, but he never expected the guy to swerve and jump at Ikoma instead. Ikoma didn't blame his teammates. On the contrary, he thought they did a great job. He had thought that guy was too strong for them. His plan was to quickly take down the girl and come help, but he never expected them to succeed in disarming him. It felt like his teammates were a lot less like dead weight now. As for the Chimera Fang, they would now be publicly exposed and carry the stigma of losing to ordinary adventurers. This event would undoubtedly have a major impact on the expansion of their influence. It would hold them back, making it even harder for them to become the massive underground organization they were destined to be in 10 years. Ikoma was glad that no one was hurt. And more importantly, he had recovered this ring, an item that could be the root of the gate phenomenon, the Wisdom Ring. The Chimera Fang's actions had raised many questions, so Ikoma wanted to do some research on it as soon as possible. In his previous life, it had passed from the hands of adventurers to the Demon Defense Force's Research Institute. It was best not to get involved with the Chimera Fang. At that time, he hoped they would only interfere in this world. Could some shadowy figure have instigated them to come here? A dozen questions swirled in Ikoma's mind right then. Suddenly, the thief from earlier, who had been knocked out cold by Kikyo, finally spoke up, asking Ikoma's group to get him out of there and give him medical treatment. Seeing how the man hadn't even opened his mouth to beg for his life after everything he'd done, Inao Shion's blood boiled. He was about to strike him down and send him to his next life for good. Luckily, Seiji stopped him, saying they should just hand him over to the Demon Defense Force. There was no need to get their own hands dirty. Meanwhile, in another part of the story, both Kikyo and Arisu had escaped to the outside. Despite suffering a crushing defeat at the hands of an ordinary adventurer like Ikoma, that girl Arisu was in very high spirits. She even said she wouldn't have minded dying back there. Why did you save me? If he hadn't, Kikyo could have sent Ikoma to the heavens with a sneak attack. That guy would definitely become a problem in the future. But to Kikyo, Ikoma wasn't some simpleton who could be killed with a sneak attack. Losing really hurt, but they had to bring back information. And once they found out who had the ring, getting it back would be easy enough. After all, they still had their A-rank adventurer from before with them. When Ikoma's group emerged outside, everyone was stunned that they had defeated the Gatekeeper's Phantom Library. At that moment, Jugo Daseiji puffed his chest out with pride. Hey, defeating a B-class Gatekeeper monster was no small feat. This will bring me fame. He's right, that guy really is all about the money. As for our heroes, they were more than enough for the high-level gate monsters. But the four of them hadn't even had a chance to celebrate. Because just as they overcame one disaster, another arrived. It was the Demon Defense Force, led by a man named Mayumi Tuya. They came here to investigate and for training purposes, but when they realized the Gatekeeper monster had been defeated so quickly, they felt this whole trip was a complete waste. He figured it must be nice for these civilians to do whatever they please without a second thought. Just like that, his condescending words infuriated Inao Shion, who was ready to fire back. At that moment, Ikoma stepped forward to apologize for his team member, telling her that they weren't in a position to make an enemy of the Demon Defense Force. He also wasn't surprised that a member of the Demon Defense Force would think civilians shouldn't be allowed in gates. The presence of explorers is mainly to mitigate the risks from the increasing number of gate manifestations. Since that's a rule set by the head of the Demon Defense Force, it would be a huge pain if they took their anger out on Ikoma's group. He also knew that the effectiveness of the Demon Defense Force's policy would be proven within 10 years, but of course this guy had no way of knowing that. Just then, a female member of the Demon Defense Force, named Uraka Sumuji, timidly told Tuya to stop. Isn't conquering a high-level gate monster something to celebrate? Ikoma didn't want to drag this out any longer. He just wanted them to take care of that thief, because he had tried to steal an item from inside the gate. The guy tried to open his mouth and claim it was just a misunderstanding due to some common internal grudge. But Ikoma shut him up immediately. He told them to check with the association. They'd find plenty of prior records on him from other branches. Only then did he shut his trap. A true explorer would never get involved in such useless antics, so it made sense to assume he was being monitored by another branch. In the end, the thief was hauled off to jail. Immediately after, Ikoma requested a search for information about the gate and its surroundings. Because they had been attacked by the Flame Fangs inside the gate, a group with a blonde girl and a bald guy. Hearing this, Tuya asked Ikoma seriously if he was talking about the right people. That wasn't a name to be taken lightly. Without hesitation, he told him to send a team to the Liramu branch of the association later, and he would explain everything in detail there. Even though he had only just met Ikoma, Tuya felt that he seemed unusually familiar with these kinds of situations. This was definitely a weirdo they couldn't ignore once it was reported. So Tuya told his subordinate to contact Garrison. Right after that, Ikoma's group went through a long interrogation process with the Demon Defense Force. It wasn't until late afternoon that they were finally allowed to go home. Inao Shion complained non-stop about the thief, which made Ikoma quite nervous because in his past life, he had also been a thief, just like that guy. Seiji felt that it was all over. After everything that had happened, they had escaped the disaster unscathed. On top of that, the sharing of the reward money from Ikoma was now for everyone. As for Ikoma himself, he had no problem with splitting the reward. In fact, he had already looted the good stuff, so a few measly coins didn't matter to him. Finally, Ikoma, Sasuke, Inao, Shion, and Seiji said their goodbyes at the special station. Seiji was very happy to have met friends like Ikoma, Sasuke, and Inao Shion, and to have had such a valuable experience. Meanwhile, Inao Shion apologized to Sasuke for underestimating her at first. She told Sasuke that if she ever needed help in the future, just to call her, and she would help in any way she could. Ikoma and Sasuke thanked them both for their kindness. Sei and Inao Shion. He was sure he would need their help someday. On the way home, Sasuke asked Ikoma what kind of item the ring was. He figured it would be faster to show her than to explain. Once they found a deserted spot, he summoned the Great Witch of the Illusory Library from the ring. A chibi version of Akasa appeared instantly. This was like a weaker version of her. Ikoma further explained that the ring's wearer could exchange their MP to use Akasa's skills. It also consumed a lot of mana, which significantly reduced its effectiveness, but since you could get more cards, it was still very powerful. It makes it easier to exploit weaknesses and expands one's fighting style. Sasuke understood the item. It was indeed very useful, but she wondered if it was the key to unraveling the mystery of the gate manifestations. Akasa herself was the one who possessed a unique attribute among monsters, because, well, she can understand the language of this world. Because of that, a summoned monster's level becomes equivalent to the summoner's, and there are some monsters with special parameters that increase along with their level. In Ikoma's previous life, it was said that Akasa's unique parameter was sagacity. It was definitely possible that she would gain new abilities as her level increased. If that happened, he would hold the key to discovering the truth behind the gates and the secret of the monsters. Suddenly, Sasuke felt like Akasa seemed to want to say something, but Ikoma thought that was impossible at her current level. How the hell could she open her mouth and speak? It will end soon. This world is doomed. It's already decided. Seeing this, the two of them, Ikoma and Sasuke, were completely and utterly dumbfounded. Elsewhere, an old man became furious after receiving news that the Chimera Hounds had failed. So angry that he smashed his phone. He immediately looked up information on the guy who had snatched his prize, Ikoma. His achievements included killing the boss, setting a new record for the fastest promotion to B rank, for an explorer contributing to resolving the gate incident, managing to repel the Chimera Hounds and obtaining the elite ring. These were all incredible top-tier achievements. From this, the old man sensed that Ikoma was an anomaly. He even guessed that this was Ikoma's second time around, starting over at the Bahu Cave portal. Ikoma was fighting a minotaur. With just a few basic smooth-as-silk sword strikes, he logged it out of the server of life and received his experience points. Initially, Ikoma's group was ambushed, but thanks to him carrying the team, they managed to turn the tables. As for this blonde chick, who knows if she did a damn thing. The only thing she seemed good at was taking pictures. This time, Ikoma's group came here to enter the utility maintenance gate. But once you pass the 40th level, the number of ferocious monsters suddenly increases exponentially. With just the two of them, Ikoma and Sasuke, it would have been a tough challenge. So they invited the blonde girl Fujiwara Hoshinan to come along. After finishing their expedition in the gate, the three of them went out to eat. Ikoma thanked Fujiwara Hoshinan for coming with them that day. She said it was no big deal. After all, she earned some experience points anyway. But if Ikoma felt indebted, he could let her film a short video of Akasa's chibi version. A summoned monster that cute and cheesy. It would definitely go viral, she was sure of it. And of course, Ikoma shut that down immediately. Akasa wasn't something that could just be filmed and posted online. And now he was getting suspicious. Someone might be using underground organizations to eliminate Akasa. Moreover, her words were giving Ikoma a major headache. They couldn't just be idle chatter. From that point on, she hadn't said anything more about it. Akasa must be the crucial factor in unraveling the mysteries behind the gates. Everyone knew that matters related to the information gates were no laughing matter. But one thing always gnawed at him: would the world truly be destroyed? Ikoma thought he might be underestimating this expansion. 10 years from now, even if the number of gates were to decrease, only inflation would rise, and all he could think about was that expansion. One day, it will grow beyond humanity's control. If the end of the world is coming, then as a former S-rank adventurer and the only one who knows the future, only he could stop this disaster. It's just that taking on a high-level gate with only 2 players was a bit too dangerous. Ikoma planned to find another permanent member with a higher DPS, who also had to be both talented and virtuous. Because the gravity class is quite versatile, it has a lower DPS compared to specialized classes. The shaman is also a class that's good at attacking from the backline, which makes confronting the information gates at a high level rather difficult. Fujiwara Hoshinan's main job was live streaming at the gates. Inaoxian's class was also more of a stable type. Besides, he couldn't approach the leader of the Thunder Knights anymore. Just thinking about that guy gave him a headache. Right now, Ikoma was searching for talent. A high DPS adventurer who worked solo. In his past life, he knew someone who was a perfect fit, and at this point, she should still be alive in this world. Remembering the sad memories of his past life made him a little absent-minded. It wasn't until Sasuke called out to him that he noticed. When Ikoma and Sasuke arrived at the headquarters, he ran into someone he never expected. To confirm if it was really her, he immediately ran towards the girl. "Excuse me, are you Kagurazaka Mio?" The girl was beautiful, but had a rather foul temper. Sasuke asked Ikoma if he knew her. Of course, he couldn't just blurt out the truth about his past life, so he had to make up an excuse to cover his tracks. He explained directly to the girl named Mio that he had heard some rumors about her. There's a solo adventurer who outclasses everyone, always carrying a super cool chainsword. He told her they were looking for a new member and asked if she wanted to join their team. For someone as arrogant as Mio, she flatly refused. What made him think he even stood a chance? Besides, she had no obligation to hang around a bunch of idiots like Ikoma's group. Faced with her queen of the world attitude, even Sasuke gave up on working with her. Ikoma, on the other hand, was at a complete loss in the face of Mio's insolent attitude. Sasuke was furious, speaking up, calling people useless and stupid. Don't you think that's going too far? But whatever Sasuke had to say, Mio couldn't care less. Ikoma tried to persuade Mio, arguing that both of their levels were around 40 seconds. No, they were both around level 40, and had also been demoted to B rank. It wasn't too bad, he figured, but Her Highness Mio absolutely hated to back down. Being high rank doesn't mean you're all-powerful or anything. Seeing this, Ikoma suggested she test them to see if they were a burden. Why not? Settle this with a combat match in the training area. If you mean you can only rely on trustworthy teammates, then you just need to see if our skills are worthy. However, these words from Ikoma couldn't sway Mio in the slightest, and Sasuke was getting worried about his proposal. Because when regular adventurers have a mock battle, they often get logged out of the server for good. It's no joke. And usually you would train with the guild's instructor, but there's no guarantee they would let a stranger join a mock battle. Ikoma just wanted to test her a little and find out why she hated factions so much. Sasuke was curious if they really needed someone like Mio that badly. If it were anyone else, maybe not. But the girl named Kagurazaka Mio was the master of the rare class Shinigami. The Shinigami is a class that rules over the power of darkness. Among them is someone who always throws herself into battle without any regard for her own safety, and she's exceptionally skilled at annihilating enemies, even compared to ranks that specialize purely in offense. As a Shinigami, she has a ferocious and unmistakable attack style. That rank is decent enough, but it's Mio herself, who's on a completely different level, making her one of the top adventurers in the country. Perhaps it's because of her cold attitude that Sasuke doesn't know if he can trust her. However, Ikoma is certain that Mio can be trusted. After all, he knew exactly what she was like from his past life. That evening at Ikoma's house, he was looking up more information about the Mio of this life. Even in his past life, she exclusively explored gates that no one had ever cleared before. A truly gutsy adventurer, but with the personality of an absolute tyrant, aggressive and condescending. She always preferred to work alone, turning down every invitation she received. But she ended up dying. Taking on a gate by herself turned out to be too reckless. Even if the future has changed slightly, he's sure she'll still face the same fate as in her previous life. So if she wants to stay alive, she's going to need allies even if it's not Ikoma. The problem is, how do you convince someone? That's stubborn. Just then, Ikoma noticed Akasa's strange behavior. She was staring intently in one direction, and then spoke up. A watch. He found it quite confusing. He was about to ask what she meant when he saw Akasa's clueless expression. Looks like he'd have to level her up a bit more. Memories of his past life suddenly flooded back. He had also tried to approach Mio in many different ways, but from beginning to end, she never bothered to give him so much as a glance. Not until the incident at the portal happened. Because they didn't check their horoscopes that day, Ikoma's group and Mio Sukana's ran into a boss so strong it sent nearly all of his teammates to an early grave. As for him and Mio, they were trembling like leaves, completely helpless. Just as he thought he was about to kick the bucket, Ikoma suddenly woke up. Turns out it was just a nightmare while he was dozing off. While watching the news, Ikoma noticed a report about the disaster at the portal in Saitama. Apparently 2 monsters had escaped from it. Things like increased security for the abnormal portal and an emergency squad being sent to fix the problem. It was all because of those damn unusual gates. Even the small ones were causing all sorts of strange incidents. Suddenly, he paid close attention to the portal's name. He was utterly horrified to learn it was the Cursed Abyss portal. That portal wasn't supposed to appear for another 3 years. And what's more, this was the place where Mio would lose her life to a series of unimaginable events. Ikoma was completely traumatized. Just what in the world was happening? The next day, Ikoma and Sasuke met at the Adventurers Guild headquarters. Seeing how dazzlingly handsome Ikoma looked in his new outfit, Sasuke practically started drooling. She began daydreaming about going on a date with the main character. While Sasuke was rambling on, spitting everywhere, Ikoma wasn't paying attention at all, because he was busy thinking about the accident at the Cursed Abyss. In his past life, Mio was fated to die there. It was clearly very close to where she currently lived. What he was worried about was whether she would still try to conquer that place this time around. Even though Ikoma had experienced defeating that monster in his past life. However, that was when he was at the peak of his power. Although he was leveling up effectively, he still couldn't compare to his past self. And with Mio's personality, he was certain she wouldn't bother listening to anyone's advice. Therefore, even though he knew that joining the emergency raid was extremely risky, Ikoma had no other choice to change her ill-fated destiny. And this time he wouldn't let Sasuke get involved in this either. It seemed like Sasuke could sense Ikoma's unease, but when she asked him if anything was bothering him, he naturally didn't want to tell the truth, so he just said, it was nothing. But how the hell could he get past a girl's sixth sense? Sasuke demanded that Ikoma tell her. Ever since she joined Ikoma's team, he had told her that he needed her strength. This truly made her feel happy. Because of that, she would absolutely hate herself if she was still useless and couldn't do anything for him when he was in trouble. If Ikoma needed help with anything, he should trust her first. Touched by Sasuke's sincerity, he was incredibly grateful to her for always being ready to be by his side when he faced difficulties. Finally, he told her about his plan to join the emergency raid at the portal in Saitama. Sasuke was quite curious about the reason. Why did he want to go there? This time Ikoma didn't hide anything. He told her that Mio would be participating in this raid and would certainly die. He further explained that with Mio's stubborn-as-a-mule personality, convincing her was a long shot. Therefore, the only way to make her trust him was to join her. After hearing this, Sasuke was shocked as hell. Was it really true, or was Ikoma just tripping? Of course he couldn't just blurt out that he knew this because he had been reincarnated. So he lied his ass off, saying he had a superpower that let him know about portals, but more accurately, he could see the future. Faced with such an unbelievable claim, Sasuke was utterly amazed, but she still decided to trust Ikoma, because he had mentioned the appearance of an unopened portal twice before. Plus, he had trusted her enough to be completely frank about his secret, so she would trust him in return. Heck, if he told her the world was going to end tomorrow, this girl so devoted to her man would believe him without a single doubt. Although Ikoma felt happy to be trusted like that, he didn't think this was safe for Sasuke. He wasn't sure if she would still be okay by the end of it. Before the two of them set off, Ikoma told Sasuke straight up that this raid could be the most dangerous of all the battles they had ever participated in, so she needed to prepare herself mentally and be extremely careful. Sasuke looked up more information about the portal in Saitama. The Demon Defense Force predicted the boss's level there was as high as 65, not much different from Akasa. However, Ikoma knew very well that this boss had mutated, and its power had evolved to level 80. Therefore, this was no longer a straightforward battle. They absolutely had to avoid a direct confrontation with this boss. Otherwise, they'd be sent straight to the afterlife. What they needed to do was continue investigating the portal and convince Mio to turn back as soon as possible. Before they ran into that boss, this raid involved multiple parties, and he was sure there would be an opportunity to persuade her soon. At this point, Sasuke told Ikoma what she was thinking. She understood that he wanted to save Mio because she might die, but Sasuke felt that he was especially concerned about Mio, in a strange way. Ikoma explained to Sasuke that the reason he was doing this was because Mio had once saved his life, although he didn't think she would remember it, so now it was time for him to repay the favor. After that, Ikoma and Sasuke arrived at the registration point for the emergency raid, and were informed by the woman in charge that 5 more people would be coming. In total, 7 people would be participating in this trip to the underworld. Just then, the Queen Bee herself, Mio, arrived. She immediately interrogated them, demanding to know why Ikoma and Sasuke were here. "Don't tell me you're stalking me," she said. Ikoma didn't even flinch, and figured this was just a normal thing. Adventurers of the same rank just happening to meet in a raid, so there was no need to get worked up about it. Even so, Mio warned Ikoma not to show his face in the Kanto raid area. What he did otherwise was up to him. Sasuke realized she could never get along with this old hag. She even doubted if this woman had really saved Ikoma's life. With just one glance, Sasuke was scared half to death by Mio's threat. "You got a problem. I've noticed you've been giving me a dirty look for a while now." Just then, another group of adventurers arrived. The man with them seemed to look down on young adventurers like Ikoma's group. They wore matching outfits, but they didn't really look like contract adventurers from the guild, or people from the Anti-Demon Defense Bureau. Based on the logo on their headbands, they were probably from a branch affiliated with the Adventurers Association. This organization mainly exists to improve a corporation's public relations through contributions to national security. These people were likely a group of adventurers, being trained by that corporation to develop their business by using their skills. At this point, these adventurers were probably still in an experimental phase given the small size of their group and its rather disorganized lineup. At that moment, the team's leader, a young man, told the other guy to tone it down a bit, then turned to apologize to Ikoma's group for his team members' inappropriate attitude. Seeing such a handsome and polite guy, Sasuke was completely smitten, thinking he must be a good person. The young man introduced himself as Shiraki, the leader of the adventurer team. Next, power from the Kuroman Corporation. He said he looked forward to working with Ikoma's group. As an adventurer with a wealth of experience and 10 years in the business, Ikoma's gut told him this guy wasn't as simple as he looked. It would be best to be careful around him. At this point, everyone had entered the gate. They ran into some minor obstacles, like poisonous gas and low-level monsters, so they were dealt with easily. Shiraki figured there used to be a small-scale gate here with anomalies, so there might be a massive monster outbreak. However, the 7 of them were strong enough to handle it. Everyone just needed to stay calm and cooperate to fight. The man in sunglasses used a destructive weapon to attack. Then the platinum-haired girl rushed forward using her limit break skill to finish off the monster. Ikoma noted that their coordination was quite good. Those 2 key members focused on reducing the number of monsters, while another person stalled for time, and the leader was always ready to monitor and provide immediate assistance if someone was in a bind. And the most commendable thing was that the 4 of them acted together so naturally and in sync. That's impossible without great team leadership. On their side, Ikoma and Sasuke were also coordinating quite well. Since there were so many low-level monsters, Sasuke suggested Ikoma use his gravity attack to wipe them all out and save their energy. But Ikoma refused. They had more people and didn't need to worry about attacks from their blind spots, so he said they should just keep going as they were. He wanted to conserve energy for scouting further into a gate with a monster disaster warning. They needed to be as careful as possible. Meanwhile, that hag Mio was going on an absolute solo rampage against the monsters. Whether in her past life or this one, she was still a total badass living by the motto, "Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one." She didn't need anyone's damn help and still completely overwhelmed all the monsters. This astonished Ikoma. Although he didn't know what her true level was, her current abilities were ranked B. Aside from the monsters having a lot of HP, there was nothing else to worry about. So Ikoma told Sasuke to recover mana from the monsters. She was about to run back to Ikoma when the man pushed her aside to slash a monster. Seeing this, Ikoma stepped in to give him a piece of his mind about his conduct regarding stealing experience points. But the man just claimed it was because Ikoma's group was being lazy. Adventurers are supposed to kill monsters, it's a given. If you're too cautious and get in everyone's way, you could cause an accident. Ikoma knew for a fact he was intentionally stealing their experience points, because he clearly understood how important EXP was in a high-level gate like this. But this bastard didn't seem to understand plain language, and was being a complete prick on top of it. Come on, don't make such a big deal out of it. You may be high-level, but you act like a total asshole. Ikoma was starting to get pissed, but Sasuke didn't want any more trouble and advised him to back down. For an adventurer, their level is their greatest asset. So, for some punk with no morals, kill stealing from the team is a pretty effective method. Of course, if other people get suspicious, they probably won't party up with you for the next raid. But even a single instance like this was enough for Ikoma. He wouldn't let people like him provide support, he figured. Cutting ties with untrustworthy individuals was probably better than gaining experience points. Just then, the leader Shiraki ran over to ask what was going on. The guy in sunglasses accused Ikoma of slander, twisting the story, and claiming they were being slowed down because Ikoma's group kept doing stupid things. Seeing his team member act like this, Shiraki apologized to Ikoma on his behalf, saying it must have been a misunderstanding. Even though he didn't think so, Ikoma still backed down and apologized for his actions. After that, the group continued to move forward. As they walked, Shiraki started talking about his dream of making the team next power, the #1 team in Japan. No wait, becoming the best damn adventurer team in the world would be even better. The current methods announced by the Anti-Demon Defense Force aren't really effective, and ever since the system for individual adventurers was established with so many hurdles, it's been riddled with mistakes. So they will become a shining example of success and rebuild the very concept of an adventurer. To do that, they even plan to seize control of safe and efficient gate management. Hearing this guy brag, this guy looks like he's high on something. Shiraki added that they had a very tough time leveling up because there were only 4 of them who met the requirements for the raid. As for Ikoma, hearing this guy's delusions of grandeur, he thought it was only natural. If it were that easy, then C-rank adventurers or higher and the Demon Defense Bureau wouldn't be having such a hard time. Finding 4 people like this was already pretty good. However, Shiraki whined that his subordinate doesn't really listen to him, so he was very sorry for the trouble the guy in sunglasses caused. Of course, these words could only win the sympathy of naive girls like Sasuke, but for a seasoned veteran like Ikoma, not a chance. They had now reached a fork in the road. It seemed the path on the right had not yet been explored by the Demon Defense Bureau. Since mapping was part of their objective, Shiraki suggested they take it. Ikoma felt that this Shiraki guy was very shady. In the previous battle, he clearly had very high leadership skills. You can't do that without understanding your team members, and in that case, there's no way he couldn't control the arrogant attitude of his own team member. Shiraki's group had been warned about this portal since the anomaly first appeared here, but it seems that to them, it wasn't a big deal worth paying attention to. One of them was even delusional enough to think they could take on the boss right now, because if they could pull that off, the higher-ups who underestimated them would have to change their tune. Hearing this, Shiraki just gave a forced smile and told everyone to prioritize their own safety. Since they were all doing this raid together, they needed to get the other members' opinions for consideration. To Ikoma, this raid was not something to be taken so optimistically. The anomalous portal was experiencing repeated phenomena. Even the small anomalies in high-level portals were incredibly complex and troublesome. There was a very high chance a boss that had undergone an anomalous evolution would appear, just like in his past life. His goal was to scout the portal and make sure Mio didn't run into that boss right now. They had to investigate quickly and create a report on the portal's information to escalate the emergency alert and raise the danger level of the Cursed Abyss Gate. And to do that, Ikoma had to lead this raid team. But those 4 were already a group. He wanted to convince Mio first. However, this stubborn old broad was impossible to talk to. Suddenly, Ikoma noticed Shiraki. It looked like he was about to say something to Mio. And of course, she couldn't be bothered to listen to this guy's nonsense. What do you want? Just spit it out. Turns out this guy wanted to invite Mio to become his group's right hand, and he was confident she would definitely accept. With her help, the team's strength would be multiplied many times over. This dude even wanted Mio to protect the country with him. I don't know if this guy's head is on straight or if he's high on something to be this disgustingly confident. Sasuke was thinking they were about to lose their party member, but life's not a fairy tale. Mio flatly rejected him. You think it's that easy to get her to join. However, this Shiraki guy was stickier than a glue trap. He said he'd heard she chose to be a solo adventurer because she didn't like being held back by others, but she wouldn't have to worry. He guaranteed he would gather adventurers from all over the country who were worthy of her talent. Before he could say more, Mio cut him right off. I don't do teams. Don't bring this up with me again. I'm perfectly capable of handling things on my own. Lately, a lot of people have been persistent with Mio. She joined because she wanted to enter the portal, not because she was interested in being part of a raid team. Shiraki didn't think so. He had heard that Mio had soloed many portals above her level, but high-level portals aren't so easy that she can just handle them alone. Didn't she think she could lose her life if she kept this up? But Mio probably didn't really care about that. And if it happened, she said, please celebrate. Ikoma was also at a loss for words at this stubborn woman's more guts than brains attitude. In this tense atmosphere, Sasuke was very worried, and she didn't understand why Mio always talked as if everyone was her enemy. Just then, the guy in sunglasses came to pick a fight with Ikoma again, but this time he wasn't holding back. He bluntly exposed their motives on the spot to build a reputation in a large-scale emergency raid and then recruit promising adventurers. It seemed they were having a hard time proving their group's usefulness to their organization because they were just a bunch of unrecognized weaklings. Hearing this, the guy in sunglasses was boiling with rage. Sasuke saw this and advised Ikoma that there would be trouble if he provoked him. It would be better if the captain just reined him in, but Ikoma knew that was useless because they were just putting on an act. The guy in sunglasses plays the overbearing bully, while the captain plays the benevolent one. It's just a common tactic to lure in naive and gullible people. Sasuke still didn't understand what that meant. So Ikoma explained that when his subordinate acts decisively to apply pressure, he'll turn to our side, console us, and pretend to make concessions. That's their whole plan. The previous battle was led so well, so it's hard to believe that Shiraki's subordinate doesn't listen to him. It's fine for him to play negotiation games, but if he thinks this isn't important inside a portal, he could pay for it with his life. Ikoma admitted that he couldn't say he wasn't using his personal feelings to probe them, but he hoped they were prepared to risk their lives, ready to get logged out of Earth at any moment just for that stupid game. Even at this point, the old fox Shiraki was still calm with Ikoma's group. This is just a misunderstanding. He just wanted everyone to be friends, yet Ikoma seemed to really despise him. What Ikoma wanted was simple: if they didn't do anything pointless, everyone could still get along. However, he wasn't about to risk himself just for their benefit. After exposing Shiraki's group's true colors, everyone still had to continue down the path ahead. Sasuke didn't understand why Ikoma was being so hostile. Wasn't that going too far? He explained that everyone would be in trouble, and he just wanted to warn that Shiraki guy and also gauge his reaction. On Shiraki's side, he was also very surprised by Ikoma's reasoning. For a young man under 20, Ikoma's reasoning and intense expression were quite something. It seemed he wasn't as simple as he appeared. Shiraki realized that Ikoma and Sasuke were beyond his comprehension because they came from another place, a minority region no less. However, being B rank, they must be quite strong. Plus, they were both holding back in the last battle, so their true strength was an unknown variable to him. Just then, everyone sensed danger approaching. It turned out to be a large swarm of monsters. Even at a time like this, that Shiraki dude still thought this was the perfect opportunity to show off and put Ikoma in his place. With an attitude like that, it's a shame if he doesn't die young. The monsters they encountered this time were level 47 killer ants. That Shiraki guy's group was being way too careless. Ikoma, however, thought they shouldn't underestimate a level 47 monster, as they were completely different from the dead bugs from before. Besides their higher level, these things also had hard carapaces protecting their bodies and two pincers like sharp blades. Moreover, slower monsters like these often use skills to compensate for that weakness. A chaotic melee would be a huge pain. This could be a fierce battle, so everyone needed to be thoroughly prepared. In case they ran out of stamina, Ikoma was about to advise Mio to fight alongside them for safety, but before he could finish his sentence, she had already charged forward, recklessly striking the monsters directly. Ikoma was getting pretty frustrated with Mio's attitude. Why does she always have to dive headfirst into danger? Damn it. At this point, he had no choice but to initiate Plan B. He and Sasuke would have to team up to prevent Mio from falling into a trap. Although Shiraki also thought this battle looked tough, he was still delusional enough to see it as a good opportunity to intimidate Ikoma's group and seize control. He also found Ikoma's warnings ridiculous. In reality, this Shiraki guy wasn't as kind or gentle as he appeared on the outside. On the contrary, he was an incredibly insane and ruthless man to his subordinates. To him, a business that depended on physical strength would naturally attract many stubborn and brutish individuals, like the guy in the sunglasses. Shiraki always controlled people through fear, and he even risked his own life to put on this stupid act. Next, he signaled for his 3 subordinates to handle the monsters on the right. Meanwhile, he would manage the overall situation and provide support. At that moment, Mio was still fighting, and it looked like she was having a little trouble. Just as she was about to counterattack the monster, that bastard Shiraki rushed in like a madman to block the blow for her. He thought he looked cool, not even bothering to see if Mio actually wanted his help. The one thing she hated most was having someone get in her way. Elsewhere, Sasuke and Ikoma were coordinating with perfect synergy. They continuously took down monster after monster. However, Sasuke sensed that Ikoma was using more MP than usual. He probably wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible. Ikoma was now in a difficult position. He couldn't trust those other guys, and he couldn't stop Mio either. Now he even had to overexert himself, which is why he had to end this fight quickly. That Shiraki guy had been watching Ikoma fight from start to finish. He was completely blown away by his power, those incredibly strong attacks, combined with his unpredictable movements. He didn't even know if an A-ranker could pull that off, especially a gravity user like Ikoma. He guessed that he himself could never reach this level. Shiraki judged the way Ikoma used his abilities as flawless and astute. On top of that, he refined his techniques into complex movements with incredible speed and dexterity. Basically, Ikoma's skill level was just ridiculously overpowered. But regardless, this raid would determine the future of Shiraki's entire group. His superior had specifically warned him about training the adventurers in his group, so there was no way he would let anyone interfere with this plan. The anomaly at this gate was predicted to be a large-scale disaster. At any cost, he had to leave his mark. Here and there was no way in hell he was letting Ikoma take command of the raid team. Therefore, he decided to order his subordinate to injure Ikoma under the guise of an accident. He probably knew he couldn't beat Ikoma head-on, so he wanted to resort to a cowardly indirect attack to harm him. While Ikoma was distracted, she immediately drew her sword, aiming for his shoulder since she didn't want to kill him. She used a blind spot technique to rush at Ikoma, but you can't get one over on the main character that easily. With his vast experience, he saw her true intention to deliberately target him and then pretend it was an accident. Her own eyes gave her away. Coincidentally, a monster was also targeting him. He quickly dodged to the side, and just at that moment, she was caught by Sasuke's dark hand, rendering her unable to move. Of course, Sasuke was furious. She wasn't about to let any son of a bitch dare to harm her beloved Ikoma, not even a little. This time, that woman was totally screwed, but she still tried to explain that she was just trying to help. Faced with his subordinate being caught red-handed, this guy Shiraki was in a total panic, especially after witnessing the overwhelming skill of the two. The way Ikoma and Sasuke combined their attacks without any fear or hesitation of hurting each other was unbelievable, especially at their age. Just what in the world had they gone through to achieve such a masterful level of skill? Even though someone had just tried to pull a dirty trick on him, Ikoma was still kind enough to remind her not to let her guard down against the monsters. But the moment he finished speaking, she was attacked by a monster. Only then did Shiraki realize the gravity of the situation. He had underestimated the monsters, but who would have guessed they could even use magic? This made him feel like an idiot for letting that woman handle the mission. Afterwards, Shiraki ordered a guy named Sawai to use white magic to heal her, while the guy in sunglasses was supposed to provide support. But he claimed he was also busy dealing with the monsters. He wasn't free, and while distracted, he was almost struck by a monster. Luckily, Ikoma saved him, otherwise he would have been a goner. Feeling a chill run down his spine as the situation grew more difficult, he told the guy to save his surprise attacks for next time. For now, he would take care of this. As for him, he should hurry up and help his injured teammate. Hearing this, they scrambled to follow Ikoma's orders, which was like a slap in the face to their captain Shiraki. His own subordinates were listening to some other guy's commands. He was absolutely furious, but couldn't do a damn thing about it. While Sawai was still treating their comrade, Ikoma had cleanly dealt with the horde of monsters. In doing so, he also managed to rack up a lot of experience points, leveling up to 50 and gaining 4 skill points. Mio's side had also finished things up, but at this point Sasuke was a little annoyed. She wondered why Ikoma would help those people. Thanks to them, he was almost seriously injured or worse, could have been killed. Shiraki, still shameless, tried to explain to Ikoma's group that it was all just a misunderstanding, but Ikoma wasn't that stupid and didn't feel the need to be polite. He told him to stop pretending to be nice. Even his 3 subordinates weren't as thick-skinned as he was. They had caused a lot of trouble with their stupid actions, but part of it was because they couldn't make decisions for themselves. At this rate, Ikoma thought everyone could navigate their way back home. He knew for sure that the guild's report would likely reassess the danger level of this portal, and once they returned, Mio wouldn't be allowed back in here. For now, the injured girl had received first aid with white magic. He couldn't trust Shiraki's group. On top of that, he had wasted a lot of MP in the last fight because of someone's poor leadership. To be blunt, it was that bastard Shiraki's fault. He had been reckless in trying to remap this place, but it meant absolutely nothing to everyone else. Coming this far was enough. The best thing to do now was for everyone to hurry back. However, all of Ikoma's efforts were completely undone by Mio. She arrogantly claimed this was a waste of time. She couldn't care less about the conflict between the two sides. Everyone could go back if they wanted. But she was going to continue on her own. Ikoma was so angry, he wanted to smack this woman. He had gone through all this trouble risking his life to stop her from walking into her own death, but if he didn't convince her now, she would really go alone. Ikoma had no choice but to be blunt. The reason Mio didn't want to team up with anyone and always worked alone was because she had lost her friend. Right, he must have hit a nerve because Mio became extremely agitated and drew her chainsword, nearly taking Ikoma's head off. But in the end, she didn't strike. She sheathed her sword and continued deeper on her own, ignoring Ikoma's pleas to stop. In his past life, after Mio died, he had heard a rumor from the guild where she used to work. Even though his attempt to persuade her had backfired, he still had to keep an eye on her. Ikoma quickly called for Sasuke to follow her, but the two were stopped by Shiraki. On the surface, he argued that the injured girl couldn't move on her own, so they shouldn't split up. But in reality, he was afraid of a surprise monster attack. In their current state, with everyone else exhausted, the whole group would just be waiting to get wiped out. Therefore, he had to keep his good luck charm Ikoma with him to ensure a safe return. As for that girl, if she was going to be that stubborn, then just let her get herself killed. Things were now very difficult to resolve due to the conflict of interest between Ikoma's and Shiraki's factions. Shiraki was silently calculating his options. If he abandoned the injured member here, the other two wouldn't follow him either. They were forced to wait until she could move on her own. His main goal this time was to successfully impress his superiors. To do that, he had to bring back some achievement from this raid. However, based on the current situation, that was impossible. Survival was now the top priority. Shiraki tried to stop Ikoma and Sasuke from following Mio, arguing that they couldn't endanger the entire group for one person. To hell with what he was saying. Ikoma was determined to go after Mio, and told him to get the hell out of his way. Seeing that Ikoma was a stubborn guy who couldn't be persuaded with words, Shiraki tried to buy him off. He offered him 2 million, and said they would wipe the slate clean and work together happily. Besides experience points and levels, money was also incredibly important to adventurers. After all, adventurers were just normal people, not some celestial beings who could live on air. Furthermore, the Adventurers Guild was just an armed force owned by a corporation, with immense resources, and the Kuroman organization was a solid financial backer, which guaranteed his confidence. And after seeing Ikoma's strength, Shiraki was certain he was a bargain he couldn't pass up. Even if he had to spend a large sum of money, he wouldn't regret it if he could get Ikoma on his team. He directly admitted to Ikoma that he was captivated by his supreme combat skills. He even wanted to borrow his strength after this raid so that he could invite him to join. He could pay him double or even triple the initial amount, but Ikoma didn't give a damn about his money. He also had no interest in joining a party or in him, so Ikoma flat out rejected that Shiraki guy, leaving him completely stunned and flabbergasted. Even so, this persistent bastard wouldn't give up. He tried to raise the offer to persuade Ikoma, but what was his cheap pocket change compared to Ikoma's path to breaking his limits? He wasn't stupid enough to join a corporation and get tied down. With no other choice, that bastard Shiraki used Sasuke as a threat. If Ikoma wasn't worried about leaving Sasuke alone with him, then he could go right ahead. But if something were to happen to Sasuke, well, he couldn't make any promises. Sasuke could now see this scumbag's true colors. He wasn't just deceitful, he was also playing the victim. Then the guy intentionally asked what Ikoma's level was just to show off that he was also level 50. He wondered aloud what would happen if the two raid captains had a duel right here. And with that, he drew his sword declaring war on Ikoma, since words clearly weren't solving the problem. Model. Well, it seemed only fists could do the talking now. Seeing this, Sasuke became very worried for Ikoma, advising him not to fight the man to avoid getting hurt. But right now, Ikoma was boiling with rage at this bastard. If he was asking for a beating, then Ikoma was happy to oblige. After all, he'd been holding it in for quite a while. It was time to teach this jerk a lesson. Before the fight even started, this guy shamelessly demanded that his two subordinates support him with magic. Even though they didn't want to, those two had no other choice. The guy in sunglasses supported his physical strength, while the other supported his speed and other special moves. At this point, that bastard Shiraki was incredibly confident he could overwhelm Ikoma. Sasuke, on the other hand, was furious at his shameless actions. This guy was forcing his two subordinates to power him up like that, but he was cunning, bending the rules and playing dirty, thinking he had this in the bag. So this guy even pretended to be merciful, saying he'd accept it if Ikoma surrendered and submitted to him. However, having to listen to this animal spout his nonsense from beginning to end was really starting to piss Ikoma off. It was time to shut this guy's trap. He was in a hurry, and didn't have any more time to listen to a dog bark. These guys had no idea Ikoma was this eager to fight, especially the guy in the sunglasses, because he had been beaten to a pulp by that bastard Shiraki before. So he was still psychologically scarred. In reality, Ikoma had already figured out Shiraki's class from the skills he used. It was the Knight class. It was well suited for a veteran commander capable of both offense and defense. The strengths of this class also included a solid foundation and a wide range for both attack and self-defense. That also meant, however, that the class wasn't really a good fit for him right now. Even then, that bastard was still condescendingly asking Ikoma for the last time if he wanted to surrender. He probably thought everyone was a coward like him, preferring to give up rather than be crushed. But a lowlife like Shiraki was nowhere near the same level as our protagonist. You planning on using all that supported magic power to run away? If you've got the guts, then come at me. I'm done listening to your nonsense. He was enraged by the provocation and immediately dashed in to attack. His sword strike was incredibly powerful, but Ikoma managed to dodge it. The guy in the sunglasses guessed that he had directly countered his opponent's power surge, so his body must have taken a toll. Simply put, just keeping up with their captain's movements was already impressive enough. To him, Shiraki was already overpowered even without support, so to be able to defeat him in this situation, whoever did that would have to be the real monster. Hearing this, Sasuke grew incredibly worried about Ikoma, hoping he wasn't injured. That bastard Shiraki was also pretty surprised that he had managed to dodge the attack. However, he remained confident, assuming Ikoma was just stalling until his power-up ran out of energy. After all, he didn't have the strength or speed to be on his level. On top of that, he was being supported by his two subordinates, so there was no way Ikoma could win this. It was an undeniable fact: a lone individual could never overcome the power of a collective. This was a lesson he had learned back in his school days. Back then, he even knew how to side with the majority, or in other words, how to go with the flow. In school, Shiraki had been an outstanding student. He excelled in both academics and physical education, without needing to put in much effort like his peers. As a result, he was highly sought after and widely admired. This gave him a sense of superiority. However, some jealous students pulled a stunt that got Shiraki expelled from his prestigious school. He was bullied and beaten by those who should have never been able to win against him in a fair one-on-one fight. For Shiraki, this became a valuable lesson. It taught him a profound truth: no matter how much of a genius you are, when you're up against overwhelming numbers, you're completely powerless. That's why this Shiraki guy honed his skills to read people and predict future outcomes. He chose to become an adventurer, joining a corporation and securing a decent position for himself. And now, he would control and clean up this mess, all in his quest for absolute power. With that, the guy immediately unleashed his full strength, swinging his sword to finish Ikoma off. But to his shock, he was completely overwhelmed by a single counterattack. While he was still stunned, his brain unable to process what had just happened, Ikoma told him not to worry, because he had only used the flat of his blade. He wasn't dead. The subordinate in the sunglasses was also shocked out of his mind seeing this, but Shiraki still couldn't accept it. He didn't understand how he'd been defeated so easily, especially when he was on a premium power-up. Ikoma explained that he simply couldn't handle his own overly buffed body, even with all that overwhelming strength and speed. With such clumsy movements, he stood no chance of beating Ikoma. In short, that bastard, Shiraki's skill level was absolute trash. In fact, Ikoma had realized this from his very first attack, so all he had to do was wait for the right opportunity to counter. But he was probably so humiliated by his defeat that this guy refused to accept his fate. He was still running his mouth, claiming he was just careless and that Ikoma's mistake was not finishing him off completely. And this time he'd get serious and teach him a lesson. It seems like this guy really needs Ikoma's power in this raid. He thought he had been too arrogant, and that's what made the situation so messy. Shiraki was trying to calm himself down, thinking that if he used both his advantages, magic and his night class, he could surely beat Ikoma. But Ikoma was losing patience with this guy. He told him straight to his face that the Ikoma difference in their levels was on a completely different plane. Ikoma could still go all out against him, but from now on, none of his attacks would even graze a single hair on his head. Ikoma's bold declaration left everyone there in utter shock, especially Shiraki's subordinates. They were wondering what the hell was going on. Their captain got a power-up, but was still getting completely outclassed by his opponent. Shiraki started to wonder if the excessive physical enhancement had made him clumsier. It was hard to believe, but he was forced to admit the profound difference in their close combat abilities. He planned to use his speed to create distance from Ikoma and attack him with magic at the largest scale and maximum power possible. With just that, Ikoma could still completely dodge it using gravity reversal, but he couldn't use too much MP in this fight. So, he decided to use a bit of gravity to use the monster's shell as a shield against Shiraki's attack. With his superior combat experience, Ikoma knew perfectly well that, once he lost a one-on-one fight, he would have to rely on magic. That's why he'd already scoped out the monster's remains to use as a shield. At this point, that bastard Shiraki was scared shitless, swinging his sword wildly and threatening Ikoma to stay back. Of course he didn't give a damn, somersaulting behind him and launching a surprise attack that caught him completely off guard. All he had to do was use gravity reversal to flick him on the forehead, and it was enough to make him sluggish and dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Ikoma quickly struck vital points on his body, causing him immense pain without killing him. In the end, he was miserably defeated. He was tired of playing around with this guy anyway. This should be enough to knock some sense into him. This was all just a pointless waste of their time and effort. It was only then that Shiraki realized Ikoma was a true genius on a completely backest, different level that he could never hope to compare to. Even his subordinate with the sunglasses found the whole thing freaking unbelievable. They were the same rank B, but how could there be such a huge gap between his captain and Ikoma? This Ikoma guy was definitely not human. But even then, Shiraki stubbornly refused to accept his fate. Because this raid represented the future and hope of his entire group, he couldn't afford to surrender. After struggling back to his feet, he charged at Ikoma one more time. But before he could even lay a finger on him, he was knocked unconscious by a single blow from the pommel of Ikoma's sword. He really didn't know his own limits. Ikoma just found him incredibly annoying. He had wasted over 500 precious seconds of his life just listening to this guy run his mouth, talk trash, and show off a few pathetic sword moves. Now Ikoma had seized leadership, becoming the captain in place of the guy who just got his ass handed to him. He immediately ordered everyone to move to a place out of the monster's line of sight and retreat from the portal as quickly as possible. The guy in sunglasses was about to leave when Sasuke grabbed him. "You made my beloved Ikoma waste so much MP and now you think you can just slip away? Not a chance. If you know what's good for you, cough up your mana right now. Otherwise you'll have to deal with me." Under Sasuke's pressure, they had no choice but to offer up their mana for her to transfer into Ikoma's body. Since both Sasuke and Ikoma had wasted too much time on the fight, they now had to hurry and catch up to Mio. But before they could take more than a few steps, Shiraki begged them to stay. As long as he had him, he could convince the board of directors to give their group a chance. Ikoma immediately rejected him, stating that he had no need for or interest in that corporate force or in him. Deep down, Ikoma knew exactly what would happen in 10 years, and he didn't recall the Kuroman Adventurer Corporation he mentioned ever making any significant leaps forward. In the end, Ikoma could only remind Shiraki of one thing: what he wanted weren't allies but just convenient tools for himself. And that method would sooner or later destroy his entire group. With such unreliable relationships, he wouldn't find any hands reaching out to help him when he needed it most. The most important thing now was for him to change his ways and stop messing up his life. After Shiraki's group headed back, the two continued on their way. But Sasuke was still furious about what they had done to Ikoma. As for him, he simply treated them like thin air. There was no need to waste energy on people like them. Moreover, the bitter memories of being looked down upon by his comrades and ostracized in his past life made Ikoma realize he too had rushed forward without considering those around him, only to end up feeling abandoned. However, now he had Sasuke by his side. No matter what happened, she had promised to never leave him alone. This made Ikoma very grateful to her. Right now, the two of them needed to hurry. According to his memory, the mutant boss was about to appear. If Mio wouldn't listen to reason, he would be forced to bring her back by force. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to invite her to join his party anymore. Meanwhile, Mio had already run into that boss. She had fought many monsters with higher levels than her before, but this time Mio could feel the overwhelming difference. She was at level 46 while the boss in front of her was level 80. At this rate, she was a goner for sure. On their way to find Mio, Ikoma and Sasuke found some magic stone fragments. These were signs of a battle remnants left behind by monsters, and they looked quite fresh. Perhaps Mio had passed through here. Sasuke guessed that she wasn't interested in magic stones because they are the hearts of monsters. They contain all of the monster's power. Although still being researched, they're considered a great source of fuel. Besides that, magic stones also serve as proof that someone has defeated a monster, and they can be exchanged for a large sum of money at the guild. Sasuke was quite puzzled. Ikoma had mentioned that Mio's friend had died, but what exactly happened? He didn't know the precise details. He had only heard that a few years ago, when she had just started as an adventurer, Mio's friend lost their life inside a portal. That might be why Mio always fights solo. Based on her reaction earlier, it was highly likely that this incident was deeply connected. Sasuke asked him how he found out about Mio's friend. He didn't hide anything and replied that it was when he went to the facility where she used to work to find more information, that's all. Because he saw Krat. Seeing how concerned my boy Ikoma was about Mio, this Sasuke girl started getting all worked up. She suspected that Ikoma might like Mio, but in reality, he just wanted to repay her for saving his life in a previous life. But this girl completely misunderstood, which is going to make it hard for Ikoma to explain. At this point, Ikoma guessed that at this rate, Mio had probably already encountered the boss. Therefore, he had to hurry to her location. And he was right. Mio was struggling desperately against the monster. Although she dodged its attack, the creature was terrifyingly strong and fast. Based on the difference in their levels, she deduced that this monster had probably undergone an abnormal evolution, which is why it was so dangerous now. This was crucial information for an early retreat, but Mio had rejected Ikoma's suggestion because she didn't want to get other members of the raid team involved. However, now she had no other choice: either fight and defeat it or die right here. Even though she knew she was very strong, Mio wasn't sure if she stood a chance of winning against this horrifying monster. In that brief moment of distraction, Mio thought about her late friend. However, she quickly regained her composure and focused intently on the enemy before her. As expected, the monster's attack was incredibly powerful. She dodged it and jumped up, preparing to strike its weak spot, but failed, forcing her to retreat. Mio could sense that this boss had become sentient. Now it seemed to be toying with its prey. Seeing this, she became furious and charged forward, attacking from above, after which they clashed head-on. Mio used up all her HP to fight back against such a strong enemy, but if she didn't, she would never be able to break through its armor, which was as hard as steel. In the end, Mio couldn't hold on, and was sent flying by the monster, which then lunged forward to finish her off. Luckily, she managed to block its blow, but Mio herself was severely injured. At this moment, the cunning monster unleashed a full-powered attack, striking Mio's body. Right now, Mio felt her body was in a state of chaos. She should have been in agony, but she couldn't feel it. She was losing consciousness. The one thing Mio was sure of at this moment was that given the power gap, if she survived the monster's attack, it would be a miracle. As her vision blurred, Mio wondered if the monster intended to torture and toy with her even more. In her near-death moment, she flashed back to her past when she was just a child and had to witness the dead bodies of her parents after they were attacked by monsters. Because they always took away everything precious to Mio, she was filled with extreme resentment. This rage helped her awaken the aura of the Shinigami, a state that can be activated when HP is below 10%, increasing attack power and allowing HP to be replaced with MP. And while activated, the user can move with incredible agility without any limits. At this point, Mio was truly enraged, and with her incredibly stubborn take-no-crap-from-anyone personality, she had never backed down from a single soul, let alone a few monsters. Mio knew that sooner or later this monster would recover its HP, but it couldn't regenerate its lost body parts. Even if this was the end for her, Mio wasn't going to stop. Even if she had to go to hell, she would drag this monster down with her. The beast probably sensed its opponent's grim determination to take it down together, so it unleashed a barrage of poison orbs. This put Mio in a very tight spot, and at one point it looked like she was about to get hit, but she didn't stop for a single moment, and was determined to fight, until her HP ran out completely. Even though the monster's outer shell was extremely tough, she could still break through it by pouring all her strength into her sword. Just as the shell cracked and Mio thought she was about to succeed, the unthinkable happened. The monster suddenly launched a devastating attack that severely injured Mio, sending her flying dozens of meters. Now she was completely out of HP. Thinking this was the end for her, Mio stopped resisting, and once again recalled memories of her late friend. She had once said that she hated monsters and would exterminate all of them. The dreamscape was peaceful and chill, but it suddenly turned into a horror scene. Her friend appeared covered in blood, trying to coax Mio to go with her, which scared the living daylights out of her. Just as she was about to accept her fate in that life-or-death situation, Ikoma and Sasuke arrived just in time to save this firecracker Mio. As soon as they arrived, they launched a swift counterattack and moved Mio to the side. Luckily, there were many blind spots to distract the monster. Sasuke was extremely worried when she saw Mio's condition. She was seriously injured and looked like she'd been through hell. Therefore, they needed to get her back for treatment urgently. Ikoma saw that for now they could hide for a moment. They needed to find a way to escape from here. But this was going to be difficult, because this sentient monster was incredibly cunning. Furthermore, if it couldn't find them right away, it would block the exits to trap its prey. At that moment, Mio regained consciousness and asked why the two of them were there. That monster wasn't an enemy that they could handle. That's the problem, you old lady. Ikoma had tried to stop her before, but she refused to listen to anyone. Mio was completely out of both HP and MP. It was only by some miracle that she managed to stay alive until Ikoma and Sasuke arrived. The level gap between them and the monster was too large, so there was no way to defeat it. Ikoma decided he would be the decoy, while the other two took the chance to escape. Sasuke disagreed. She couldn't let him be the bait. Mio felt the same way. She thought to herself that she didn't have any relatives at all, so no one would mourn her if she died. More importantly, she didn't want anyone to sacrifice themselves for her. She asked them to let her do it. Ikoma was impressed that Mio still had such a strong will, despite being so severely injured. Perhaps this extreme measure was also a part of her twisted nature. Ikoma was very sorry, but he had to take advantage of her grief right now. On the surface, he acted like he understood and would respect Mio's decision. However, right after that, he did a complete 180 and agreed to take down the monster with Mio. Since there's no other way, I'll risk it all. At worst, we both go down together. What's the big deal? Were Ikoma's words. His statement left both girls completely stunned. He told Sasuke to use mana to restore Mio's HP while he stalled for time. Mio thought this was a pointless waste of effort, believing he only said that because he had no idea how terrifying the monster truly was. However, she didn't know that Ikoma was the one who understood this monster best. The monster began to attack with poison orbs, its power causing Sasuke to panic. Just then, Ikoma stepped out and provoked it with an incredibly arrogant attitude. Sasuke seized the opportunity to restore Mio's HP, while Mio still jumped in thinking that Ikoma was underestimating the monster. For someone like him to fight, it was no different than a death wish. As for the monster, upon seeing Ikoma, it charged like a maniac, as if seeing a long-lost lover. It pursued him along the rock wall to attack, but he was no pushover. He used gravity reversal to counter its damage, and even landed a few basic sword strikes that scarred its face, even though they knew Ikoma was no ordinary person when they saw it firsthand. Witnessing his masterful skills, both Sasuke and Mio were completely blown away. He might have been many times stronger than before. His movements were as if he could see the future. Mio found it unbelievable. Although the monster attacked fiercely, Ikoma was even faster. He landed a critical strike to the back of its head and then hit the ground. The truth is, he had dreamed of this day hundreds of times over and over again. The battle had become so ingrained in his subconscious that he could remember the monster's every single move with perfect accuracy. And finally, this day had come. Ikoma could personally deal with this beast to get revenge for Mio in his past life. This time you're dealing with me. Turns out a level 80 monster was only this strong. How could it possibly compare to Ikoma's main character aura? Even after Ikoma defeated it, Mio couldn't believe it was real. No matter how strong he was, he should have sustained some injuries. The more MP he used to enhance his body, the faster he would get exhausted. She was sure Ikoma realized this too. He was helping her recover her MP, possibly because he intended for her to use that skill again. Just how far ahead had Ikoma planned this? For someone who holds a grudge like Ikoma, he hadn't actually wanted to get revenge on this beast so soon. But regardless, he was very happy about this. This would be the end of his long-running nightmare. From this moment on, Ikoma would not let this creature harm anyone else. However, the monster was quite resilient. Despite being seriously injured, it continued to attack, firing numerous poison orbs at him. Seeing this, Mio grew very worried for Ikoma, but this was nowhere near enough to take down our protagonist. He charged directly toward the monster, and despite its barrage of attacks, Ikoma dodged them all with masterful skill. For the past 10 years, he had replayed this battle in his mind, countless times. Therefore, he would absolutely not lose to this monster now. Ikoma poured almost all of his strength into his next sword strike, then charged in, slashing it head-on. The blow was so powerful that Mio couldn't believe he was just a B-rank adventurer. But even after Ikoma's series of attacks, the monster still had a lot of HP left. Its defense was too strong. Even when he tried to aim for its wounds, the monster automatically healed itself effectively. Ultimately, instead of many small attacks, they needed one critical blow to end this fight. So, Mio decided to use her ultimate skill to help out. If things continued as they were, Ikoma would soon reach his limit. Sasuke wanted to stop Mio because she hadn't fully recovered her MP. However, Mio knew exactly what she was doing. With just this much MP, it was enough for her to make mincemeat of this monster. With that, Mio activated her Shinigami aura, preparing to go all out against the beast before her. This greatly surprised Sasuke. Mio explained that this was a special skill of the Shinigami class. As long as she had MP, she could fight by exceeding her limits. Ikoma had Sasuke restore Mio's MP. As a precaution for this very skill, she needed MP to maintain the aura, but using her ultimate technique also required MP. In that moment, Mio seemed to see her late friend again. But this time she was no longer afraid or regretful, instead, bravely overcoming the painful memories of the past. Ikoma and Sasuke were the ones who believed in Mio, and they were betting their lives to save her. Therefore, Mio could not accept defeat in this battle. While Ikoma was still fighting fiercely against the monster, Mio joined the fray to help. At that moment, Ikoma directly asked Mio to use her ultimate move, the Death God's trump card. She hesitated because the move was too slow and couldn't possibly hit the monster. But Ikoma told her not to worry, that he would buy her time and that she should just trust him. With no other choice, Mio did as he said. But as she got close to the monster, she faltered because there was no room to dodge an attack. At this critical moment, Ikoma suddenly appeared by her side and used gravity reversal, helping them both narrowly escape danger. Any later and they'd have been pushing up daisies. Mio was still bewildered, having no idea what the hell was going on, when Ikoma left the final critical blow to her, then dove down himself at lightning speed to land another blow on the monster. It was then that Mio realized his intention. So he was holding the monster down, so she could use her final trump card, the Death God's Ace. It was a deadly sword technique that consumed more HP the stronger it became. This technique nearly restricted the user's movement, but she felt she could still use it if she launched herself like a rocket towards the monster. Just as the moment was right, Ikoma yelled at Mio to do it now. She immediately poured every ounce of her strength into her chainsword, unleashing an incredibly awesome move. Mio pierced through the monster's tough armor. This also completely exhausted her, leaving her unable to move. The monster finally collapsed, but had they truly won? Because this tricky monster also had a trump card for when it was defeated. It would take advantage of the moment its opponent let their guard down to unleash a fatal venomous attack. None of the three of them ever saw it coming. Model. The monster targeted Mio, and she thought she was a goner. But thankfully, Ikoma appeared just in time to carry the team, pouring all of his power into his sword and blocking its deadly blow. It turns out this was the exact move that sent Mio to her grave in his past life, which is why Ikoma had remembered it so vividly and was mentally prepared. Finally, he delivered a finishing blow, taking the monster out of the game for good. At the same time, the system announced that Ikoma had gained over 30,000 experience points. Leveling up from 50 to 58 and earning an additional 28 SP, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He was lucky the author gave him a power-up to get through this ordeal. To be honest, Ikoma initially thought they weren't strong enough to take down the boss, but this time he managed to save Mio. Mio's death was one of Ikoma's biggest regrets from his past life. That's why he became so serious about his goal of becoming a top-tier adventurer. Meanwhile, Mio still couldn't believe she was alive. She had just been protected by Ikoma. But once again, the memory of her companion's death resurfaced, causing her immense pain. Perhaps Mio saw the image of her deceased friend in Ikoma. She always remembered that girl and could even feel her angrily, watching over her from somewhere. From what Mio shared, Ikoma began to suspect the reason she was always so reckless and pushed away teammates. Even in his past life, he'd often felt that something was off about her, but now everything seemed to be falling into place. So Ikoma confronted her directly. If that girl was angry at Mio, then why was she reminded of her deceased friend when she was being protected like this? Her friend didn't die by accident, she died protecting Mio. That's why Mio blamed herself and felt so guilty. Right, Sasuke, sensing the tense atmosphere, advised Ikoma that this was a sensitive topic and he shouldn't bring it up in front of Mio anymore. At that moment, dormant memories in Mio's mind began to surface. Ever since her school days, Mio had known a girl named Momon. She was someone who always looked out for Mio, one of the few friends Mio ever confided in. Turns out Mio had wanted to become a monster-slaying adventurer from a very young age. This was because she couldn't afford to continue with high school, and being an adventurer didn't require any formal education. At that time, Momon also decided to become an adventurer, along with her friend. She couldn't let Mio go it alone. During one mission, Momon advised Mio to retreat from the danger, but Mio told her to get lost and leave her alone. However, Momon understood that the reason Mio was so reckless was because she had lost her family. Therefore, she refused to leave her friend behind. In the end, Momon was fatally wounded and lost her life protecting Mio. Even in her final moments, Momon didn't blame her at all. On the contrary, she was just glad that Mio was okay. So this was the reason Mio had been tormenting herself all this time. She even felt that Momon resented her. Ikoma explained to Mio that she shouldn't twist her grief like that even if it made her feel better. Because that girl sacrificed her own life to save Mio. If she saw Mio like this now, she would surely be heartbroken. Mio always said that no one would mourn her if she died, but Ikoma was certain Momon would be devastated if that were to happen. She was always worried that Mio would be lonely without her, and hoped that Mio could live a truly happy life. For the both of them. Finally, Mio realized the true depth of her best friend's feelings for her. After all these years, she was finally able to let go of all the tangled burdens that had been weighing on her mind. With a clear heart, she could now look forward to a bright, sunny future. Ikoma asked if Mio felt responsible for what happened to Momon, and if that was why she always threw herself headfirst into reckless battles. But, in reality, that couldn't be considered atonement. Because if she kept exploring high-level gates alone, she would eventually get herself killed. That would be completely meaningless and would betray Momon's sacrifice. Seizing the opportunity while Mio was vulnerable, Ikoma invited her to join his party. Although she didn't agree immediately and needed more time to think, Ikoma completely understood, and he would wait for her answer. As the three of them returned, Ikoma carried Mio on his back because she was out of HP and couldn't move. This made the jealous Sasuke turn green with envy. In Sasuke's eyes, this scene looked just like a lovey-dovey couple being affectionate, so she insisted on carrying Mio instead of Ikoma. Truthfully, if they had a way to restore HP, things would be much more stable. Ikoma used to be very confident that he could easily handle A-rank gates, but now, too many unpredictable anomalies were appearing. Right now, his party needed one last member, someone who could use recovery skills as a sub-skill, or perhaps a healing item, that they could use repeatedly. After a moment of thought, Mio confessed that she had been fighting solo for a very long time. It had been a while since she trusted someone like she did now, but the feeling was truly wonderful. Mio deeply thanked Ikoma and appreciated everything he had done. She agreed to join his party. After all, Ikoma had finally repaid his life debt to Mio, changing the unfortunate past for both of them. Now one was alive, and the other's heart was at ease. The next day at headquarters, Sasuke asked Ikoma if he had been able to contact Mio. By this point, Ikoma was at his wit's end. He showed her his phone. It was full of messages he had sent, but this woman had left him on read without a single reply. To be honest, it seemed like Kagarazaka Mio wasn't too keen on joining. Although he knew she was extremely stubborn and headstrong, Ikoma couldn't believe he had failed to recruit her. After all that had happened, Sasuke comforted Ikoma, saying that she was probably just tired and went to sleep, which is why she hadn't replied to his messages yet. With her courage, physical prowess, and competitive spirit, Mio is one of the most highly touted adventurers out there. She can even hold her own against that terrifying monster, while the Ikoma from his past life would have been sent to meet his maker in a heartbeat. At least in this life, he managed to save Mio. From now on, hopefully she'll think twice before fighting so recklessly. It was a bit like Sukuna, but Ikoma was happy with the outcome. While they were grabbing coffee, Mio suddenly showed up, taking them both by complete surprise. They thought she was ghosting them since she never replied to their messages. Turns out Mio's just not good with phone apps, so she came to talk to Sasuke and Ikoma in person. After giving it a lot of thought, Mio decided to join Ikoma's party. Of course, the two of them were thrilled to have her on the team. Everyone was excited to fight alongside her in the future. Meanwhile, at the Chimera's base, they were plotting how to deal with certain people. Looks like they're targeting Ikoma's group. The guy in the black robe looks pretty dangerous, and from their conversation we can guess he's currently on the run from the Demon Defense Force, hiding out with some assassin organization. A big-shot client hired them to go after Ikoma and his friends. But the robed man finds it laughable that their target is just some B-rank nobody. He even takes a shot at Kikyo, calling him a loser for losing to some B-rank scrub and still daring to show his face. Unlike him, a top-tier adventurer. If he hadn't accidentally offed a teammate during training, he'd be celebrated as a hero right now. He even thinks that if people would just forgive and forget that one tiny mistake, he'd gladly risk his life to protect the country. Being hunted down like this is just pointless and stupid. Forcing a guy into a corner just for killing someone, Arisu, who was standing nearby, was completely disgusted. No wonder this dude is hated everywhere he goes. The other woman saw him just lazing around the organization. And now he was throwing a fit, refusing to deal with the target. So she had to make him an offer. If he handles this job, they'll stop bothering him. Since it sounded like a sweet deal, the robed man did a 180 and accepted the mission to take out Ikoma. Meanwhile, at the Adventurers Guild branch in the Kirinami district, the receptionist informed Sasuke that she had been promoted to B rank, which made her ecstatic. Although ranks vary by region and different levels, B rank adventurers make up only 1% of the total adventurer population. Sasuke couldn't believe she was now part of that 1%. Ikoma congratulated her, telling her she'd done a great job. Even though Sasuke often felt like she was lagging behind, Ikoma and Mio, this achievement made her feel like she was finally catching up. Sasuke was determined to work even harder, to be worthy of standing with them. She absolutely refused to be left in the dust by Mio. In stark contrast to their excitement, Mio felt they were making too big a deal out of the promotion. She argued that Sasuke's level had surpassed the standard for her rank a long time ago. Now, it was time for her to start hunting down the weaker monsters around the Kirinami area. Failing to do so would make things much harder. Besides, she pointed out the promotion test was basically limited to residents of the district anyway. Hearing Mio's strict assessment, Sasuke just froze. Ikoma gently told Mio she probably shouldn't have been so brutally honest in case it upset her, but Mio thought it was for the best to keep Sasuke from getting delusional about her own strength. Realizing she was being a bit too serious, she fumbled a bit. This is obviously an important milestone. Then Mio told Sasuke to follow her, saying she had a gift prepared. After all, celebrating a friend's milestone is important. Ikoma was surprised by Mio's thoughtfulness. He hadn't gotten Sasuke anything at all. Even though Mio seems cold, she really wanted to thank both Sasuke and Ikoma for saving her life. A close friend had always told her to take care of the people around her, so she'd prepared a gift for Sasuke, a gigantic personal locker. Mio admitted the gift wasn't very exciting, but she said it would help Sasuke store her important items without worrying about losing them, so she hoped she'd accept it. Of course, Sasuke was overjoyed to get a gift from Mio. She might seem cold and strict on the outside, but deep down she has a really warm heart. And that wasn't all. Mio also got Sasuke a super cute gigantic teddy bear. On top of that, it was a limited edition celebrating the 50-year anniversary of a famous brand. Sasuke realized she had completely misunderstood Mio, and she was absolutely stunned. Just then, Ikoma received an emergency notification from the Demon Defense Bureau. A C-rank monster disaster had broken out in the Moriyama district of Tokyo, and civilians needed to be evacuated. It seemed like there had been a lot of incidents like this recently. Mio noted that this outbreak was in the Mizunagi outskirts. Luckily, it wasn't too far, so they could head straight there. At first, Ikoma figured a C-rank disaster would be perfect for adventurers around level 40, so they shouldn't have too much trouble in resolving it. But he quickly ate his words. Ikoma was shocked to see the C-rank portal's name was the Garden of Souls. The portal was rated for level 40, and as the name implied, it was a place where tons of plant-type monsters spawned. The real problem, however, was the boss, the Tree of Life, Galkarina. As the final boss, this thing was on a whole other level of strong. Regardless, they had to stop that monster from leaving the portal at all costs. Ikoma warned Sasuke and Mio that they couldn't treat this like a typical C-rank mission. They had to stop this catastrophic outbreak as fast as possible. The team rushed off, completely unaware that a suspicious figure was watching their every move. Meanwhile, the man in the black cloak had also arrived following orders. Apparently, someone told him that a monster disaster storm was about to break out here. He then took a call and told the person to send the location of his target, Ikoma's group. This guy was incredibly excited for this hunt. He hoped Ikoma would provide him some entertainment. At that moment, the three had arrived at the disaster site and were fighting fiercely against the monsters, even though they were heavily outnumbered. Luckily, most of them were just low-level mobs. Over on Sasuke's side, she had caught a harmless, super cute monster. This thing even put on a sob story, begging Sasuke to spare its life. You might see her smiling sweetly like that, but the moment it turned away, Sasuke drained all its mana and transferred it to Ikoma, truly the heart of a woman. She was feeling quite pleased with herself. Compared to the last storm, this one was much easier to handle. They even saw agents from the Demon Defense Bureau arriving. At this rate, everything would be over soon. However, Ikoma didn't think so. In fact, this time was even worse, and that was no joke. That's because the final boss of this portal was the Tree of Life, Galkarina. It has the ability to spawn and throw monsters at you while fleeing at high speed. Sasuke was completely stunned when she heard this. She asked Ikoma what would happen if it ran away like that. He explained that this was a type of monster that's easy to deal with inside a portal area. But now that its escape range had expanded, it was a whole different story. If they couldn't defeat it, the damage from this disaster would continue to grow without end. Therefore, at all costs, they absolutely could not let this monster escape the city. It's especially hard to find because compared to other bosses, this one is quite small and very clever at avoiding anyone with a higher level. Ikoma knew that with their group skills they couldn't afford to lose it, however chasing it without a strategy would obviously be extremely difficult. He planned to come up with steps to stop it, but Fujiwara Hoshinan still hadn't replied to his message. At that moment, Mio suggested they split up to hunt the monster, which would expand their search area. On top of that, they also needed to get the little girl to a safe place first. Since there were no other options, the two agreed with Mio's plan. This disaster storm was really giving Ikoma a very bad feeling. A monster disaster that definitely hadn't happened in the past, and now it was even worse, combining a storm with a portal boss. This felt like someone was pulling the strings from behind, manipulating everything. Ikoma felt that catching Gaukarina alone wasn't very feasible. Even if all three of them went all out searching, they still might not be able to catch it. But at this point, they had no other choice. Ikoma told the other two to move to 3 central areas around the places where the damage occurred. If they noticed anything unusual, they were to share the information immediately. Elsewhere, that crazy man in the black cloak was busy, cooking in a family restaurant that had been attacked by monsters. But before he could even take a bite, his next great trial had arrived. It turns out, the man in the black cloak's name was Satu Akira, a ruthless assassin who specialized in targeting high-level hunters. Seeing that his pursuer looked tough, he decided to ramble on to stall for time and find a way to counterattack. "Hey there, buddy. Whatever it is, can't it? Wait until I've had a bite to eat. You shouldn't mess with a man while he's eating, you know." But his opponent didn't have the patience to listen to this guy's nonsense. He immediately realized his opponent's sword wasn't some ordinary toy but a private magic sword. Realizing this fight wasn't going to be easy, the guy named Akira decided to strike first. It turns out his class was Warlock, a class that strengthens itself with heavy equipment and blows away its enemies. The long-haired man who had come to capture him was thrilled to see this. He had been told that if he saw a guy constantly lurking around with a mask and jingling rings on his hands, that would be the scumbag he needed to take care of to raise his level and gain fame. As for the man himself, he was an A-rank adventurer and a bounty hunter named Kamaro Kana. Akira had no interest in this and told him to go hunt monsters instead of playing cat and mouse with him. Of course, this ambitious guy wasn't having it. What were a few low-level monsters worth compared to a wanted scumbag criminal like Akira? He couldn't care less about this measly disaster. Akira, on the other hand, found this incredibly annoying and didn't want to deal with him. "While I'm still feeling merciful, you'd better shut your mouth and run while you still can." But the man, who had more guts than brains, charged in with his sword. He was confident he could take this guy down easily, when suddenly he was ambushed from behind, coughing up blood and collapsing. It turned out Akira had placed a puppet behind him from the start. The moment he let his guard down, it landed a critical blow. In the end, he was the predator, and the man was just the prey. Akira flipped him the bird and said smugly, "I had a guardian posted outside." "Right from the start, you fool," he boasted. "Just as I expected, you're a mage. Of course, those who specialize in suicide attacks are very durable. Any ordinary person would have been torn to shreds." Seeing that he was about to be finished off, Kana desperately begged, "Please don't kill me. I have a lot of money in my account." His words made Akira quite displeased. "I'm someone who always goes against the grain, as you know. When someone says things like that, it really pisses me off. Furthermore," he added, "being seen as the type who can be easily bought with money is quite insulting. I absolutely hate that." Just as he was in the middle of his speech, a ball of fire came hurtling toward him from outside. Seeing the wave of power approaching, Akira thought angrily, "More people are coming. This fool's flashy magic must have attracted them here." Just then, Gao emerged from behind him. It used its own body to block the attack for him. As a result, it was obliterated without a trace. This terrified him. Gao, whose greatest strength was its durability, was taken down in a single hit. From a distance, a young man appeared and spoke up. "I was hoping I could take him down in a single blow," Tuya stated with a grim expression. But something protected him. Just then, a stream of magic appeared in front of Akira as Sumuji used his wind scatter technique. Suddenly, a huge blast of magic attacked Akira, but he was completely unharmed. Seeing everything around him scorched, he furiously yelled, "You idiots! What the hell do you think you're doing to a perfectly normal shop like this?" he said, looking at the horde trying to kill him. His mind raced with thoughts. "First I run into adventurers, and now it's the Demon Defense Squad. News sure travels fast. I was only gone for a little while, and I come back to this." On the ground, Kana was trembling, clutching his head. Ignoring him, Tuya raised his hand, signaling everyone to attack Akira at once. For the first time, Akira felt a bit worried and guarded against this unexpected situation. "They pushed me back and saved that mage. They're very experienced, not just some ordinary Demon Defense Squad. That guy, he looks familiar. That's Mayumi Tuya, a second-class Demon Defense Squad officer." From what he knew, members of the Demon Defense Squad were promoted through a standard system. This meant they grew stronger at a steady pace, but in return, they were bound by many rules and restrictions, making it very difficult for individuals with unique talents to emerge, unlike adventurers. However, Tuya was one of those rare exceptions. He's one of the strongest in the demon defense squad. His expression shifted from wary to intrigued. I don't even need to test his abilities. You've passed, my friend. I can't restrain myself anymore. I've always wanted to kill a pitiful righteous hero like you. Although he really wanted to fight Tuya one-on-one, the current situation didn't allow for it. Still, if they were to fight head-on, my chances of winning are only 50-50, and there are 3 other pests here. Things are looking pretty bad for me. This area is on fire. My usual defense Gao still hasn't recovered, and he's also a direct counter to me. I'm just a warrior, a mid-range one with limited close combat skills. The situation left him a bit unsure of the right way to fight, if he had to act now. My only option is to reorganize and separate him from his team. But if I spend too much time in MP, here other matters will be delayed. Knowing he couldn't handle them all alone, Akira quickly made a decision. I'll let it go this time. I'm the type of person who likes to save my favorite dish for last. He immediately escaped by jumping out a window. As soon as he fled, Tuya and Sumuji turned to look. At that moment, a report came in. Class A criminal, the collector has appeared. Without a moment's hesitation, Mayumi Tuya raised his bow. He used his blazing arrow skill and shot towards Akira. Seeing this, Sumuji exclaimed happily, "We did it." However, Tuya denied it. No. With his sharp eyes, he realized it was just a summoned slime. He used it as a decoy to escape. Just then, a shout rang out as someone saw something jump onto a roof. "Look, on the roof. Should we go after him?" Tuya said in a serious tone. "Right now, stopping the monster disaster is the top priority. He's dangerous. But this isn't the time to focus only on chasing him." Then he ordered, "For now, use your magic to put out the fire." Sumuji immediately complied. "Yes, sir." Next, he looked at Kaina, who was sitting dazedly on the ground, and said, "We'll deal with this demon disaster after we've interrogated this man." Meanwhile, in another city, Mio was in hot pursuit of the fairy garden gatekeeper monster Gao Karena, a level 38 beast. As she chased it, she thought, "I can't believe I found this thing." The monster, sensing the danger coming from her, unleashed its nightmare garden skill. A horde of plant monsters appeared blocking her path. Annoyed at being obstructed, Mio shouted, "You're in my way," before unleashing her blood sword skill. The minions were pushed back, but because there were so many of them, she started to get anxious. They just keep coming. If this keeps up, he's going to get away. It's all or nothing. I'll fight to the end. With things having come to this, she had no choice but to use her Inferno Burst skill. Immediately, the system displayed a notification. This skill can be used by consuming 44 HP. You convert your own life force into dark magic and infuse it into your attacks. A single slash from her cut right through the minions, clearing a path for her to chase after the fairy garden monster. "I can catch up. I'll end this in a single blow." Suddenly, something shot out from a tree by the road. Another monster appeared preparing to attack Mio, which made her realize he's creating monsters to use as shields. The monster was about to bite into her arm. Knowing she couldn't dodge in time, Mio braced for the impact. Just then, a great force struck down from above. It seems Mio reacted just in time, destroying the monster before it could injure her. At the same time, another horde of minions advanced towards her. This many monsters could be a problem. Annoyed, she cursed, "Damn it, you stupid monster." Elsewhere, a figure was running for his life, thinking, "I can't see him anywhere." This person looked up at the tall buildings and hesitated. "Maybe I should try looking from higher up." "No, we don't have time for that." Suddenly, Ikoma's phone received a message. The sender was Mio. She sent him the monster's location. "Sorry I found him, but he got away. He's heading to this area." In another city, at that same moment, a foot stepped out from a pool of monster blood. A phone screen displayed, "Well done," marking the area and resetting the tracking direction. Mio smiled, a little excited. Holding her sword, she radiated an aura of unconcealed excitement. "We can't leave just yet, can we?" 2 plant monsters bared their jagged teeth and lunged forward without fear. Ikoma drew his sword and cut them down. Immediately, he received 2 system notifications. "You have received 36 FB. You have received 28 FB. Just then, a giant monster with green skin appeared before him. It used the skill Solar Heat Ray to blast him with a blazing fire. However, he was quick enough to dodge it. He landed on a traffic light pole and used it as a launch pad to leap towards the monster. Right after that attack, Ikoma received a notification. "You have received 56 FB. Seeing this, he sighed to himself. "I knew it, but this still sucks." The reason he was a bit disappointed was that the reward points earned for each kill were very low when the level difference between him and the monsters was quite high. This is not a pleasant experience. No matter how many monsters I kill, it feels like they're endless. He looked at the city being ravaged by monsters and wondered, is it because Gao Karena is spawning so many demons? With that, he quickly made a decision. "We need to hurry up and kill it." Suddenly, a voice from behind startled him slightly. "I saw it. I saw it. I saw everything you just did." The one speaking was none other than Akira. "The way you annihilated those monsters was perfect," he praised Ikoma loudly. "No, really, it was amazing." Seeing him, Ikoma asked curiously, "Are you an explorer who was sent here to deal with the monster disaster?" With a fake enthusiastic personality, he replied, "That's the duty of capable adventurers. They bet their lives to help ordinary citizens." His act made Ikoma feel repulsed. This guy is so weird. Next he, half jokingly, half seriously told him about his identity. "That's what people say. I'm an E-rank hunter and I'm a villager, so I feel a little embarrassed, calling myself a talented adventurer." After hearing his words, Ikoma took them as truth. A villager, that's really rare. From what he knew about the villager class, as soon as you reach level 10, you get to choose between different character classes. The choices you get depend on how you've allocated your points and skills up to that point, as well as how you started your skill distribution. Villager will always be an option for your character class. At the same time, he also knew that if you somehow reached level 10 without accumulating the necessary skill points and didn't invest in traditional attack skills, something bad would happen. Your choices would be severely limited, so you could only choose to become the weakest character class. My advice is to use a sword with your uncle's guidance. Your friend advised you, and try to avoid being forced to choose such a weak class. At this point, Akira spoke up to explain, "I wanted to choose a cooler character class, but it was the only option that fit." After hearing him say that, Ikoma felt it was quite reasonable. It's rare but not impossible. His initial parameter values must have been low. That's completely random. Suddenly, he looked at him with admiration and asked about his identity. "You're Ikoma, right? The rare gravity user class." Seeing that he knew his name, Ikoma was a bit surprised. "You know me," Akira quickly replied in a voice full of admiration. "Of course, anyone active in the Tokyo Association has definitely heard of you. All of your achievements are legendary." To prove his passionate idol worship, Akira provided even more evidence. "You even appeared on Fujiwara Hoshinan's broadcast." Seeing the YouTube channel he watched, Ikoma helplessly wondered, "So he's a viewer." He then continued to ramble on, "My female friend likes her a lot." Then he expressed his own deep admiration, saying, "I know this sounds crazy, but the truth is even more amazing. I wish I were a gravity user like you." Ikoma, seeing no point in talking to Akira, decided to leave. "Sorry, I don't have time to chat. I need to go now." Seeing him casually walk away, Akira quickly stopped him. "Wait." Then he made a determined proposal. "I really respect you. If you don't mind, can we handle this together?" Of course, Ikoma did not agree to his proposal. "You're E rank, which means you're around level 20. That means you'll have a hard time even against these monsters." Next, he gently advised him, "I'm chasing the gate boss. You'd be better off focusing on reaching the evacuees." After hearing this, Akira didn't say a word. Suddenly he took something out, and then loudly called out its name, enhancement item. The words he uttered could somehow restore the strength and body of model. After Ikoma finished this task, his crystal recovered. The man then mentioned that villager is the only class with the skill to enhance items. "If you let me help, I won't get in your way." Seeing how persistent he was, Ikoma felt a bit troubled. He didn't seem to have any intention of backing down, so Ikoma still refused loudly. "It's just that I don't think I need any support at the moment." As he was mulling it over, he thought, "We need to find Gao Karena as soon as possible. I can't waste time on someone with an unknown level and unclear intentions." Just then, his phone suddenly buzzed. He immediately opened it to check. There it was, a message from Fujiwara Hoshinan. Ikoma had sent Fujiwara Hoshinan 2 messages. "I need you to use your fame to track the path of the insect monster. It looks like a giant centipede." "Of course," she replied with an OK emoji. After that, a link to a live stream was sent. The link was, of course, from her page. "Broadcasting from the gate, this is Fujiwara Hoshinan. Fujiwara Hoshinan is the strongest. Love this place. 500 people are watching Fujiwara Hoshinan. 100,520 people were following." Fujiwara Hoshinan was now streaming live. "Broadcasting from the gate, this is Fujiwara Hoshinan. Currently the district of Moriyama is in a terrible state due to a monster disaster." She then appealed to her fans, "If anyone sees the boss monster, please post its location, danger level B. Please use the hashtag Fujiwara Hoshinan info." While she was streaming, she added, "It would be great if you could attach a picture." And just like that, quite a few pictures and addresses were sent in. "This thing is insane. Moriyama District, Mizumioka, 645. Fujiwara Hoshinan info. It's escaping at an incredible speed. Moriyama District, Nishihizaki, 4127. Fujiwara Hoshinan info." After receiving all this information, she sent a message of thanks to her fans. "I'm so glad you're all helping me look for it, but it's dangerous, so please don't push yourselves too hard." Back with Ikoma, he was quite satisfied with Fujiwara Hoshinan's help. Since it was disaster-related information, Fujiwara Hoshinan's video was shared more than 10,000 times. Thanks to this, the insect monster's location was constantly being updated in real time. This information made it easy for him to come up with a plan to capture the monster. This way we can track its movements. We can predict its movements and get to the location ahead of it. Looking at the photo that had been sent with the information, he started to think of a course of action. This picture, it's from a place very close to us. If my theory is correct, I can corner it. Even so, he hesitated a little. However, Gao Karena is pretty fast. Its escape range has widened now. Can I really catch and destroy it alone? Since he couldn't wait for his teammates to arrive, he had to think of another way. Sasuke and Mio are too far away. For now, I'll share this video with them. I don't have time to wait for them. While Ikoma was lost in thought, Akira, who was behind him, started waving his arms wildly to attract his attention. And he succeeded. When Ikoma asked, "What's your name?" he quickly replied, "Oh yes, I'm Satu Akira, sir." Then Ikoma quickly told him what he planned to do. "Aki, I'm trying to find a way to kill the gate boss Gao Karena right now." He was a bit hesitant to ask for help. "It's very dangerous, but do you want to help me?" In response, the man's face lit up with absolute delight. A slight aside here. Storyboard by Chikuwa, art by Asura. Suddenly a loud voice called out Ikoma. He saw Sasuke in a swimsuit waving excitedly. Looking closer, he could see all the lines of her body, which made the boy's eyes widen. But he quickly regained his composure and grabbed a large towel to cover Sasuke up. This left her bewildered. She pouted, blushing and displeased, while Ikoma scratched his head awkwardly, unable to look her in the eye. "What a cute couple," Aki exclaimed as he ran, overjoyed. "This is such an honor. I can't believe the person I look up to is asking for my help." He started striking a pose, radiating a brilliant aura. "I'll do whatever it takes to complete this mission, so please don't hesitate to ask me for anything." Ikoma's expression was clearly worried. He replied, "That's great, but..." He suddenly trailed off. Aki, confused, asked what was wrong. "You've been staring at your phone for a while now. What exactly are you doing?" Ikoma held up his phone, studying it intently. It was the route of the Fairy Gardens gate boss, Gao Karena. The phone screen showed a map with red dots marking its movements. It was a summary of all the sightings. There were a lot of detours, but it's basically heading north. Suddenly, Ikoma's face darkened as if he had realized something. "It looks like that thing. Prefers the shade of apartment complexes and skyscrapers." Hearing this, Aki looked quite puzzled. Ikoma continued, "According to people's theories, it avoids places with strong sunlight. It's definitely because it doesn't want its body to dry out right." Ikoma continued voicing his deductions. "It seems that when it's not in contact with a threat, it isn't particularly fast." He looked at the map and came to a conclusion. "If we can ambush it from both sides after luring it into an alley, we can definitely defeat it." Aki began to think, then replied, "I see. And that's where I come in." Right? Ikoma looked at Aki. He listened as the man spoke. To handle a monster disaster while simultaneously gathering intel and analyzing the situation to this degree. After saying this, Aki rushed in front of Ikoma, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "Ikoma-san, you're truly an amazing person. I admire you so much." Ikoma looked at the overly excited. Aki shuddered and replied, "This is getting a little creepy, so could you please stop?" Aki continued, "Ikoma-san, you look younger than me, but you're so dependable. Honestly, I'm a bit jealous of you." "That's because mentally I'm already 28 years old, and I'm particularly familiar with gate-related problems," Ikoma replied. "I feel like you're like my older brother." Aki looked thoughtful and shared his own thoughts. He's intelligent, has the aura of a genius, and a strong sense of justice. As soon as he finished, he looked sad and began to cry miserably. "I've always admired him, but, you know, it's hard being constantly compared to him." Ikoma watched him helplessly, thinking, "Can I really rely on this guy?" Suddenly, his phone lit up with a notification. A new piece of info came in. It seems the killer Satao Akira. Akira is causing trouble for the Demon Defense Squad. This isn't related to the gate boss, but Fujiwara Hoshinan should be careful. Sent from Fujiwara Hoshinan info. Ikoma recalled the face of a villain. A villain in a black cloak, smiling as he covered his face with his hand. If I remember correctly, he's a notorious criminal, famous for constantly targeting high-level adventurers to murder and rob them. He has a rare fighting style focused on using spirit beasts in combat. He pondered thoughtfully. There was so little reference material on him that even he couldn't form a clear picture of the man. In the previous world, the Demon Defense Force had attacked his hideout with 20 people and killed him. Ikoma remembered the newspaper that contained a series of reports on this event. 12 members of the Demon Defense Force were killed or injured in that incident. More than half of them were casualties. Is Morima District his current hunting ground, or is it just a coincidence? Was he present where the disaster occurred? Ikoma's thoughts suddenly shifted. These strange coincidences are happening way too often. Even in the Phantom Library, members of the Shadow Organization were present, and the image gradually formed in his eyes. Suddenly, Ikoma seemed to understand something. Their target is probably the Ring of Wisdom. Unease and anxiety were clearly written on his face and in his mind. Is there someone who knows more about the Space Gate than I do? They're controlling their forces from the shadows and plotting something. What is it? Ikoma Aki looked confused, bowing her head to look at his expression. You look so serious. Ikoma quickly regained his composure. There's no solid evidence for it. Maybe I'm just overthinking things. It's nothing, sorry, he quickly replied to Aki, deep in thought. Right now they need to deal with the problem at hand. Ikoma held up his phone, updating Aki on the information he just received. Looks like someone spotted a murderer. Aki panicked, clasping his hands together and shouting, "A murderer!" While he was still reeling in fear, Ikoma continued, "The family restaurant near us, that's where they're fighting. It's better if we don't engage it." However, Ikoma held the phone out for him to see and pointed, explaining, "This isn't something an E-rank adventurer can handle, so if you see it, you have to run." "Yes," Aki replied timidly. While he was still trembling over the news about the killer, ding, another notification arrived on Ikoma's phone. There were multiple witness reports about a Gaukarina. The notification read, "I was too shocked to take a picture, but there's a giant centipede running through the Morima district West Point 262. After reading the message, he suddenly realized something. "It's close. We can get ahead of it and corner it. It's still early, but I'll share this info with Sasuke and Mio." Meanwhile, a panicking Aki clutched his head, thinking tearfully, "If we run into it, what are we going to do?" Ikoma turned to him with a cool expression and answered, "Aki, I've come up with a plan to corner the Space Gate monster." His face became unusually determined as he said loudly, "We'll split into 2 groups and ambush it from both sides. Let's kill this thing." Seeing Ikoma's confident expression, Aki suddenly froze, then clenched his fists. His expression now mirrored Ikoma's own determination. "Yes." While he was still looking at Ikoma with some apprehension, Ikoma spoke confidently, "It won't be hard to lure it if we exploit its fear of sunlight." He looked at the map and pointed out the location for their plan. "I'll take a wide detour and chase the Gaukarina into this alley." A red arrow indicated the Gaukarina's direction of movement. Looking back at the map showing icons for both Aki and himself, he said, "When it gets to the other side, I need you to block that path." Ikoma looked at Aki with a worried expression. "I can scare it enough that it won't try to escape on my side, but can you handle your end?" Aki excitedly gave a thumbs up, showing he was ready. "Of course I have some items to maximize my villager class powers. I've got plenty of aces up my sleeve, you know." A shining aura flared up around him again as he struck a pose and declared, "Just leave it to me, Ikoma. I guarantee that Gaukarina monster won't get past me." Ikoma, unfazed, simply signaled for them to split up and start the mission. He gave Aki one last piece of advice. "If anything unexpected happens, don't worry about me. Just run immediately." At the same time, Aki had one more question for Ikoma before they parted ways. "I want to ask you something, Ikoma. Why did you become an adventurer?" Ikoma looked at Aki, who asked him the question timidly, with his head bowed low. "What I mean is the rank of this Space Gate monster isn't that high." He shyly turned his face away, speaking his mind about Ikoma. "For a top-tier adventurer like you, isn't this just a troublesome job without much of a reward?" Ikoma stared at him, and bluntly told him not to ask weird questions. Aki looked at him, flustered, and apologized. But then the main character's radiant aura began to shine. Ikoma looked down at his own hands, lost in thought. "But you're right. The reason I'm an adventurer is to find out exactly how much my power can help people. That's probably my number one reason." Remembering images from his past, he said, with conviction, "I'm even willing to die for it." The faces of Rabe-Karu and Mio appeared in his mind's eye. "It's just that right now, there are some things only I can do." Remembering that carefree, blood-stained smile, his conviction grew stronger. "I believe there are things that only I can save." Ikoma clenched his fist, looking up at the clear blue sky. He confided, "I think it's more a sense of responsibility than some vague desire to stop monster disasters." Suddenly, he snapped out of it and turned to look at Aki, who was stunned by his answer. Embarrassed, he rubbed the back of his head and stammered, "So, does that answer your question? It's not really something I can share with just anyone, you know." Aki, with a serious look, replied, "It's more than enough. I have to say, thank you so much, Ikoma." He closed his eyes, a radiant smile spreading across his face. Then he jumped up and down like an excited child, shouting, "I admire you even more now." An embarrassed Ikoma urged him on, telling him they were running out of time and needed to split up. "Right," Aki replied. From a high vantage point overlooking the city, suddenly in the middle of downtown, a bizarre blue creature shaped like a foot with a tree growing out of its body shrieked as it rushed forward at an unpredictable speed. The scene shifts. Ikoma sprints forward, stomping on the cars below. His speed is like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, he's level with the strange creature. He yells excitedly, "Found you, Gaukarina." He glances at the mysterious being, then unleashes his power. A series of dark purple lightning bolts crash down from the sky, striking the mysterious creature Garen. Debris rained down on it. It roared in pain. Finally, the creature fled into the alley, the exact route Ikoma had planned with Aki from the start. Ikoma watched it tensely, thinking, "I've driven it into our planned route. Come on, Aki." At that moment, Aki was standing still on the street, his face etched with anxiety. Ikoma continued his relentless pursuit of the Gaukarina. Although it was fleeing at a terrifying speed, unhesitatingly destroying any obstacles in its path, it screeched as it ran. Ikoma tilted his head watching it. He calculated silently, "I can do this. At this speed, I can catch it." Just then, the Gaukarina unleashed its skill, Nightmare Garden. In just a few seconds, swarms of strange, ugly insects appeared flying toward their designated target. Seeing this, Ikoma's thoughts momentarily froze, but he quickly recovered, leaping up to evade the swarm of monster minions and effortlessly traversing the towering apartment walls thanks to his reverse gravity skill. This maneuver left the Gaukurina both astonished and confused. Ikoma smirked arrogantly. "Too bad for you. You can't slow me down with something like that." With those words, he gathered his momentum and leaped directly down toward the beast, seemingly about to launch a powerful attack. The terrified Gaukurina recoiled. Then a monster leaped out from the foliage to face Ikoma. He calmly thought, "I'll throw a monster." He used it as a shield against an opponent who couldn't change direction mid-air. He then nimbly leaped over the monster, thinking to himself, "Just as Mayo informed me." Then Ikoma's voice rang out calm like a declaration of war against the gravity user. "Don't think you have an advantage in aerial combat." He spun around and delivered a decisive sword strike at Gaukurina, making it shriek in pain, a sound that shook the heavens. Gaukurina immediately leaped several meters away, activating its escape skill, instinctive flight. Ikoma mused that when injured, a user could increase their speed exponentially by consuming MP, a skill that allows the user to escape from enemies. He recalled the usage pattern for this ability. Skill ready, cooldown. Skill not ready. Skill ready. Ikoma confirmed his assessment. However, instinctive flight has a long cooldown. It can't be used again for at least an hour. He observed from above thinking, this is a one-way path and Aki is at the other end. With this, we are completely ready to confront Gaukurina. At that moment, Gaukurina was running and humming cheerfully, believing it had escaped the danger. But when it looked ahead, it was startled to see Aki standing there. His eyes were timid and fearful, his voice trembling uncontrollably. I can't believe it's actually following the plan." Aki bit his lip, hesitating inwardly. To be able to lead a monster this fast onto this specific route, even if the entire monster subjugation unit were deployed, I doubt they could have achieved this. Finally, he took out a small glass vial, clenching it tightly. He steeled his resolve, telling himself he had to do what was asked of him. Aki stared intently at the vial. Then he pushed the cap off with his thumb. With all his might, he threw the vial, gritting his teeth and shutting his eyes as he screamed at the top of his lungs. "Take this red slime ooze." The liquid in the vial quickly gushed out a stream of red-hot fluid, like lava splashing, precisely onto Gaukurina. Aki tensed up, biting his lip. "It's just like he told me." Watching the beast roar from the burns, Aki remembered the earlier words. Gaukurina is very timid and afraid of fire. It won't charge into the flames on its own. Overjoyed, he threw his hands in the air, his eyes crinkling into a smile, his face beaming with excitement. "I did it, Ikoma." Ikoma's praising voice rang out. "Well done, Aki." He smirked, placing a hand on his hip as he looked at Gaukurina. "You're cornered now. I won't let you escape again." The terrified beast stood frozen in place, not daring to move. Ikoma calmly pointed out its current predicament. "I doubt you have much HP or MP left. Even your ace in the hole, instinctive flight, is on cooldown." As he said this, his gaze sharpened and his voice turned to steel. "What will you do, Gaukurina? Are you going to try and get past me?" In response, Gaukurina let out a deafening roar. It used the same old skill from before Nightmare Garden, but this time there was a slight difference. The tree trunk twisted into multiple coils covering its body. Battle instinct. Tree spirit of life. Gaukurina. Battle mode. Transformation complete. The beast roared wildly. Ikoma keenly observed. It had restructured itself to specialize in defense and attack rather than speed. On the other side, Aki frowned in annoyance, covering his ears. "I thought the only thing it could do was run Ikoma. We should make a temporary retreat, but it was too late. The monster was already closing in on them." Seeing this, Aki couldn't help but scream in panic. "I really want to run away." In contrast, Ikoma remained composed and analytical. "I feel like it's just getting more desperate," he said. After speaking, he casually swung his sword, taking care of the smaller monsters. Aki was captivated by his cool demeanor. His eyes went wide and his face flushed red. He brought his hands to his cheeks, whispering in awe. "Amazing." Enraged, Gaukurina controlled the tree trunks to attack. But suddenly, Ikoma's familiar voice echoed from directly above it. "What's the matter? I'm up here." In the blink of an eye, his sword was plunged deep into the beast's body. Ikoma's eyes widened as he shouted Garon. Instantly, an immense surge of power erupted from the sword. It burst forth violently. Gaukurina's body swelled visibly. It let out a few weak groans, then suddenly shrieked and exploded. Bodily fluids sprayed everywhere, followed closely by a notification. "You have received 1,135 FB. The remaining monsters, having lost their master, also gradually lost their life force." Aki cheered with joy. "Awesome." At that moment, neither of them knew they were being watched. "From afar, you have shown me what you can do, Ichinose Ikoma. You have passed." Amidst the chaotic, dusty air, a long black cloak added to the person's mysterious aura. He smirked slowly. "As one of my targets, you get a perfect score." On the other side, seeing the beast finally fall, Aki jumped for joy and cheered. Ikoma also let out a sigh of relief. "We've defeated Gaukurina. He took out his phone, thinking to himself, I should let Kisaragi and the others know about this. And Sina too. And so he carefully composed a short message. We have defeated Gao Karena. It would be great if we could meet up soon. After sending the message, he turned to Akira and said sincerely, Thank you for your help, Aki. If I had been alone, Gao Karena would have escaped. Thanks to you, we were able to defeat it right here. Hearing this, Aki scratched his head in embarrassment. I can't believe I'm being praised by Ikoma. I'm really happy, but it's also a little embarrassing. Then he looked down at the hand that had thrown the vial as if still in disbelief. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to complete the mission with this kind of character class. But after this, I feel like I can try a little harder. Next, Akira excitedly threw a light punch into the air, his eyes shining brightly. Even I can become cooler and help. More people, Ikoma calmly analyzed. From what I know, there's basically no such thing as a superior or inferior character class. He continued, everyone has their own unique strengths and weaknesses. The only question is whether or not it's a good fit for the user. Whether that's good or not is another matter. Remembering Akira's previous and recent demeanor, Ikoma added, a villager's advantage is their flexibility. As long as that person prepares beforehand, the reason we were able to capture Gao Karena was because of that. He looked directly into Akira's eyes, his voice filled with a convincing tone. As long as you don't forget your strengths, you'll be able to go much further. Don't forget that you're someone who faced a monster from a spatial gate, with a level twice your own. Hearing this, he was incredibly moved, his eyes welling up with tears. Mr. Ikoma, he asked softly. By the way, Ikoma, since you're a gravity user, what do you think is the greatest strength of that class? Ikoma pondered. The strength of a gravity user. After a moment he replied, the limits of the class do not restrict the user's potential. Beside him, Akira listened intently, excited for the answer. Ikoma continued in a low voice, the ability to reach the absolute peak. Those words immediately struck a chord in Akira's heart. He widened his eyes in awe. Amazing. He's aiming for a completely different stage. Then he moved his face close to Ikoma's and said enthusiastically, I'll be rooting for you, Ikoma. I know that you have the potential to do it. Hearing this, Ikoma was both startled and confused. He hesitated slightly before replying, yes, thank you. Then Ikoma observed their surroundings and urged, we should get out of here, right now. There were witnesses who saw a murderer in this area. He added, but still, I doubt he would come out in the open like this. Ikoma stared thoughtfully ahead, while behind him, the hazy figure of the black-cloaked man appeared. I believe that once the monster attack ended, he fled. Before he could finish his sentence, Ikoma swung his sword with precision, striking the mysterious figure. He frowned, his guard raised. I guess he decided to attack. A name clearly formed in Ikoma's mind, the Collector. Seeing the child floating beside the cloaked figure, he quickly analyzed the situation. That's not a demon, it's a familiar. Realizing this, Ikoma felt the situation was even more difficult to handle. One of the truly annoying opponents, a killer puppet. Opposite him, a series of strings shot out from the child's back, writhing as they flew towards Ikoma. He skillfully tilted his head to dodge, but his expression immediately changed. Ikoma decisively spun around and swung his sword at the ambusher. Although he landed a hit, he grew even more confused. I can't feel the point of impact. Suddenly, Ikoma's eyes widened as he glanced at something. A guess surfaced. A slime. And just as he predicted, the ambusher no longer had a human form, its slimy flesh dripping down. Not far away, a powerful foot crushed a pair of glasses. I've been observing you long enough. Ichinose Ikoma. Akira smirked. He removed the ring from his finger. The ring dissolved, emitting a soft glow. Akira's brow furrowed, his eyes wild. You're worthy of being killed by me. With that, he gripped his blade and dashed forward, intending a surprise attack on Ikoma. But Ikoma had already noticed, raising his sword to block the blade. He then lifted his leg and kicked his opponent hard. Akira lightly touched his arm, trembling from the pain. He laughed mockingly. You actually kicked me, huh? Couldn't you have gone a little easier? You idiot. He followed closely, speaking loudly. If I were that weakling Aki, I would have died from that kick. Ikoma calmly pointed out his identity. You're the Collector, the murderer who collects the corpses of adventurers. Satu Akira. Akira recalled the recent battle. I drew his attention with the Malacer. Even though I attacked him by surprise from arm's length and from a blind spot with the killer puppet. Akira grew more excited, his face flushing. He handled it like it was nothing. He's a prize that exceeds my expectations. Akira looked at Ikoma, neither confirming nor denying. He said, I know you're panicking deep down, even though you look so calm. Ikoma spoke leisurely. I had already considered the possibility that you were Satu Akira. Akira was surprised, raising an eyebrow. What Ikoma recalled that, even in his original timeline, information about Satu Akira was not publicly shared. The only photo of him was when he was a student. Even his class type wasn't revealed. However, no class has the natural ability to turn a ring into their main source of damage due to the horrendous MP cost. It's mainly used to increase the number of attacks one can perform a supplementary item. At best. However, there is a special skill available only to the villager class item holder, which limits the MP cost of item usage. If one invests all their skill points into item holder, they can use a ring as their primary damage source. Back in reality, Akira crossed his arms, a look of disbelief on his face. A pointless bluff. If that were the case, there would have been no reason to observe me from the beginning. Ikoma glanced at the nearby beast. He explained, it would have been very difficult for me to corner Karina on my own. I wasn't sure when I'd get another chance like this. Ikoma pointed at Akira and continued. Assuming you were the collector, I gambled that you would participate in the plan to earn my trust. His gaze turned cold. The worst-case scenario for me was accidentally provoking you and being forced into a battle without having dealt with the monster. Akira was astonished, thinking to himself, instead of his own safety, he chose the fastest way to resolve the monster attack. He smiled excitedly and said, just as I expected, you're the best. I suppose there are times when showing filial piety to that old hag is worth it. With that, he raised his hand, his eyes narrowing. I still have plenty of spirit beasts left. Show me how you'll overcome all of this. Akira stood amidst the gusting wind, and right behind him was Ikoma. He turned back with a triumphant smile. In his hand he held a sharp blade, pointed towards him and said mockingly, enjoy this while it lasts, Ichinose Ikoma. He stood watching him for a long time, his eyes as if scanning the situation. The tension caused beads of sweat to roll down his cheek as he mulled it over. I can't read him. He's too unpredictable. Besides, he's really used to PvP. A dark gloomy aura enveloped his body. His insolent expression became more pronounced than ever. Ikoma continued to be lost in thought. Even though he's a villager, he's probably a higher level than I am. I doubt I can get the upper hand with my physical stats alone. Then he remembered the people who sacrificed their lives in that battle. Besides, my MP is already low from the fight with Karina. After thinking it over, Ikoma found a way out of this situation. He slowly turned around, thoughts still racing through his mind. I also have to watch out for his powerful guards. I can't just brute force my way through this fight without more information, and the most critical thing right now is that I think he'll use every dirty trick in the book. As soon as he thought that, he turned and ran. He left Akira standing there completely stunned, unable to process what was happening. A few seconds later, his eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Ikoma and yelled, huh. As Ikoma ran, he calculated in his head. Since he already took care of the spatial gate, is he trying to escape to a place with more people? While Ikoma was running for his life, Akira wasn't just standing there. He stood tall, summoned a humanoid puppet, and at the same time declared loudly, there's no way I'm letting that guy get away like this. As soon as the words left his mouth, he gestured toward the fleeing Ikoma, ordering the puppet to pursue him. Ikoma continued to run desperately, showing no signs of stopping. After running for a short distance, he took the opportunity to glance over his shoulder, trying to see what his enemy was planning. His hand remained clutched tightly around his small sword, ready to defend himself. Seeing this, Akira grew furious. He narrowed his eyes and growled in frustration. He's not even looking back, let alone slowing down. Meanwhile, Ikoma continued to analyze the situation, looking for a way to counter him. From what he knew, the executioner puppet's advantages were that it was difficult to track, and it could kill silently. Ikoma mused as he ran. No matter how I look at it, there's no way he could have handled it with just a glance. Or did he deal with it using the absolute minimum amount of movement necessary? Back to Akira. A moment after Ikoma had fled, he began his own attack. He smirked and thought to himself, are you even human, Ichinose Ikoma? With that thought, he also broke into a run, heading in the direction Ikoma had gone. Do you really think I'd let you escape? A precious gem like you. After chasing Ikoma for a considerable distance, Akira suddenly stopped in the middle of a concrete road. Akira wondered. He disappeared. I can't see him. He scanned the area around him, but there was nothing unusual. The surroundings were just tall buildings and overgrown vegetation. Golden sunlight bathed the tall buildings. There wasn't a single sound. Akira wondered, is he hiding behind one of these things? No. He'd never come up with a cheap trick like that. He doesn't have any information about the kind of guards I possess. There's no reason for him to do something so reckless. After weighing all the possibilities, Akira seemed to have found the answer he was looking for. He slowly turned his head back, thinking, if that's the case, then the only possibility is. Just as Akira was lost in thought, Ikoma appeared right above him, gripping his sword with both hands. He leaped down from on high, channeling all his strength to strike him with everything he had. But it seems things didn't go as planned. Ikoma's attack wasn't as perfect as he'd hoped. It seemed Akira had correctly predicted his next move. He managed to block the attack perfectly. The Iblis Destroyer. Seeing this, Ikoma was completely shocked. He blocked it. Unable to land the blow as planned, he leaped back, landing gracefully to face Akira. Akira began to speak, his voice laced with arrogance. I see. That was a smart move. You assumed I'd give chase and tried to lure me into a narrow alley with plenty of blind spots. I assume you were trying to neutralize my advantage, and if possible, land a lucky hit from one of my blind spots. As he spoke, he casually raised his hand. summoning his spirit beasts. He didn't forget to remind Ikoma. However, that's not nearly enough to kill me, is it? Ikoma's gaze remained firm, but it also held a hint of surprise as he calculated his next move. He's summoning 3 spirit beasts at the same time, and he can probably summon even more. An amorphous spirit beast holding a sword charged toward Ikoma, who was still deep in thought. He must have put all his skill points into item enhancement and item wielder buffs. That means he must be incredibly strong, especially if he just amasses a group of spirit beasts after reaching a high level. But even as he was concentrating intensely on his next move, Ikoma didn't forget to dodge the attacks from the spirit beasts. As he parried and dodged, he thought he should have been able to fight even at a low level, with that kind of build. Suddenly he looked up, realizing something was wrong. Ikoma quickly leaped into the air, just as the ground beneath his feet split apart like a sliced cake. Ikoma was a bit taken aback. There were just too many attacks. He stood facing Akira. Deep down, he was suspicious. This kind of maxed-out point allocation. How did he manage that? Seeing Ikoma's reaction, Akira gave a mocking smile. He looked down on Ikoma as if he were some weak, insignificant commoner. Ah, this is so much fun. The sight reminded him of a time he was training in his armor with others. He had beaten his opponent until they were collapsed on the floor, coughing and sputtering. One of his classmates that day had protested, shouting at the referee who was presiding over the match. He aimed for the gaps in the armor. You did that on purpose. Hearing this, Akira stood silently for a long moment, but not to admit he was wrong. Instead, he let out a sarcastic, mocking laugh. How interesting, he said. At this very moment, he was laughing at Ikoma in the exact same way he had laughed at those people in the training hall that day. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently. Someone who is talented and has never done anything wrong their entire life. Someone who lives a righteous life. How utterly ridiculous it is when they resort to dirty tricks to get an advantage. As he was lost in this train of thought, Ikoma couldn't help but ask you, "Are you working with the Non-Chimera Society, aren't you?" This question completely shattered the man's invincible, arrogant demeanor. His fighting spirit was doused as if hit by ice water, and his face went blank. Ikoma seemed desperate for a clear answer, so he stood right in front of him, and asked again, his voice firm, "You know full well that these disasters will keep happening, so why are you following me?" Hearing the question from Ikoma, Akira was a little surprised, but he didn't answer right away. He thought for a moment. He even managed to figure all that out. A moment later, he regained his usual, cocky attitude, and answered Ikoma's earlier question. "In any case, I don't really care about helping that old woman. It would be a lie if I said there wasn't someone pulling the strings from behind." Hearing this answer, Ikoma grew worried. He commanded a spirit beast to attack Ikoma, but luckily the boy managed to dodge it. He turned back to look at the man, but Akira was as casual as ever, as if watching a show, and laid out his condition. "I'll tell you about it if you can beat me, but I wonder, can you..." As he finished speaking, he summoned a troubler spirit beast. Threads like spider silk shot out from the creature, slicing through pieces of wood as if they were cake. This made Ikoma a bit fearful. He slowly watched the puppet-like beast and assessed it. Dust swirled in the wind as Ikoma thought. It's much faster and stronger than ordinary threads. At the same time, that guy Akira was also thinking with one eye closed. If I land a hit, I'll have a clear advantage. But I can't even seem to scratch him, he thought, then smirked. If I think about it, I obviously have the upper hand in this fight. But his eyes, they seem to be saying that he won't give up until he's defeated me. As if gaining more confidence from this thought, Akira continued summoning more spirit beasts to attack Ikoma. Dragging this fight on will just drain my MP. Time to deliver the finishing blow. With that, he summoned Roju's demonic curse. Its appearance with its massive body made the very ground shake. Ikoma was thrown into the air. He turned to look at the spirit beast, and realized it was the fourth guardian. On the other side, Akira yelled, "If I drag this fight out any longer and run out of MP, I'll look like a complete idiot. I'll end this all in one go." He then set up a final move by summoning a fifth spirit beast. Its face was skeletal and incredibly ugly. The curse of Lord Rofi received its master's command. The fifth beast opened its bony, tooth-filled mouth wide and let out a long roar towards Ikoma. But Ikoma didn't seem too worried. He remained calm enough to plan his next move. His ability to maintain 5 guardians at once is beyond my expectations. Besides, this guardian is clearly not a direct attack type. But all of Akira's terrifying moves didn't make him tremble. On the contrary, his fighting spirit became more resolute than ever. Ikoma smirked, his gaze firmly fixed on the spirit beasts before him. However, I'm finally seeing Akira's limit. It's time to counterattack. The fifth spirit beast charged aggressively, an ominous aura enveloping its body, creating a suffocating feeling. Ikoma continued to run swiftly down the street. It's too dangerous to fight at close range without enough information. I'll have to restrict its movement by placing obstacles between us. As he was running, the fifth spirit beast suddenly rushed out from the right, startling him slightly. Seeing it appear like that, he immediately thought to himself as if realizing something. It passed right through the wall. Instantly, Ikoma swung his sword, striking a part of the fifth spirit beast's face directly. The attack tore off a piece of its flesh, causing it to roar loudly in pain. While the spirit beast was distracted by the pain, Ikoma was carefully considering all possible scenarios. It can't just pass through walls. As he was thinking, it suddenly charged out of nowhere. It got as close as possible to Ikoma and roared as if, showing its fury for being attacked. Ikoma also realized, it's also immune to physical attacks. With the situation before him, Ikoma gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed, focusing on how to deal with it. The abilities of this spirit beast were somewhat beyond his comprehension. He then moved cautiously, watching every step before this beast. However, its attacks also affect the surrounding environment. This thing itself is already a huge pain. I need time to figure out its nature. But Ikoma's train of thought was constantly interrupted as he was being attacked by not just one but many other spirit beasts. The situation was hanging by a thread. He was surrounded by a horde of them, his small frame dwarfed by their giant bodies. Suddenly, thin threads appeared, swaying back and forth. They sliced one of the spirit beasts into a dozen pieces right before Ikoma's eyes, leaving him a bit bewildered. He remained on high alert against those thin threads, thinking, even that slimy creature. As his mind was racing, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. He realized that guy Akira was right next to him. He held a knife, pointed directly at his neck, and grinned, as if admiring the sight of his prey being cornered. He was so excited, he shouted, "This is so much fun! You're the first person to survive my attack." As he was speaking to Ikoma, a massive clenched hand appeared right above his head, accompanied by Akira's words, "Even so, if we were to fight head-on, I'd definitely lose." But right after, Akira declared, "My strategy is unbeatable." That giant hand came slamming down, making the ground tremble. Fragments of the road and clouds of dust flew into the air. The blow was incredibly powerful, sending Ikoma flying a great distance. But luckily, he managed to withstand it. Akira, however, continued to taunt him. "What's wrong? Come on, attack me more, Ichinose Ikoma. Are you just going to defend the whole time?" After a long time spent fending off the horde of spirit beasts and Akira's attacks, Ikoma now. I looked down at my trembling hand, helpless. I can use half-gravity to block the demon's hand and maintain some distance, but the damage will just keep building up inside me. Looking back at Akira and the horde of spirit beasts behind him, I knew I couldn't stand up to him with my current strength. He'd invested everything into his items, which allowed him to perform the miracle of summoning multiple guards at once. I suspect he has some control over his MP consumption. But if this keeps up, I'll probably be the first one to go down. With that thought, Ikoma glanced over at the cursed demon beast Roju. With its face covered by a cloth, he silently assessed it. That thing is also an excellent commander. The guards are supporting each other and are carefully avoiding friendly fire. Then he glanced back at Akira's smug expression. Even though he's known as a berserker, he's actually incredibly cautious and can adapt to any situation. However, I've already figured out the strengths and weaknesses of each guard, as well as his strategies and personality. After a moment of assessment, it seemed, Ikoma slowly started to regain his confidence. He gave a slight smile and thought to himself, no matter how solid a fortress wall is, it's useless if it has a single hole. I'll have to break their formation and destroy it completely before he can repair it. Ikoma's gaze grew stronger and more determined. He stared intently at Akira's group as if he were about to watch a great show. Right then, Ikoma officially declared that the battle would be decided. At that moment, it seemed Akira also noticed the determination in Ikoma's eyes. He put on an innocent act, feigning ignorance as he thought to himself, "This guy hasn't lost hope at all, even in this tough spot. Is he going to keep amusing me?" Ikoma took the tip of his shoe and began tapping a small rock up and down rhythmically, as if juggling a shuttlecock. A spirit beast saw this and was bewildered, racking its brain to figure out what was happening. He increased the distance the rock was traveling by controlling its gravity. What is he trying to do? While the spirit beast with the tiny brain was still thinking hard, Ikoma kicked the stone, sending it ricocheting off a nearby railing. It then bounced off and smacked the spirit beast right in the face. Only then did the beast exclaim, "I get it." Immediately after, Ikoma tightened his grip on his sword and charged toward Akira. "Finally, I have all the information I need." Seeing him rush forward like a storm, Akira got pretty excited. He grinned. "So he's decided to attack first, has he?" He immediately gave the order, "Crush him." Roju, receiving its master's command, clenched both its fists. It stood before Ikoma, let out a huge roar, and prepared to land a fatal blow. Just like that, it slammed its fist into the ground, causing it to crack and shatter into pieces. After the powerful attack, it lifted its head, thinking it had successfully eliminated Ikoma. But life is not a dream. From above, Ikoma stomped his shoe right into the middle of its face. He then leaped away and landed on a nearby traffic light pole. As for the spirit beast, after the direct kick to the face, it collapsed to the ground in pain. Seeing this, Akira thought to himself, "It's like he's an acrobat. How interesting." Looking at him perched up high, he passed judgment. However, in a place like that, Suddenly, a crimson spiderweb flew towards Ikoma, accompanied by Akira's verdict. It's like you're begging the executioner puppet to attack. But everything was going according to Ikoma's plan. Two spirit beasts rushed in to attack him. Ikoma had thought it through and analyzed it carefully. He can't use his numerical advantage in an aerial battle. Therefore, a cautious person like you will attack with the spellcaster who is immune to damage, and have the puppet attack with its strings whenever there's a chance. Akira shouted an order to his beasts. That stone, it's a gravity manipulation, meant to crush something in a specific area. Ikoma stood tall, raising his sword as a dark purple aura began to envelop the area. And at that exact moment, the two simple-minded beasts charged forward and destroyed each other. A deafening shriek echoed, making the space around them tremble. From below, Akira witnessed Ikoma's entire technique. He grimaced in frustration, realizing what happened. He used gravity to redirect the trajectory of the threads, and controlled them to crush Sophie. Akira remembered the spirit beast that had been hit in the head with the stone. So that was its purpose. So his seemingly random attacks still have an effect. The spirit beast's ability caused the traffic light to tremble under immense gravity, and soon after, it was knocked down. He looked at the puppet and speculated, the deadly strings used by the executioner puppet are really hard to detect. Thanks to that, I was able to see its greatest weakness, friendly fire. Knowing this, Akira grew a little anxious and hesitant. He figured out the weaknesses of my two aces in such a short amount of time. My read on the situation was terrible. In any case, I have no choice but to fix the formation myself. Despite the risks, I've created a hole in your fortress. Ikoma strode towards him, his face filled with confidence. His body radiated an excited energy. Now's the time to take down the main guy in a single blow. The spellcaster Sophie was on the ground, groaning in pain. The cursed demon Roju was clutching the wound on the back of its neck. Ikoma observed the situation before him, assessing the troublesome immobile puppet. He began to calculate. Of his 5 guards, 2 were paralyzed. Even that annoying puppet, though, within his line of sight, couldn't move for fear of harming its allies. Ikoma focused his power into the ring on his hand, thinking with determination, I'll use this time to destroy his guards and weaken his forces. This is the decisive moment. Akira, hiding behind the puppet, began to feel the pressure, frantically trying to calculate his next move. The guards act according to their master's will, but in this situation, I was mostly relying on them to act on their own. He grit his teeth, making a difficult decision. I'll have to hold Ikoma off myself and regroup. Akira gripped the knife in his hand, preparing to slip away. He thought angrily, I thought I had judged him correctly, but I still made a mistake. No wonder that old hag was so eager to get rid of him. As he turned his head, model. He was bewildered to see Akasa appear right in front of him. Before Akira could even process it, she brought her sword down on him. Akira hastily ducked, dodging the surprise attack. Annoyed at missing, Akasa puffed her cheeks and let out a hump, terrified, he thought, in disbelief. Ikoma's guards. They were hiding, waiting for the perfect moment to stop me. Then Akira calmed down. Seeing one of his own guards targeting the boy, he reassured himself. It's fine. I can still do this. Iblis is right above Ikoma. The moment he lets his guard down, I'll crush him. Finishing his train of thought, Akira turned back to Akasa, who was hovering beside him. She saw him looking at her, and didn't hesitate to give him a sweet, friendly smile. Akira furiously cursed at her, I'll kill you, you damn demon. Meanwhile, Ikoma was fighting the phantom Malaz. A sword slash cut across its body, but it immediately returned to its original state, without taking any damage. It swung its sword at him. Ikoma forcefully parried the blow, seriously calculating in his head. Physical attacks barely affect them. I have to take them down with magic. Roju, who had recovered at some point, was now right behind him. He roared and swung his fist down. Ikoma spun around and leaped backward to dodge the blow, unable to help but think to himself, I knew it wouldn't go down with that little damage. That's why I focused the attack on its head, but it can still move. Impressive stamina. He glanced over at his guard. He made a decision. Akasa will buy me about 30 seconds. After that, the dust will clear. I need to destroy Akira's guards before then. Ikoma smiled confidently and said, that's more than enough time. After using his ability, his body flew up into the air. Ikoma went straight for Iblis, who was above him. Then he used 2 powerful skills at the same time, reverse gravity and meteor slash. The sudden frontal assault left it no time to react, and it took the full force of the attack. Iblis's body was pierced through and it screamed in pain. Ikoma jumped on top of it and said with delight, a perfect foothold. Looking down below, he saw Roju scrambling around, not knowing where he had disappeared to. Wasting no time, Ikoma leaped down and finished it with a single decisive slash. Meteor slash. Malaze stood frozen, watching its comrade fall, as a relentless barrage of attacks was launched from him. Ikoma summoned a magic circle, aimed it at the phantom, and thought, a one-on-one fight is nothing to be afraid of. A huge explosion erupted officially, obliterating Malazi. The scene cuts back to Akira. He angrily cursed. "You're so persistent." Akasa was now injured, lying flat on the ground, struggling to listen as he yelled, "Damn it, you're in my way." Suddenly, the killer puppet behind him was slashed to pieces. Akira looked in panic at the pile of scraps at his feet, only able to stammer out, "What?" The next second, Ikoma had teleported behind him. He swiftly slashed at Akira's hand. He cried out in pain and dropped his weapon, completely astonished. Unbelievable. Akira looked in horror as his guards were defeated one by one. The cursed demon Roju was just a pool of blood on the road. The phantom Malaise. The crusher Iblis was nothing but scattered pieces. The executioner, killer puppet. Not a single one of them survived. He trembled in fear, breaking out in a sweat, and said, "They were all taken down." Ikoma looked at him with sharp eyes and said coldly, "It seems we've both taken care of each other's guards. Let's settle this, Akira." He gritted his teeth, looked at the boy, and replied, "You're a monster." Kneeling at Ikoma's feet, Akira thought to himself, if a guard is defeated, it can't be resummoned for a certain period. With my main forces crushed, I have no chance of winning. He placed his hand on the ground, and the rings began to glow. Akira made a decision. I'm out of MP too. In this situation, an image of a goddess appeared, the purity of a Dorlin. Ikoma seriously assessed it in his mind. Is that his trump card? It doesn't look like it at all. Akira clutched his wounded body, clinging to his last hope. A Dorlin, a guard specializing in recovery and enhancement. I should heal my wounds and escape, he thought anxiously. Based on the performance of the villagers and the items I always carry, at least I can intimidate him and run. Akira hastily commanded a Dorlin, "Heal me." Suddenly a thought popped into his head, making him hesitate. If I run now, I'll never be able to defeat him again. Unwilling to accept it, Akira clenched the hand, propping him up, and thought, my specialty is ambushes and surprise attacks. My hand and my tactics have been completely exposed. Next time, he'll be able to counter me more easily. The reality of it hit him hard. This isn't just a retreat. This is a complete failure. Akira looked at the still calm Ikoma and thought, he's keeping a cool face. But he must have used a lot of MP with all that destruction. Staring straight into the boy's unwavering eyes, Akira silently confirmed it. This is the last chance to kill Ikoma Ichinose. He slowly grabs Malaze's sword nearby. Right after Akira yells, "A Dorlin, boost my strength." She uses her ability to grant his request, Angel's Breath, Angel's Prayer. Akira stands up straight and says grimly to Ikoma, "I'm not running anymore. You remind me of someone I hate. Someone with a face just like yours. And it drives me insane." Ikoma listens cautiously to his rant. Someone who achieves everything through pure talent without a shred of guilt and lives by spouting twisted ideals. Akira's face contorts with rage. It's an ugly sight. He taunts, "Come on, Ikoma Ichinose. I'm going to make a genius like you taste defeat." The battle between Akira and Ikoma begins. Akira finds himself on the defensive, his mind racing. In terms of level, I should be way stronger. I even have a physical enhancement buff from a Dorlin. He looks at his own trembling hands. He can't help but feel a surge of fear. But his slashes, they're faster and heavier than I imagined. This is proof that I'm still inferior to him. Seeing Ikoma remain as calm as ever, Akira seethes. How can that bastard's expression still be so damn calm? He's so strong. While Akira is lost in thought, the tip of a sword is pointed straight at his throat. Akira quickly retreats to dodge the blow, then composes himself. Calm down. His movements are also slowing from exhaustion. Ikoma struggles to wipe sweat from his face, and Akira rejoices internally. I can sense his impatience, his vague desire to end this fight. His body enhancement from gravity manipulation must be reaching its limit. Ikoma, on the other hand, is surprised that Akira managed to dodge that last attack, thinking, I really thought that move would be the decisive one. Ikoma mentally analyzes the moves his opponent wants to make. His plan was to use the spirit beasts as a distraction, and then rush in for a surprise attack with a knife. He watches Akira, who is still trying to attack, and assesses him. But he's clearly skilled in both close combat and using a longsword. His ability to read movement is extraordinary. I can see the pattern in this guy's attacks. This isn't the kind of skill you develop just by exploring spatial gates or fighting other people. Akira grips his sword tightly, anxiously telling himself, focus, read his movements, I have to be faster than him. Ikoma, maintaining his cold expression, looks at Akira and thinks, despite his unconventional tactics, he moves like someone with martial arts training. Watching Akira's serious attacks, Ikoma has to silently admit his movements are getting sharper. Has he entered the zone from the sheer adrenaline of this life or death battle? Akira is thinking, the zone. A state of extreme focus. Top athletes are all proficient at controlling it. To some degree, Akira concentrates, points his sword at Ikoma, and thinks with determination, even so, to hold out this long and close combat against someone with the villager class. I don't think I can lose here, but I never imagined he'd be this tough to crack. The only thing I need right now is victory. He speaks in a cold voice. I don't need justice, praise, or understanding. A terrifying killing intent emanates from him. His razor-sharp gaze locks onto Ikoma, as Akira declares everything will be fine as long as victory is mine. Nothing will stand in my way. He grinds his teeth, recalling the source of his hatred. Because someone is talented, they get to live freely and comfortably while pursuing the right path. What a refined yet utterly shallow statement. I will not lose to arrogant bastards like that. In the past, a voice rings out. Akira, are you quitting soccer? Back then, he was just a teenager. He looked coldly toward the source of the sound where his worried older brother was asking with concern. But you were so close to making the main team. This is Akira's twin brother, Satu Du. Akira just stands up and answers him coldly. I was only playing as a hobby. Their father suddenly appears, praising Du. Du, that was amazing. I heard you scored 3 goals. In the last game, right? His brother just gives a small smile and says nothing. He listens as their father goes on. Mr. Imai also had high praise for you. Your grades are at the top of the class. Excelling in both your studies and sports. You're truly the whole package. Emotionless Akira silently walks away. Behind him, the pleasant scene continues with his father's cheerful voice. Next month is your birthday, Du. What do you want me to get you? His brother quickly interrupts. Dad Du gently reminds him, my birthday is also Akira's, you know. Faced with his brother's pained expression, Akira just replies coldly, sorry, but I'm not interested. It just makes me feel worse. And with that, Akira walks off. Behind him, his father still has his arm affectionately around Du. Akira can't help but lament, my brother Du can achieve incredible results with minimal effort. He's the greatest genius I've ever known. Akira stands there, looking up at the sky. I have so much free time now, but there's nothing I want to do. The sky is blue and vast, free yet as empty as he feels inside. In class, a classmate tells Akira, the seniors are graduating, so the club is in danger of being shut down. You just need to sign up, that's it. On his desk lies a registration form for the kendo club. At the dojo, a loud ki echoes a direct hit to the opponent's head. He was trying to avoid the friendly gestures of his classmates when a surprising thought struck him. It's shocking. I'm actually talented at kendo. At that moment, Akira found a new path for himself. I realized he thought I should strive in a world where I won't be compared to my brother. My second year of middle school was all about kendo. As he recalls a more recent time, his mood sinks. After graduation, I went to a local high school that anyone could get into. My prideful parents began to treat me like I didn't exist, and I was completely fine with that. The past flashes forward again. He remembers something that happened in his first year of high school. A voice calls out, Hey Akira, it was Du, smiling brightly and holding a kendo helmet. He announced excitedly, I quit soccer. I think I'm going to give kendo a try. Model. He wanted to understand him more. At that moment, Akira's emotions were incredibly complex. He knew he was about to lose something, and he thought, he always does the things I hate most in the world. Time passed, and his mind flashed back to the summer of his senior year during the group finals of the most important tournament for the club, the Provincial High School Kendo Tournament, the match that would decide who advanced to the nationals. Akira frowned in annoyance when he saw his opponent. How ironic. Du and I are facing off in the captain's match. In contrast to him, Du felt happy to be fighting his younger brother. Time passed until the match began. He continued to remember. The score at that time was 2-all. We're both captains. Our teammates' faith is all on me. I can't lose this match. But as the match reached its climax, the referee's voice echoed through the arena. A strike to the head. Akira thought in disappointment, it's just, I knew I stood no chance against Du. The two faced each other on the court. He remembered his feelings, the things he wanted to say back then. Du, you know, losing to someone who only started this to please me. The miserable feeling of having my life's work torn down in just over a year. I've always hated you. The Akira of the past screamed in anger, lunging straight at Du to strike. The referee's ear-piercing whistle blew, pausing the match. Du dropped to his knees, clutching his throat and coughing violently. The spectators began to whisper amongst themselves, through the gap in his armor. He did that on purpose. He remembered that fragment of memory again. It was an accident born from desperation. I had landed a very powerful blow directly on Du's neck. The referee announced that the match would be cancelled. But Du cut him off. I'm fine, sir. He stood up and explained, the blow just grazed me. Please let the match continue. Akira's eyes widened in surprise, but then a savage smile spread across his face. He recalled, I was the one who delivered that blow, so I knew damn well. He was clearly struggling to breathe. He excitedly reminisced about that day. For the first time, I defeated Du. The referee's voice rang out, a point to the head. At that moment, Akira realized that as long as he didn't care about the methods and focused solely on winning, he wouldn't lose to anyone. He thought silently of Du at that moment. Especially people weighed down by useless things like honor. Back then, he smiled with a joy he couldn't contain. Time passed again. A year later, at the class registration office, the receptionist asked doubtfully, the only class you can choose is. Villager Akira stood there listening to her advice. Anyone can get that class, but it's not helpful for combat. He remembered thinking at the time, it will be a great support tool. Ignoring her warnings, Akira remained firm in his choice. It's fine. This is perfect. In the school library, Akira was planning his future steps. If I can spend money on consumable items, I can be an excellent support up to level 30. He sat in front of a computer screen, reading the information. The biggest advantage is the ability to use rings to summon spirit beasts for a very low cost. I see. Akira thought excitedly. This is only in theory. But if I allocate all my skills just to using rings, and if I can collect similar rings, it will become a very powerful class. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. To do that, I'll need money and items. The laws regarding gates aren't fully established yet. If I can handle this well, the memory continued. Akira was standing over the body of someone he had just killed, sneering. It was just a robbery. Why did these guys have to get so worked up? He held the knife in his hand, and then wondered, why am I getting so worked up over this? Akira frowned, brainwashing himself. No, I have the power to achieve extraordinary things, and I should move forward for that reason. He silently resolved, I'll show Father and Do that I can become a hero. Akira just stood there, staring at the corpse at his feet. After a long moment, he said with a self-mocking laugh, what am I even thinking? They don't matter to me anymore. Damn it. This is so confusing. After saying that, he turned and walked away without hesitation, thinking, anyway, there's no going back now. On a certain evening, at an old temple in his memory, Akira followed behind Do and asked, I heard there was a well-suited adventurer. You set a trap, didn't you, big brother? Do turned around and answered him calmly. Don't worry, I came alone. I just didn't expect you to be the gate thief. Do raised his sword into a ready stance, looked at him and said, how disappointing. He asked, this is just a formality, but you don't intend to surrender, do you? I am now a member of the Demon Extermination Squad, Satu Do class, swordsman. Akira shouted angrily at him, this is the perfect stage for me. I'm going to beat you to a pulp, you damn brother. The cursed demon Roju was summoned. It roared and charged at Do. He swung his sword lightly and destroyed it. Akira's face was filled with astonishment as he looked to the side. He stared in disbelief at his two guards, unable to help but think Iblis and Logan are following him. He's not leaving any openings. To cheat in a 3-on-1 fight. Akira's expression twisted in fear as he thought to himself, just how strong have you gotten, you foolish brother? Do walked towards him step by step and said, because we're brothers, I'll ask you this. Do you have any last words? Do seriously pointed the tip of his sword at Akira without any hesitation. He sat there and answered in a low voice, I'll go to prison or wherever you want. Just give me a chance to atone. Do asked doubtfully. You can still say that at a time like this. Akira looked up, tears streaming down his face, and stammered weakly, begging, I just wanted you to acknowledge me. Even just a little. That's all. Do, as expected, softened when he saw him like this. He began to hesitate. In a corner that Do couldn't see, Akira revealed a sly smile, thinking, you've become a monster. Even more formidable than I imagined. In those moments of hesitation was his chance to take him down. The executioner murder puppet appeared, unexpectedly launching an attack at Do. He couldn't react in time, and could only watch as it rushed towards him. Akira thought with triumphant contempt, but you're still as soft as ever. A spray of fresh blood ended his brother's life. Akira coldly looked down at Do's body at his feet and spoke. I kept my distance and waited for the right moment. Finally, you let your guard down. I never thought I'd have to go so far as to act pathetic. He turned and walked away expressionless, leaving only one sentence behind. Even you could do this, if you did the same as me. Back in the present, Akira faced Ikoma, unwilling to accept it, thinking I've leveled up so much since then. I've gained more experience and collected so many more spirit beasts. He struggled to block the attack, wondering, so why am I the one being cornered like this? His heart filled with determination, Akira roared, there's no way I'll lose to someone like you. He focused with all his might, telling himself watch Ikoma's movements carefully, predict his next move. Ikoma observed his actions, also thinking carefully, that's a tricky stance. If I attack recklessly, he'll read my every move. For now, I need to reset my stance. Ikoma thought, I need to create some distance first. He then jumped back, but Akira immediately lunged forward, attacking his head. Ikoma reacted swiftly, narrowly escaping death. He was knocked far away, completely stunned. A sense of alarm filled him. He read my movements. I knew his reflexes were extraordinary, but I never thought he'd be this good. Ikoma carefully examined his wound. Seeing this, Akira relaxed a bit, thinking, a scratch. I can still do this. I can still fight. He looked at him seriously, his face still expressionless as he assessed the situation. His movements aren't bad, but at this point, it's just a desperate struggle. Ikoma glanced at Akira, analyzing the current situation. Asahi's Spirit Beast enhancement skill will wear off soon. He's aiming for a counterattack from that defensive stance. I don't need to force an attack. He quietly observed his surroundings to formulate a plan. Instead, I can get out of this situation and attack when his guard is down. Or I could just stall for time until his enhancement buff runs out, and then finish him. Ikoma carefully reasoned. The problem here is his class. It specializes in items. He's probably good at creating diversions and escaping. If he realizes he's lost, he might try to run. He looked at the distorted triumphant smirk on Akira's face and frowned slightly. It seems he knows something about the person targeting me. Letting him escape now would be the worst possible move. No. Suddenly realizing something, Ikoma smirked. It's not that he said in a low voice, just a bad habit. He quickly lunged forward, his mind racing. Facing a strong opponent makes my heart pound with excitement. I want to test my limits, he thought with a thrilled smile. Next time I'll be able to read that stance. In contrast, Akira was deep in thought. Impressive. I appreciate that he came into the ring with me. You're well worth targeting. He got into a fighting stance, ready to meet Ikoma's attack, thinking scornfully. However, those who choose a tactical path to victory always lack that hunger for glory, and that is your fatal weakness. The two clashed and blood sprayed from both sides. However, one of Akira's hands had been severed. He slowly fell, thinking I lost. Lying on the cold ground, Akira let go of everything. I used everything I had. My stamina, my MP. I gave it my all. This is the end for me. He frowned again, confused. Strange. I don't feel bad at all. In fact, I feel at peace. He thought back to the past. I see now, he thought, remembering an image of Du. Du was happily playing ball. Akira sat on a bench, smiling as he watched him. Du's bright, radiant smile. Only now did Akira finally admit his true feelings. I just wanted to believe that even if I went down the wrong path, I could still make it. And I wanted the brother I admired to shatter that illusion for me personally. Akira remembered the day he finished Du, thinking, maybe back on that day, I wanted to lose like this too. Lying on the ground, he struggled to say one thing, I'm sorry. Then he clicked his tongue, despising himself. As his consciousness faded, Akira saw an image of Du in Ikoma. He was clinging to memories of his childhood with his brother. Ikoma pointed his sword at Akira and interrogated him. You're going to tell me, he said, and Akira answered him about the Nanchimera, and the one behind this whole affair. Ikoma just remained silent, looking at him coldly. On the bridge behind you, there's someone hiding and watching. Ruka thought to herself, I'm rather surprised. I never expected Satu Du to actually lose. She was surrounded by a magical barrier, the effect of her camouflage cloak. A perception blocking skill. Ruka rested her chin on her hand, analyzing. Just as the boss said, Satu's movements are worth watching. She slowly raised her gun, calculating. The skill's sense jamming effect can be easily broken when targeted. The post-battle exhaustion, and the release of tension. Seeing Ikoma not paying attention to his back, Ruka seized the opportunity. Besides, all eyes are on Satu right now. I might not get a better chance than this. She held the gun in her hand and said coldly, I'll kill you with a single shot. For those who don't know, Akamatsu Ruka. Class Magic Gunner. Ikoma pointed his sword at the motionless Akira on the ground, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. This man knew in advance about the dungeon overload. That was confirmed by his expression when I pressed him about it. He remembered Kizu and Aoi. Those two also knew about the Sage's Ring. Ikoma carefully formed his judgment about the mastermind. The person behind them, and the Nanchimera, is someone who understands spatial gates very well. And that person is fully capable of acting differently than they did in my past life. Seeing him lost in thought, Akira spoke up. Even that old woman has only interacted with the lower-level subordinates. He gave him a hint to find his target. But I have a lead. I'm not one to ignore my intuition. Ikoma asked, wondering, who is it? Akira offered a final bit of kindness as a warning. If I tell you, there's no turning back. Those people hate having their identities exposed more than anything. Seeing the tense look on Ikoma's face, he added with amusement. But for someone like you, who's already a target, that's nothing new. Akira's face was weak as he continued. The Demon Suppression Bureau itself is involved, that's obvious, but it's not just some low-level subordinates. A flicker of shock crossed his eyes. Ikoma fell silent, organizing his theories. I've considered that possibility. No, I've suspected it since my past life. The research department of the Demon Suppression Bureau was the one that lost the Sage's Ring. They're also the foremost experts on spatial gates in the country. He couldn't help but feel a chill at his own thoughts, continuing to analyze. This connection makes perfect sense. Ikoma tensed up, calculating internally. But if this is true, the scale of the enemy is far too large. Even high-ranking members of the Demon Suppression Bureau are helping them. The atmosphere fell silent with only the sound of the wind whipping by. Ruka stood on the bridge, observing the situation below, while also, having overheard their entire conversation, she thought to herself, this also explains how Nanchimera gained enough influence to manipulate the political situation in my past life. The two of them might have just revealed far too much unnecessary information. But this conversation is also beneficial to me. Ruka coldly raised her gun and took aim, silently designating her target as Ichinose. Ikoma is the main target. If this man escapes, he'll threaten Nanchimela's future. Using her ultimate skill, she planned to eliminate him swiftly. With the magic bullet on its way, Ikoma was still completely unaware of the approaching danger. He impatiently said to Akira, enough with the pointless act. Do you have any proof? Akira replied expressionlessly. That guy. He then widened his eyes and looked behind Ikoma. The light had reflected off Ruka's gun, making it gleam. It gave away her position. He sprang up from the ground, gripping the knife in his hand and lunged towards Ikoma. Ikoma was stunned, thinking, "This bastard, he can still move." The next second, a bullet pierced through Akira's body. In agony, he collapsed once again. Looking at Akira lying in a pool of blood on the ground, it finally dawned on Ikoma. A magic gun. So I'm the target. Don't tell me he threatened me just to get me out of the enemy's line of fire. Akira mustered what little weak strength he had left, and propped his heavy body up, saying sarcastically, making sure everything succeeds. Huh, what a boring old hag. Akira, though struggling, retorted defiantly. I told you, if you're leaving it to me, then don't interfere. Stay away. He tried to point out Ruka's position as his consciousness began to fade. Immediately after Akira officially met his end, Ikoma's system panel popped up with a notification. You have received 17,435 experience points. Your level has increased from 58 to 61. You have received 16 FP. He somberly called out his name Akira. Ikoma couldn't help but remember the system's requirements for leveling up. The experience notification was basically the opponent's death certificate. Quickly pushing aside the irrelevant thoughts, he focused on his main objective. No, that's not the problem right now. Based on Ruka's recent attack, Ikoma started to make a judgment. The Magic Gunner class, a class that uses a magic gun as its weapon. It requires special skills, and it goes without saying that long-range combat is their specialty. He quickly scanned his surroundings, searching for her. He thought anxiously, I don't have a shield, and my MP is critically low. I was lucky to avoid that surprise attack, but seeing Akira lying on the ground, Ikoma fell into a somber silence. The situation is still dire. Turning my back to run will just make me an easy target. It's all or nothing now. He immediately decided to dash towards the bridge behind him, where she was hiding. I'll close the distance and pressure the enemy. Just as he predicted, Ruka started to panic, thinking, he's running this way. He still has MP left to fight. She quickly composed herself, and the reason for Ikoma's actions became clear in her mind. No, he must be bluffing. I'll just shoot him down calmly. She was so lost in thought that she didn't notice the strange black arms that had appeared behind her. They seized Ruka's body and her gun, making her scream in terror. What this sound completely gave away Ruka's position. Sasuke shouted towards her, "Gotcha!" The two faced each other, the tension thick in the air. Ruka struggled to break free from the annoying black hands. Clicking her tongue in annoyance, an unstable magic bullet flew toward Sasuke. Naturally, it veered off its intended path and hit the ground. Her sharp gaze locked onto the bridge. Ruka, sweating nervously, thought in shock, I missed. She then immediately turned to flee. She silently assessed the situation. Kisaragi Sasuke, Ichinose Ikoma's ally. She's not a significant threat. I'll take her out quickly and get back to attacking Ichinose. A voice from behind Ruka made her jump and stop in her tracks. Mio coldly reminded the bewildered girl, "You're stubborn, but you're too late." A massive wave of power struck down, and Ruka had to use all her strength just to block Mio's attack. A deep red sword. Ikoma watched the situation on the bridge in surprise. Sasuke and Mio, they came to help me. He recalled the message he had sent. Gao Kalena has been defeated. I need you guys at this location immediately. Ikoma silently praised himself for his decision to call them after the fight with Gao Kalena. Preparing for Akira's movements was the perfect move. Ruka struggled to withstand the force of Mio's attack. She couldn't help but curse internally. What is this insane power? Is this woman a gorilla or something I can't fight back? A relatively large explosion occurred on the bridge, shaking the ground. Dust and smoke filled the air. Sasuke suddenly noticed something. That uniform. They're from Nanchimela, she asked anxiously, gripping her staff. We defeated them, right? In contrast, Mio calmly replied, no, there was no impact just now. Ikoma frowned in annoyance, thinking, they escaped. It wasn't about being lucky they escaped. He looked at the two girls before him, calculating his next move. Sasuke and Mio must be near their limits too. After overloading in the labyrinth, my own MP is completely depleted. If we fight now, even if we manage to catch them, someone would still end up dead. Ikoma said with a blank expression, thanks for saving me, you two. Sasuke asked him curiously. Ikoma, what the hell is going on? With a wary look in his eyes, Ikoma began to explain. A wide road like this is a shooting gallery for a magic gunner. For now, we need to get moving. The scene changes to somewhere else in the city, in a narrow alley between two tall buildings. A dark figure was hastily running deeper inside. Trembling, Ruka deactivated her skill, Swim in the Shadows, a skill that allows the user to move. By using the darkness, she thought angrily of Mio, silently vowing, that bitch ruined everything. She'll pay for this one day. There was a serious wound on Ruka's shoulder from Mio's earlier attack, she thought. But more importantly, this is bad. I can't go on with this injury. Leaning against a wall, she struggled to analyze the situation. A magic gunner is at a disadvantage against multiple enemies. I was too reckless. Once the disaster is contained, people will start to show up again. I've completely failed. Ruka's brows furrowed in frustration. She remembered her superior's instructions: supervise Sato Akira and correct his mistakes. She recalled the scene standing before the woman listening to her orders. I shouldn't have to worry about him, but failure is absolutely not an option. Our client isn't very patient. She clasped her hands, her voice low, as she warned her, if we fail this time, this could be the end for us too. Ruka curled up, hugging her knees. She fell into a somber silence. At a charming and peaceful restaurant, a cheerful Fujiwara Hoshinan raised her glass A toast to resolving the labyrinth overflow incident. You all did great. The dishes on the table were beautifully arranged. Ikoma recalled that a week had passed since the labyrinth incident. The overflow in the fairy garden. The damages and losses were being repaired. He remembered that the restoration work was temporarily complete, and at Fujiwara Hoshinan's suggestion, we decided to throw a celebratory party. Sasuke and Akasa cheerfully clinked their glasses together, while a smiling Fujiwara Hoshinan asked him, "You're Mio, right?" She looked Mio over, showering her with compliments. "I've heard about you, but you're even prettier in person." Fujiwara Hoshinan then lowered her voice, trying to entice her. Hey, would you like to appear in one of my videos?" Mio calmly took a sip of water and replied softly, "I'm not interested." She fell silent for a moment, thinking about something. Mio then spoke up, blushing shyly as she asked, "Tell me, was it Ikoma? Were you the one who said I was pretty?" Sasuke looked as if he'd been struck by lightning at Mio's bashful display, freezing up and only managing to stammer her name, Mio. Beside them, Fujiwara Hoshinan's eyes lit up as if she'd found treasure. Sasuke, flustered, said, "You really do like Ikoma, don't you?" Mio shouted back helplessly. "Stop trying to turn everything into a romance," while Ikoma remained expressionless, chewing the food in his mouth. The restaurant was bustling with people coming and going. Fujiwara Hoshinan stood up and volunteered, "I'll go get another serving." Sasuke watched her go in surprise, remarking Fujiwara Hoshinan seems even more cheerful than usual today. Ikoma, still chewing calmly, replied, "Well, that makes sense. She was just recognized for her contributions and received an award from the council." She turned to ask Ikoma, "You could have just accepted instead of refusing, you know. You were invited to receive an award from the council, weren't you?" He just silently glanced up at her. On the news screen, Fujiwara Hoshinan was summarizing Ikoma's achievements, clearing 2 high-level spatial gates, taking down 2 dangerous criminals, resolving 2 fake labyrinth overflow incidents, and collaborating with Fujiwara Hoshinan. Then, a serious picture of him appeared. This list must be pretty long. Note: Ikoma was often invited to speak whenever a major event occurred. Sasuke exclaimed in amazement. "So strong," he replied with a very serious expression. If Sasuke wanted to appear, I would definitely go with her. But she quickly cut off what Ikoma was about to say. "No, I'm fine." Ikoma continued to recall what had happened earlier. Fujiwara Hoshinan had used her fame and recognition to organize information and assist with evacuation efforts. The online news headline read, "Gate streamer aids in evacuation." Gate streamer Fujiwara Hoshinan participated in assisting the evacuation during the labyrinth overflow incident on the date. Afterwards, she uploaded a video on the date, documenting the entire incident. Ikoma had to admit that the event was widely reported on online news sites. When Hoshinan talked about these things, she always had a bright smile on her face. Ikoma couldn't help but remember what she had confided in him. Hoshinan said that she wanted to inspire people as a gate streamer. She seemed very happy that her contributions were being recognized. Backtracking a few days, Hoshinan was excitedly waving her arms in front of the 2 of them. She said, "My subscriber count has gone up. Even my old videos are starting to get more views." At the time, Ikoma could only watch helplessly as she daydreamed about all the money she'd make. He had a hard time explaining. Well, it's probably due to a lot of other factors too. Back in the present, seeing her return, Ikoma asked with concern, "You were gone for a while." Fujiwara Hoshinan, holding a huge tray of fried chicken, beamed and replied, "I got a little sidetracked." Sasuke looked in horror at the spoils Fujiwara Hoshinan brought back, asking with difficulty, "Can you eat all of that?" Fujiwara Hoshinan replied with innocent sincerity, "This is a buffet. You have to get enough to eat for 2 days. It's expensive, so I even got some to take home for my younger siblings." Ikoma looked at her skeptically. "Didn't being on the news help ease your financial pressure?" Fujiwara Hoshinan pointed a finger at him and quickly retorted, "People who join quickly will also leave quickly. This kind of thing is always just temporary." She stuffed her mouth with food and continued resentfully, "It's not just my life on the line here. After today, I need to tighten my belt and save even more." Ikoma couldn't help but think, the oldest of 6 siblings. She really is strong. At that moment, Fujiwara Hoshinan started choking from eating too fast. Sasuke quickly handed her a glass of orange juice. He began to fall into deep thought. I need to stay focused too. That should have been all there was to it. Ikoma thought back to what Akira had once said, and began cautiously planning his next move, even though he turned into a monster. The Demon Suppression Squad has gotten involved, and not just the low-level grunts. Ikoma's brow furrowed with tension as he thought, even though my leveling speed is much faster than in the first timeline, I can't let my guard down. It seems like someone is targeting me. He mulled over the abilities of the opponents he had faced, thinking grimly. Even if I quit being an adventurer, they won't leave me alone. It's not like I plan on running away or anything. Ikoma remembered Akira and thought seriously, Sato Akira deserves to pay for what he did, even if he sacrificed his life to protect me. That doesn't change the facts. Conflicting thoughts swirled in his mind. But even if it was just some foolish whim of his, I can't deny that he saved my life. Ikoma remembered the person he disguised himself as to hide by his side, and the truth of what he had done, then made a decision. If I have to face danger, then at the very least I will avenge him. Aki. He sank into his inner world, his spirits dropping lower and lower, unable to escape the negative thought. This battle is going to be even more dangerous. Fujiwara Hoshinan suddenly called his name, grabbing his attention. She asked, "Hey Ikoma, I was a big help with gathering info from social media, right?" Full of energy, she proposed. "So to recognize my contribution, let's film a spatial gate dating video," Sasuke said in admiration. "You still haven't given up, have you, Fujiwara Hoshinan?" Ikoma seriously considered the request. "You helped a lot with taking down Gaukalena. If it's for a good cause, I'll cooperate." Sasuke called his name in a hurried, flustered tone. Ikoma Fujiwara Hoshinan covered her face, remaining silent. He wondered, calling out, "Why are you so quiet, Fujiwara Hoshinan?" She bashfully hugged her blushing face and answered shyly, "Sorry, I was just asking." "I didn't actually think you'd agree," Fujiwara Hoshinan rambled on hastily. "If you're reluctant, that's fine too, right?" "Right," Ikoma asked, confused. What is this all about? Watching the three girls argue before him, he fell into deep thought. Next up is Nanchimera, then the Demon Suppression Squad. It doesn't matter who the enemy is. I'll level up and defeat them. Ikoma decided, his gaze fixed resolutely on the distance. I'll expose their identities and drag them into the light. The scene shifts to a building exuding a gloomy aura. Hoju, sitting at his desk, said pensively, "Nanchimera was a failure. It was a good pawn to manipulate the game, but a useless weapon is just a burden." Seeing an incoming call from an unknown number, he affirmed in a cold voice, "Soon I will crush them. That mediocre little group. Without my backing, they'll crumble in an instant. I was prepared to discard them from the start. No matter what they reveal, no traces will lead back to me." Opening a drawer and looking at its contents, Hoju was lost in thought, remembering, "An incomplete obstacle only makes me stronger. My mistake was trying to minimize injuries. It seems I need to accept more risks too." He caressed a photograph in his hand and said coldly, "The one who breaks the game's balance. The Forgotten Gate. The Time Labyrinth. The Time Dragon Kronos." In the photograph, a girl's face was burned away, leaving only a young boy with a blank expression standing beside her. Hoju said grimly, "For that girl. At least it wasn't in vain, Olivia." His eyes filled with killing intent as he angrily questioned, "Your pathetic struggles have been more irritating than I imagined." Ikoma sat in his room looking at his computer screen. Akasa was dozing off beside him. After some searching, he said, "I suspected something was strange. And it seems my suspicions were correct." Ikoma calmly reconstructed his line of thought. "By reorganizing the public records of demon exterminations. And by comparing the data, I noticed that the average level of gates in the country is rising faster than the rest of the world, specifically in the first cycle." Looking at the fluctuating chart on the screen, he became more vigilant. The danger level of the gates still increases every year as before, but the threat index, which should have risen gradually over time, has suddenly skyrocketed since last September. Ikoma recalled the past. That same month, I went back in time. I don't want to believe this, but the more I follow the numbers, the more I feel that someone is behind all of this. If that's true, then who, and for what purpose? As he was lost in thought, Akasa sleepily woke up. She sat beside Ikoma and let out a small noise, catching his attention. He quickly took out his notebook, focusing. Is something about to be revealed? To his surprise, Akasa just said innocently, "Pudding, Ikoma pudding." Ikoma slapped his forehead in exasperation and replied with resignation, "I'll get it for you." He relaxed and gently wrote down her signs of progress. Note, confirmed mirror self-awareness, called Sasuke by name, mentioned the weather-requested pudding. As he was searching for it in the fridge, Akasa suddenly spoke. "Game." Ikoma's eyes widened in shock as he looked at her. Akasa, sitting on the table, continued, "Ikoma. I saw it." Her body emitted a faint yellow light. "I get it. I understand now." And so Ikoma's mental game became tense once again in the face of Akasa's prophecy. The scene changes to a tall building, the Explorers Association Moroma District Branch. Inside the building, in the underground training area, Sasuke was attempting an attack. Darkness enveloped the area. Ikoma leaned slightly effortlessly, dodging her attack. Beside him, Mio swung her sword powerfully. He still managed to easily evade her deadly strike. Ikoma quickly ran off as Sasuke summoned a spell. She silently chased after him for a sneak attack. Shadow weapon. He smirked and glanced behind him, quietly assessing the situation. A barrage of shots to guide my movement towards Mio, forcing her into a trap. And there's already a trap waiting up ahead. Ikoma spun the hilt of his sword in his hand. Without hesitation, he struck down, knocking the weapon from Mio's hand. To her astonishment, Sasuke's shadow weapon began its attack. Ikoma spun around and severed the dark shadow with a single slash. Sasuke tensed, thinking of a countermeasure. If the front line collapses, the rear has to be careful of close combat. I need to buy time to strike when I have an opening. She used her power to cast a defensive spell. Wall of Shadows, Ikoma charged straight at Sasuke with great force. With just one swing of his sword, he shattered the wall surrounding her. Sasuke screamed in astonishment. What Ikoma, now a blur, reached out to attack. A gentle tap landed on her forehead. Sasuke closed her eyes, trembling as she waited for the pain. Ikoma returned to his normal state and said, "That's enough training for today." Then he began to seriously evaluate each person's performance in the recent bout. Sasuke has become quite quick in her decision-making. Mio has also gotten more used to coordinating by reading her teammates' movements. Sasuke relaxed her tired body and replied, "Yes, thank you very much." She fell into deep thought again, silently assessing herself. "I'm happy to be praised, but I still feel like I'm a long way from catching up." Sasuke compared herself to Ikoma and thought, "Sadly, I'm not naturally agile, and I can't seem to land a hit on anyone. I need to read my opponent's movements better and use my skills more deliberately." With praise also came criticism. He seriously reminded her, "Mio, you've been focusing too much on powerful strikes to take down the opponent in one go. It's understandable since she's trained in gates, but in human versus human combat, subtle tactics are much more important." She watched him talking with Sasuke and couldn't help but wonder, he's so used to fighting. Where did Ikoma learn so much about fighting against other people? Mio brushed her hair back and calmly said to him, "I'm very grateful for the training sessions, but recently, you've been focusing more on fighting humans. Are you worried about being targeted by those strange people?" Ikoma was startled to hear her say that. A part of him was shaken. Ikoma explained nervously, "There's also the matter related to Nanchimera." He looked down at the training ground and said grimly, "But high-level gates rarely appear, and they're hard to stabilize enough to be considered safe. Opportunities to level up for B rankers and above are also few and far between. If you want to get strong quickly, the best way is to improve your combat skills." He recalled Akira's words, his mind in a jumble. "I didn't realize it, but maybe I'm dwelling too much on what he said." Akira. Serizawa, the vice-captain of the guild, spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. "That was a fantastic sparring match, everyone. This is the first time I've witnessed combat training at such a high level." He looked at Ikoma with admiration. "Ichinose, you were particularly outstanding. You seem quite used to teaching, don't you? Have you done this before?" Ikoma sheepishly scratched his face and replied, "Something like that." He quietly recalled his past life as an S-rank adventurer. "I've led many demon hunting parties before, and I've also organized training for regular adventurers." Serizawa flashed him a brilliant smile, praising him. "You really have a talent for teaching." Ikoma could only turn away, forcing a smile in response. Serizawa started trying to recruit him. According to the regulations, positions are arranged by seniority and rules. But the truth is, all the branches are short on adventurers. Sasuke muttered nervously, "This is intense." Serizawa, however, maintained his enthusiastic expression. "If you're interested," Ikoma cut him off, feeling cornered. He gave a non-committal answer, "I'll think about it." He then clenched his fist, thinking seriously. "I'm sorry, but I don't have time to be cautious. I've leveled up much faster than in the previous cycle, but something is clearly wrong." Ikoma thought of the mysterious forces targeting him. He calculated carefully, someone connected to Nanchimera and involved with the demon hunting squad. As long as they're after me, I have to get stronger even if it means pushing myself to the limit. He stared at the ring on his hand, telling himself, the most important thing right now is to focus on improving my skills and strengthening my fundamentals. Now, I just need to wait for the right gate to appear so I can level up. The scene shifts to the bustling city of Tokyo in the central district, where a warning sign has been erected. "Please evacuate the area. A dungeon is projected to appear ahead. We ask for your cooperation." An impatient voice rang out nearby. "I thought it was something big, but it turns out it's just a damn gate. How annoying, right in the middle of the city." The person watched the rescue workers evacuating civilians and complained, "I just wish some adventurer or a member of the demon hunting squad would show up and take care of this quickly." The view inside the dungeon revealed a dark, gloomy forest. A title card reads, "The Twisted Forest Gate." A massive crimson eye slowly opens, staring straight into the human world. At a nearby cafe, a group of people sat talking. Sasuke looked at the document before her and spoke first. "So this is the strategy for conquering the gate in the city center." Hearing her question, another person quickly answered, "The Twisted Forest. If enough B-rank or higher adventurers are available, they'll be authorized to attempt a conquest. This is the most difficult gate we're allowed to enter." Ikoma paused for a moment before continuing. "This time our only goal is to level up. Based on my estimates, the monster levels will be higher than what the demon hunting squad predicted. Defeating the boss will be impossible. We'll hunt monsters near the entrance, and then retreat." Hearing his plan, a confused Mio asked, "What are you basing that on? How do you know the monster levels?" will be higher than the demon hunting squad's prediction. Seemingly waiting for this very question, Ikoma immediately pulled out 2 thick binders. Thank you for asking. Allow me to explain the pros and cons of the demon hunting squad's initial level estimation methods and the distribution of gate level progression across the country. Based on public data from the Bureau of Magic, comparing the initial estimated levels with the actual levels post-conquest. Mio, unable to stand his droning voice, cut him off. Okay, that's enough, I get it. Stopped mid-sentence. Ikoma's expression fell, and his voice took on a slightly hurt tone. But it wouldn't hurt to just listen. Seeing his pleading face, she gave in. Alright, fine. Mio sighed in defeat. You're meticulous in the weirdest ways, you know. That Sasuke looked at him proudly and offered a compliment. Ikoma is very organized. But the two of them didn't know that he was staring at his binders with a pensive look. Actually, these are just conclusions I've drawn from the future. I've already confirmed that the monster levels have increased compared to the previous loop. It feels like a consequence of something. With that thought, he looked up from the binders and got straight to the point. Efficient leveling means targeting enemies that are slightly stronger than you, but that also increases the risk. Ikoma looked at the two of them. This urgent need to level up is my own personal issue. If you feel this is too difficult, you can back out. The moment he finished speaking, someone's response made him pause. The fact that we're being targeted by those strange people is the real concern here. Mio offered a gentle smile. I owe you my life for saving me. Please don't talk to us so formally. Sasuke agreed with her. He quickly reassured him, I owe you a lot too, Ikoma. Of course I'm going with you. Seeing their determination, Ikoma's expression softened into a slight smile. Thanks both of you. The scene quickly shifts from the cafe to the city streets outside. Right then at the central station, Sasuke watched from the side as Ikoma exchanged information with the manager in charge of the perimeter. Afterwards, she looked ahead, exclaiming in disbelief, to think it'd be right in the middle of the city like this. Kagurazaka Mio calmly replied, with a location this bad, the demon hunting squad will probably have to act fast. A moment later, the three of them approached the dungeon gate. Ikoma stepped forward first. He reached out a hand to touch the gate's surface. Suddenly, he felt something frowning slightly as he thought, what is this? Unsettling feeling. Unexpectedly, the light from the gate grew stronger and stronger, engulfing them and taking him by surprise. This can't be happening. When they could see again, the three of them had been pulled into an illusory dimension. Unlike the others, Mio and Ikoma quickly reoriented themselves with the pull of gravity, landing steadily on the ground below. It wasn't difficult for them at all, but the same couldn't be said for Sasuke. She was still in freefall above Ikoma's head, and he reached up with pinpoint accuracy to catch her. Her eyes were shut tight. When she opened them and found herself in his arms, she cried out, thanks. What just happened? Mio, though looking annoyed, didn't let it distract her as she assessed the gate. To be suddenly thrown into the air. This is the first time I've encountered a gate like this. Suddenly, chains materialized out of nowhere, blocking the gate entrance. Sasuke exclaimed in surprise, what is this? A tense Ikoma immediately explained, a labyrinth lockdown. It's one of the anomalies that can occur inside a gate, a phenomenon that leaves an entrance but no exit. The only way to escape is to defeat the boss. This is a pretty rare type of anomaly. Hearing this, Mio rested her chin on her hand with a serious expression and concluded, I see. So we're trapped in a high-level gate. Realizing it was his fault, he quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I misjudged the situation. Seeing him like that, she immediately retorted, don't say such ridiculous things. How could anyone have predicted this? Just then, a strange group of people approached. Looks like some newcomers have arrived. They seemed like strangers at first, but it turned out to be Yurakuri Gen and his comrades. They seemed to know something about the labyrinth lockdown. We're trapped in here too, so we were checking the terrain near the entrance and looking for other adventurers. The girl next to him seemed displeased, sighing dismissively. Not the demon hunting squad, just some adventurers. Jen glanced at her and reminded her, a labyrinth lockdown can't be identified from the outside, so this couldn't be helped. With that, he looked at Ikoma and asked, are you the leader? Ikoma, looking a bit dazed, gave a slight nod. Jen immediately stepped forward, extending his hand to introduce himself. I'm Yurakuri General. I'm the leader of the trapped adventurers, handling everything. He shook Ikoma's hand as he made his acquaintance. I'm an A-rank adventurer, so you can consider me a reliable asset. My class is Sage, a rare one. A Sage is proficient in both black and white magic, an expert in both offense and healing. The only weakness is a vulnerability to physical damage, but my teammates can compensate for that. Thinking this, Ikoma's face darkened slightly, as he calculated they can't adapt to close combat, but even after 10 years of heated debate, it's still considered one of the strongest classes. After the introductions were over, Jen immediately made a proposal. I'd like to discuss our plan of action if that's all right. Ikoma was still focused on calming himself down, so he didn't answer right away. He's calm, just as expected of an A-ranker. He's used to this kind of situation. It seems he's already earned the trust of the other adventurers. I can tell just by looking in their eyes. After observing the situation, he gave Jen his answer. I'll be counting on you, General. With the negotiation settled, Jen began to list everyone's specialties. Ikoma, the gravity wielder. Sasuke, the mage. Mio, the death knight. Correct. Ikoma also looked over at the other side, sizing up the 6 people. So with us, that makes a total of 9 people. Jen quickly flashed a handsome smile to reassure them. I'm sure everyone is worried, but I'm very happy to have your support. Seeing his attitude, Sasuke whispered to a silent, contemplative Ikoma, their leader seems like a good person. At that moment, General took out a phone, scrolled through something and said, the labyrinth lockdown happened about 5 hours ago. It'll probably take some more time before this situation becomes an issue on the outside. And we'll need to call in some high-ranking members of the demon hunting squad. We've lost our communication signal, haven't we? As soon as his next words came out, 3 people flinched with tension. Assembling a team strong enough to conquer a difficult level gate isn't easy. A rescue might take several days. The rugged man Jojo immediately shouted, what are you saying we'll be stuck in here for a few days? What about food? The young boy at the back. Suzuki also panicked. We don't know when we'll be attacked. This situation seems more dangerous than I thought. Hearing them, Sasuke started to panic too. We only have simple rations. What are we going to do? Ikoma quickly cut them off, speaking up. General, can I ask you something? Jen calmly replied. What is it? Gravity wielder. With his permission. Ikoma asked his question. Gate management always prioritizes detecting and dealing with anomalies as quickly as possible. If adventurers don't return after half a day, the demon hunting squad would definitely come to investigate. It's undeniable that we're short on manpower, but they wouldn't just delay handling an anomaly in a high-level gate like this. Ikoma stated his opinion, not noticing that the smile on Jen's face had vanished. Anomalies often occur in succession. If a labyrinth flood and monster evolution happened simultaneously in a high-level gate, it would be a critical issue. The moment Ikoma uttered that last sentence, Jen exploded with anger, unleashing his power and striking a tree behind him. It was hard to imagine that they would let this situation drag on overnight. Jen's eyes were terrifying as he enunciated every word of his scolding. Of course, that's something we're already considering. Can you stop with the irresponsible childish speculation, kid? Witnessing his sudden change in attitude, Ikoma and Sasuke were stunned into silence. But right after, he started smiling again, acting as if nothing had happened. Sorry. The worst thing that can happen is the group falling apart due to a lack of clear direction, especially when our lives are on the line. So I lost my cool for a bit. The girl Anna next to him seemed used to it. She nodded slightly, agreeing with everything he said. I'm truly sorry for raising my voice. However, we don't know when monsters will appear. We don't have time to argue for too long. Witnessing this display, Ikoma felt a stir of unease. I have a bad feeling about this. He looked at the man with the fake demeanor and cursed inwardly. This is getting really complicated. Jen confidently declared to everyone, I will listen to everyone's opinions as much as possible. However, in the end, I want everyone to follow my plan. It may sound arrogant, but I'm the most experienced person here. As an A-rank adventurer, it's my responsibility to ensure everyone survives. But his words carry a hidden warning. Please don't act without thinking. This is a matter of life and death. Hearing this, he said nothing, just watching him with a heavy silence. And just as Sasuke was about to loudly object to him, he immediately raised a hand to stop her. Ikoma had led an A-rank boss raid before. The criminal they defeated previously had also been an A-rank adventurer. He stood in front of her, cutting her off and advising, it's better to stop here. They don't seem like the type to listen to reason. He looked at the hypocrites before him and silently made his decision. They hold the group's trust in this situation. No matter how right I am, this isn't the time to speak up. Right after Jen continued to speak about his plan. Wasting time will only exhaust us further. We can't wait for reinforcements. He stepped in front of Ikoma, creating a tense atmosphere in this silent confrontation. He declared that the best course of action now was to cooperate and defeat the boss to break the seal. Hearing his opinion, Ikoma lowered his head slightly and sighed, thinking, so it's come to this, huh? The other adventurers began to murmur amongst themselves. Defeat a high-level gates boss. I'm not thrilled, but it's not like we have another choice. Then they looked at him with trust and reliance. I'll trust you, Yurakuri General. Having received their trust, he was filled with satisfaction and declared, this won't be an easy battle, but with so many B-rank or higher adventurers here, I will do my best to lead. At that moment, Anna beside him grew excited and pointed to herself. We'll follow Yurakuri Gen. I'm counting on you. Meanwhile, Ikoma was busy thinking about a particular monster. Based on the available information, logically speaking, a monster on the level of the Cursed Queen or even stronger could appear. He looked at the other team, calculating, I don't have any specific information about the boss here. If we charge in without a plan, our chances of victory are only 50-50. The idea of saving everyone seems a bit naive. Even if we win, there will most likely still be casualties. Then Jen started to probe him. So, Gravity Controller, what are your plans? He spoke mockingly with a look of contempt. Should we split up and leave the 3 of you behind? It seems you believe the demon hunting squad will arrive any second now. In any case, I'd be happy to have you join us. But Are those other two really okay with following you? His words became more and more outrageous, making Sasuke uncomfortable. Thanks for the offer, but we refuse, she declared forcefully, retorting. We trust Ikoma more than you, someone we've just met. Suddenly, he spoke up again, cutting her off. We'll join the expedition. Hearing him agree, she cried out in alarm. Ikoma. He helplessly reminded the stubborn girl. It's definitely safer to be in the group for now. But his next words made Anna, who was next to General, uncomfortable. And once we face the monsters, some people might change their minds. She immediately questioned him. Are you trying to pick a fight with Yurakuri? Seeing her so worked up, he stopped her. Don't cause trouble, you thief. Then he turned to Ikoma with a fake smile. I'm more than willing to accept you if you're ready to fight with us. I'd be very grateful. It's just that. Inside, Ikoma was thinking something else. He told himself, it's unbearable to just leave someone to die. He and his companions followed Gen's group, secretly forming a plan. We'll actively separate from this man to abandon the boss attack. We'll return to the entrance and deal with the monsters there together. And then wait for the elite forces of the demon hunting squad to open the gate. That's the best solution right now. Little did he know, it seemed Gen had seen right through his intentions. I'm quite surprised. Even after I warned you so kindly, it seems you still intend to oppose me, huh? He glanced back at Ikoma with a profound, knowing look. I could just abandon and isolate you all, but… Fine. I'll play along with your little plan. Gen silently observed Ikoma, commenting to himself, you're definitely the smartest one among us. The demon hunting squad will probably arrive before the day is over. It's not guaranteed, but it's highly likely. The more he thought about it, the more a cunning smile spread across his face. Staying passive is the right decision. There will undoubtedly be casualties in the boss fight, but for such an exciting event, it would be boring without a few sacrifices, wouldn't it? Since I'm in the rear, I can always escape. You have the chance to use these meat shields to clear a high-level gate. He sounded like the master of a chessboard, his voice filled with challenge. Let's play a game. Try and stop me. If you can, gravity controller. After walking for a while, the man with the scruffy beard suddenly turned his head and cried out in alarm. Hey, do you hear that? It sounds like the buzzing of cicadas. Ikoma quickly drew his sword, getting into a ready stance and thinking to himself, they're here. From the flower bushes below, insects with thousands of eyes emerged. The system immediately displayed information about the monsters. Uninvited entity, level 62. Anna, who had been clinging tightly to Gen's arm just a moment ago, now screamed in terror. What is that disgusting monster? The scruffy bearded man continued. 3 level 60 monsters. At that moment, Gen standing at the back smirked with amusement, waiting. Now then, gravity controller. You have the knowledge and the courage. That's pretty good. Let's see how long your skills can hold up. Meanwhile, in the operations room at the Demon Hunting Squad headquarters, a tense meeting was underway. Thank you all for gathering on such short notice. The director's secretary of the Demon Hunting Squad headquarters began her report. It appears that no adventurers have returned from the gate. A rank, distorted forest, for over 5 hours. Since no one has emerged after more than 5 hours, it's highly likely a labyrinth seal. The flow of magical energy from the gate is also showing suspicious values. The local demon hunting squad is still investigating. Hearing this, a man in a suit added, if we don't handle this properly, we could lose valuable high-rank adventurers. At this point, another man of about the same age clicked his tongue sternly. Opening high-level gates for them was a mistake. Just as he finished speaking, the person next to him wearing glasses raised their hand to give an opinion. The threats increase every year, but our manpower continues to decrease. What are we going to do about that? The secretary continued with her presentation. The issue of sealing the labyrinth isn't the only problem. Due to the one-way nature of the gate's spatial travel, the concentration of energy, magic inside will saturate and rise rapidly. Images appeared, illustrating her every word. Although a labyrinth seal is rare, in 17% of cases, it leads to an entity evolution. The man in the suit jumped up, exclaiming, an entity evolution in an A-rank gate. If an irregular gate becomes unstable, the entire central city could be wiped out. Hozu, who had been silent until now, listened intently to their discussion. She thought to herself, the sudden loss of control of a high-rank gate. This is very likely the consequence of excessive interference with it. Just then, the secretary revealed more information. The best time to handle the gate is right now, but whether we can make it in time is another story. The person in charge of the central city is secretly contacting various forces, including those from abroad, to prepare for the worst-case scenario. The entire meeting room gradually fell silent to listen to her every word. First, we must organize an emergency raid team from the demon hunting squad. If we can resolve it there, it'll all be a false alarm. But it's very difficult to form a stable strategy with the current manpower. It's too dangerous. If they fail, the entire team will be wiped out, and the central city will be destroyed. No one would want to take on this mission. As soon as she finished speaking, a man with a robotic smile stood up and volunteered. I will take on that role with all due respect. Seeing him volunteer, the man with glasses hesitated and looked at him. You'll do it, Tokushima, the one who had just volunteered. Was the first-class mage of the Demon Hunting Bureau, Tokushima Kiryu. Kiryu dropped his smile slightly and revealed, I have an important proposal. I have a surefire way to prevent this from happening. The thing we must avoid at all costs is the disaster caused by an entity evolution. Hearing his proposal, the man in the military uniform let out a breath. That is a convenient proposal. Then Tokushima continued, with your permission, I request to use the Sealing Star Core, stored at the Demon Hunting Bureau. The moment he finished, the man in the suit immediately cried out, You mean you actually think that'll be approved? It was then that Hozu spoke up, praising the idea. Interesting. As a contingency plan, it's perfect. Seeing that he was about to agree, the man in the suit tried to stop him. Director, but without letting him say more. He immediately gave his approval. I'll allow it. Then he quickly gave the order. First-class mage Tokushima, enter the distorted forest and activate the Sealing Star Core in secret. Once we have chosen this path, failure and information leaks are unacceptable. Having received approval, Tokushima gave a mysterious, meaningful smile and replied, Of course, I'm very good at playing dirty. The scene changes to another location. The sound of sturdy wooden swords clashing echoed. The sound came from the training grounds of the demon hunting headquarters. In a corner of the training yard, a familiar figure was standing talking on the phone. What do you want, Tokushima? The person was the Demon Extermination Squad's second-class mage Mayumi Tuya. He coldly taunted the person on the other end of the line. I heard you don't like me. The person on the other end quickly denied it. Hey, don't be so blunt about it. Tokushima got straight to the point, reminding him, this is an emergency mission, you know. We're cleaning up after some adventurers. Under the chief's orders, I'm in charge of commanding the field. We're dealing with an unstable A-rank spatial gate in the central city district. There are no other high-ranking members available, so find any suitable rearguard members and get over here immediately. While the other person rambled on, Tuya muttered to himself. Tokushima, a man rumored to steal credit, use threats, and abuse his authority. A man with an evil reputation. He's not the type to willingly take on a mission as dangerous as dealing with high-rank spatial gates. What's really going on this time? The person on the other end of the line suddenly remembered something and revealed it. I forgot to mention, but this is a top-secret mission. It won't be recorded. No need to hide anything, but don't let it slip either. A moment later, seeing him hang up the phone, Tsumugi spoke up, asking, Who was that just now? Tuya replied tiredly to her first-class mage Tokushima. He immediately told her the contents of the phone call. That guy is commanding a secret mission. It doesn't sound like anything good. Hearing this, Tsumugi lowered her eyes slightly in agreement. I really don't want to get involved. He immediately cut her off and turned to leave. Even if he proposed it, the final decision was made by the chief. The Demon Extermination Squad operates on a system. We don't act based on personal feelings or preferences. Accept it, June. Realizing her impoliteness, she quickly bowed and said, Sorry. At the same time, inside an elevator, the person who had just called him also hung up the phone. At that moment, the assistant behind Tokushima spoke up, asking curiously, Mayumi Tuya, he's the type of person who's only valued for his combat skills, right? Isn't someone like him just going to get in the way? He turned his head to look at the person behind him, a slight smirk on his face as he replied, No, even so, he knows his place even if he is relying on the key. Power is never a bad thing. His eyes were filled with cunning and deceit. They say he got promoted by pure luck, yet he's still stuck with grunt work. Out in the field, with zero political skill. He's the perfect scapegoat for when things go wrong. Right, thanks to the key, the risk has been significantly reduced. The section chief will definitely remember this secret mission we've planned. An easy and profitable job. The scene shifts back to the high-level gate Ikoma's group had entered. Monsters were charging straight toward him, and Sasuke. One of them began to summon a magic circle, unleashing bolts of black lightning as the system display appeared. Skill description, Blood Lightning. The lightning bolts struck the adventurers below, causing them immense pain. Ikoma quickly shouted, assigning tasks to the two girls behind him. I've got this side. Sasuke Mio, go find another group for support. While he was directing everything, Gen stood in a corner observing. He silently assessed the situation. So, this is everyone's true power. He tilted his head thoughtfully, his disdain obvious. You've got some nerve going against me, gravity user. You can see the whole picture, and even support others. Watching Ikoma's back, he praised him. Not bad. The next monster is after me. Just as he was lost in thought, a rugged man named Hosea shouted, grabbing his attention. Yurakuri, Gen, what are you just standing there for? He quickly regained his composure, tapped his scepter on the ground and said, My apologies. No, my mistake. I was just waiting for the right moment. After the tap of his staff, a giant spirit immediately appeared behind him. The system displayed a notification, Jasula. The giant spirit quickly lifted the sharp rocks around it. It then launched the sharp rocks, impaling 13 monsters. With a single blow, he had successfully finished them off. Anna stared at the corpses on the ground, stunned, and exclaimed, That's incredible. Mission complete. As the giant spirit vanished, Jen quickly explained, "Sorry, Chisula is a spell that launches 3 ice pillars. I needed to grasp the movements of 3 monsters perfectly. Plus my magic isn't very efficient, so I didn't want to use it too much." His next words were filled with regret. "I wanted to save it, but the situation was getting out of hand, so I was forced to act." This display left the others bewildered. "Sorry, I didn't know. I need to make sure I don't become a burden to Yurakuri General." Witnessing this, Sasuke off to the side was equally astonished, taking down 3 level 60 monsters in one hit. "I knew he was strong, but I never imagined he was this strong." With this achievement, Jen was filled with confidence and glanced back at Ikoma. "What do you think, Gravity User? You must have been pretty confident as an adventurer since you have some skill, but with your young age, low level, and lack of experience, you're still far beneath me. Now do you realize who you've been defying?" He was filled with arrogance, reveling in his own self-praise. "This is the difference in our levels, and more importantly, our class. The line between an ordinary genius and one blessed by the heavens." Suddenly Ikoma let out a surprised sound, cutting through his elation. "Hey!" His expression was full of irritation as he questioned the man before him. "Did you deliberately hold back just to put on a show and waste your MP?" Jen was suddenly stunned, unable to react as he listened to Ikoma's lecture. "Even if you were trying to resist, did you think you could just wait for the right moment and unleash one big spell to turn the tide? Did you really believe that would work?" As Ikoma delivered his lecture, Sasuke was incredibly proud and satisfied. "You're very confident in your own power, aren't you? But you're underestimating an A-class gate with anomalies. Even with a level advantage, a single mistake can get you killed." Finally, he gently concluded with one last statement for him. "If you treat this like a game, you'll end up dead sooner or later." After Ikoma finished his lecture, Jen's face turned ugly. He silently cursed, "This guy." But he restrained himself and said, "Hey, aren't you the one treating this like a game?" He began to argue back. "Just because our strategies don't align, you're holding a grudge, constantly making petty complaints and causing internal division. Do you understand what foolish actions like that will lead to?" Ikoma immediately cut him off. "Don't misunderstand. This isn't a power struggle. You are clearly underestimating this gate," Ikoma stated coldly. "At this rate, you'll be the first one to die." This statement officially enraged him. But Ikoma had no intention of stopping, and continued his scolding. "I don't know what your intentions are, but I want everyone, including you, to survive. Because we're fighting together in here." Another personality within Jen was now seething with rage, grinding his teeth and cursing, "This little brat. Should I kill you?" Outwardly, however, he maintained a fake smile and replied, "That's commendable." Listening to their conversation up to now, Mio finally spoke up asking, "Is he mocking him?" Sasuke gave an awkward smile and replied to her, "I think he's probably being sincere." Just then, Jen's teammates started causing a scene, interrogating Ikoma. "What are you saying to Yurakuri, Jen? Stop trying to stir things up, you idiot." Despite the others criticizing Ikoma, he inwardly smirked. "I can enjoy any adversity or obstacle in my way. But this time I'm truly surprised." He stared at Ikoma with great interest, marveling, "This guy. It's been a long time since I felt genuinely angry." Just as he was distracted, a monster similar to the 3 from before appeared behind him, that were just destroyed. But surprisingly, it didn't do anything. It just turned around and left. Suzuki, who had been silent until now, seemed to notice its movement. She wondered, puzzled, did that monster spot us and then just run away? The creature then flew for a while. It ran into something else, something strange. It curiously let out a few sounds, and as soon as it finished its call, the giant thing quickly reached out and snatched it. "Nice, huh?" And then in the silence of the forest, all that remained were gruesome, bloody sounds. The giant thing was slowly revealed to be a statue with a human face, wearing a large cloak. At that moment, a virtual system screen gradually appeared before it. On the screen was an image of Ikoma and General. He looked on, full of anger and resentment. Behind the human-faced statue, a smile of anticipation began to spread, as if it were looking forward to its next meal. As night fell, blanketing the deep forest, Ikoma's group, Jen, Sasuke, and the others were heading deeper into the woods. Suddenly, Jen glanced at Ikoma, who was walking slowly behind them, and thought to himself, "That Gravity User. I thought just suppressing him would be enough, but now he's really starting to get on my nerves." He looked at Anna's face, which held a hint of fear. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead. She moved closer, grabbing Jen's arm and whispering, "How much longer are you going to keep him with us?" Hearing this, Jen hesitated. Maybe kicking him out from the start was the right call. Luckily, the other members already see him as an enemy. As for the slightly thin, brown-haired guy, he walked slowly and silently with the group. Jen continued his long train of thought. "If I immediately suggest we get rid of him, it'll probably arouse suspicion. It's better to sow a little animosity first, and then trick that foolish swordsman into taking him out for me." Putting on a show, Yurakuri Gen acted like a stage performer. He held a handkerchief wiping away fake tears as he pointed toward Ikoma, pretending to reluctantly banish the Gravity User and his group. That would be the smoothest way to handle it. Thinking this, Yurakuri Gen was extremely pleased with the plan he'd devised. He cheerfully exclaimed, "I truly am a genius." Meanwhile, Suzuki was thinking, what was that all about just now? While she was lost in thought, Ikoma and Sasuke suddenly rushed over. Their unexpected question made her jump in surprise. "What are you thinking about?" She turned back, flustered, thinking to herself, while answering Ikoma, "If I say anything, Yurakuri Gen might notice." "Oh, it's nothing." In the dark, gloomy forest, dotted with flickering lights like fireflies that appeared and disappeared, a voice suddenly echoed from the gate. "Missing even one small detail can mean the difference between life and death. You should share anything you notice," Ikoma said, speaking toward Gen and Sasuke. "If you're nervous, you can talk to him instead of me." Hearing this, Suzuki turned her face away and replied, "It's really nothing." But Yurakuri Gen, who was up ahead, smiled. "A while ago, an eyeball monster from far away seemed to be watching us strangely. But then it ran off without even coming closer." Hearing what Gen said, Ikoma quickly spoke up. "In wide-open gates like this, it's rare for monsters to not approach." But Suzuki quickly chimed in to agree. "Yeah, that happens sometimes." When Ikoma saw someone agreed with his opinion, he continued enthusiastically. "Right, it's weird that it observed us and then retreated. Normally, monsters will attack if they're actually interested." Ikoma stopped rubbing his chin as he continued to ramble on. "It could be an individual with unusual intelligence, or it could be following the orders of a more intelligent monster." Suddenly, Ikoma turned and spoke to Suzuki. It made her endlessly flustered. "That's very useful information. Thank you for sharing." Suzuki stammered in reply, Thanks, I guess." Yurakuri Gen, who had been walking, turned back with a smile and said to the slightly thin, brown-haired guy, "Hey swordsman, I need to talk to you." But before Yurakuri Gen could say anything else, Ikoma cut in. "Hey Yurakuri General." He turned toward Ikoma. He began discussing it with him. An unusual creature might be commanding the other monsters. "Even though our goal is to defeat the boss, we should still temporarily retreat. It's too dangerous to stay in this area." Gen felt annoyed that Ikoma was talking so much and asking too many questions. "You again. What's your basis for thinking that?" Ikoma gave a reply that startled Suzuki. "She said she saw an insect monster observing us earlier." Ikoma continued to explain his viewpoint while Suzuki's head was still spinning. "There's a risk it's being controlled by a leader. Although the probability is low, it's not a risk worth taking." Outwardly, Gen smiled pleasantly while listening to Ikoma's explanation, but inwardly, he was screaming with frustration. He shot the brown-haired girl a nasty glare. Why did she tell him and not me? Damn it. The murderous aura pouring off him made Suzuki tremble in fear. "Don't drag me into this mess." Gen rubbed his chin thinking, this is a risk that should be avoided. However, if I agree with his proposal now, it will damage my position. Gen's eyes grew deep. He calmed himself from the rush of thoughts. Calm down. A little tension is part of the game. Overcoming it will make the sense of achievement all the more meaningful. Ikoma turned again and said, "Focusing on reconnaissance is an option, but the safest course of action right now is to retreat immediately." As Ikoma was speaking, Gen suddenly cut him off. "Listen here." Gen didn't want to hear another word from Ikoma. He began to speak. "Stop making unnecessary suggestions just to undermine me." And then, Gen looked straight at Ikoma and warned him, "I allowed you to stay out of kindness, but you keep lying to make everyone panic in this situation." Hearing this, Ikoma stood silently, saying nothing. "I'm acting for everyone's benefit, but you're desperately trying to seize control. Is that it?" After Gen finished speaking, Ikoma let out a sigh. Seeing that he had nothing more to say, Gen felt smug. He's probably thinking, "You're the one who's like that. Well, think whatever you want." The others stood around watching the two of them argue back and forth. "In this situation, you'll be at a disadvantage if we confront each other. As long as I have a reason to accuse him, the actual content of the argument doesn't matter." After a moment of silence, Ikoma finally spoke up in rebuttal. "Yurakuri Gen, you should know better. Do you really want to take risks over pointless conflicts?" Seeing this, Gen refused to back down. He raised his voice, "You're so stubborn." Then Gen moved closer to Ikoma. "But I'm truly angry about your selfishness." Suddenly, as the two of them were arguing, a hand with sharp claws lunged out, swiping past both of their faces. Sasuke turned and warned Ikoma, "A monster. It's the level 64 butcher monster." It approached growling. Yurakuri Gen turned his face, contorted in annoyance. What a troublesome interruption at a time like this. Just then, the monster lunged to attack Yurakuri General. Mio swiftly ran forward to block a fatal blow for him. Sasuke was now a little worried. She said in a low voice, "There are several of them. They seem to be very good at concealing their presence." Seeing the tense situation, Gen thought to himself, "The 9 of us are surrounded by monsters. It's obvious there's one monster controlling them. A monster with a bizarre shape." Gen calmed himself. "It's just bad luck. I took a gamble, assuming it was unlikely to happen, but it completely backfired." Gen stood and watched as everyone fought with all their might against the monster. "Anyway, this will just create some minor criticism. Once the monsters are dealt with, I'll argue with him again later." He stared intently at the monster. "And finally, regain everyone's trust. If this battle helps me gain some credibility, I'll make it our final showdown, Gravity User. A moment later, he shouted, ordering everyone to follow his command. There might still be hidden monsters. Split into 3 groups, everyone fell silent to listen to Gen's words. He said one group will cover the front, another the back, and the rest will guard the center, staying alert for any hidden threats. Ikoma thought to himself, I guess I'll have to go along with it for now. Gen continued, Mio is excellent at handling monsters. I can trust her to watch my back. The rest of you on the front lines are a little weak. Hearing this, Ikoma spoke up, I'll take the front. With that, he gripped his sword and charged toward the beast, then swung with all his might. The monster shrieked in agony. A dark orb was launched, and a blackish-blue light enveloped the space accompanied by the beast's roar. It just stood there, letting out bone-chilling cries. Suzuki finally spoke up. So, there really are monsters lurking here. That one's pretty strong. Hearing this, Gen pondered for a moment. It's a type that's good at both offense and defense. Using Chisula too much will exhaust me. Glancing at everyone, he thought, after one shot I should save the rest for the boss. I'll provide support with some basic magic, and wait for the melee fighters to take turns. While Gen was lost in thought, Sasuke quietly turned to look at someone. That guy. He was just standing in the safest spot. While Sasuke was staring intently at Gen, Gen was completely oblivious, absorbed in his own plans. Like a true captain. Someone will get hurt if this continues. If they need healing magic. My MP will run out, but I want to save it. Then he remembered Ikoma and Mio. He thought, if the Gravity Users group gets injured, I'll have a huge advantage. Not healing them and kicking them out could be interesting. At this thought, he smiled with delight. I can steer the fight to make sure they get injured. I myself can manipulate the battle so that they are the ones who get hurt. By then, they'll have no choice but to come begging me for help. While that creep Gen was reveling in his own glee, lost in thought about his seemingly perfect plan, a large figure with a round yellow scarf suddenly appeared behind him. It slowly and deliberately materialized behind him. Its face was as cold as ice, completely devoid of expression. As for Urakuri General, he was still completely unaware, eyes closed, savoring the brilliant plan he'd just cooked up. But it seems he finally sensed something, ambushing him from behind. Gen went on high alert, whipping his head around to look at it. Anxiety caused sweat to bead on his forehead. Realizing it had been discovered, the creature launched a slash attack at General. Luckily, he managed to dodge the fatal blow. Gen calmed himself and focused, taking everything in. An abnormal creature, controlling the other monsters. All of his attention was now fixed on the creature that had just attacked him. But it didn't stop there. The creature then summoned many more minions to attack. General A loud summoning cry echoed, and immediately after they appeared in blue orbs of energy, swarming around him with incredible speed. Seeing this, Gen was stunned. He clenched his jaw and grimaced as he looked at the newly appeared creatures. It sent its subordinates to ambush me while targeting me directly. The one controlling the team. I get it. It's quite intelligent. But it seemed this overwhelming ambush didn't make Gen feel like he couldn't handle it. He had already figured out how to deal with them. No need to panic. I'll use an attack spell to slow it down and divert its attention to someone else. Create distance and start over. Just then, the leading creature extended its arms with sharp claws and lunged at General. As it did, he responded, I'll use a powerful spell to attack it and take it down. It seemed Gen's counterattack had no effect on it. This left him a bit bewildered, and he exclaimed, it's not reacting at all. The creature had already closed in, right on top of him, separated only by a blue shield he had created to deal with it temporarily. The creature's attack power was immense. It continuously pressed hard against the shield, forcing Gen to struggle until he was drenched in sweat. He gritted his teeth, trying to fight his determined eyes, trying to predict the next move. CG's absolute defense magic is draining, but there's no other choice. I'll have to deal massive damage from behind this defensive wall. In that moment, the images of the teammates who had accompanied him flashed through Gen's mind. But right now they weren't here, he thought to himself. They're useless anyway. There's no reason to expect help from them. Dealing with these small fries is such a pain. Let them focus on holding back the weaker ones. Fighting without a vanguard or decoys, they're truly useless. Besides, this is a high-level gate. Just clearing out the weaklings would be too boring. After a moment of internal struggle, Urakuri Gen returned to his usual arrogant demeanor. He smirked and said, all right then, I'll entertain myself for a bit. Let's see if you can amuse me at all. The creature then held out its hand and summoned something. It was holding a bottle. It was the golden poison liquor, a poison that cancels all magical effects. This confused General, he wondered, an item from a monster. Suddenly, a stream of light shot out from the bottle, striking the shield Gen was using to defend himself, causing it to waver. He was shocked as his shield began to break apart. My magic shield. And finally, the shield completely vanished, leaving Gen standing there utterly stunned. He was starting to understand what was happening. This isn't just a poison, it's a powerful acid. Intelligent, insanely durable, and with a variety of attacks. Just as Gen was lost in his own thoughts, letting his guard down, the creature quickly raised its claws and attacked him. The direct hit drew a lot of blood. Gen cried out in pain as thoughts flashed through his mind. As the pain took over his body, he thought, "You've got to be kidding me. This thing isn't the boss. I've never seen a monster like this." Gen stared at the creature, trying to analyze it. Every gate I've been through before was like a walk in the park. Compared to my intellect and abilities, I should have been a genius chosen by the gates. Gen clutched his bleeding wound in agony. He silently wondered, even knowing that I prepared backup plans for emergencies. Why did it turn out like this for me? What a stupid game. The creature saw General, writhing in pain on the grass, and let out a mocking laugh. As for him, he was both in pain and enraged. In that helpless situation, an image of Ikoma suddenly appeared in Gen's mind. He was remembering what Ikoma had once said, "If you treat this like just a game, you'll lose your life sooner or later." It was like a wake-up call for him. It pulled him from his current chaotic state. He asked himself, "Am I going to die? Am I really going to die here?" Then suddenly, a figure rushed forward, grabbed Gen's wrist and pulled him to his feet, leaving him completely stunned. When Gen got a clear look at who it was, he couldn't believe his eyes. It was Ikoma. He had actually appeared to save General. The creature was entangled in some kind of rope. Its arm was struggling to get free. Gen instinctively glanced back and saw Sasuke was here too. He really didn't understand what was happening. And how did they know I was here? Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked Gravity User, "Why are you here?" And Ikoma replied, "I already told you." Ikoma stood protectively in front of Gen and declared, "I'm determined to get all of us out of here alive." Seeing this, Gen fell into a contemplative silence. He seemed to be thinking something but said nothing, only sighing. The creature began to attack. It stretched its long, rope-like arm out and lunged at Ikoma. But he was quick, swinging his sword at its arm, trying to sever it. But it seemed his calculations were off. Ikoma thought to himself, "I tried to cut it, but it felt like cutting through rubber or metal. It's so strange. It has a special body with very high resistance to cutting and piercing. It's the level 77 yellow-robed tyrant," Gen said, describing what he knew about the creature. "An extremely high level and very intelligent. Those unusual traits mean it's an irregular. It's grown stronger and mutated inside the gate." Hearing that, Sasuke quickly spoke up. "If Ikoma is over here, we'll have fewer people to deal with the other monsters." Hearing Sasuke, Ikoma quickly calmed her worries. "Don't worry," Ikoma continued. "Kagurazaka, Mio's class has top-tier close combat capabilities. She'll thin their numbers as we advance." After a pause, Ikoma turned to stare at the creature for a long moment and continued. "Besides, this thing is the biggest problem." Right after that, Ikoma analyzed the tactics to defeat the creature for everyone. He turned to General and said, "Its body resists slashing attacks. To break through it, your magic attacks are essential, General." Then he addressed Sasuke. "Protect Gen and help transfer MP to him." As for Ikoma, he tightened his grip on his sword and rushed toward that bizarre creature and shouted, "The three of us will take it down." After hearing Ikoma's instructions, Sasuke was silent for a moment, before finally speaking, her expression a little strange. She said, "Just so you understand, Ikoma." She shot Gen a glare like a bullet. "If you try to betray us, I won't forgive you." Hearing that, Gen immediately replied, "Humph, you don't need to worry about that." Ikoma fought the yellow-robed tyrant with all his might. He succeeded in knocking a vial from its hand. The liquid spilled onto the ground, burning the grass black. Gen gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain, to focus on the main objective. "We really don't have time to get in each other's way right now." Meanwhile, Ikoma was standing still, watching the yellow-robed tyrant in the silence of the night. On one side was Ikoma gripping his sword defensively, ready to attack at any moment, and on the other was the yellow-robed tyrant. It stood motionless, and there was no telling what it was plotting or what its next move would be. After a long defensive standoff, Ikoma began to attack the yellow-robed tyrant. As the tyrant tried to claw at Ikoma with its nails, he quickly used his sword to slash repeatedly at its arm. The intense battle between the yellow-robed tyrant and Ikoma raged on. It shot its nails toward where he was standing, but Ikoma deftly dodged, and its long, sharp nails stabbed straight into the ground. The yellow-robed tyrant's eyes darkened. It let out a small, contemptuous laugh. Immediately, it leaped high into the air, launching its rubbery arm to attack again. But Ikoma was no pushover. He jumped and slid down its arm as if he were ice skating, his hand still gripping his sword tightly. A moment later, he leaned forward, aiming the tip of his sword at the yellow-robed tyrant. Before it could even react, Ikoma leaped off its arm and charged, attacking it head-on. He put all his strength into a powerful slash, the light from the blade streaking through the air in a line. A brilliant flash sliced across the yellow-robed tyrant's neck. Ikoma landed, and the tyrant's head slowly began to fall after the direct hit. But contrary to his expectations, it could heal itself. Just a few seconds later, its head was back to normal. It even let out a gleeful laugh, as if Ikoma's attacks were nothing more than a tickle. It looked down at Ikoma, its expression no longer smiling but shifting to a silence, as if it were plotting something. Seeing that none of his attacks worked on the yellow-robed tyrant, Ikoma remained calm and assessed the situation. so even its head is resistant to slashes. Sasuke and Jen, standing not far away, had witnessed the entire fight. Jen smiled faintly and said, "I see now. Those are some impressive moves. He's certainly tough to deal with, but that just proves his skill. To masterfully control such a difficult class is truly impressive." The yellow-robed tyrant and Ikoma resumed their fierce battle. Zurakurize remarked, "His body control and reaction speed are extraordinary, but what stands out the most is his courage. He calmly performs actions that put his own life on the line." And finally, he recalled Ikoma's reserved yet serious demeanor and concluded with an almost extraordinary statement. Yurakuri Gen then continued to ramble on, commenting on Ikoma. "A frontline warrior of his caliber is truly rare. He deserves to be praised." Seeing this, Sasuke thought to herself, "But why is he acting so arrogant, even in a situation like this?" Lost in thought, Sasuke was suddenly startled by Yurakuri Gen's voice. "Mage, don't take your eyes off the enemy." Looking back at the fiend in the yellow robe, he reminded Sasuke, "That thing is cunning. If it gets a chance, it'll try to kill me." Hearing Gen say this, Sasuke found it very strange but continued to listen to his words. "If something happens, sacrifice yourself to protect me and ensure victory." Hearing this, Sasuke felt helpless and muttered, "This guy." She looked at Yurakuri Gen, who remained perfectly calm. After those ominous words, growing so angry that she clenched her fists, he seemed dangerous from the start, but now he wasn't even hiding it anymore. As for Gen, he seemed to have figured something out, so it uses skills to flexibly change its stats. "This is the first time I've seen such precise control. No wonder even higher-level monsters can't keep up with it." He turned to look at Ikoma's figure, swallowed by the silent black night, and wondered, even if he can do this, could it be that it's using some kind of item to reduce its consumption? A moment later, Gen smirked, his ambitious gaze filled with some hidden desire. He silently reminded himself, "But listen here, gravity, user. Just as you said, high-level gates are unforgiving." The yellow-robed Grim Reaper with his attack patterns and the ability to resist all counterattacks, that creature possessed it all. Its arms continuously lashed out at Ikoma, but he dodged every single blow. Seeing the vial containing that poison always stuck to the fiend in the yellow robe like an inseparable part of it, Ikoma realized something in that instant. That vial. It is the poison. After a long period of attacking the fiend in the yellow robe with all his might, Ikoma now stood on the grass in a defensive stance. The fiend in the yellow robe also stopped facing him. Ikoma calmly pondered. It corners them and then unleashes an unblockable area of effect attack. It's annoying, but you can't deny its effectiveness. Suddenly, the fiend in the yellow robe picked up the vial of concentrated acid. It raised it high and shook it back and forth. Immediately after, it blew a stream of smoke straight at Ikoma. The smoke quickly enveloped his entire body. Before he could even realize what it was planning, that cloud of gas was Windslash. The scene inside the deep forest took on a bleak, dark appearance with hazy layers of mist snaking through the space. Jen watched silently for a long time, then thought, is this fight too disadvantageous after all? Meanwhile, the fiend in the yellow robe was letting out a laugh. A repetitive, almost mechanical sound. Its eyes were still shut tight, its skin as pale white as a plaster statue. Jen couldn't figure out where on earth it was looking. As for Ikoma, he was now standing upside down on a tree branch. His hand tightened around his sword as a purple aura emanated from his body. The fiend in the yellow robe stood below, waiting for Ikoma to make his move. This was the gravity reversal technique. Ikoma dove down his blade, slashing powerfully at the golden fiend. Meteor fall. After Ikoma's attack, it looked up and stood there for a moment, but it didn't seem to be seriously injured at all. Ikoma stood silently, thinking, just as I predicted. It's completely unscathed, huh? From a distance, Sasuke and Jen could see the entire fight that had unfolded between Ikoma and the fiend. Jen thought, he's dealing with that poisonous mist without showing any sign of danger. He questioned himself internally. I have to admit it. He's a formidable talent on par with me. The fiend in the yellow robe suddenly clasped its hands together and raised them high. It seemed to be preparing to counterattack with some kind of skill. Seeing this, Ikoma spoke slowly. I'm quite surprised. Even a monster like you has pride, huh? Another vial of liquid appeared next to the fiend in the yellow robe. After that, it continuously threw those vials at Ikoma, but he used his sword to bat them all away. One vial suddenly flew towards Sasuke, and General Sasuke immediately stepped forward and nimbly used her dark orb skill, making the vial vanish instantly. After dealing with it, Sasuke asked, Jen, you still can't move. Hearing this, Jen urged Sasuke Maj, continue transferring your magic to me. At his words, Sasuke's face darkened, her displeasure clear. But Jen continued, if you act on your own differently than planned, the enemy will become vigilant. Keep pretending you're still recovering. Then Jen shouted, when the spell is ready, be quick. To finish it, I need to use a grand magic spell. He had figured out the next step of his plan. It's agitated now. This is the chance. But it's not enough. I have to make sure the attack lands. Otherwise, it's all over. Jen clenched his fist determined. He bolstered his own spirits. I will silently gather my magic and prepare in secret. Meanwhile, the fiend in the yellow robe was still fighting Ikoma. The magic wind blade skill was unleashed. Green orbs of magic continuously flew at Ikoma, but he quickly dodged all of them and then gathered his strength to jump high into the air. Ikoma kicked the fiend in the yellow robe's vial, sending it flying much to its astonishment. The liquid inside splashed onto its face. Ikoma then smiled with satisfaction. As the liquid splashed onto the face of the fiend in the yellow robe, it screamed in agony. At that moment, Gen had also recovered his strength. He stood up ready to fight with sky-high morale. This is my only chance. Yurakuri Gen unleashed the skill Chisula. It plunged the entire area into a sea blue hue as pillars of ice containing pink stones slowly rose from the ground. The fiend, in the yellow robe, despite being injured by the liquid, was still alert enough to dodge Gen's counterattack. This greatly surprised Sasuke, who exclaimed, "It dodged that!" Seeing this, Gen became even more determined to eliminate it. He declared, "There's no way I'm letting it get away. Chisula is a tree. It sprouts up from the ground." And just like that, it shot straight into the yellow-clad fiend, making it impossible for it to escape. It could only stand still and take the hit. After being struck, the monster completely lost its ability to attack. Seeing this, Sasuke joyfully shouted, "Thanks, Ikoma." The spell hit. Meanwhile, Gen proudly said, "Well, it is my magic after all. It has extraordinary resistance, but it seems it couldn't withstand Jisula's freezing effect." Just then, the monster focused all its power and roared. A moment later, it managed to break free from the freezing effect. Then it started running towards Ikoma, roaring loudly. He, on the other hand, appeared very calm, but Sasuke, worried for him, screamed in a panic, "Ikoma." He quickly replied, "If it charges straight at me, this will be simple." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated a magic circle. Just as the monster got close, Ikoma leaped high into the air. The next second, he attacked the monster from behind. As he struck, he yelled "Grande." And when he believed he had restrained the monster with his magic, he quickly pointed the tip of his sword at it. In the end, all of the monster's power was completely absorbed by the sword in his hand. Immediately after, its body exploded right before Yurakuri Gen and Sasuke's eyes. Afterward, only a faint trace of the monster's aura remained on the ground. In addition, the system displayed a notification: 18 items obtained, 22,200 experience points obtained. Level increased from 61 to 64. On the other hand, hearing footsteps, he glanced over, and he quickly saw Mio approaching. She said, "This side is all cleaned up too." Right after, Sasuke praised her, just as expected from Mio, reliable as always. After a moment, Yurakuri Gen looked exhausted and sat down on the ground. A little while later, he used Shu magic to heal himself. After he finished healing and saw Anna leaning in close to check on him, Yurakuri Gen smiled and replied, "I'm fine. I can stand on my own. If anyone's hurt, I can use white magic." However, Ikoma said to him, "But there are no injuries serious enough to need immediate treatment. Shouldn't we be discussing something more important right now?" At that, Yurakuri Gen suddenly fell silent, and seeing him like that, the guy in the blue shirt shouted in anger, "Yurakuri Gen, didn't you say it yourself, that we didn't need to worry about any suspicious monsters, that Ichinose was just trying to cause a panic to create a divide?" Then the guy with freckles on his face also said sadly, "I'd like to hear it too. Do you have any explanation for us?" Just then, the brown-haired guy stepped up to defend him, saying, "Are you people really doubting Yurakuri Gen? You sure know how to switch sides when it benefits you, don't you? You all relied on him, but the moment one mistake happens, you immediately blame someone else. How selfish can you be? Things just backfired, that's all. What's the big deal?" Additionally, Anna agreed with his words and added, "First of all, isn't it thanks to Yurakuri Gen that we made it this far? If you're so dissatisfied, why don't you just split off and go with Ichinose?" And seeing everyone getting so worked up, Ikoma thought to himself, "So we're splitting into two groups now. The situation might have been better, but if possible, I should still avoid acting alone. I don't think anyone would suggest taking on the boss with just 3 people, but who knows what that guy will propose." Meanwhile, the brown-haired guy turned and asked her, "Suzuki, whose side are you on anyway?" This made her fall silent for a moment. After a pause, Suzuki stammered, I. She was clearly conflicted, not knowing how to answer. Finally, she suddenly replied, I guess I'll go with the larger group." After she made her decision, the brown-haired guy yelled in her face, "Are you kidding me?" Moreover, Anna said, with an annoyed expression, Don't yell at me, I'm injured too. And I was trapped when the labyrinth was sealed off. The one who saved me was Yurakuri Gen. No matter what anyone says, I'm sticking with Yurakuri Gen." After hearing her say that, the other guy said with a surprised look, "Well, I'm following the gravity user." But he placed the blame for this argument on Yurakuri General, after all the trouble you've caused. But the man just replied nonchalantly, "Alright, I made a bet and I lost. That's the end of it. I thought if we just pushed a little harder, we could take down the boss, but that abnormal monster from before made me realize things aren't that simple. I'm giving up. I'll wait for the demon subjugation squad to come rescue us. They will come right." At that moment when he said these words, the 2 people who had just defended him could only remain silent, enduring the embarrassment. Right after that, Ikoma also warned him, saying, "You're saying things that could easily bring disaster upon yourself." But he just laughed innocently and replied, "This is no time for infighting. If you have any complaints, save them for when we get out." But as he said, this Yurakuri Gen suddenly grabbed Ikoma's hand, startling him. On top of that, he clasped both of Ikoma's hands and praised him. "You're seriously amazing. I've never been able to stick with a fixed party for long, you know? It's always full of useless people who just want the rewards and then whine about going home. You're the first person who's made me feel like it's okay to accept failure. Once we're out of here, forget those other two girls. Joining my group and partnering with me is a much better deal." However, after a moment, Ikoma's expression changed, becoming serious. He said, "Let's go back to the entrance area now." Jen just said indifferently, "So cold, gravity user." Meanwhile, the brown-haired guy looked disappointed and said to Suzuki and Anna, "Did we really put our faith in a guy like that?" And then, although disappointed, Suzuki just said, "Forget it." Later, somewhere near a transfer gate in the auto district, 3 people were there to greet Tuya. As soon as they saw him, Tokushima Kiryu said loudly, "Oh, so you've arrived, Mayumi second-class mage. We're heading out immediately to deal with the transfer gate disaster, but there's something important I can't say over communications. We'll be using this for the mission." As he finished speaking, he took out a golden key. At that moment, Sumuji seemed to recognize it and said, "Wait a minute, isn't that?" But before she could finish, Mayumi cut her off. "The celestial key. No wonder this mission is top secret." After that, Sumuji asked him what that meant while he was thinking to himself, "The celestial key. An item that can trigger a dungeon break when used on a gate boss." A second later, Tuya answered her, "If we use it, we can definitely break the dungeon's seal." Hearing this, she panicked. "Wait, doesn't that also mean monsters will flood the city? What's the point of doing that?" And then Tokushima Kiryu scolded him. "Hey, I said you could bring anyone but not some naive little kid." The 2 people with him immediately started mocking Sumuji, and she felt so embarrassed and annoyed that she turned away. A moment later, Tuya quickly explained to her, the dungeon seal accumulates mana inside, making them prone to other unusual phenomena. If an A-rank gate boss evolves and triggers a dungeon break, at the same time, the casualties could be in the thousands. After hearing him say that, Sumuji quickly made a suggestion. "To prevent that, we'll take down the boss ourselves." But he replied sadly, "If we fail, the next line of defense won't have time to intervene before it evolves. Using the celestial key means we don't have to fight the boss. There's no risk of failure. We can ensure that. Only a dungeon break occurs." Moreover, he glanced towards Tokushima Kiryu and thought to himself, "This is a high-risk mission, but it's also extremely important. That's why Bujima himself is here. It makes sense for the demon-slaying corps to be present in such large numbers. They're ready to respond to a dungeon break." Then he suddenly said, "This is insane. The corps exists to protect the city, so why are they intentionally letting monsters flood in?" Tuya simply replied, nonchalantly, "The corps is just a system, nothing more. If you want to pursue your own selfish brand of justice, then go be an adventurer and die a miserable death." After hearing him say this, she looked worried. Next, he walked over, patted his shoulder and praised him. "Well," said Tuya. In the next second, Tokushima Kiryu's expression suddenly changed, becoming serious as he said, "Shall we begin? Saving foolish adventurers and protecting the city. That's a hero's job, isn't it?" Instantly, his men got excited. Only Tuya and Sumuji looked tense. At that moment, Sasuke was using mana absorption magic, causing a bee to scream in pain. Seeing what was happening to it, the blonde-haired guy, along with Suzuki, was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. In addition, the system also explained her action as mana absorption. After she finished, the bee was completely exhausted, while she cheerfully said, "Found a convenient monster. Now I have enough MP." Meanwhile, after observing Sasuke for a moment, Ikoma thought to himself, "With this, getting back to the entrance will be easy. Even if the demon-slaying corps is delayed and I have to camp out a few monsters, won't be a problem. I have enough emergency rations to last. They're not great, but I won't starve to death." Even the troublemakers have quieted down. Just then, Yurakuri Gen shouted, "Gravity user, about teaming up after we get out. Have you given it any thought?" Besides that, another thought crossed his mind as he looked at the guy's excitement and muttered to himself, "I don't need to bother with this guy." And when no one responded, he shouted again, then fell silent for a moment. A second later, realizing his mistake, he apologized to him. "Sorry, Gravity user. Could you repeat your name? I totally forgot." And so Ikoma reluctantly replied, "It's Ichinose Ikoma, right? You can't remember people's names because you're always using those weird nicknames, aren't you?" On the other hand, Anna suddenly got angry and shouted in his face, "Don't say such weird things. That's not true at all." Then Anna immediately turned to him and said, "Hey Yurakuri Gen." He immediately replied cheerfully, "Oh, he's a bit rude, isn't he? The thief." Meanwhile, her real name is Anna, and then Anna angrily yelled at him. Seeing this, Yurakuri General quickly ran over to hug him and said with a laugh, "Look, I won't forget next time." But Sasuke came and pulled him away. Furthermore, she angrily said, "Don't cling to Ikoma like that. Very quickly, Yurakurigen asked her, "What do you take me for, huh?" However, just when the situation seemed tense, they were both distracted by the sound of someone's footsteps. Seeing this, he turned to her and said, "No need to be on guard. It looks like he's human." On the other hand, the person who arrived was Tokushima Kiryu. The next second, he looked surprised and said, "Oh my, are these adventurers?" As for Sasuke, as soon as she saw him, she cheerfully said, "A member of the demon-slaying corps." But he wasn't happy and thought to himself, "What is this? They're earlier than expected. I wanted to enjoy the feeling of surviving in the gate a little longer. I thought they wouldn't arrive until the end of the day. But this is too fast. And they're all members of the demon-slaying corps. By my estimate, to clear the Twisted Forest safely, you'd need many members at level 80 or higher. With a level of 64, such personnel are extremely rare in Japan right now, especially in the demon-slaying corps, which prioritizes strengthening the overall power of the entire organization. Because of that, compared to adventurers, it's very difficult for outstanding individuals to emerge. They should be short-staffed everywhere. I thought they would come with some temporarily hired A-rank adventurers." On the other hand, Sumuji proactively reassured him, "Adventurer, please rest assured. From now on, we will handle this and open the gate. Please wait in the entrance area. The gate is currently unstable, so please minimize unnecessary battles with monsters." After hearing her words, Ikoma just silently looked at Sumuji for a moment. Then the blonde-haired guy spoke up again. "What's this? They really came this fast. So that problem is over, huh?" In addition, the brown-haired guy spoke to Sumugi with a worried expression. "The gate is unstable, right? Aren't you guys supposed to be protecting us?" She immediately took the blame and replied, "I'm sorry, but we're short on manpower." On the other hand, Ikoma turned to ask Tokushima Kiryu, "I have a few questions. Are you the vanguard?" And then he replied in surprise, "Huh." Along with that, he asked, "Are there any other teams? Are you the vanguard sent to investigate or to rescue the adventurers?" In the next moment, Tokushima Kiryu looked displeased and replied, "What's this? Who is this brat?" Moreover, the two men with him chimed in one after another. "Who do you think you are, acting so high and mighty? Adventurers, get back to the entrance. You're in our way." In addition, Sasuke whispered in Ikoma's ear, "This guy seems really scary. We should probably back off." Then Yurakurigen suddenly said to Ikoma, "What's your problem now? The demon-slaying squad is here, just like you said they would be, right?" As soon as he heard him say this, he just glared at him without saying a word. Furthermore, Yurakurigen stepped forward to explain to the man, "Sorry about that. He's a little eccentric. We'll leave everything to the demon-slaying squad. We'll be waiting in the safe zone." Very quickly, he turned and started pushing Ikoma away, saying, "Let's go, gravity user." Even as Yurakurigen pushed him, Ikoma kept his eyes fixed on them, and as he watched them leave, Ikoma started muttering to himself, "Something's not right. But arguing right now is pointless." Meanwhile, Sumuji was still following behind Tuya, and then he noticed her following him and glanced back. Sumuji, however, just walked on in silence. A second later, it seemed she thought of something, and turned her head back to call out to Ikoma. Then Sumuji warned him, "Be careful, this gate is currently unstable. Once the gate opens, the demon-slaying squad seems more intimidating than usual." Seeing her like this, he didn't stop Sumuji. On the other hand, she thought to herself, "But that blue-haired person is very kind. Still, something feels strange." After hearing her words, he thought to himself, "This gate is new to the demon-slaying squad. Abnormalities in gates usually happen in quick succession. Dealing with it quickly should be the top priority. In this situation, a high-risk assessment is standard, especially when facing an abnormal gate. It should be the highest priority. But they're not relying on numbers. It's just a small elite group without any temporary A-rank adventurers. Even protecting the adventurers has been delayed. It seems like there are no other teams." Then Ikoma remembered Sumuji's warning, "If the gate opens, get out of there as fast as possible." Because of this, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Normally, the lock is only released after the gate has been neutralized. There's no reason to give an extra warning like that, unless they know the gate won't be safe even after it's unlocked. Thinking this, Ikoma suddenly turned and looked back. Seeing this, Mio asked, "What's wrong, Ikoma?" But he didn't answer her, instead walking quickly towards Tokushima Kiryu and saying, "The celestial key." And then the man replied in surprise, "Huh, what did you just say, kid?" At this point, Ikoma knew very well that Tokushima Kiryu was pretending not to know. So he stared intently at him and his followers, thinking to himself, looks like I was right. These people intend to open the gate with an item. They're planning to artificially cause a dungeon flood." On the other hand, Tokushima Kiryu was also wondering how he knew about this, looking at Ikoma and muttering to himself, "This brat. How could he possibly know about the celestial key? This mission is top secret. Should I kill them here?" Ikoma observed his expression for a moment, then spoke up to test him. That reaction. "It seems you know the name Celestial Key. Don't you?" Sasuke, standing beside him, asked worriedly. "What's going on, Ikoma?" He remembered the key's effect. The Celestial Key. It forcibly triggers dungeon floods. The goal is to break the dungeon's seals. Ikoma began to explain the upcoming situation. The dungeon seal is blocking the concentration of energy. from the gate's magic, causing it to surge and lead to an anomaly. Next, he looked at the group in front of him and said, seriously, their goal is undoubtedly to quickly control the risk by triggering dungeon floods to remove the seal. Sasuke couldn't believe it, and replied with a tremble, so, the demon-slaying squad is intentionally triggering dungeon floods. That's impossible. Tokushima Kiryu's face was flushed with anger, veins popping as he gritted his teeth, and thought to himself, how the hell do these brats know about this? He thought about his team's problems. Although the Celestial Key is a top-secret item provided by the adventurers, the issues related to the gate have been flooded with wild speculation. The man named Tokushima Kiryu suppressed the fire in his heart. Even the demon-slaying squad is having a hard time sifting through information accurately. He looked at Ikoma, unable to hide his shock. This isn't the kind of information a normal adventurer could possibly have. If that's just a guess, it was way too accurate. A man with orange hair said in shock. What a terrifying and monstrous kid. It's like he's planning for a volcanic eruption to minimize the damage. If they did that without saying anything, it would be a huge problem, another man asked him belligerently. If monsters appeared from a high-level gate like this, it wouldn't just be a disaster. You're not joking, are you? Suzuki also stammered. I haven't heard a thing about this. Tokushima Kiryu angrily yelled at the group, such baseless accusations. Then he turned to confront Ikoma. What grounds do you have for making such claims? He remained calm, not flustered at all, and answered, that's right, I have no proof. This is just a baseless accusation. Ikoma's sharp gaze swept over them as he explained. Until all of you flinched and looked back the moment I mentioned the name of that item. Realizing they'd fallen into a trap, the entire group was stunned. Tokushima Kiryu looked thoughtfully at his subordinates, thinking, he tricked us. The other adventurers were also convinced by the foolish reactions of my men. The resentment building in their eyes could explode at any moment. From a distance, Sumuji watched him wondering, how does this person know everything? She suddenly felt a jolt, anxiously recalling an earlier memory on edge. Could it be because of something I said? Tuya just watched Ikoma thoughtfully, without a word. Mio came up, patted his shoulder and called out, hey Ikoma. She leaned in close to him and whispered her question. Why are you provoking the monster extermination squad, even if what you're saying is true? She glanced at Tokushima Kiryu's dark expression and the anxiety of his subordinates behind him, then gently reminded him, you know they won't just easily say, all right, we'll stop right. Mio couldn't help but feel a pang of pain as she remembered the horrific past she herself had experienced. Seeing how things were unfolding, Yurakuri Gen mused curiously, hey, what are you thinking, Gravity User? He watched the two of them and continued his train of thought. All right, I get why you think this is a bad idea. But if just talking about it could stop them, they would have never started in the first place. Gen stroked his chin, silently analyzing. If the monster extermination squad lacks the strength, they won't fight, even if we force them. But we can't just say, we'll handle it ourselves. He glanced at Ikoma again, thinking, the Gravity User was the one who pointed out their lack of power from the start. Criticizing the monster extermination squad here, without an alternative plan, is pointless. Gen continued with his own speculation. If we just pretend not to notice and run away, what else can we do? Suddenly at that moment, Ikoma spoke up. I have a proposal. He was cut off mid-thought. Hearing him say that, Gen's eyes widened in surprise. Ikoma faced Tokushima Kiryu's wariness and stated decisively, I don't intend to just carelessly place blame. I understand that it was a hasty compromise born from a lack of time and insufficient forces. Ikoma continued calmly. Bringing adventurers into this still implicates civilians. The current system has too many restrictions, making it inflexible when mobilizing people in an emergency. Tuya remained silent, listening as he presented the solution. Using the Celestial Key to avoid the worst-case scenario was probably the best choice. Somehow, Ikoma was now standing right beside Gen, pointing at him to his utter astonishment. He began the introduction. This person is an A-rank adventurer. Although I lack his experience and qualifications, I'm confident that my skills are equivalent to A-rank. He then made an unexpectedly bold decision. Right here, right now, the Monster Extermination Squad and the adventurers will join forces as one team. Everyone present, simultaneously, turned to stare at him in astonishment. Ikoma continued, by doing this, defeating the boss will become a feasible objective. Sasuke was speechless, only able to call out his name in a worried rush. Ikoma. Gen, on the other hand, was dumbfounded, completely blindsided by Ikoma's move. What is he saying? Using me as leverage. After calming down and grasping the situation, Gen immediately broke into an excited grin and exclaimed, this guy is hilarious. Tokushima Kiryu, however, started to get tense. His thoughts were a tangled mess. Is this kid insane? We came here because we thought it would be a safe mission with the key. His face contorted with rage at the thought of abandoning the entire plan. Immediately to cooperate with civilians and accept the risk. No organization would ever accept that, you fool. He stepped closer to Ikoma, his voice dripping with mockery. How noble and enthusiastic. Now shut up, you brain-dead adventurer. Kiryu got right in his face, staring him down as he warned, we are fighting. while carrying the lives of thousands, even millions of people. Ikoma just coldly retorted, and you're the one putting those lives on a scale, and you're actively creating casualties. Tuya turned her head to look at him, listening to the lecture he was giving Tokushima Kiryu. This isn't a world where ideals can win on their own. However, such measures should only be taken after all other possibilities have been considered and you've fought to the very end. Mio and Sasuke, hearing him say this, just stood by and watched silently. Ikoma began to think of the losses that had already occurred. I know this is an unnecessary proposal, but there's already a pile of corpses and monsters. The view of the city from the rooftop weighed heavily on his heart as he recalled the regrets from his past life. If we had just arrived a little sooner, these people. His captain's voice screamed at him, it's already happened, it can't be changed. He turned his head and angrily questioned Ikoma. In my past life. Just because you're a little stronger than everyone else, doesn't mean you can carry everything. You're too much of a perfectionist. Back in the present. Ikoma just stood tall, facing Tokushima Kiryu. He said in a low voice, I have witnessed the hellscape of dungeon floods countless times. Having the power to stop it, I believe that means having the responsibility to do so. Finally, he looked directly into Tokushima Kiryu's eyes, despite the man's fury, and asserted, and I must obtain that power. I don't mean to brag. Tokushima Kiryu flew into a rage, grabbing him by the collar and screaming, an adventurer dares to mock us. If you can talk that big, you must be pretty confident in your own abilities, right? His surrounding henchmen also got into attack stances. Kiryu threatened loudly, even I, who am normally calm, have my limits. Teach this punk a lesson. Make sure he never dares to speak so arrogantly again. Sasuke hurriedly tried to intervene. Wait, this isn't the time for us to be fighting. Just then, Tuya walked past her and moved forward. He called out his name grimly, Tokushima. Tokushima Kiryu glanced at him and said, don't get in my way, Tuya. Fools can only learn the hard way. The best way to teach a dog or a brat is through discipline. Unexpectedly, Tuya just replied coldly. No, I'll do it, Sumuji yelled anxiously. Second-class mage Tuya Ikoma assessed him, seeing the anger in his expression. I thought letting Tokiima's team handle it would resolve things smoothly, but it looks like he's pissed now, Tuya questioned with disgust. He hates people like you, those who act self-righteous without taking any responsibility. You casually throw out ideas as if they're convenient. His sharp gaze met Ikoma's directly. He spoke in a tone that sounded like he wanted to obliterate him on the spot. Let me teach you the difference in skill and resolve between adventurers and us. If that satisfies you, then so be it. Kiryu stood by, observing him and silently judging. This guy can definitely handle him easily, I bet. He began to analyze the things he must have gone through, and couldn't help but marvel Mayumi climbed the ranks of the demon-slaying corps, a place rife with schemes and manipulation, using only his own strength. Among adventurers, he deserves to be at the very top. Tokushima Kiryu let out a breath and turned away, thinking, if we fought within bow range, even I wouldn't stand a chance of winning against him. No adventurer could hope to beat him, Sasuke advised Ikoma worriedly. You should apologize and back down. Ikoma just answered her calmly, this is a rare opportunity. He drew his sword from his bracelet, ready to fight, and replied to Sasuke, I know, I'm asking for the impossible. Ikoma looked straight at Tuya before him, affirming, but unless I can prove my abilities, they won't accept me. Ikoma stood warily in front of Mayumi and Tuya on the defensive. Sasuke and Mio watched the situation by his side, tense. Jen, however, got excited seeing the two at odds. In contrast to him, Suzuki, who was standing behind Juki, turned her face away, unable to watch. She silently shed tears of anguish, lamenting, you said you wanted to defeat the leader. If you win, does that mean I have to join you? Tokushima Kiryu's group looked at each other and smirked smugly. He calculated in his head, this will shut that smart-mouthed kid up. Once we take him down, dealing with the rest will be easy. But I can only feign fear once he sees through the problem. I'll play dumb and change the subject. His thoughts grew increasingly sinister. If they get too noisy, I'll ask the leader for permission to use a teleportation gate to pull them in. Tokushima Kiryu looked at him, his mind full of schemes. Whatever, Mayumi will attack head-on anyway. If anything goes wrong, I'll just pin the blame on him, Tuya thought, looking at him. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. He recalled the first time he'd met him and realized he was the winner of the fantasy library. Tuya turned away and sighed. What's your level? He asked. Ikoma answered honestly, level 64. He seemed to have calmed down a bit and continued, and you still think you can beat the leader? Tuya looked at him in silence and said, my level is 82. The first-class magic lieutenant on their side is even stronger than me. Tokushima Kiryu just stood silently to the side, observing the two of them. He spoke up, questioning Ikoma. I thought you were a reasonable person, but it turns out you're just another kid. You're ignorant. Do you have any idea that your interference now won't change the situation at all? Hearing him say this, Suzuki, on the other side, was stunned, speechless. She couldn't believe it. Level 82 actually exists. Ikoma maintained a calm expression and replied, I have to admit that's higher than mine, huh? Tuya sighed again, steadying himself. He looked straight into his eyes and said, at least that's one less thing to worry about. Tuya frowned, meeting Ikoma's eyes, and replied in a low voice, "What a weird brat." Immediately after, he rushed forward to attack him, not forgetting to add, "I'll give you a handicap. I won't use what's on my back." Sasuke was suddenly suspicious. An archer is suddenly closing the distance. Tuya powerfully swung the dagger in his hand. Ikoma quickly stepped back, dodging the attack. He looked at him with a sharp and serious expression, warning, "I can't stand fighting against weaklings. I might actually kill you." Jen, watching from the side, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, thinking nervously. The level gap is almost 20. Normally, you can't close a gap like that with character type advantages or weapon power. He glanced over at Tokushima Kiryu, who was grinning maliciously at his predicament, and silently assessed the situation. Besides, even if he proves himself in this fight, it'll be hard to convince them. It seems you already have a plan, you who has gravity powers. The battle between the two continued. Ikoma now seemed to be on the defensive against Tuya's relentless assault. He struggled to evade his dangerous blows, while quickly calculating his options. He's really fast. If I block him carelessly, I'll be defeated instantly because of the level gap. I have no choice but to dodge. Ikoma thought carefully. As expected of the demon-slaying corps, they're very experienced in close combat. But I can handle this. He tried to remain calm. I'll look for an opening and wait for a chance to counterattack. But what interrupted his calculations was a fist flying towards him. Ikoma quickly ducked to dodge the blow, looking in astonishment at Tuya, who was attacking him. The dagger was just a feint. It's karate. He only had a moment to think in shock. Even though close combat isn't his specialty, his power is still too formidable. The very next second, before Ikoma could react, another kick came at him. Unexpectedly, he managed to narrowly escape the danger. Tuya sized him up again and advanced, analyzing seriously, unusually light. It seems he's controlling his own weight, with a skill to reduce the impact. He accurately threw the dagger towards him, thinking confidently, "Dodging, huh? In that case, I'll just slam you into the ground." Ikoma quickly blocked the dagger with his sword. Suddenly Tuya had grabbed his arm. Even so, the expression on Ikoma's face didn't change much. His killing intent flared as he grabbed the dagger that had just been knocked away. With a decisive strike against Tokushima, Kiryu let out a sigh of relief, thinking the fight had finally come to an end. He thought to himself. He tried to hold on, but it's over now. He then thoughtfully assessed that Tuya Mayumi wasn't simply using karate. The man was also combining his own supernatural power with some advanced judo techniques. It was a one-hit kill ultimate move the next attack he would use, just as he had thought it was an unorthodox wrestling move. But there's an exception to every rule, and this fight was no different. Ikoma skillfully used his ability. Tuya faintly noticed something was off, wondering suspiciously, "What is this? What is this strange feeling?" Tuya continued his train of thought. "The trajectory seems wrong." The answer to his question was a direct kick from Ikoma to the back of his neck. An excruciating pain washed over him, causing Tuya to groan in agony. The boy, now standing steady again, calmly answered the questions that had just been running through his head as Ikoma began to explain. The knife and the strikes. None of them had any killing intent. I knew he had another objective. The grappling was also within my expectations. After composing himself, Tuya immediately recalled what had just happened. He finally understood the situation. He dodged and threw me off balance, forcing me to use my stronger techniques. Remembering that moment, he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. After I threw him, he reduced his body weight, then doubled it in midair. Ikoma's eyes were cold, yet resolute as he looked at him and asked, "Is this enough for a strength test?" Sumuji gasped in astonishment, thinking, "No way. He's overpowering a second-class magic sorcerer." Mayumi Kiryu, however, grew tense. He just watched the two of them in silence. After the boy's words, it was as if something had struck a nerve in Mayumi Tuya, who replied in a cold tone, as if making an announcement, "I was just planning to scare him. But this is the end." His killing intent flared up completely as he whispered a gentle reminder, "Don't scream, or you'll die." Ikoma maintained a calm demeanor, but internally he was on high alert, calculating. He's already figured me out. If he catches me again, I won't be able to use the gravity control trick anymore. He faced Tuya with a serious expression, ready to fight, saying, "I wanted to save my MP, but it looks like I'll have to spend a little." Not to be outdone, his opponent furrowed his brow and replied, "Be my guest." The battle between the two reignited. Every move, every sword strike, every dodge unfolded relentlessly. Mayumi Tuya angrily criticized him. "You people lack both determination and strength, spouting nothing but selfish ideals. Adventurers like you shouldn't stick your nose in this business." Ikoma, his face an emotionless mask, replied, "You're a strange one. Isn't that what the Demon Extermination Squad is all about?" He calmly posed a question. "Who's the one relying on adventurers now?" Hearing this, Mayumi Tuya's eyes widened and he roared in fury, "Shut up." Ikoma instinctively dodged his killing intent, quickly leaping back onto a tree behind him. Mayumi Tuya silently recalled what he had experienced in a squad. It meant constantly facing fear. He glanced at the bewildered Sumuji and began to ponder. "We were forced back onto the old path just because of the guild's carelessness. cleaning up the battlefields of incompetent adventurers while our comrades were suffering from serious wounds. He then looked over at the indifferent Tokushima Kiryu, thinking, we get caught up in internal political squabbles with those who exploit the chaos. But what irritates me the most is, he clenched his fists in rage, thinking, people like you, people who don't understand the weight of life. Mayumi Tuya gritted his teeth, suppressing the terrifying things that threatened to erupt. Looking at Ikoma's condescending posture, his killing intent grew stronger and stronger, casually spouting all those empty words. People like you, Ikoma and Mayumi Tuya, charged at each other, their swords clashing in a dead heat. Immediately after, Mayumi Tuya swung a powerful kick that sliced through the air. But Ikoma ducked to avoid it, leaping backward as he heard Tuya say, if you recklessly try to take down the boss and fail, the central district could be wiped out. Do you understand that? Ikoma coldly replied. The evolution rate for entities during a labyrinth lockdown is about 20%, but that figure includes cases that were resolved early. His face grew serious as he explained, if the temporary demon extermination team sent through this advanced teleportation gate fails, and without any further preparation, an entity's evolution is almost certain to occur. The demon extermination squad in this era is spread too thin. If it were 10 years from now, cooperation with advanced adventurers might have been smoother. Each man had his own ideals, and neither would back down. If we fail, the damage will affect tens of thousands of people. Do you understand the consequences of your interference? Hearing Tuya spell out the consequences, Ikoma still replied with a cold, short word. Yeah, then I'll take responsibility for my actions. I'll solve it right now. I'm showing you my power to do just that. The two argued for a while, seemingly unable to find common ground. Tuya gripped his knife, thinking, I don't like this. His gaze sharpened as he glared at Ikoma, lamenting that attitude of his, casually making absolute statements with such flowery words. The conversation was over. Ikoma charged in to settle it with force. With terrifying speed, he closed the distance on Tuya, making him exclaim, so fast, even now he's still saving MP. Another round of fighting began. Suddenly his knife was knocked away. But strength at this level is still. With a face as cold as ice, devoid of emotion, Ikoma advanced. Caught off guard, Tuya lost his balance. As he fell backward, a single thought consumed him. Ugh, why does this man irritate me so much? A thought flashed through Tuya's mind. I finally get it. The two looked at each other with angry eyes. It's because you still hold on to the things I've thrown away. The scene shifts to a flashback in a smoking room, where a voice rings out. You gave up your career as a police officer to come here. Tuya, dressed in a sharp suit, replied, yes. 5 years ago, Mayumi Tuya was 25 years old. He continued speaking to the person opposite him. I've been thinking about what I can do. The teleportation gate disaster in Kanagawa last month was horrifying. But the man replied in an indifferent tone, oh, spare me the lecture. Let's leave the dangerous work to the adventurers. Not believing what he was hearing, Tuya's eyes widened in shock. Hozu instructed him, our job is to support them. Got it. Still confused, Tuya asked, but they're just civilians. Most of them were forced to become adventurers. He looked at the newspapers and videos being posted. They were smiling and excited, but behind the scenes, as a result of the disaster, they haven't received adequate combat training. He tried to defend the weak, unable to believe his job was to stand by and watch. They're being pushed into unknown dangers. They don't have enough strength or willpower for this. The demon extermination squad must take the lead. In his mind, Tuya remained adamant. I believe the adventurer system needs a major overhaul. But the response he got was like a bucket of cold water to the face. Hey, are you an idiot? With an indifferent expression, Hoju continued pulling him out of his dream. Ever since the gate disasters, every industry not related to the gates has been in serious decline. Many small nations have lost their infrastructure due to monster damage or financial collapse. We don't have spare resources either. Even the disaster compensation for civilians is barely enough to get by. Faced with this reality, Tuya stammered out a proposal. What if we eliminate the adventurer system and expand the demon extermination squad? But of course this had already been considered and was not feasible. If we disband the adventurer system, his words left Mayumi Tuya speechless and helpless. The speed of clearing teleportation gates in the country will slow down. We would have to supervise and take responsibility for all the adventurers. Understanding Mayumi Tuya's spirit of dedication, Hozu patted his shoulder comfortingly. Essentially, that means managing the demons ourselves. The original founders of the Demon Extermination Squad were all elites temporarily transferred from other departments, myself included. But a second later, his tone shifted to one of mockery. And that's perfectly reasonable. Frankly, no one wants to take on more responsibility or excessive risks. I'm being kind by giving you this advice. He then smiled challengingly. He left Tuya in an absolutely terrible mood. Do what you want, but don't disrupt the organization. A final sentence before leaving that stabbed right at his heart. People like you are the least necessary. 5 years have passed since then. Although there have been some improvements, the nature of the demon suppression team hasn't changed much. Every time I try to push an ideal forward, I'm reminded of the weight of reality. Tuya looked at the new subordinate, a complex feeling welling up inside him. While making excuses about the organization, I've become cunning just to survive. Back in the present, Ikoma continued. Is this enough to be considered a strength test? But he was met with silence. A moment later, a voice finally answered. No, it's still not enough. The future of the Central District is at stake. He raised his bow, his face determined. Convince me. This time with your life. Sumuji realized what was happening and panicked, thinking, he's using a high-grade weapon too. Tokushima Kiryu also realized it and sternly commanded, enough playing around, kill him now and end this, don't make me any angrier. Mayumi Tuya immediately drew his bowstring taut, a red energy light, charged ready to fire. The moment he released his hand, blazing red arrows shot out at incredible speed. Ikoma swiftly dodged the arrows. He silently praised him, he's so fast and strong. Each attack has the power of a high-level magic skill. However, Ikoma easily leaped up. He dodged the entire volley. Unexpectedly, Tuya began to analyze. He's lightening his body and jumping. With this trajectory, he's definitely going to land behind me. But then he realized something. No, wait. Seeing his opponent charging directly at him, Tuya wasn't afraid. He raised his bow again, facing upwards. The two combatants fought with all their might, their eyes clashing as if sparks were flying. Everyone present was tense, holding their breath as they watched. In the decisive moment, they were inches from each other's weapons, but no blood had been shed yet. The blade grazed past Tuya's face in an instant, and Ikoma could feel the arrow about to be released. In this life-or-death moment, Tuya cracked a smile. Sumuji, his mind still reeling, wondered, a truce, but that doesn't seem right. The outcome was decided. Tuya stepped back and spoke. In terms of the level difference, this is my complete and utter failure. He recalled a memory from the hospital. We did everything we could, but unfortunately, let him see his son one last time. His father lay on the hospital bed, weakly uttering his final regrets. I'm sorry, son. Your dad was always busy with work, hardly ever home. I never taught you the things a father is supposed to teach. The two people behind them recounted the incident. When the hostage was in danger, he couldn't wait for backup and rushed in alone. Even though he subdued the robber, he was shot. Tuya's heart ached as he felt his father's love and worry. Don't say that, Dad. You taught me so many important things. You were always my role model. I want to live an upright life just like you did. Tuya looked up at the quiet night sky, thinking, Dad, the one I'm most disappointed in isn't you. It's myself, beaten down by reality. I don't even dare to speak of my ideals with pride or bitterness anymore. He then looked at the person before him and asked, What's your name? The answer came quickly. Ichinose Ikoma. Tuya's mindset had changed, and he said, Ichinose, I'll place my bet on you. Sasuke, witnessing this from the outside, cheered inwardly. I can't believe it. You actually convinced that scary guy. If the demon suppression team joins in, we might actually be able to take down. This gate's boss Sumuji, however, couldn't believe what he was hearing. He looked at Tuya and exclaimed, Second-rank Magic Lieutenant Mayumi. It seemed a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Jen, also standing there silently, acknowledged Ichinose Ikoma. I'll have to remember that name. Tuya walked towards his subordinates. They were still in shock. Cooperate with adventurers to clear a gate. In everyone's minds, it was simply unbelievable. Has he lost his mind? He recalled Hoju's decision. The use of the Celestial Key is the commander's decision, and it's a top-secret mission. Tokushima Kiryu couldn't hold back any longer. He drew his sword, his eyes glaring at him. Mayumi, do you realize what you're doing? This is a clear betrayal of the demon-slaying squad. Not a single hand was raised in agreement. All right, that's enough. Let's end this battle, Jen said, closing his eyes. I understand that Ikoma wants to form a joint front to defeat the final boss, and that his team members are willing to cooperate. That's all well and good, but this is just what Ikoma said. We adventurers have no obligation to go along with it, do we? The demon-slaying squad didn't seem to be completely on the same page. As everyone's eyes turned to him, Ikoma said, But of course I have no intention of forcing anyone. He continued to lay out his reasoning. Attacking a high-level final boss with sheer numbers without strong coordination can hardly be called effective. It's better than nothing, but if we're not careful, we could just end up as meat shields. And he won't agree to that. The man being referred to turned pale, a chill running down his spine as he flinched. Knowing this was a tough sell, Ikoma raised 2 fingers. It's better to split into 2 teams. One team for the assault group and one for the backup group. Suzuki let out a sigh of relief. He was very happy with this. If the assault group fails, the decision on whether or not to use the key will be made by the backup team. Of course, that's not something I should interfere in. After hearing this, Sasuke and Mio just stared, showing no reaction. Tokushima Kiryu slowly approached. Don't say such reckless things. He rested his sword on his shoulder and said coldly, Don't look like you've already got this under control. Then his expression sharpened. We are the demon-slaying squad and we are here. You think we're just going to ignore some adventurer, throwing his weight around Ikoma, didn't back down, facing Tokushima Kiryu head-on. If you're afraid of the gate disaster, expanding the assault team can use that item after they fail. Even though the risk remains the same. Unable to keep his cool, he yelled, "Don't you dare spout such short-sighted nonsense, kid. We are here to carry out an important mission." The demon-slaying squad would never say something as ridiculous as letting the local adventurers handle it. "And we will change our strategy." The two adventurers who overheard this broke out in a cold sweat, terrified. He remembered Hojo Kurobi's warning. This was a crucial secret mission. It couldn't be revealed that the adventurers had seen through it. At this thought, Tokushima Kiryu gritted his teeth, his resolve wavering slightly. One of the demon-slaying squad members had been swayed. This would cause a significant delay and a major change to their strategy. If that happened, even if they succeeded, their reputation would hit rock bottom. Tokushima Kiryu looked towards Tuya, but the man's expression remained firm. "Mayumi, if you intend to side with them, then there's no place for you in the demon-slaying squad." The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, his eyes widening as he yelled, "You don't get it, do you, you idiot?" But Mayumi Tuya calmly replied, "Of course I understand." Once this teleportation gate was eliminated, Mayumi Tuya had already made his decision, ready to face any punishment. "Regardless of success or failure, I will resign from the demon-slaying squad." Unexpectedly, this statement caught Tokushima Kiryu completely off guard, leaving him stunned. This guy, Sumuji standing beside him, was so scared she could only call out his name in her head. Mayumi. The rank 2 demon slayer Tokushima Kiryu stubbornly walked over to Tuya, trying to reason with him. "Hey, calm down, Mayumi. You have your own way of doing things right, but if something doesn't sit right with you, you can't just say, 'I'll quit.'" Unable to hold back his anger, he reprimanded Tuya. "Is the demon-slaying squad just some part-time job to you?" But Tuya appeared completely unfazed, his composure steady. A moment later, Tuya asked him a question. "Our values are completely incompatible, aren't they?" Before the man could compose himself, he continued to speak his mind. "This is about whether or not we're willing to compromise knowing that people will die." A resolute expression was etched on Tuya's face as he shot back. "What's so reckless about that?" Realizing his words were pointless, Tokushima Kiryu's eyes widened in exasperation. "Ah, there's no convincing you, is there? This is why I hate idiots. And children." Seemingly giving in, Tokushima Kiryu turned and waved them off. "Fine then, I won't say another word. You can quit and become an adventurer or whatever you want." Mayumi Tuya tightened his grip on his sword, thinking, "Right." But then, unexpectedly, the man's attitude flipped in an instant. He lunged, sword in hand, attacking Tuya. "You think I'd actually say that, you fool?" While Tuya was off guard, he closed the distance, determined to secure his manpower. Bringing this idiot here was a mistake. Sumuji sensed the danger and shouted a warning. Meanwhile, in Tokushima Kiryu's thoughts, "I'll beat him within an inch of his life. And stop the extermination team. We can even handle using the astral key ourselves without a problem. After that, I'll have him kicked out of the squad for disobeying a direct order." In reality, Mayumi has some skill, but my level is higher. He slashed with his sword, but fortunately, Tuya backed away and dodged. If we're at this range, he won't be able to use his class weapon to its full potential. Hunter's step. Watching Tuya retreat to get some distance from the danger, Kiryu analyzed. He's trying to create space and prepare to fight. But I won't let him get away. Tiger Rush. Once again, he charged forward, swinging his sword at him. Fighter's Dash, a skill that boosts speed and attack power for a single strike. Another slash was unleashed. He was serious about taking Mayumi Tuya's life. "With this, I can match his skill." The chaotic battle started to affect those around them. "I'll knock that bow away and crush him." Just as he predicted, the bow was sent flying from Tuya's hand. Tokushima Kiryu let out a delighted smile. "I've got his weapon." But what he didn't expect was that Tuya had thrown it away on purpose and was now swinging a fist right at his chin. By the time he realized it, it was too late. He took the full force of the punch, his eyes rolling back. The bow had just been bait to restrict his movement and create an opening. Mayumi Tuya continued his assault. "I struck his jaw to rattle his brain. Even if his level has increased and he's gotten tougher, the weak points of a human body don't change." He grabbed the man's arm and flipped him into the air. The head was the obvious target. Tokushima Kiryu landed head first, the impact shaking the entire forest. He now lay knocked out and motionless. "That bow is useless for control. I won't use it against a weakling like him." The man was unconscious, foaming at the mouth. A man who leveled up by using his subordinates as bait. "Don't think you can beat me," someone who has actually fought on the front lines. Tuya let out all the pent-up anger he had been suppressing. "Up until now, I've respected you as my superior. But since I've already left the demon-slaying squad, that doesn't matter anymore." Another member who witnessed it exclaimed, "I can't believe it. This guy, he's an archer, right?" He couldn't believe what he was seeing. How could a fighter be so completely overwhelmed? A higher-leveled rank 1 demon slayer in a one-on-one fight. He was utterly shocked, sensing the stares on him. Tuya turned and shot them, a threatening glare that sent shivers down their spines. "Are you guys going to fight too?" Not looking at Kiryu, lying motionless on the ground, Ikoma silently assessed Tuya's power. "He's a rare talent, but I don't think he'll cooperate with us." Sasuke then spoke up. So in the end, who's going to handle the extermination? The person behind them made an X with their arms, signaling they were out. Uraka Sumuji quickly raised her hand to volunteer. Of course that would be me. I'll go too. I became a demon slayer because I want to help people. Tuya said with a confused look, if I join, I'll. But before he could finish, she shouted, her expression a bit strained. I understand. The peace of the downtown area is at stake. Then regaining her composure, she faced him directly. When I say that personal issues or those of the demon-slaying squad are not trivial, it's because you're Mayumi, the rank 2 demon slayer. Hearing this, Tuya turned to look at her completely surprised. Realizing how awkward it was, he spoke softly. I'm sorry for making you go along with my selfishness. I was against this operation from the start, Sumuji said shyly. I'm sorry, but even if I go, I probably won't be much help. I'll just quietly withdraw. Jen, who was standing nearby, took this as an excuse and pretended to cry. I'm wondering what I should do. I'm starting to get scared. I don't really like this. This prompted Sasuke to emit a murderous aura despite that same flippant attitude. He laughed cheerfully and stated his condition. Well, if Ikoma cries and begs me, maybe I'll consider it, but he was definitely not going to let him say any more. Sasuke gave a cold warning. If you don't come, no one will be convinced. His face was ice cold, ready to get rid of Jen without a second thought. Model, whose sweet words almost made us send an understaffed team to fight the final boss. Jen immediately started looking for a way out. Just kidding, don't take it so seriously. By now, everyone was ready for battle. A formation never seen before. The Gate Boss Annihilation Squad. Jen, holding the flag, raised his hand and saluted. I'll take the lead until the halfway point. Ikoma stood behind, observing everyone, and silently assessing the situation. Probably level 90, just like the Cursed Queen. There are no detailed stats, but I'll do it. His face grew serious. After all, I'm the one who proposed this. After defeating Kiryu, everyone gathered around to figure out what to do with him. One of his arms was radiating with a concentrated energy core. Sasuke confidently spoke up. I received MP from Suzuki. Next I should. Suddenly, a hand shot up, cutting her off. I'll take it. Yurakuri Gen raised his hand with a triumphant look on his face. I want to be ready to fire 2 shots of Treasure. Internally, a suspicious smile spread across his face. Something's fishy here. Well, if the first shot fails, I'll just escape to the reserve team. I'm under no obligation to help. Sensing something was off, Sasuke gave him a suspicious look. That's probably what he's thinking, but he's a valuable talent, so… Just then, Ikoma spoke up to explain. The reserve team also needs MP. Sorry about that. Hearing this from him made Suzuki a bit flustered. No, this is all I can do. Tuya from the back also joined the conversation. I have something I want to discuss about our formation. His gaze lowered. The deformed gate boss in the forest. He thought of the dark, shadowy figure. You said you expect it to be at least level 90. Ikoma, aware of this, provided some useful information. The level of a gate boss. Its evolution is highly irregular. It's unstable and very hard to predict. You should be prepared for that. Tuya thoughtfully analyzed the situation. If the level gap is too big, dodging attacks becomes difficult. Level 64. Even approaching the boss at that level would be a suicide mission. He looked at everyone one by one. First was Gen level 72. Our girls were both level 60, and the one with the highest level was Tuya. I'll be on the front line. He was level 82. Marksmen also have many useful close-range skills. Besides, I'm used to using gate weapons other than a bow. He turned to Ikoma and proposed, you should stand right behind me. The other 4 will focus on ranged attacks. Sumuji continued to listen, finding it hard to speak up. If I get injured, you must immediately join the reserve team. Even Jen had to silently admit it was a reasonable formation. Having a marksman on the front line is unbalanced, but it's the only option. Plus, he himself is willing to take that position. Despite the danger, there's no need to stop him. A moment later, Ikoma coolly said one thing, and Tuya's suggestion was quickly shot down. This left Jen a bit confused. Sorry, but I can't accept that formation, Ikoma explained, leaving Tuya to listen in silence. You're underestimating a gate boss of that level. 90. Jen was completely shocked, screaming internally. What is this? There's no other way, right? Are you saying now that you don't want to be on the front line? If that's the case, honestly, I'm disappointed. But it seemed Ikoma wasn't speaking without a plan. He immediately began to explain the attacks of a high-level gate boss are complex and varied. It's impossible to dodge them alone. It's unimaginable for the main force not to use in their personal weapons. It's obvious we won't be able to beat it due to a lack of firepower, Tuya shouted in frustration. I know that, but with our current members, what else can we do? Then came another proposal. Ikoma pointed to himself. I'll be on the front line. You focus on dealing damage from the rearguard Uraka Sumuji. Listening to the baffling argument between the two, this is so weird. Did I hear that right? It sounds like you're saying you can do it yourself, even though you just said someone at a higher level than you. Like Mayumi at level 85 couldn't. Jen, also caught off guard, exclaimed in amazement. What the hell is this guy talking about? Is he insane? He looked towards Ikoma, thinking, the ferocious attacks of a high-level gate boss can't be dodged easily. It's not just a matter of a simple stat difference. The higher the boss's level, the more skill is needed to handle it. What you're saying goes completely against common sense. To survive the attacks of a high-level boss, combat experience against high-level bosses is essential. Such a talent doesn't even exist in this era. Jen recalled his own class. For him, with his class based purely on agility, he was someone who stood at the forefront of top-tier adventurers of the future. He had 10 years of experience. In this country, no one was better at dodging boss attacks than him. Tuya's face darkened along with Uraka Sumuji's indescribable thoughts. It's impossible. Just then, he looked up to face Ikoma and asked, "Hey, you're pretty confident, huh?" In response, Ikoma asserted, without a shred of modesty, "I have no intention of dying a meaningless death." Knowing more words were useless, Tuya agreed. "Understood. I'll let you take the front line. I'll keep my distance and focus on support." Surprised by this agreement, Sumuji shouted in surprise. Mayumi Tuya found it hard to understand himself. Why did he have faith in a stranger like Ikoma? That guy has a charisma that makes you want to believe he can do it. Even though I know the chances of winning are slim if I'm on the front line, I just hope that charisma isn't just arrogant boasting. Jen gritted his teeth, sweating, unable to escape his negative thoughts. Hey, this is reckless. This situation is even worse than I thought. Do you want to join the reserve team now? Ikoma turned and instructed him. This battle is all about how much heavy firepower we can throw at the gate boss. I'm counting on you. Jen couldn't go against him and had to cross his arms in acceptance. But deep down he was already thinking of giving up. Well, it's not too late to try attacking it from a distance first. In that same forest, quiet in the dead of night, the moonlight pierced through the canopy, casting a faint, eerie glow. Sasuke looked up at the sky in amazement and froze. Stop. Ikoma was always ready for a fight. It's here. Before everyone's eyes, a spatial gate was slowly opening. The Lord of the Forest had appeared. A monster stepped out with a single bloodshot red eye, and then it let out a deafening roar. Aberrant forest monster, gate boss. The one who laughs in the dark, level 96. A level even higher than expected. The scream created a shockwave, causing the wind to howl violently. Jen tried to shield himself, lamenting internally. This is just reckless. Sumuji also struggled to stand his ground. Just its roar is already this terrifying. We need to fall back. Somehow, without getting the backup team involved. In stark contrast to everyone else losing their nerve, Ikoma reinforced his body and then charged straight ahead. Despite the shouts trying to stop him, he didn't falter. The monster immediately swung its leg to attack, but fortunately, Ikoma had already jumped up. Dodging the unpredictable attack, another hand lunged to grab him, but with his nimble movements, Ikoma twisted his body and dodged once more. Seizing the opening, he thrust his sword deep into its hand. The beast roared in pain and flung Ikoma away. He quickly fell back, creating distance, a skill that lets it manipulate its body at will. How unusual. These are the most troublesome types. Mayumi Tuya observed for a moment, slightly surprised. He's easily dodging those fast and unpredictable attacks. It's not just a boast. In his mind, his opinion of Ikoma had completely changed. This guy, he's on a completely different level than any adventurer I've ever seen before.